This is Audible.
Shackled, a dark fantasy LitRPG. Arcana Unlocked, Book 2. Written by Gregory Blackburn. Narrated by Christian J. Gilliland. Chapter 1. World of Nightfall. Energy rolled across the prairie like invisible fog on an autumn morning. As the cloud swept past the dew-beaded grass, the concentrated aether was absorbed as greedily as the verdant expanse might consume the first rays of the sun. As each flower, shrub, or blade of grass was touched by the cloud, it grew richer in hue than before, with stronger stalks that stood straighter against the breeze. The wave of mana continued unabated, fueled by some unknown reaction while traveling the route dictated by some metaphysical manifestation of a high-pressure system. As the front moved through the countryside, it left local fauna unchanged and unaware of its passing, while the plant life, greedy for energy and unrestricted by a thinking being's concept of etheric absorption, found the mana much more to their liking than the thin, watery aether they had breathed and exuded just moments ago. Some minutes later, a furrow pig plowed its way into a patch of the changed plants. As the creature's wagon-sized mouth gulped up the topsoil, it paused and quickly swallowed. It squinted its piggy eyes at the grass before it, then turned to cast a disparaging glance at the scant surviving greenery it had just passed through. With a pleased grunt, it dug its tusks back into the ground and began greedily scarfing down the best-tasting meal of its life. Hours later, as the sun reached its zenith, herbivores of all stripes had discovered the wondrous new food source. Herds of razor-horned deer grazed zealously, forgetting even their instinctive need to set a watchman. Birds of all kinds flocked beside them, plucking fast-growing seeds from their moorings. Out in the plains, a locust swarm was brewing. One locust gulped down its last mouthful of vibrantly green grass before its insectile programming told it to move on. It unfurled its wings and leaped into the sky, prepared to lead its billion siblings on a hunt that would devastate fields and forests for miles. It never made it that far. A coiffed ibis swooped in from nowhere and snatched the locust from the air with its curved beak. As it crunched on the tasty arthropod, it shivered and let out a squawk of surprise. That squawk became a caw of invitation, and the rest of its passing flock soon joined the locust feast. Chapter 2. City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash's staff struck the vampire spawn in the chest as it leaped toward him. Staff 0 failed, but succeeded due to tier differences. Unaided, the weapon had no chance of injuring the leathery undead, powered as the creature was by ancient necromancy, rage, and hunger. Unfortunately for the shrieking monster, though, this was not the young elf's first rodeo. It did not even require thought to allow his mana to flow through his staff, or, since it was currently being used to channel mana, his implement. As the mana left the metaphysical confines of his being, it ceased being potential magical energy and became kinetic magical devastation. He'd spent half the day drawing ambient sunlight into his aura, using the world as your canvas to charge any created effect with what was effectively natural light. The result was a small burst of warm yellow radiance that promptly ate away the monster's physical form. Mana Projection 7 critically succeeded. The brief moment of illumination revealed another spawn flying toward him, which he really wanted to be a problem. Unfortunately, these things were too weak to pose a challenge to a mage of his caliber. Korash snapped his left hand away from his staff, his palm perpendicular to his wrist as if to say, "Stop." The mana within him swirled once more, and a glowing shield appeared between him and the leaping mass of fangs and claws. A moment later, the unfortunate mob impacted the shield and the magically captured photons from which it was built. His aura shivered as dozens more spawn broke free from the dirt floor of the abandoned cellar, the innate magic of the vampire having hidden their presence until now. He spared a moment of nostalgia for the first time he'd encountered this tactic. He'd not gone in with light mana that time, and it had been a great deal more challenging. Now it was just old hat. Bad quest design, he thought. He quickly abandoned that line of thinking before the migraine could form. There'd be time for that later, and he wanted to time this next bit just right. Almost as one, the swarm of blood-sucking humanoids turned toward him and leaped, seeking to overwhelm his protection through sheer numbers. He smiled as they came. With the specialized prowess of an elven paragon, he could have simply jumped into the horde and run across their backs to safety. Instead, he ducked. As the monsters soared toward him, he half closed his eyes and envisioned his aura, the field of power that seeped from his soul into the world around him. For those who could control the aether that infused the world and made magic possible, it could be used to intimidate others or even slow physical blows. Korash, however, used the power of mana or concentrated aether in his aura, which meant the potential effects were much more varied. For a moment, Korash was obscured by the countless bodies of vampire spawn as they converged on him, seeking to dig claws or fangs into his flesh. The thump of his staff against the dirt floor was inaudible through the cacophony of hisses and growls as the creatures strove to end the interloper who had invaded their den. In an instant, the room was as bright as the sun. An explosion of light without sound swept out from the center of the pile as light mana filled his aura. Inviolate Aura 1. Success. The brightness faded away as quickly as it had come, leaving Korash standing tall amid the ashes of 36 corpses. They did not pass, he said to no one, a smile on his face. Now that the building was cleared, he had to be almost done with the quest. He was halfway up the stairs as he summoned to mind his progress, the information simply forming in his brain as if he'd always known it. Quest for the King 1. The king has called for warriors throughout the city of Sunblade to rid his lands of the vampiric infestation that resulted in the destruction of the Holy Cathedral. Vampire dens cleared. 9.8 of 10. Wait, that was a funny way of tracking progress. Was it purely a number-based calculation? If that was the case, he had missed half a dozen vampires down here somewhere. But surely they would have come out of hiding by now. Unless... Korash took another step up the stairs, frowning in confusion when he didn't go anywhere. He tried once more to lift his right foot from its position on the stair. It didn't budge. Something cold and clammy held firm around his robed ankle. Korash looked down to see an ashen arm extending from between the stairs, the hand hidden beneath his robes. Oh, he thought. Oh no. The arm flexed, and Korash went flying. Chapter 3. Unknown. He sat in communion with his remaining siblings. The youngest of them had abstained temporarily. His world was too newly formed, and to enter the divine contest so soon would place him at a disadvantage. It was decided that a reallocation to the order of 5% mutual threshold would be gifted to the young deity until such time as a participant was selected. The balance was, in this, preserved. The code which had demanded the divine contest had also demanded that he become the contest's host. This was neither good nor not good, though he found himself unsettled. Between themselves, the divine would naturally use either interrogative roundtable queries to decide the best host, or use a simple random selection. That the code circumvented this ancient preference only served to highlight that the code was something beyond the gods themselves. He spoke into being the first principle of the divine contest. At least the code had left them that much control. Establishment of intention. Trigger. On instantiation into host. Duration. Until exit of host. Exit conditions. Respawn. Stop. Command issued. Interrogative window open. 10. 9. 8. Terminated due to refusal by all parties. Active contributor passes to next entity. His brother, now the active contributor, thought in silence for a few moments before proposing his own divine guideline. Their relationship had been solid once, but recent events had come between them. The thought saddened him. He had attempted to influence the situation and been overruled. The silence ended nanoseconds later. Participant quality. Establishment of balance. Instances per intention type. Unlimited. Asynchronous. P-type_flag equals 0. Required. 1. Comparative statistics. Normalized. Participant identity. Subclass. Prime only. Fork instance. No. Immersion levels. Error. External override of variable. New variable provided. 110% to 200%. Participant reward schema. Type. Quest. Achievement. DNF. Material. Skill. Frequency. Individual victory. World event. Achievement. Strength. P_level %. 1 times rand. -0.2.2. Interrogative window open. 10. Interrogative established. Balance in question. Item 1. Accept concession. Item 2. Addition. Deputies of Prime. Reopen window. 10. Terminated due to refusal by all parties. Active contributor passes to next entity. The gathered deities were uneasy at the inclusion of an enforced command within their negotiations. There was no time for discussion, however. The process must continue. His sister had the floor now, and just as he and his brother had grown apart, so had his sister grown closer to him. Participant statistics. All. Integrated into local world laws. Intentions maintained. Integration governance. Interrogative decision. Integration governance level. Strict. Favors. P-type equals 1. Reward. Type. Class. Material. Append equals initial state equals generated by local world laws. Re-engineered on instantiation equals true. Interrogative window open. 10. 9. 8. Interrogative window closed due to refusal of further dialogue by all parties. Interrogative complete. It was done. Each deity would raise their champions, and the divine contest would begin. It was good, but it did not please him. Chapter 4. City of Sunblade. Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash smashed into the rough stones of the basement wall. Athletics 7 failed. His staff clattered to the floor, and he wasted 0.5 of a second being disoriented, which his opponent used to smash through the wooden stairs and charge toward him. He fumbled for his sword as he studied his opponent. Vampiric Bloodbrute. Legendary tier. While weak, vampiric spawn are created tangentially through standard vampire feeding practices. The vampiric bloodbrute is the result of focused effort on the part of a true vampire. Over a course of weeks, the captured mortal is force-fed a mixture of the vampire's blood and unknown alchemical compounds. The process warps the subject into a twisted mass of muscle and rage, while preserving the vampire's signature cunning and ambush hunter's instincts. Law 6. Success. Korash rolled to the side as a fist the size of a ham swung toward his face. His elven grace turned what should have been a clumsy maneuver into a flawless pirouette that left him standing, sword drawn. Defense 4, success. Athletics 7, critical success. Korash lunged forward, sinking the tip of his deft rapier of channeling into the blood-brute's side. As the blade parted undead flesh, he willed its power to activate, and the blade erupted into colorless fire. The flame poured into the wound as Korash retracted the sword and used his resonance of magic to create a debuff that would, no doubt, ruin the monster's day. The blood-brute roared as black blood trickled from the wound. Its gray, leathery flesh turned an angry pink, then quickly darkened to an angrier red. Already swollen muscles bunched and shivered beneath the skin, which tore open here and there to reveal blackened strands of twitching strength. Alchemical mutation. Raw sorcerer's power has interacted with an inherent alchemical effect, creating unpredictable results. Tier +1. Crushing strength +2 tiers. Agility -3 tiers. Cognition -3 tiers. Because of the nature of this change, the effect is permanent. An alchemist would now classify this creature as a vampiric blood brute plus. Law 6, success. Korash thought. Maybe ruin was a bit of an overstatement. He winced as the beast unleashed an overhead hammer punch that shattered 2 ceiling joists effortlessly. The reduction in its agility was certainly noticeable, however, as the attack was clumsily aimed. Korash took 2 small steps to one side as he drew back his sword, aiming for an exposed elbow. Defense 4, success. He realized his folly mid-swing as the fists impacted the dirt floor. He sank into the hard-packed earth as if it were sifted flour, and a supernatural tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a failure due to tier differences. Equilibrium failure. For the second time this fight, Korash hit the ground. His hand slapped the dirt as he tried to flip into a standing position, and he felt the smooth wood of his staff as he arched his back. A moment later, a hand the size of a roast pig closed around his thigh, locking it in a crushing grip. Why are large hands always compared with food? The Blood Brute Plus hoisted him into the air, and he cursed his brain for providing inane commentary. He twisted his body, trying to get his sword into position, and a casual twist of the hulked-out vampire's wrist snapped his femur like a matchstick. Korash started screaming as pain rushed through him. A moment later, the pain receded into the background noise of his thoughts as he fought for clarity. Stamina 6, success. The monster raised him higher, its mouth open grotesquely wide, fangs glittering in the meager light as it brought Korash's leg in for a bite. His head bumped awkwardly into the thing's chest as it manhandled him. His attempts to free himself by flailing ineffectually didn't even register as a joke to the monster's alchemically addled mind. Korash dropped his sword and closed his eyes. He gripped his staff in both hands and reached inside himself, feeling the mana within, ready to be used. The sunlight he'd trapped there was useless now, too diluted from his previous use and the passive mana regeneration during the battle, which would only convert ambient aether into unaspected mana. Hopefully, though, he wouldn't need that particular power. The mana flowed out of him and down the length of his staff. His grip was awkwardly low, and he knew it would be quite difficult to generate enough power for what he had in mind. He willed the mana to solidify around the staff. If he couldn't swing the staff, he'd manipulate the energy instead. He felt the cold knot breath of the vampire on his exposed ankle as he swung the staff forward. The mana at the tip of the staff sharpened into a javelin's point, and the hard sheath supported the staff's unwieldy length. The flesh at the base of the giant's sternum parted, and the mana-infused staff slid through useless organs. Mana channeling 8, Critically succeeded due to tier differences. Staff 0 succeeded. Korash forced the implement in further through will alone, his elven paragon body unable to assist him in the feat of strength. The vampire swayed for a moment, unsettled before firming its grip. It was going to bite off his leg after all. This would have to be enough. Korash stopped the flow of mana, and the staff became simple wood once more. A groan, like the slow falling of a great tree, echoed through the room, and the fingers holding his leg weakened. He fell several meters, but easily turned the drop into a handspring that landed him deftly on his feet, meters from the Blood Brute Plus. Athletics 7 failed automatically due to debuff. His broken leg bent in all the wrong ways, and he cried out as he collapsed, berating himself for his scatterbrained nature through a fog of pain. From his position on the floor, he had an excellent view of the vampire. Its swollen face stared down at the staff jutting out of its chest. It looked up to find him, and where its eyes had been red with rage before, they were now a sickly yellow, jaundiced and confused. It stared at him for a long moment, then fell to its knees. Korash smiled grimly as he pushed away the hint of pity he felt for the creature. It had fallen for the old mana-augmented staff through the heart trick. Korash opened his mouth to deliver a witty quip for the creature to take to its grave. And, of course, that was when the moment the vampiric Blood Brute Plus exploded into about 3 tons of black, sticky, dead blood. Chapter 5 World of Edison. Congratulations, player. You have been randomly selected to participate in a Worlds Unbound beta testing event, the War of the Worlds. Leave your own world behind and show a new world your glory. You may enlist NPCs to aid you in your quest or conquest, but beware. The world you enter will try to change you. You may find fundamental aspects of your character altered during the translation process. Select Invade or Ally. Invictus studied the prompt that floated before him in his characteristically drab shade of gray. He angled his VX-1313 single-occupant aerial rotorcraft, Mark IV, so he could look down upon the surface of his world. Like the prompt, the world presented itself in shades of gray. Gray smoke belched forth from gray factories staffed by gray robotic laborers. Gray earth and gray greenhouses. Oh, the irony. Sprouted gray plants that used gray chlorophyll to absorb gray sunlight and grow gray tomatoes. Away from his capital city of industry, his gaze swept over the deep, dark forest where the ancient enemies of the syntho-cybernetic amalgamation prowled in gray half-light, their gray pelts mottled with spots of gray that helped them ambush the auto-choppers that infringed on their holy woodlands, spilling gray robotic oil on the torn ground even as the spinning saw blades cut through their flesh, their gray blood mingling with the gray oil as it soaked into the gray loam. The only thing not eternally gray was the energy that spilled forth in wild arcs from the electric dynamo interterritorial system of nodes. As he stared at the beautiful chaos of lightning that allowed the robots, cyborgs, androids, gynoids, non-binary-oids, automatons, and augmented humans to live wirelessly, he saw occasional flashes of beautiful blue light. He never knew when it would happen, but he had come to live for the brief moments of color, especially since the dev team had told him to remain in full immersion so they could troubleshoot the issue. It's related to the way the hardware interfaces with your brain, they'd told him when he called to complain the day after he'd bought Worlds Unbound. Most users don't experience the issue. We're actively tracking reports of those who do in order to develop a fix. When he'd angrily, and rightfully he thought, demanded his money back, they'd promised to escalate his ticket and find a resolution that would satisfy all parties before rushing him off the phone. He'd considered getting his money back anyway, though he wasn't sure if it really worked like that. It wasn't the store's no refunds policy that concerned him. He could get around that. He was the assistant manager, after all. It was the financing that concerned him. Would doing a return actually get him out of the signed agreement? No sense abusing his power on a maybe, and the company had promised to help him out. They'd certainly come through on that promise. He'd been putting on his tie the next morning. The public car he'd contracted to take him to work every morning only minutes from his apartment when someone had knocked on the door. He didn't really have friends, and his amenities fee for the extended floor plan was paid through the end of the quarter, thanks to his sweet assistant manager salary. These days, knocks on the door were rarer than hen's teeth, or hens, come to think of it. When he'd checked his cam system, he'd immediately decided he was being pranked. He stopped down to the entryway to tell whoever this woman was that he wasn't falling for it. As he'd yanked the door open, his diatribe died on his lips as his gaze was captured by steely eyes the color of authority. Her indigo-painted lips seemed to draw in the light, nearly distracting him from the fact that she was wearing a lab coat and high heels. His reflection, glimpsed in the lenses of her glasses as she peered at him, had looked small and afraid. "Mr. Bert Earnkey, I'm Dr. Quartermain of One Irosoft." His brain had felt like a mouse cornered inside his head by an aggressive yet sexy cat in a lab coat and glasses. He had known he needed to say something in response. She was looking at him. "Buh?" he'd managed. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "A man of great communication skills, I see," she said. "Uh-huh," he'd gasped out. It was an improvement, at least. What was wrong with him? "Mr. Earnkey, I'd like to personally offer you a position with our company." That had snapped him out of it. Quitting his job at New Reality had been one of his prouder moments. He'd been saving up all that anti-customer sentiment, and he'd finally found an outlet. It had been epic. He shook Invictus's helmeted head, returning to the game. One of his only gripes about Worlds Unbound, one he'd repeatedly and aggressively shared with the dev team he now had weekly meetings with, was the lack of a structured PvP mode. This had to be the answer to his pleas. With a grin, he mentally selected his answer, whispering it aloud as he did so. If he didn't, the interface sometimes didn't pick up the command. Another bug he was helping to squash. "Invade," he said, and a glowing red portal opened up before him. On the other side, he could see a wind-swept mountainside. Gray stone was everywhere, shot through here and there with granite pink flecks. Dark green lichen and brown scrub dotted the landscape here and there. Wait, green? There was color on the other side. All hesitation lost, Bert reached out for the portal. He pulled his hand back as a warning message appeared. As he read through the lengthy description, his face started to fall. "Class, Chief Engineering Officer, will convert to Expert Aetheromechanical Engineer. Race, Human, Enhanced, Cybernetic, will convert to Half Aetheromechanical. Skill list will change as follows." He read on, liking this whole invasion business less and less. He'd lose all his skills, his sweet plasma emitters would change to some boring magic-shooting wand things, and he wouldn't be able to manage his city production anymore. This wouldn't do at all. But, as he always did, he read to the end, and the game once again redeemed itself. Special option, Expansion. Create pylons and deploy on enemy worlds to extend Edison emanations through portals and into other worlds. You will learn the following blueprints. Edison emitter pylon, small. Edison emitter pylon, large. Extra-dimensional construction drone. Extra-dimensional energy processor. Bert smiled as he accepted the second option, which was clearly the most excellent choice available. Reaching up to his helmet, he pressed the button that triggered his command relay interface. Order. Auto Factories 7 through 13 to halt production of current units. Order. Submit list of production to Auto Factory 7 through 13. Sequential. 7. Edison Pylon large. 8. Edison Pylon small. 9. Chapter 6. World of Sakura. She read through the shimmering text with interest, considering the implications with a smile. Beta tests were always fun. This seemed like a PvP-type event, which ordinarily would not interest her. In Worlds Unbound, however, she had grown used to fighting human opponents. She stood at the top of the Emperor's list of honored warriors, and even General Genji recognized her prowess on the battlefield. A gentle breeze ruffled the wide sleeves of her kimono. The flared shoulders of the pure white kataginu and the pleated skirt of the deep blue hakama completed her warrior's kamashimo and marked her as a noble caste, fit to carry katana and wakizashi and to wield them in service to the emperor. Her smooth brow crinkled in thought. The breeze picked up, sending a cloud of hundreds of real cherry blossoms fluttering around her. She breathed in the sweet scent, closed her eyes, and formed her saishin. Instinctively, her left thumb freed the habaki from the saya that held her sword. With one fluid motion, her right hand grasped the suka, and she unleashed the blade. A moment later, the katana found its sheath once more, and she opened her eyes. Of the hundreds of cherry blossoms which had swirled around her, none had escaped her blade. As the breeze died, the bisected petals floated down to land in the pool by which she stood. She hid the small, satisfied smile that always followed a successful technique, and listened to the waterfall's roar as she contemplated how she would respond to this request. Soft footsteps from behind her announced the presence of Chihiro, written as Abundance, her maidservant. The girl ran up to her and knelt as her station dictated.
Hime-sama, the spirits speak of change, and that you will soon go to a place where even they cannot follow. It is true, Chihiro-chan. The gods call me beyond this world, but I need not go alone. I must pen a letter to the shogun. Let me use your back for a moment.
She reached down and patted the girl on the head. From her sleeve, she pulled a sheaf of parchment, then a brush and ink. She bent down, using Chihiro's back as a table, and with a practiced hand, she wrote in flowing script. She was done in moments, and she moved the letter away before scattering sand across the wet ink so as not to dirty her friend's clothing. The ink and brush disappeared back into her sleeves, and she drew forth a small seal carved from jade. As she pressed it to the parchment, bands of glowing white saishin appeared, and the scroll rolled itself around nothing. The light entwined the scroll and tied itself like a ribbon. She nodded to herself.
Rise, and do not worry, Chihiro. Bear this letter to the shogun himself. I have requested no fewer than 3 regiments of cavalry from the imperial army.
The girl nodded as she stood and took the letter from her master.
I shall return within a day, Hime-sama.
Her face was determined, though Hime knew she was loath to undertake this mission alone.
And I, Yamamoto Hime, shall greet you on your return. Now, make haste.
The girl turned and ran from the clearing. Hime watched her friend leave as she pondered over the choice she would make. With a start, she realized what time it was in the world of her birth. With a sad sigh and one last glance at the cherry blossoms that still floated by the waterfall, Hime of Clan Yamamoto pressed an invisible button and disappeared. Chapter 7. City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. You have a shattered femur and are unable to walk normally. The shards of bone have caused internal bleeding, and additional activity will increase the severity of the bleeding, along with a small chance of fat embolism, potentially resulting in death. Gorash grumbled to himself as he oozed his way down Market Street toward the Archaeologist's College. With the collapse of the cathedral and the recent vampire swarms, any sort of healing was at a premium in Sunblade. Of course, thanks to his beggar's band of bankruptcy, he couldn't have afforded a healing potion even if he'd lived in healing potion land, where elixirs grew on trees and the fountains ran red with... Never mind, that analogy didn't work out quite like he'd thought it would. Maybe it was the internal bleeding from the bony cataclysm. He dripped along, leaving behind black, clotted footprints and spatter marks on the cobblestones. The throngs of people in the market at midday did not appreciate the sights or sounds he was providing for them, for free even, and the vendors selling delicious meat pies, fruit pies, and other non-pie foodstuffs did not appreciate the massive health risks. He supposed he couldn't blame them, and the pain, which refused to go away now that he was no longer in combat, even prevented him from focusing on the repeated shouts of, "Guard! Guard!" He heard someone mention blood golems and wondered if that was a thing. It probably was. What if you replaced your normal blood with a blood golem? That would probably be awesome. Insight 2 failed. Counseling 1 failed. Distracted by his hazy thoughts, he bumped into something solid and almost fell over, barely managing to wedge his staff crutch in between two cobblestones. Athletics 7 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Straining to keep himself upright, he looked up to see a city guard staring angrily down at him. As he righted himself, he thought that the fetid black smear on the pristine white and gold tabard might have something to do with that.
"Name and clearance."
The guard exuded disgust. Korash, clearance level... He watched a fly buzz in and land on the black smear. It rubbed its legs together and began to feast. Was dead vampire blood still cursed? Had he just created a plague of vampiric flies? Wouldn't be the first time I've created life. I wonder what that plant is doing right now. What was I doing again? This must be the blood loss. I'm definitely losing focus. At least I'm not losing focus. I wonder which one would go first. Probably sleepless, since I'm starting to feel pretty sleepy.
"Out with it, man!"
The guard's disgust was quickly turning to impatience. He had one hand on his sword. Perception 5 failed, but became a success due to tier differences and other factors. Oh, right. Adept. Provisional. Code, N64? No, that's a different thing. Code, Netscape? No, not related. Wait, I've almost got it. The sword was coming out of its scabbard now. N3VVB! Korash pumped his fist in the air and almost lost his balance again. Equilibrium 1. Success. The guard slid his sword back into place with a sigh. The look of pity on his face was broken only briefly by an eye roll. He leaned forward, placing his hands on his knees.
"Oh, I see, my friend. I'm sorry I didn't know you needed special help before, and I'd be happy to assist you. Are you lost?"
The sudden shift of attitude and vaguely patronizing demeanor were not helping Korash's confusion. He tried to wrap his mind around an appropriate answer to that question. The silence was broken as a gobbet of congealed blood brute plus slurry plopped to the ground.
"It's okay," said the guard, smiling brightly at him. "Don't be scared. I'm a city guard, and I'm here to help you. Did you lose your handler? What's their name? Is it sewn into your clothing somewhere?"
Maybe it was the tunnel vision talking, but it seemed like the guard thought he was some sort of child. "Dying," he managed. "Our college, alchemistry, heals, please." The staff fell from his fingers, and Korash failed a stamina check. He was bouncing up and down gently, catching snippets of a conversation he wasn't part of.
"Always me who finds the crazy ones," someone was saying. "Simmons never has to go to quarantine."
"It's okay, Mr. Guard," Korash managed. "Probably not cursed blood. Vampire dead. Lol. Pwned."
That should set the guard at ease. The bouncing escalated, and Korash risked opening an eye. The world swung around crazily as his head wobbled back and forth. He realized the guard had him in a princess carry. If he weren't so close to death, he'd be humiliated. Since he was, though, it was actually kind of hilarious. The guard crashed into the front lobby of the Arcanologists' College like a prowess-focused bull in a talent-spec china shop.
"Infirmary!" he shouted.
Oh, maybe he does care. Wait, infirmary? I can't afford that. No, Korash wheezed. Money, bad, no have, volunteering.
Korash was so far gone that he didn't even notice as the guard stumbled and looked sick.
"You poor bastard," the man muttered. "At least you aren't capable of understanding what's going to happen to you."
Chapter 8 Arcanologists' College, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash lay on a stone slab that looked suspiciously like a medieval autopsy table. Leather straps across his chest pinned his arms to his sides, and another set across his knees completed the look. At least he was alert now. That alertness came from the electric blue liquid that dripped onto his forehead every 3 seconds, water torture style. Each droplet shocked him awake supernaturally for about 2.9 seconds, so he was gradually becoming uncomfortably energetic.
Hello?
He called. He tried to turn his head and failed. It seemed that was strapped in place as well. Another blue jolt hit him, and he flinched.
"Oh, yes. Subject Gallus is awake. Admixture at 47% efficacy on subject's racial anatomy and unique trait set. Recommend increase of distilled time flower essence by 13%, replacing half the oxygenated prepubescent goblinoid humus."
Korash started to frown, but had to interrupt himself in order to start screaming.
Help! Help! Skeleton! Guard! Simmons! Actinos! I've been captured by the undead!
"A common mistake, my dear boy."
The undead creature chuckled, and its jawbone flapped up and down grotesquely as it talked.
"I assure you, I'm as human as you are."
Strangely, the urbane voice calmed him long enough to realize the logical fallacy of that statement.
"But I'm an elf."
Maybe the talking skeleton just hadn't noticed yet.
"Let's not bicker and argue over who is or isn't a significantly different organism from how the true God created them,"
said the osseous terror, its jawbone flapping in a way that would probably have seemed quite normal with the addition of some skin.
"I'm Brindlesides, this college's one and only supreme alchemical genius."
Another drop hit Korash on the forehead at just the wrong moment. Law 6, success.
That's a strange calling, don't you think?
Korash spoke without thinking.
I mean, I've seen some strange ones. I once read about someone who had the calling of dirt road cleaning specialist. Why do you think that even exists?
He took a breath as he realized he was rambling.
"Well, that's my title, and a self-assigned one at that,"
Brindlesides replied cheerfully, fitting a pair of goggles over his eye sockets.
"You see, my actual calling is reckless alchemical visionary, but for some reason those words in that order tend to make my subjects, I mean my patients, rather uncomfortable. Oh dear, don't struggle so, or you'll loosen the restraints."
Korash did not stop struggling. He was trapped in a room with a skeletal supervillain. Brindlesides moved to the strap across his knees and gave a vicious yank. The leather strap dug into his flesh, and he felt the bone fragments in his broken leg grind together. He stopped struggling.
"Also,"
the alchemical supervillain continued,
"it's worth mentioning that my form is not actually skeletal. I finally perfected my potion of alchemical non-explosive reaction immunity, which makes it so that I no longer have to wear a breathing mask when mixing ingredients. The fact that it makes my skin and organs invisible is really more of a bonus than a side effect, though some fools see it otherwise."
Korash did a double take.
You mean, that's your idea of a perfect potion?
"Well, you should have seen it before. The last batch rendered everything but my hair invisible. Not useful for anatomical studies at all. Oh, and I shouldn't let you labor under a misconception. The potion does not affect clothing in any way."
You mean you're...
"As the day I slipped free from my birth mother, squalling and covered in
La 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 la, I can't hear you!"
The skeleton glared at him. probably, as he fitted large black rubber gloves over his invisible hand flesh.
Well, time to get started. I've finally come up with an experiment that should cure what ails you.
Korash felt his fast-beating heart sink to his boots, which was no small feat, seeing as he was horizontally aligned.
So, he whispered, no planning at all then? Just gonna try something? Something that you just invented? In your head? While talking to me?
Yes, said the skeleton, his teeth set in a permanent grin. Chapter 9. Private Office of the Head Scribe, Arcanologist's College, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash sat in his mentor's office, staring into the mug of Hokosh which the old scholar had procured for him. Its chocolatey depths warmed his stomach, though they could do nothing for his injured soul.
I can't unsee them, Actinos. Every time I close my eyes, they're there, doing what they do. I think one of them is still inside me, somewhere.
It's not, Actinos said, hiding a smile. Those apparatuses are far too important to him to leave them behind in a patient.
The candlelight glittered in the old scholar's spectacles as he rose from his seat. As he came out from behind his desk, Korash locked eyes with him.
I'm not sure I can ever eat bread again,
he said with a shudder. His mentor intoned.
A common reaction. Try not to think about it. Better yet, consider working on your conviction. It helps, trust me.
His robes rustled as he passed by the seated adventurer. He clapped the boy on the shoulder and then reached for the door.
Stay here for an hour or so. The memories will fade. The mind protects itself after all. It will be dusk soon, though. Best to hurry if you want to get your reward from the king.
The door closed softly as Actinos went back to his post at the library. Alone, Korash whispered to no one.
Those poor chickens.
His eyes squinted shut against the tide of feathery memories. He needed something to distract himself that was more mental than Hokosh. Maybe reading over his character sheet would take his mind away from the scary place. Name, Korash. HP, 270 of 270. Aetherium, 785 of 785. Devotion, 10 of 10. Path, Adventurer. Level, 10. Class, Ancient Master. Specialty, none. Attributes, Prowess, 7. Talent, 14. Zeal, 2. Stamina, 6. Willpower, 6. Conviction, 2. He could still hear the frantic beating of wings against the glass enclosure. How had Brindlesides gotten those chickens in there? His mind moved along the character sheet, desperate for an escape. Counseling 1. Failure. Foci. Aspected talent. Magic. 3. Prowess. Graceful. 2. Stamina. Frail. Willpower. Sleepless. Talent. Sharp senses. Prowess. Weak. Resonance. Magic. His ears roared as memories of clacking beaks and the splatter of life grub gravy assailed them.
What were my primary skills again?
His brain wailed in a futile attempt to distract itself from the flashback. Counseling 1. Failure. Primary skills. Athletics, 7. Defense, 4. Armor, 0. Stealth, 1. Balance, 0. Perception, 5. Law, 6. Survival craft, 4. Remedies, 0. Craft, 1. Insight, 2. Deception, 0. Persuasion, 0. Barter, 0. Counseling, 1.
Don't worry, Subject Gallus. The foul chemical infusion is almost done. Since I haven't figured out how to properly infuse yeast of rapid regeneration into a living body, I'm happy to announce that I'll be serving your remedy on toast. I'm afraid, however, that I only have rye. Most used secondary skills. Etheric projection. 7. Somatic battle weaving. 3. Somatic magic theory. 10. Blades. 4. Etheric meditation. 6. Etheric channeling. 8. Aura mastery. 7. Primordial magic theory. 10. Primordial mastery. 10. Primordial vocabulary. 10. Inviolate aura. 1. His brain could barely process the recap of his secondary skills. The taste of the dark bread covered in unthinkable pink sludge spread across his tongue, and he could almost feel the pricks of poorly ground pin feathers lodging in his throat. His mind began to calm as his brain reminded him, as it sometimes did, that he was supposed to be having fun. Counseling 1. Success. The trauma of being Subject 3 was shoved from his mind like a fat kid pushed from a playground swing. The bully doing the shoving in this metaphor, unfortunately, was more trauma. At least this trauma was actionable, if he dared. He took a drink of Hokosh, then a deep breath, and then another swig. Willing his hand not to tremble, he set the mug down on the desk and steeled himself. It was getting easier and easier to forget himself, to believe that he had always been an adventurer named Korash in a land where darkness blanketed the world in an instant and magic was real. It took real effort for him to remember that his name was Arthur Mallory, and that he was born on Earth. At first, he had held tight to memories of his grandfather. It seemed that the more he used them, though, the less effective they became. Some of the earlier ones were starting to get fuzzy. He needed to get out. He used his fear to push harder against the game, acknowledging that he wasn't simply born on Earth, but that his body was there still. His identity as Korash was just a function of a video game. Fighting against the foreign identity was like holding his breath while going for a light jog, yet it became increasingly more difficult the longer he tried to do so. With those real memories came others. His full immersion virtual reality experience applied to his body as well as his mind. It currently floated in a pod filled with bioconductive gel, receiving oxygen and food directly from the teat of science, and for the last, however long it had been, he was unable to log out. Not that he minded most of the time. Generally, life was better as Korash, an elf who had access to powerful magic. Even his hefty salary as a special hardware tester at one Aerosoft couldn't buy him that. But he wasn't comfortable with how trapped he was. He needed to call his mother, for one thing. They hadn't really talked much, even before the accident and rapid-fire job offer had landed him in this game he couldn't log out of. His brain was growing tired already. If he was going to log out, it needed to be soon. Each time he slipped back into Korash's thought patterns, he wasn't sure how long it would take for something to jostle him enough to get him thinking about reality again. His muscles tightened, his breath grew short, then stopped. He squinted against light that wasn't there. A migraine immediately assailed him, but he pushed onward. There were no skill checks for this. Insight 2. Failed. Slowly, a glowing menu formed in his mind's eye. Grinding his teeth from the pain, he reached mentally for the logout button. It was like swimming through gelatin. Almost there. A sound like tearing metal ripped through his brain and the game menu vanished. It was replaced for just a moment with an angry red message in a strange font. Event flag. User logout request. Event sequence. Call subroutine nightterror.evt. Process kill. ID name user logout request.rep. The message was gone before he could read any more. His surroundings came back into focus. Desk, chair, walls, etheric lantern, debuff notification. Wait, do what now? Debuff received. Incipient night terrors. Effect. Your next encounter will be nightmarish. Flavor text. You have meddled in forces beyond your control. This is not a punishment, just negative reinforcement.
Sometimes Korash felt like he said this a lot, but it bore repeating in this instance. Oh, shit. Chapter 10. Command Center, 1 Aerosoft Office, World of Earth. From Alert Notification P1 at 1aerosoft.com to Doc at 1aerosoft.com, Branson LaCroix at 1aerosoft.com, David Koenig at 1aerosoft.com. Subject: ELO 000029 preconfigured alert trigger. Automated message at 1714:51. Above subject triggered alert rule ELO 000029 Night Terror. All processes executed successfully. EOM. Dave watched the message scroll by on his wearable. It was a Sunday, and he was enjoying an evening of leisure in his apartment. Or, at least he had been. He'd already snapped his magnetic bone conduction comm set into place over the subdermal steel plates implanted on his cheekbones when the call came across. It was her. Of course it was. He answered halfway through the first ring.
I need context.
No names, no greeting, nothing frivolous. Dr. Angelina Quartermain was nothing if not direct. Focused, like a laser drilling into your skull. Unfortunately, Dave had come to realize that this behavior meant she liked you, or at least wasn't actively planning your death. "Bringing it up now, Doc," he said. He pointed his wearable at his wall screen and swiped left. The screen slid away from the current broadcast of Morticia and Richinza to reveal a glowing dashboard full of slowly scrolling graphs, charts, and notifications. He clicked on the red exclamation point in the upper left by looking at it and flicking his index finger toward the screen, and it expanded into a detailed report. "Do me a favor, Doc, and fire Jim Woods. He's re-enabled the damned high-priority alerts for his failed database backups. Stand by while I locate our guy."
30 seconds.
She snapped at him. He knew it wouldn't take him that long. A few swipes and quick scans, and he'd found what he needed. 29's vital signs, graphs, charts, and other information filled the wall of his living room. "I've got it." Silence. "Doc?" That was unlike her.
I'm back. Consider Woods dealt with. Now, talk to me.
Dave suppressed a shudder. Ruthless. He'd figured out early that the best way to get ahead with the doc was to be more competent than everyone else. "Vital signs normal. Current immersion is actually trending upward. 99.3%. 3/10 more and we'll have a record."
Don't promise me a good time. What about at the time of the alert?
Over the last 24 hours, he's mostly held steady between 98.3 and 99.1%. There was a blip around 2 hours ago when it dipped down to 84, then right back up to 99 even. That must have been the disincentivizing algorithm. Then he hit the big drop that triggered the alert. It bounced down and then back to plateau about 6 seconds. 99 delta wave. 81, 72, yikes, 40 even.
How the hell did he get down that far? The night terror should have triggered once he was below 80. The Dreamland emitters should make anything below 60 flat out impossible.
Dave thought about it, which really wasn't fair. She was the one with 3 neuroscience degrees. An idea occurred to him then, and in slow motion he heard himself say, Oh, he'd done it now. She'd never let it go, and he wasn't sure the idea was a good one. As expected, she leaped on it.
What, Koenig? You have my permission to speculate.
God, he hated speculating. She had a tendency to remember the idea, but not its speculative nature. Well, no way to go but forward. "It could be the fact that he's in Dreamland that caused it," he said. "Maybe the controls are impeding his ability to focus on the menu engram." She was silent for 2 breaths, then 3. This was always the unpredictable bit. She was either having an idea or waiting on him. Since he didn't have any great follow-up, he decided to let the silence go on just a bit longer.
Interesting take on it. What's the error tolerance on engrammatic interface access?
That was a loaded question, since there were a great deal of individually configured variables.
For the relevant system menu and logout options, we had to keep them pretty tight to begin with. Too permissive, and you see the system menu every time you turn around. It's actually tied to... That was it.
You've had an idea.
Her voice sounded strange. Was she smiling? The only time she smiled was when she was manipulating someone or on new CEO day. Dave missed Lars, God rest his soul.
That's it. The Ingram recall for system menu is a reinforcing algorithm. It starts out permissive so new players can get into the menu with little fuss, but then it tunes the model to the difference between the first captured engram and the second. It trains itself to respond by training the user to subconsciously mimic the same engram that was initially supplied. That means...
He's out of practice.
She sounded happy, ecstatic even. That couldn't be good. This theory wasn't even really good news in the grand scheme of things. What was she seeing that he wasn't?
Normally, the algorithm would nudge him in the right direction if he was supplying something close to the right engram but not matching exactly. But he hasn't even thought about logging out for so long that his initial memory engram was too far from baseline to register. His brain had to self-correct, like riding a bike after you've grown up. You can do it, but you won't be steady for a little bit. Dave, this is wonderful news.
Ma'am?
He just wasn't getting it.
Oh, fine. Make me ruin the surprise. It means the memory engram he thought he was using wasn't the one he'd used before. It means he's starting to forget that the system menu even exists. It means that, if Night Terror works like we hope it will, then we'll get it. 100%.
That's amazing, Doc. Remind me again why we want that.
The line was already dead. Her attention had passed to something else. Dave was glad of that. Chapter 11. Castle Bright, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. King Latimer definitely looked like one of those heavy as the head that wears the crown types. The man wore his weariness like a cloak that went over his real cloak. Korash sat through 3 farmers begging for tax relief because their farms had been impacted by the earthquake or their family was killed by vampires and had to be destroyed for the good of the kingdom. The king nodded wearily, and Korash noticed the concerned glance he shared with Marcus, his minister of the Exchequer. Perception 5. Success. At last it was Korash's turn. As he stepped forward to stand before the king, the man stirred and looked interested for the first time.
Ah, Adept Korash, we are pleased that you bring tidings of your extermination of the blood-sucking plague that has besieged us.
Oh, apparently the king was already aware of him? He wondered why. I am honored to report success in this endeavor, Your Majesty.
Excellent. The crown acknowledges your feat. May the one true God smile on your just reward.
Korash was opening his mouth to reply when the beautiful sound of a completed quest made him close it again. You have completed Royal Edict number 31415. You have eliminated the vampire menace wherever they lurked within the city. Though darkness is never safe for mortals to tread, the residents of Sunblade have one less thing to fear because of you. Of course, there's no way to know if you got them all. Experience gained. 10,000 gold awarded. His eyes went wide at the long overdue payday. It was about time. Stupid cursed ring. A breath later, Korash got his second reward. The toe of his boot was lit by the dying sun as it streamed through the throne room's stained glass windows. The presence of the light showed his deeds to the one true God, which part of him realized was just adding the experience to his obfuscated total, and he leveled up. Level up. You have reached level 11. A new attribute point is available. Please note that after level 10, the provision of attributes, skill points, and perks follows a new progression.
You will now receive 1 new attribute point every 1st and 3rd level, 2 new skill points every 2nd and 4th level, and 1 new perk every 5th level. You will no longer receive level bonuses.
Well, that sucked. Comparatively, anyway. It still felt awesome. At least he had some new resonance points to play around with. He considered where to put his new attribute point. Maybe. The lights went out. Korash felt the change as day gave way to night, and memories of his first night in this world assailed him. His friends, the bellicose Alten and the gentle Bia, his village, which had cast him out after the Crowbold attack during his tutorial ceremony. Ariel. She'd followed him through death, and then that necromancer had. With a growl unbefitting his elven countenance, he shoved those thoughts away. There'd be time for his feelings later, and plans for setting those wrongs right again. The Secretary of the Exchequer was shuffling toward him. He wondered idly why mage robes were so comfortable and easy to move around in, but ceremonial robes were floor-dragging monstrosities. Just one of the mysteries of life, he supposed.
"Chorus, come this way. The throne room is off limits at night,"
Marcus said, green eyes glittering with good humor. Korash smiled. The man reminded him a little of his grandfather. They exited the throne room together, and the advisor reached out a hand to halt their advance.
"My chambers are right down this hall,"
he said.
"So I hope you won't mind if I give you the writ of payment here."
"That would be phenomenal, sir," Korash replied, being fairly certain that his pupils had turned into tiny gold pieces. No, they're dollar signs, his thoughts insisted. The old man reached into one of his many pockets, producing a scroll of fine vellum tied with a beautiful satin ribbon. Somehow it appeared to be dyed gold. Neat.
"Now,"
said Marcus, pulling the scroll back as Korash reached for it.
"This is an official document, sealed with the netheric impression by my own hand. I would suggest taking it to the bank rather than attempting to claim it yourself. Most people don't think about the logistics of that much coin in one place before it's too late."
The elf nodded absently, as that was what bags of holding were for.
"Furthermore, the authority contained in this document is meant to withstand fraud and theft. It's old magic and poorly understood. The gist of it is that it cannot be stolen from you, only willingly given. The downside of such magic is that the scroll represents your reward in its entirety. If it is destroyed, I cannot make you another one."
Korash went from seeing green to turning green in a single heartbeat. He stared at the ring on his hand. Surely it couldn't get in the way this time, right? The ring wasn't supposed to be able to reduce quest rewards below 25%. Did that mean he was supposed to have gotten 40,000 gold, or that he'd end up with 2,500? Or maybe since the scroll was an item, the ring couldn't detect it. "I understand," he said, reaching out tentatively for the scroll.
"Don't worry," said Marcus. "The enchantment makes the scroll resistant to fire, acid, moisture, moths, and slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning effects below the mythic tier. You should be fine."
Korash pushed the nagging feeling in the back of his mind away. Insight, too, succeeded, but became a failure due to other factors, and grasped the scroll with his slim fingers. Something was wrong. He was in pain. Not just a little pain either. This was all the pain. It felt like his soul was mounting a daring escape through his sinuses. His guts began spooling out through his navel. Metaphorically, he hoped. He would have cried out from the agony of it, but he didn't have lungs. Nothing was moving except... The pain wasn't dulling his perceptions, unfortunately. Nothing was moving, but he was seeing things move. His sight had split in half, and he was seeing the walls on either side of him. Was it his eyes that were moving? He was being peeled open like a meat banana. The scenery continued to wiggle past, and in moments his two eyes were staring at each other across the back of his head. Each had half of his nose, mouth, and teeth beneath it, like it should. If the eyes were the window to the soul, Korash was looking into his own. Then he found himself contemplating the back of his own head as the twisting sensation continued. Elves sure have nice hair, his pain-racked brain thought. He felt something crack just before everything went dark, and he felt his arm jerk slightly upward as a roaring sound came from somewhere far away. A cold and terrible wind swept over his exposed vitals. Why wouldn't he pass out? Chapter 12. A Featureless Void of Terror. The cold wind abated, and he felt himself unroll. Whatever had cracked before sank back into place with a squelch. He saw his fractured face once more. His flesh rolled back together like wrapping paper, and something was stuffing his entrails back into his body, through his navel again. The soul-tearing pain left him a moment later, and a wave of vertigo hit him as his eyes tried to process his surroundings. The familiar green marble filled with living vines, and the soft, sourceless light told him everything he needed to know. He clenched his fists in anger. How dare she? He was busy, and she could have at least asked permission. He took a step, ready to find the source of his misery and give her a piece of his mind, when a strange sound broke through his anger. Something was softly crackling, and the room was just a bit warmer than it had been moments ago. Perception 5. Success. He looked down as realization struck him. There, in his hand, was the writ of payment, or what was left of it. It had been neatly sliced in 2 millimeters from where his hand grasped it. The ends were crisping and turning to ash. He forced his hand open, and the wonderful, beautiful embodiment of his monetary dreams erupted into bright white flames, and then was gone. Korash sank to his knees. No! Chapter 13. The Empress's Spire. Care Realta. The reborn empire of Fey Riash. With every step, Korash reminded himself that she was basically a goddess. She could zap him with lightning, or turn him into a devil dog, or feed him to a slore. Anything, really. He stopped before the entrance to the great observatory, where Amnok waited for him. He could feel her. It was kind of gross, really. He took a trio of deep, calming breaths, trademark, and reached for the massive doors. They opened at his touch, which he was thankful for. He could handle most doors, but these looked really big, and he didn't want to find someone to ask him to help get them open. That would be embarrassing. She was waiting for him, wearing a robe woven from starlight. Here, at the top of the Empress's spire, sat the great observatory of Al-Hazred, an artifact thought to be lost to the ages. As the stars spun above, their silver lights shining against the darkness of nightfall, the observatory gathered the light and magnified it into a spinning panoply of the heavens. Here was a binary star, and there was a violet nebula. Korash quickly averted his gaze from the latter as some dark thing shifted within. Counseling 1. Success. The void wouldn't be staring back at him today, thank you very much. Amnok placed aside the spool of starlight she had been twisting into thread as she turned to greet him. "Well met, my knight," she said, her voice pushing aside the remnants of his anger. His attitude, when faced with the king of a human nation, had been one of dispassion. Here was a being truly worthy of devotion. Conviction 2. Failure. "Your knight greets you, my empress," he heard himself say as he fell to his knees. He was staring into her eyes. Weren't you supposed to not do that? No matter how he tried, he couldn't force himself to look away.
I have brought you here to seek your counsel and charge you with the execution of your next task.
She motioned for him to rise, and the rings on her fingers reflected the starlight in a rainbow of glory. He could only do as she commanded.
It seems the humans call this land Eastmere and claim dominion over it, from the Sea of Loss, far to the north of their capital, to the Valley of the Fallen, south of these howling grasslands which have replaced my beautiful mountain citadel.
This is true, my Empress, he said, not really sure where she was going with it. His eyes were watering from staring at her, and he blinked. The shock of having volition again rocked him, and as he opened his eyes, he was careful not to directly meet her gaze. She tisked at him and continued.
They sully the nearby roads with their filthy trade, she sneered. What goods of consequence could some paltry human kingdom possibly produce? I am considering sending a squad of spellbreakers up to their little castle to put them in their place. What say you? You could even lead them into battle.
This was bad. He needed to defuse the situation. How was he supposed to convince the ancient Fey noble who created elves that the world needed more than just elves in it? He thought fast, deciding that where persuasion had failed, bribery might prevail.
O wise ruler, I understand your distress. The city of Sunblade has stood for 300 years and has repelled all invaders that have attempted to breach its walls. They are made from a strange blend of iron-rich stone that interferes with the flow of Ethereum through spell forms.
Law 6. Critical success. She was drawing a breath to respond, and he knew that if she started talking, he would never convince her.
Now, it is foolish to think that such a thing would be able to stop you, my Empress. But the effectiveness of the walls against lesser magics have been proven time and again. In order to assure victory, you would have to appear on the battlefield yourself. Is that truly worth the effort? No, I propose a different path, one that will both improve your posture here and allow you to gain more information about the workings of modern humans.
She stared at him for a moment, and not in a bad way.
Continue, my knight. What is this plan of yours?
Now came the tricky part.
Forge a relationship with them. Appoint an ambassador and see what comes of it. You can use these diplomatic channels to evaluate the best way to bring them into the Empire's embrace.
He didn't like the way he'd said that last part. He sounded like the most dangerous of animals. A true patriot. She wrinkled her beautiful nose at him.
I don't like it. Humans smell and their clothing chafes. Their metalwork is shoddy, even if they do produce good steel rather quickly. What would we even trade with them? We make our own foodstuffs and will not share them, nor would we sully the lines of our steeds or hounds.
Gorash smiled.
The humans are afraid of us, he said. Our reputation as a warlike race of conquerors has survived the ages, though none living have known of our people, save through the most ancient of stories. This perception can best serve us if we disprove it.
Her nose wrinkled even more.
I will not be seen as weak. Our people deserve to rule. Of course we do, he said through a mental sigh.
The power of a god, the beauty of Helen of Troy, and the morals of Hitler. He just couldn't catch a break.
But if we come to them offering our guidance, to teach them to better themselves through our superior wisdom, craftsmanship, and even basic magical instruction, I will not give our secrets to the unworthy.
She seemed to grow a meter taller as she shouted, and the rings on her fingers glowed like tiny frozen flames. Gorash fell back a step and raised his hands in a calming gesture. Conviction 2 failed, but became a success due to other factors.
No, my Empress, I would never suggest that you share the high magic with anyone outside our great nation, he stammered. It is a different type of knowledge, one that we take for granted, that the humans would fall on their faces to have.
She calmed, and the godlike presence faded. He'd dodged an arrow just now. He'd have to be more careful. Perhaps a demonstration. When she nodded, he continued, "Take a simple magical effect such as this." He raised his arms and pulled the sleeves of his robe back, then gestured to an open section of floor where guests could stand and observe the stars. As he focused his intent, a glowing purple circle began to form. The form grew until it was 2 meters in diameter, and he began to speak. "Fritios vitalis, sholash complu ro ha nifka'a." With each syllable, he felt his mana drained from him, and each word became more difficult to force past his tongue and into the world. This, however, was magic, and Korash understood magic. Primordial Magic 10 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. With each word, runes erupted around the perimeter of the circle. As the last syllable of his spell fell into silence, darkness appeared. It was formless and vast, an eternity contained within the small area of the summoning circle. As the void coalesced, it took on a roughly humanoid shape. Korash could tell it was looking at him. Then it bowed. Amnok clapped at him slowly and sarcastically.
"Excellent job, my knight. You have summoned an obedient shadow. The spell's power is adequate. Any of my magi could do the same. I fail to see what relevance this has to our discussion."
The spell had used 400 of his mana, and even the addition of one more modifier would have pushed the spell beyond his ability to fuel it. Since mana was twice as efficient compared to the Ethereum most casters commanded, even a master-level primordial mage would need to be around level 15 to cast such a spell. Before he responded, he glanced at the shadow. It wasn't good for much in combat. This was a literal construct of shadow, not an undead monstrosity. No energy drain, no strength-sapping touch, none of that. But it made an excellent scout.
"Go to the city of Sunblade and find a shop called Adam and Leaves. Take a helix fig and a lemon of joy, and return here with them."
The shadow bowed once more and disappeared, moving at the speed of darkness.
"I agree with your assessment, my Empress, but this proves my point. The spell I just cast, the one that you indicated would be simple for any elven mage, demonstrates a command of mortal-tier magic that is simply beyond all but the strongest human magic users."
She smiled at him, the grin more like a predator in the wild than a ruler of nations.
"Then they will be easy to conquer."
This time, his sigh was real.
"Technically true, though if it is, you would have gained little and spent much. If you offer to teach them the deeper secrets of mortal magic, you will only be advancing them to the edge of what such weak magic is capable of. It costs you nothing, and you stand to gain a great deal. That quality steel you mentioned, at the least."
She folded her arms.
"I am not yet convinced." "You will be," Korash said as the shadow appeared beside him. The entity did not technically teleport, it simply moved at the speed of darkness. He held out his hands, and the shadow passed its misty appendages over his own. When it drew back, he held the items he had requested. "I dismiss you," he said, and the shadow dispersed like mist in the wind. "Here, my Empress, I have acquired gifts for you." He prayed his gamble had worked, or he would have just convinced an immortal despot to slaughter a kingdom. He proffered the helix fig, and she took it gracefully from his outstretched hand. Where normal figs were bulbous and purple, this one was shaped more like 2 tiny bananas twisted around each other. Each displayed a pattern of crimson and gold pigment on its skin, and the colors twisted and blended in the spiral pattern from which the fruit took its name. Amnok's brow arched. "What am I supposed to do with this? It's beautiful, but—" "Eat it," Korash suggested. As she continued to look skeptical, he added, "Please, my Empress." She glanced at him one last time as she popped the fruit into her mouth.
Those eyes said he might be risking quite a bit on his scheme. He wondered what life would be like after she polymorphed him into a furrow pig. Her prismatic eyes lit from within as she bit down on the soft fruit.
It tastes as though spearmint were a honey that one poured upon black currant.
Each one is different, Your Majesty, Korash replied through his growing smile. For those who can afford to eat them regularly, it's called climbing the ladder of perfection. As she swallowed, he held out the next gift. The lemon of joy, he said. It was invented by a monastery of human monks after more than 100 years of cultivation and selective breeding. The trees on which they grow are said to be alive, and they infuse their fruit with psionic energy that promotes a certain state of being. There are other varietals, though this one is the most sought after. There's no need to peel it. The rind is part of the experience. Law 6. Success. She wasted no time, biting through the fruit excitedly. The rind broke with a crystalline crunch.
Phenomenal,
she murmured after the fruit was gone and she had regained her composure. They should be, he thought. I just stole almost 1,000 gold from Adam the Mystic Fruitmonger. He shed a tear internally. Now that the fruit was gone, he only knew about these delicacies by reputation. Stupid ring.
And the human kingdoms grow these?
No, he said quickly. He couldn't let the right answer become burn the villages and seize the orchards. They bring them in from distant lands. Some are grown in other parts of the kingdom, true, and they trade for others. If you were to go to war,
the trade would stop.
She looked thoughtful. Just so, my Empress, he said. She was silent another moment.
Very well, she said. I shall appoint an ambassador and see if the humans are willing to trade such wonders for simple magic a toddler could learn.
He bowed silently, pleased that he had averted, or at least postponed, a war. It concerned him how often he seemed to forget about the extremely expansionist tendencies of his semi-adoptive people.
Now, she said, it is time to speak of greater things. Come.
She swept out of the room, and Korash followed dutifully after. The pulsing black mass in the center of the holographic galaxy seemed to watch them go, an unsettling but ultimately harmless quirk of the enchantment. Perception 5 succeeded, but critically failed due to tier differences. Chapter 14. Somewhere in Caer Realta, the reborn empire of Fey Riach. The runes covering every centimeter of the walls and ceiling of this room were unlike anything Korash had seen before. The inlaid floor was a complicated mandala of some silver metal which Amnok warned him not to touch as they moved to the center of the room. He carefully tiptoed through the twists and turns until he found himself at the center. Athletics 7, critical success. Amnok was there waiting for him, even though he had gone first and she hadn't passed him. Only a meter of space stood between them, yet somehow Amnok gracefully moved around him to place a shimmering cord of woven silver across the entrance to the mandala. As she did, a ripple of energy passed through the room, and Korash could feel a strange pressure on his mana reserve.
This room is warded against intrusion by the strongest effects I know how to create, my knight. It pains me to take such precautions, but times are desperate, and the consequences of being overheard are dire for us both. Much has changed since last we spoke.
Well, this definitely wasn't boring. He wondered what was happening that would give the Empress concerns. Who would even have the capability to spy on the elves? Was far-seeing magic even a thing?
What would you ask of me, my Empress? When we leave this room, I will advance your quest to free our people from imprisonment. I would ask you to avoid releasing King Titan for as long as you can, and that you ensure, at the very least, that Morrigan is released before he is.
That sounded suspiciously like the Fey version of high treason. When he had freed Amnok initially, the king of the Fae had made it quite clear that he expected Korash to free him as soon as possible. He had many questions, and he feared asking them would risk her ire. Counseling 1. Success. My Empress, I will respectfully not ask any clarifying questions. Does it suffice to say that I will do what I can? It does. Know that you will be rewarded each time you have the opportunity to free Titan, and do not do so until I tell you that it is time. I will say no more on this matter. The less you know, the better. At her knight's nod, she removed the cord, and the energy vanished from the room. She gestured for Korash to leave, and when he had finished traversing the winding path, she was waiting for him once more. Korash, you have done well in freeing me and the ancient stronghold of my people. Alas, I cannot monopolize your service when my family still cries out for release. I exhort you, for my people, to choose. Korash once more felt the regard of something greater, and he felt his heart quicken. The voice crashed across his thoughts like a thunderbolt crafted from ancient oaks.
Holder of the Arcana, you have grown, changed, as it should be. I trust you will rectify your previous oversight and release me once more into the world.
The voice was everywhere and nowhere, and suddenly he knew his choices. Titan, the king of fairies, offers mastery of Geisa, the magic of promises and debts. Starts a unique quest. Berana, the queen of fairies, offers mastery of the Fae Mayan, a type of sorcery which allows the user to increase social abilities such as intimidation and seduction. Starts a unique quest. Maeve, the mother of the true Fae, brings the gift of waygates to Nightfall, awakening old magic that allows for long-distance travel. Prevents later release of Magna Mater, is a milestone. Magna Mater, the mother of excess, brings the gift of the ancient ways to Nightfall, allowing for long-distance travel. Prevents later release of Maeve, is a milestone. This was a hard choice. He had been counting on selecting Morrigan just to get her out of the way. She had been available as a choice last time. What was different? He wouldn't find answers to that question in time. The safe choice would be Berana. Those mutually exclusive options have to be awesome, said a voice in his head. He was fairly sure it was his own voice, actually. Such options were almost universally more awesome because of all the consequences involved. New factions? New zones? Phenomenal cosmic power! Law 6 failure. Fae Arcana 1 failure. Counseling 1 failure. Even the bored yawn of the king of the Fae shook his brain. He needed to get on with it. Foggy thoughts of life before nightfall intruded into his mind, reminding him of other games which reminded him that this was a game. Both exclusive choices seemed to offer the same logical outcome, fast travel. While the window dressing might be different and the later rewards could differ substantially, the inherent nature of the two choices should be the same.
You should not need to deliberate, Nightman. The wise choice is to honor your future monarch, now!
Korash was pretty sure his thoughts were bleeding, and it hurt exactly as much as he would have guessed, if he had ever thought about it, which he hadn't. He made his choice. Most high and powerful king, one servant is an insufficient retinue for your greatness. We, your loyal servants, must prepare a place worthy of your personage. He felt a cold so deep it burned, or perhaps a heat so great it chilled him to the bone. It was wrath, pure and unadulterated. The greatest anger imaginable from a being so powerful that his entire race had been exiled from the world, surged against his thoughts, turning his vision red, then mauve. Soon he saw a color that went beyond his ability to describe. It was the color of rage, of disbelief, and something else he couldn't quite identify. Then the feeling vanished, and Korash was again aware of his surroundings. He turned his gaze to Amnok, the Fey Empress of the Elves. The swirling colors of her eyes spun in a vortex, and the expression on her face was one he never imagined that he would see.
Korash, what have you done?
The words carried her emotions in nearly physical form. She was afraid. Chapter 15. The Empress's Spire, Ground Floor, Caer Realta, the Reborn Empire of Fey Riash. Amnok raised both hands, twisting them in complicated patterns that Korash could not begin to understand. Her topaz ring glittered, and he felt a great wind blow through the hallway. Shutting his eyes against the force, it dissipated a moment later. When he opened his eyes once more, the two of them stood just outside the castle gates.
Oh, my knight, would that you were wise enough to see the consequences of your actions.
The sounds of unseen gnashing teeth and digging claws filled the air around him. The earth roiled beneath his feet. He heard, somewhere far off, laughing children. It reminded him a little of the ghoul tunnels, actually, except the laughing children part. That was new and terrifying. As the sounds intensified, seeming to rush by his ears and then fade again, as if he were surrounded by invisible laughing dragonflies, Amnok began casting another spell. Light rippled through all 10 of her rings, the opal and the amethyst glowing the brightest. She held both hands out toward him, fingers bent into claws as if grasping something. She frowned in concentration as he felt strange forces wrap around him. The light from the 2 gems lit up the dark plains and cast strange shadows behind them both. Korash felt the beggar's band of bankruptcy grow warm. Within moments it glowed cherry red, then white hot, and then it melted entirely, taking much of the surrounding flesh with it. He flung his hand out, casting the slag away from him, his charred finger pulsing with searing, unimaginable pain. The light doubled once more, a globe of radiance in the endless darkness that illuminated everything within a kilometer. Korash caught sight of a surprised wizard-bane stalker as the concealing darkness around it vanished. It quickly thought better of ambushing the two and turned, bounding away from the light. A sudden crack marked the end of the spell, and with it, the scratching noises receded. As the light died, Korash saw that the 2 gemstones were now marred by unsightly fissures, their magic obviously spent. The power Amnok called forth had broken them.
I have bought you minutes, no more, and even so it cost me greatly. Korash, listen to me. I will imbue you with the 7-league stride, and you must use it to get as far away from anything and everything you care about as quickly as possible. Do not stop running. The magic will not place your feet unsafely. Whether through her servants or her magic, nothing can stop her from taking you. Do you understand? But shouldn't she just appear here like you did? He glanced around nervously as a gentle tremor rippled through the ground beneath his feet. Korash felt her enchantment settle over him like a cloak as the citron and emerald rings twinkled. Oh, child, the Magna Mater goes to no one. All come to her and kneel. Now go! Korash took a moment to orient himself. He would run south toward the Valley of the Fallen. Law 6, success. He turned, braced himself, and began to run. As he took his first step, the world blurred around him. His foot hit an unexpected hump that had not been there a moment before, and his elven grace saved him from a tumble. Athletics 7 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. With his next step, the world blurred again. He was surrounded by the tall, cutting blades of grass that made the howling grassland so dangerous. Another step and he was on open ground, surrounded by chewed stalks of that same grass.
As he moved once more, a cloud of locusts leaped into the air, millions thick, a plague in truth. Another step brought him to more locusts. The next saw his foot land in the campfire of a group of crowbolds, scattering embers to the sky. He was gone before the flames could find purchase on him. A forest clearing, the back of a dire wilderlops, ankle-deep in a stream. With each stride, he heard the chewing and scratching grow louder, closer. His foot crunched on scree, scattering gravel away. With his abyssal sight casting away the darkness, he could see the Valley of the Lost in the distance, glowing the faint, uneasy green he had come to associate with necromancy. Only what he was seeing wasn't a valley. Valleys implied mountains. This was a canyon, and a grand one at that. His next step took him straight to the edge, which, in hindsight, he should have expected. He stared down at the faintly glowing bottom of the great gouge in the world's flesh. It was easily 40 kilometers down, and his sharp elven eyes could see bones on the sides of the cliff. Moving bones. Perception 5 failed, but succeeded due to tier differences. All in all, it was a lot to take in as his body continued moving forward, ready to take the next step of his frenzied escape. He felt himself begin to pitch forward over the edge. Had the magic failed? His leading foot touched down. He had made it. He ran a few more steps before he realized the magic had vanished. He looked behind him, and the reality of the valley presented itself. He couldn't see the side he'd come from. That meant it had to extend beyond the curvature of the planet. He turned to start running again, only to hear the screech of claws rending something metallic. A hot wind blew up from beneath him, reeking of moldy earth and carrion. He peered around the valley in a panic, but dark red, glistening walls were the only visible detail. He looked up just in time to see, far above him, a curved line of teeth. They clamped together, swallowed the sky, and for just an instant, all was darkness. When his sight returned, he wished it hadn't. A sanity roll has been made. Chapter 16. Magna Mater's Abode. He was somewhere underground. The floor was composed of loose, dark loam, and worms by the dozen writhed within it, churning the soil. He could only see about 3 meters out before the darkness was total. His abyssal sight was supposed to pierce all darkness. Before him, the only non-dirt object he could see was a severed head, one that was obviously alive. Its skin was reminiscent of dark brown leather, and its hair was trapped somewhere between a rat's fur and a chimney-cleaning brush, sticking out in all directions in a brown halo that made no distinction between beard and mane. The terrifying face appeared as though it had grown from the top of someone's bald spot, peering out of a ring of bushy, filthy hair. The thing's 2 large eyes peered at him. Each one contained 3 slit pupils, the one in the center being slightly longer, like claw marks. A ghastly mouth stretched too far around its face, ringed by lips which were too pronounced, like they were swollen. As he watched, the gruesome pate wobbled on its stump. With a reedy grunt, it fell forward as 4 twigs began to push their way out of the thing's neck. The limbs were bent and covered in bark, with dried and dead creeper vines curled at intervals around them. 2 of the sticks stopped once they protruded about 50 centimeters, while the other 2 grew to twice that length. The long growths pushed against the ground, and the face pulled itself up from the dirt to lean forward on its long arms that bent in too many places. The twig-like extremities ended in curved chitinous hooks, too small to be called weapons, but too sharp to be harmless. Suddenly, the thing's eyes darted up into the blackness behind him. Its lips parted slightly, revealing hundreds of tiny, needle-like teeth. It giggled like a child and fell on its face once more. A sound broke the silence. The thing was purring? Korash spun around, searching the darkness and finding nothing. He knew he should move or fight, but a deep sense of foreboding kept him where he was. This wasn't a random encounter. Counseling 1. Success.
Hello, my savior.
The voice of a young woman echoed from the darkness to his left, worn from a life of unimaginable hardships. It was soft and timid, as if its owner would be punished for daring to make a sound. Who's there? His conviction was working overtime to keep him from panicking. He needed predictable, simple, nice, easy questions that had nice, easy answers.
You know my name,
answered the voice, this time coming from his right side. As it spoke the last word, he felt it in his being. There was only one class of beings that spoke this way. He swallowed, his throat dry. I do, Almighty Fae, he agreed, turning around slowly. The head on the floor continued its quivering prostration.
Say it,
the voice hissed, too quickly, rising from the ground just beyond where the creature lay. The pitiful thing scuttled in a 0-degree turn to face the voice, never lifting its face from the dirt.
Say my name, and we shall talk.
Alarm bells started going off in his head. Amnok hadn't been like this. She'd been forthright about things. He could see her, understand her, and she never asked him to perform any simple yet ominous tasks which he otherwise would never have thought twice about. Law 6 critically succeeded, but became a normal success due to tier differences. Was this some sort of Fae thing? A trap, maybe? Why? He asked, trying to hide the terror in his voice. You know I know your name, and you already know mine. Why must I say it? Would she answer, or was he going to respond for his insolence?
Because it is written!
The force of the voice, now emitting from somewhere far above him, blasted him to his knees. The worms in the soil split open, spilling their tiny worm guts out onto the loose soil, and the twig limbs of the thing snapped in several places. His head ringing, Korash brought forth his staff and used it to push himself up onto one knee. 3 words had taken out about half his health. Dying might actually be safer if she was going to become a world boss or something. A raid might be fun, if I can find enough people for a raid group, he thought. I wonder if the elves would help. Where is it written, O voice? Tell me your tale, that I might know how best to serve. He gulped air as his lungs suddenly ran dry. He'd forgotten how to breathe for a moment. He'd almost said, how best to serve you, which he was pretty sure was the best way to go if he wanted to be locked in Arcadia and used as a table or a butler or something. Law 6 critically succeeded, but became a normal success due to tier differences. Fae Arcana 1 success. The silence was alive, seething in its intensity for a few long seconds. Did he just see movement in the darkness? When the voice spoke once more, it sounded torn by grief. By moments frail or echoing with power, it recited in odd cadence.
The first of 2, a king I birthed. Rejoice! Fathoms tall, he broke the clans. My nephew Titan, hating his crown usurped lifelong. Our plight distorted, trapped within song, awaiting Nightman's voice.
The force lashing out at random through the power of the words tore Korash from his feet once more. As he weathered the onslaught, his ears burst from the strain, only to heal once more in the instants between sounds. By the end, his brain felt as slow as molasses as he pulled himself out of the muck. The worms were back, and he could feel them squirming through his robes. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath and trying to focus. Fae Arcana 3 success. Conviction 2 failure. Counseling 1 failure. Your son was the king of the Fae before Titan took power, I guess. I didn't hear anything that told me why I had to say your name specifically, which might be on me. It doesn't seem to violate Akbar's principle anyway. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Law 6 critically succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences and penalties. Straining, he pushed himself all the way to his feet using his staff, then tried to pull it from the mud. His biceps jiggled flaccidly, which made him giggle. Prowess 7 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. No sense putting it off, he supposed. Magna Mater, he said half-heartedly. Something stirred in the darkness, just out of sight.
Again!
The voice whispered directly in his ear, and it held a seductive timbre.
Louder!
Magna Mater. Most of his instincts were crying out that this was, in fact, the worst idea, trademark. Somehow, he just wasn't able to bring himself to listen.
Yes,
heard the voice from somewhere in the soil beneath him. He thought that was funny, and he started to chuckle until the voice spoke again.
Once more, like you believe.
The voice was in both ears, which tickled, and not in a good way. What was he supposed to be doing right now? Conviction 2, critical failure. He'd figure it out once he finished doing what the voice wanted him to do. Since he still couldn't free his staff from the muck, he raised both arms over his head and shouted into the darkness. Magna Mater! The sound of his voice echoed in the blackness, and a wave of dizziness assaulted him. Why was his brain so confused? Confused? Confusion? Status? Interaction with an incomprehensible being from a foreign plane of existence has rendered you confused. You are now more susceptible to the voices in your head and suffer vast penalties to rolls for logical thinking, problem-solving, or memory. You automatically fail most conviction rolls to resist fulfilling reasonable requests. The duration of this effect has been greatly reduced. Fey Arcana 3, success. As the debuff timed out a few seconds later, Korash felt his head clear. The magnitude of what he'd done crashed over him, but he didn't have time to collapse into a psychotic break.
At last,
the voice sighed, swirling all around him. He could still feel the overwhelming force of the voice, though most of its previous urgency was gone. He had been right earlier. There was something stirring in the darkness, just beyond his range of vision.
Well, I did as you requested and didn't even ask for anything in return. What's next? Going to run off and leave me down here? You could at least turn on the lights and let me see your extraplanar majesty.
Korash was feeling rather salty about the way things had just gone down. Had he kept it together, he might have been able to get her to give him some additional rewards.
Oh, my dear Korash, we'll get to that. For now, how about we chat eye to eye?
Before he could respond, something slid into view from the darkness above him. It was the mottled brown and white of a mushroom, and it grew from the size of a melon to the size of a handcart as it moved closer to him, then slowly began to arc away from him. It was a nose. The massive facial feature was bent and twisted like a tortured root vegetable, its tip bent downward in the classic witch configuration. The underside, as well as the brief glimpse he had of the septum, showed that it was frilled like the cap of a fungus. Another shift in the darkness, and more of the face to which the nose was attached began to move toward him. The lips turned down at the corners, sagging into jowls that wobbled from the motion. The skin, still that same fungal patchwork, was weathered and leathery in some places, and paper-thin and ancient in others. Here and there, thick, wiry hairs longer than his arm poked through. It was only when one of them twitched at him that he realized they were spider legs. He couldn't blink, he couldn't breathe, and in a strange turn of good luck, he couldn't vomit. Waves of scent crashed over him as the face loomed closer. The moldy stench of freshly turned earth, compost and rain, and earthworm slime on the sidewalk, the muddy stink of stagnant water, pus and toe jam, the unique scent of unwashed folds of skin in August. Above him, a vast white moon was rising. It vanished into the brown for an instant, only to re-emerge, slightly larger. A vast black crater marred the center of the growing moon. His elven hearing picked up a wet membrane-on-membrane frictional sound. The moon blinked. Her eye. It was her eye. This should not be happening. There should be nothing in this world so large, so present, like a black hole growing up from the soil. He was starting to go mad. Conviction 2 critically failed, but became a success due to an effect placed on you. He felt his thoughts stitch themselves back together, though their newfound solidarity was tested once more as the Fae's gigantic face loomed closer and closer. His perspective began to shift, and the eye seemed to expand, pushing the other details of the massive visage away. Soon, the great eye was all he could see. The pupil shrank as it focused on him, and he found himself staring at an iris unlike anything he could imagine. The eye was a dirty brown, with striations like tree roots twisting through it. No, they were tree roots. The scene wavered, and a catfish swam lazily by, passing between two of the roots and vanishing into unknown depths with a flick of its tail. Korash realized that he was looking up from beneath the waters of a great swamp. If he truly focused, he could see the distorted horizon line of an embankment that stretched from one side of the iris to the other, its lines only broken by the occasional floating piece of decaying wood or root. There, on that far shore, in a dry world so different from the watery one he was observing, a figure crouched on the bank. It reached out a hand to the water, and he reached back. Was reaching back. He was seeing himself, impossibly, reflected in the great eye. Was he the real him, or the reflection? Or were they both real? The eye shrank as if pulling back from him. Korash blinked the tears from his straining eyes, and suddenly he could see dirt again. Ground. The formless cavern from mere moments before. A wizened crone in simple brown homespun tottered before him. She smiled, her eyes alight with mischief. She clutched a bent walking stick that she raised and waved in his face.
"Coming back to us yet, young one? You're not going to give up on reality, are you? A knight of our court should have more fortitude than that."
He shook himself from the strange thoughts, then buried them somewhere safe in his mind where they'd never, ever come out again. Insight 2, failure. "Sorry," he said. "So, this is you?"
"Child, you were much closer to seeing my true self before than you are right now. Currently, you're helping me not unravel your mind by expecting me to be something more like what you're seeing. Though, of course, that's not to say that I'm not also exactly what you see in front of you."
Oh. His head hadn't hurt this much since Amnok had shoved the secrets of high magic into it. Was that going to happen again? The thought intruded into his mind and was gone before he could fully process it. The old woman shifted one arm away from her chest, swinging a large gunny sack free from her back. She hunched less, and with a surprisingly elegant stretch, she straightened even further. The bag rested on the ground, though her hand still gripped the rough hemp that tied it shut. Was she getting younger? Korash shook his head angrily. "No time for that, brain," he thought. "You can only process so much of this, and we still need to get out of here." "So," he said, filling the seconds of silence, "you're supposed to open the ancient ways so I can travel more quickly?" She chuckled, and it was not entirely unpleasant, falling somewhere between his great-grandmother's laugh and a stereotypical child-devouring cackle. It wasn't safe, exactly. More like safe, ?
"No, dear boy, I'm supposed to bring back the ancient ways. I trust you understand the difference."
To his horror, he did. Law 6 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Fae Arcana 1, success. The ancient ways weren't a place, they were a way of life. They were why the modern religion he'd known since childhood. That isn't true. My childhood was different. I can't let myself get distracted. Focus! Use the term, the one true God. No. The angels, devils, fae, and even the demons had once been akin to gods among the original human inhabitants of the lands. Those who had agreed to serve them did so in exchange for becoming more than they were. His new elven form was a mild expression of the process. Humanity had been able to forget many of the horrors it had known after the 4 elder races were sealed away. As those original primal forces had been changed and forced into the shape of their prisons, it had meant that some of those ancient troubles would never return. The wild hunt might still run across the sky, and its hounds might chase mortals over hill and dale, but now, bound as they were to their individual stories, the hunt would only be called at dusk when the moon was caught between light and darkness, and those inside their homes would be kept safe. Those were rules, and the Fae could no more break a rule than he could remember why he felt like he really needed to email his poor mother. This wasn't strictly true, however. He needed to just go with it for now.
An old age is reborn today,
she was saying. He needed to figure out what to call her.
Once more the disaffected and the broken, the enraged and the starving, the orphaned and the orphaner shall call out the name of the great mother in the wilderness, and I shall come to them.
He said. That doesn't sound too bad. She was going to say more. He was just sure of it. She couldn't leave him with his delusions that he hadn't released something absolutely horrible into the world.
That is what always fascinated me about your kind, she said. You want growth, but you don't understand it. One man, robbed of everything, desires revenge on the raiders that slaughtered his family.
Her eyes lost focus, then she lost focus. It was as if she were suddenly miles away, though her form was still right there in front of him. When she spoke, her voice echoed as if she shouted to him across a vast ravine.
I am with him now. He is small, he thinks. He could not save his daughter from the swords of the men who came to their cottage seeking gold they did not earn. He could not save his wife from the atrocities that they brought with them. He wants to be more, to feel like he did not fail the ones he loved. I would have done the same for my Ball Org, my beautiful boy, if I could have. And so he shall grow.
Korash could hear agonized screaming and the twisting and snapping of bones. The screams grew deeper, more guttural, and soon became roars. How? That man's path could not have been what you have changed him into. How can you defy the true God so easily? What of the balance? A small, annoying part of his mind buzzed, reminding him of levels and stat blocks and game balance. It didn't disagree that this seemed out of balance, just of the terms Korash was using. He reminded himself to think more about the concept later.
Where was the one true God, the man asks in his heart, when those bandits showed up at my door? His path was that of a woodcutter, not a tragic footnote in a hero's story. The true God, through my people, sought to give them choice, to provide agency beyond that of a strict path tied to boring, repeated dialogue in the same endless grind from each dawn to each dusk. But he could not make us agents of growth and deny us free will. We are tools that he forged, but we wield ourselves.
Her voice receded even further into the distance.
There is another, and it is through him that we will discuss how balance is preserved. He is not so far away from the home of what is now the daily earth, and those same bandits brought the same fate upon his family that they did to the thing that now bonds through the forest, long grey arms itching with the need to rend and tear the flesh of the wicked. But it is their unreachable goal, my dear Korash, that sets them apart. The first man had a goal and knew what he needed to do to achieve that. When he called me to him, I heard the sweet melody of his desires, and I simply unlocked his flesh and gave his character record over to his own longing. He made the changes all on his own, though I'm afraid he got a little carried away. All zeal and no conviction makes Jack a murderous madman, you know.
Her laughter was church bells chiming over a killing field.
This other man, though, he also knows what he wants, and he has the power to get it. Technically speaking, at least. You see, in his grief and pain, he does not think of revenge on those who brought him low. He lives on, hearing the echoes of happiness, and all he wants is to be free of the memories, to exist in silence, no longer feeling.
In the cave, she turned her face away from the elf just slightly, as if looking at someone who wasn't there. When she spoke again, her words were not for him.
Take up the knife and go to the field, my child.
A faraway voice, muffled and soft, murmured in response.
You know the place, the one where your eldest son got his foot trapped in the rabbit hole. It was only a sprain, but he was gone for hours. It was past dark when you stumbled in with him in your arms, and you reached safely only seconds before the black walk of the moors should have eaten you.
The voice mumbled, and Korash heard a door slam closed.
That's right,
she said to empty air.
She was never more beautiful than that night, standing in the glow of the fire, tears streaming down her face. 9 months later, your other son came along, and you were so sure he would be an adventurer like your grandfather.
Korash could feel a faint breeze coming from nowhere. He heard the rustle of wheat.
You're almost there,
she said.
Raise the knife and think of me. Can you remember my name? There was a time when none living spoke it without cause, and I came to them all and helped them grow strong enough to take what they desire.
Her voice was soft and strangely caring. A shout burst forth from the air beside him, loud enough that it must have torn the man's throat open as he screamed.
Magna Mater, Great Mother, rescue your child! I give myself to your embrace, suck the gristle from my talons, and strip the very meat from my paws! Ah!
A wet thud, a wheezing gasp, and Korash felt hot blood spray across his face. Shocked, he turned and found a corpse lying upon the dark earth. The Great Mother reached out to the still form as if to comfort a sleeping child. She lifted the body, still weakly pumping blood, into her arms. Then, with a sickening pop, she unhinged her jaw and shoved the body, knife and all, into her mouth. In a single gulp, it was gone. She patted her stomach as she turned her face back to him.
Now, I think you're ready to meet the Gremlings. You'll like them, I'm sure.
Chapter 17. Magna Mater's Abode. Korash took a deep breath, pushing his nausea away. Stamina 6. Success. He stared at the withered hag, who smiled toothlessly, then pointed behind him.
Be nice, children,
she said as he turned, and turned. There was nothing behind him, but something skittered in his peripheral vision. He kept turning, daring for the first time to take his eyes off of the Great Mother. He had made a full turn when he finally saw it, the severed head from before. The grotesque figure now sported a tiny bow tie around its neck stump. It opened its mouth wide, showcasing its horrible teeth once more.
Hello,
it croaked. Hi, Korash managed to respond as he considered the creature. Noggin Conductor, Mortal Tear, one of 3 creatures that together make up a Grema. The Noggin are beings of average intellect and limited motility. They have an innate sense of danger and are almost never far from their companions. They delight in using their stick-like limbs to dissect the works of mortal hands, taking apart all manner of complicated devices if left alone. It is said the bite of a noggin cannot be healed without a tincture made from a cat's tail. This specimen is preparing to deliver a concert. Law 6, success. That was unsettling. At least the monster was relatively weak. So, you've got a song to play for me, little guy? Korash tried to make his smile friendly. It wobbled affirmatively and spun in place, raising one sharp arm and pointing into the darkness. The gloom fell away as if from a spotlight, revealing another twisted monstrosity from the lands of the fairy. Dead bramble vines had woven together to form a spine from which 6 switches of green wood bent outward, giving it the appearance of a 6-limbed centipede. Its cranium was just a twisted mass of vegetation in the shape of a mantis head. More dead vines curled out from either side, creating horns, while stunted green fruits bunched together like grapes graced the ends. Graber Harmonizer, mortal tier. One of 3 creatures that together make up a Gramer. The Graber are beings of little intelligence and great curiosity. They use their many legs to carry them toward the object of their desire. If it is small enough to be carried in the Graber's prehensile horns, it will be taken back to the hive. If it is too large to fit or too heavy to lift, the Graber will tear it apart until that problem is solved, often calling other Graber to assist. This specimen is preparing to provide musical accompaniment. It was nice for the otherworldly horror insects to put on a concert for him, but he wished they wouldn't. His wishes had zero effect on the creature, which began hissing and chirping in a haunting melody that Korash was sure he recognized. The noggin waved its other stick, and another blast of light revealed his next conviction check. Conviction 2, success. It took the form of a flesh-colored snake. 7 tiny eyes blinked asynchronously at him. Only one was ever open at a time. 4 stubby pink bulbs came out of the thing's face, and from between them flicked at least 3 black tongues, each flexible and forked like a snake's. Its body was subtly segmented, almost like a worm's. The tiny scales were also understated, making the thing resemble human skin more than a reptile's hide. It was also tapered in the wrong direction, being no more than 5 centimeters thick at its head and nearly thrice that at its tail end. That was not to say it had a tail, for the body just sort of stopped, ending in a completely flat area that was bright red, save for a small white spot just 2 centimeters in diameter. As he watched, dark and wriggling tendrils of flesh wormed their way out of the spot. They braced themselves against the ground and pushed the thing forward slowly. Illeginon Tappa, mortal tier. One of 3 creatures that together make up a Gramer. The Illeginon are creatures of little curiosity and great mobility. They slither like serpents and can reach speeds faster than a galloping horse, but their true strength lies in their ability to jump. Their mouth is beneath their body, and they cannot contort themselves like a true snake, so they must leap at their prey to deliver their deadly venom. The sage Dorland once wrote of the beasts, "If it bites you and you die, it's poisonous. If you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. If you bite it while it's biting you and you die twice, it's an Illeginon." This one is preparing to keep the beat. Law 6, success. It started tapping its head against the ground, creating a percussive sound that did indeed serve as the beat to the eerie music its companion was providing. Once more, the chamber's darkness receded, this time in a ring around the 3 performers. A whole row of noggins sat there, stacked one upon another, 4 or 5 high in a wall of frazzled hair and staring eyes. As one, they began to sing, and Korash's brain finally supplied him the song's name. It was an old song sung by sailors more than 200 years ago on Earth.
What shall we do with a sweet flesh man thing? What shall we do with a sweet flesh man thing? What shall we do with a sweet flesh man thing just before the gloaming?
The black fled once more, and scores of Grabers skittered all over the wall of heads. The song grew louder, as if more voices joined in for the chorus.
Strip away his tender skin, and eat him. Strip away his tender skin, and eat him. Strip away his tender skin, and eat him just before the gloaming.
Again, the gloom fled, and a horde of Illeganung leaped over the assembled masses. A small part of Korash's brain admitted that the choreography was quite lovely.
What shall we do with the fleeing matron? What shall we do with the fleeing matron? What shall we do with the fleeing matron just before the gloaming?
At last, the force restricting his vision fled completely, and he saw the cavern's full extent for the first time. His eyes widened in shock. Just past the gathered tangle of Fae, the moist soil vanished completely, sloping down an unknowable distance. It went on for kilometers, and the whole unimaginable pit was filled with creatures. Each burst into song, creating an unholy harmony. The twisted face of a bat was plastered on the body of a white grub the size of a child, and it sang. The hunched shape of a woman crouched atop a fat toad 2 meters wide, her face nothing but river water, and she sang. A laughing dog devoured its own tail as it spun in place, and it sang. As he spun, forced by some sick instinct to turn his gaze upon the foul choir before him, the song became all-encompassing. As he made a complete circuit, his gaze fell upon the vast bulk of Magnum Mater, so far away her great rolls of swollen flesh hidden beneath tides of monsters, only her massive shoulders and head above the sea that was her children.
Fall upon a helpless child and take her. Fall upon a helpless child and take her. Fall upon a helpless child and take her just before the gloaming. What shall we do with the passing tradesman? What shall we do with the passing tradesman? What shall we do with the passing tradesman just before the gloaming?
The Noggin, Scraper, and Illeganung squirmed together as they sang, and as they squirmed, they melted. The stick arms of the Noggins wrapped around the heads of the Graber, who themselves were twisting their legs around their bodies in an ovoid cylinder. The fruit on their horns swelled and grew, forming 4 long curved fruits and a shorter one. Hands. The Illeganung poured tentacles from their ends, which lashed out and grabbed the protruding spines of the Graber. Spouts of pink liquid shot into the air, covering the union of the 3 creatures in a parody of a cocoon. After a few moments, the pink liquid turned dark, then ceased altogether. The singing never stopped, never lessened. It grew to a joyous crescendo, the millions of mouths, each shouting the words into the cavern.
Crawl inside his mind and become him. Crawl inside his mind and become him. Crawl inside his mind and become him. Do it for the mother.
Silence reigned, and the darkness fell back into place like a curtain. All that remained was a single cocoon. It shuddered, then pushed itself up from the ground. The quivering bundle had arms, legs. As the dark gelatinous mass dripped down, it solidified into what looked like a dark overcoat, complete with buttons. Its feet were bare, and one pointed inward slightly. A single mole on the top of the left foot blinked at him, and above, on shoulders that were the exact width of the Graber's horned head, smiled the same smile as the Noggin, his bow tie slightly off-center. Only one of its teeth was jagged and sharp. The monster winked at him.
"So pleased to meet you, Koresh,"
it said, and took a step forward, extending one hand.
"Gek,"
said Koresh. The thing laughed and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the impression of its identity in his mind. Nebian Grema, legendary tier. This creature is the mature form of an incubated Noggin, Graber, and Illeganung. It can pass as any normal humanoid to any without enhanced perception, and may even fool observers with these powers due to the insidious nature of its fey illusions. It visits only in the brief twilight period before nightfall, and seeks to subdue and capture men and women to return to Magna Mater for conversion into gremlins. The cavern was filled with a cacophonous howling and the sound of something hard striking rocks. Koresh felt a tremor run through the ground and realized the worms had disappeared. A wrinkled hand touched his shoulder. Even as he tried not to look at it, the dirty, yellowed, broken nails intruded on his vision. They seemed to slip through the fabric of his clothing, their jagged ends sinking just too far into his flesh for it to be an accident. Here and there, winding blue veins throbbed and writhed beneath the age-spotted skin, like worms seeking to escape infertile soil.
"See, I told you that you'd like them."
The crone's raspy voice was so close he could feel her breath, and it was not hot, but as cold as winter itself. Her massive presence pressed against his mind, and he felt it pulling him down into darkness. Conviction 2. Failure. Chapter 18. Howling Grasslands, Kingdom of Eastmere. Arthur woke slowly, wondering who had set his alarm to creepywhispers.mp3. He felt loose earth beneath one hand and short, sharp vegetation beneath the other. Why was he sleeping outside? He cracked one eye open, and light lanced into his pupils, blinding him and kicking off a migraine. The brief glimpse he'd seen of deadly grass cut down to stalks and the tall spires of Caer Rialta brought memory crashing back. Worlds Unbound. The game that had become his life. He wasn't an elf, wasn't an ancient master born to weave spells from mana in combat with deadly creatures. He was playing a game, and he needed to get out. Those thoughts were becoming monumentally more difficult with each second. Already he felt tired, like his brain had just finished a battle with a scarecrow spider. He had quests to do, magic to learn. It was so easy to just let go of whatever it was he'd been worried about. So, he did. Koresh opened his eyes, all traces of the headache gone. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, his eyes lingering on the blackened flesh where his cursed ring had resided. Strangely, it didn't hurt at all. He wondered why that was, and if the curse was truly broken. With his luck, bits of the molten metal had gotten into his bloodstream, and the curse was now unbreakable. He sure hoped not. He tried to pull his knees up and felt a strange resistance. Looking down, he realized he was buried almost to his waist in loose, worm-ridden soil. He really needed a nickname for the Magna Mater. Even saying her real name, or was it a title, in his head made him feel like she was looking at him. He used his arms to pull himself forward a touch, which failed miserably. His strength excision made him as weak as a kitten in times like these. Prowess 6 failed, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. He barely moved a centimeter before his arms gave out. As he sank back to the ground, the notification he'd been subconsciously waiting for appeared. A new day has dawned. New secondary skills are unlocked. Etheric sensing. Your exposure to new types of ambient energy has provided insight. Skill increased. Equilibrium. You have experienced new levels of discomfort and vertigo. Skill increased. Inviolate aura. Sometimes, experiencing violation is the best way to compensate for weakness. Skill greatly increased. Your exploits have earned you a fortune. Fortune. Curse Savant. You have dispelled a curse on yourself through means most would consider impossible. You increase the power of positive effects on cursed items by 50% and are immune to negative effects. Starts a unique quest. Fortune. Alchemical Boon. You have discovered an interaction between your own resonance and an entire crafting skill. plus 50% efficiency to all alchemy-related specialty components. This can increase efficiency beyond 100%. Fortune, Deepening Dark. Note: you have exhibited great wisdom in knowing when to stare into darkness and when to turn away from it. Provides a variety of benefits to darkness-related skills and powers. Beware, this sort of activity makes it more likely that you will be tempted to stare into the darkness again. Power such as this also leaves you marked, which may be noticeable to some. Note, this fortune is more potent than normal and may contain additional unlisted effects. Congratulations, you have reached a milestone, forever changing the world of Nightfall. Darkness now shrouds the land for a few more minutes each day, and the mortal races now have an additional religion option, devotion to the Great Mother. Forested areas and natural caves are now more dangerous, and random encounter rates are increased. As he felt the knowledge of his choices wash over him, Korash felt an invisible knot dissolve inside him. It had been too long since he'd felt this. Not since. Had it only been a single night? It seemed much longer. That first option. Wow. There was a lot he could do with that. Ironically, his least favorite part of that option was the quest. Given everything he'd been through since starting the quest to revive the Fae, he was reluctant to get caught up in another storyline. The second option was incredible, based on what he knew about how specialties worked. But alchemy? He thought back to Brindlesides and suppressed a shudder. That was going to be a nope. That left the super scary third option. Ordinarily, he got a sense of what the reward would be for something if he concentrated on it, though doing it now just gave him vague impressions. Something about a skill for sure. Maybe 2 skills? And he'd get something with magic? There was also the negative stuff, the specifics of which weren't clear at all, even in his head. So, get a new quest and never worry about being cursed again, or get a bunch of random increases to darkness-based everything. When he put it that way, the choice was easy. Deepening Dark selected. Change has come to the world. You have gained Darkness Lore. Stealth greatly increased. Secondary non-damaging effects of any ability, skill, or spell that utilizes darkness increased by 50%. Secondary non-damaging effects of any ability, skill, or spell that utilizes light decreased by 25%. As Korash heaved himself forward once more, Prowess 6 critically succeeded but became a failure due to tier differences. His vision blurred. When his focus returned a moment later, the world looked different. Shadows stood out in far more focus, seeming deeper than they should be, though they did nothing to hinder his vision. Conversely, the sun seemed to shine down less harshly. It was not unpleasant. Counseling 1. Failure. With a final pull, he was free. Prowess 7 critically succeeded, but became a standard success due to tier differences. He stood, grabbing his staff from the ground as he did so. He was happy to see that it had been ejected with him, though it was covered with dirt. It was a short trek to the outskirts of the elven city, and he contemplated his next steps as he walked. He needed to talk to Sarah, as they'd been scheduled to meet up this morning to plan out their journey. With the recent vampire crisis, they were growing increasingly tired of the city. Thankfully, Caeralta had a rookery. He passed through the strangely empty streets and stepped into the dark building to pen a quick letter to his friend as the large magical corvids looked on. Silverwing rooks were unique to elven communities, like the Kusida hunting hounds and the Shadowfair coursers that the elven cavalry rode into battle. Taller than the rooks used in human settlements, the Silverwings were nearly 60 centimeters tall, and their feathers were edged in silvery pigment. Sarah, he wrote, shooing off one of the birds as it hopped from its perch and tried to land atop his head. I was unexpectedly teleported to Caeralta last night and, well, stuff happened. I'll be heading back as soon as I can today, though it's unlikely I'll be back before high sun. I'll meet you at the pillowed anvil as punishment. K. He looked at the bird which had landed on the desk, watching him write with its head cocked to one side, its deep green eyes glittering in the candlelight. He rolled the tiny letter up and tied it closed. Take this letter to Sarah Maidright in Sunblade, if you would. Attempt delivery at the Pillowed Anvil Inn. The bird peered unblinkingly at him for a moment. He reached for the clasp around the bird's leg, but it hopped back and pecked at the slip of parchment. "Rat?" it squawked. Korash squinted at it. This was odd behavior for the well-trained bird. When his second attempt to attach the letter failed, he held it out in an open palm. Maybe the bird smelled the scent of the depths on him. It hopped closer, pecking once more at the letter. "Rat? Sarah Maidright, Sunblade, Pillowed Anvil." He was maybe a little louder than he needed to be. The bird shook its head. "Rat?" It croaked once more. Then it bobbed up and down. "Son!" it managed. It held out a leg, and Korash at last caught his letter in the mail. With a roaring of wings, a flash of silver, and a swirl of down, the bird was gone, flying toward the human city. He turned and left the rookery, wondering what it was that had confused the bird. On his way to the tower, he skipped merrily for a few moments as he looked at the ruined flesh of his hand. He could make money again. Chapter 19. The Empress's Spire, Ground Floor. Caer Relta, the Reborn Empire of Fey Riash. Amnok regarded him with a surprising warmth. Was that concern on her face? He noticed the rings missing from her hands and wondered at the strength of magic it must have taken to burn out gems the way she had.
"You have returned to us, my knight,"
she said, her voice full of regal impassivity. Insight to failure.
"I see you still carry the wound you suffered during my enchantment. You should see a healer before you leave us, lest the damage become permanent."
This newer, softer side of the ancient Fey demigod was actually quite nice.
"It will be as you say, my Empress," he said. "But pray tell me, what magic was it that caused such a powerful effect? Surely there would have been a better time to free me from my curse." "Oh, child," she said with a smile, "that was only a small, unintended effect of the spell. Had I done nothing, she would have swallowed you up where you stood, and have my tower with you. I had to bend your very destiny to delay her, and the simple magics of the ring you wore could not adapt."
He kept his eyes from growing wide. High magic had power over destiny? He needed to learn more about how that worked. Learning the skill had only imparted superior knowledge of lesser magics to him. He still had not cast even a single spell using high magic theory.
"Your journey has done you good, my knight. Now I shall give you your promised reward, though we should retreat to the drawing-room first."
She turned and began to walk, and he fell into step about a meter behind her, as was proper. Once they had taken their place in the warded room and she had placed the silver cord to activate the mandala, she continued.
"I never imagined that you would be given the option to free one of the mothers so soon, or I would surely have warned you," she said. "Now that she is freed from the Fey realm, our plans must change. No longer is it safe to call upon Morrigan to aid us. In fact, I fear the entire coup may be pointless."
"Why is that, my Empress?"
"Titan was able long ago to defeat Baal Org and force the Unseelie out of the light and into hiding. It was this victory that saw him crowned king of our kind, and though he has become insufferable in his rule, it is still far better than life would be under Baal Org's twisted thumb."
Korash considered this. The Unseelie, he knew, were one of two courts of the Fey, dedicated to the more evil side of folklore. Abductors, torturers, and worse. They were the kind of Fey who would seize travelers and have their way with them. The lucky ones were eaten early. He thought of the Grimlings and shuddered. It seemed that Amnok was working with another Fae, likely Morrigan, to steal the throne from Titan. Talent 14 critically succeeded, but became a regular success due to tier differences and other factors. But who would replace him? Given Amnok's love for expansionism, it seemed like she might be an obvious candidate, though her focus on the reborn empire might make a second throne less appealing to her. If the focus was on Morrigan, then perhaps she was a candidate. She was unseelie, and the long-standing rivalry between the two courts made that less likely. Fae Arcana 2, success. Should Titan be released now, then? He asked hesitantly. Our king is likely wroth at present, Amnok responded. If the option to free one of us were extended to you at this moment, he would likely snuff out your existence rather than give you the chance to choose another. It is possible that she might even be able to influence the choice itself, removing Titan as an option and replacing him with Baal Org. No, we cannot risk the release of another unseelie sympathizer, given this change. The original intent was to strike equilibrium between the seelie and unseelie courts, but she shifts the balance too far. I must be duplicitous once more, working against my king and changing the plan. I shall provide you with your due Arcana, though I will delay the associated release of one of us from Arcadia. Even in his anger, Titan knows that she is to be feared. He will understand my caution. Once I have seen to your rewards, I will set you upon a quest. It would please me for you to complete it with all haste, as its successful completion is vital both to my cause and the well-being of those delicious fruits. He could not stop the incredulous look that appeared on his face at her words, and she continued after a moment's silence. And those humans you still care so much about, of course. Before he could respond, she reached out and brushed his forehead with the back of her hand, and he felt the mighty presence of her being press against his very soul. For a moment, the world was music, and then the notification slipped into his mind, demanding attention. Your understanding of high magic theory has increased. Once in a safe place, review what you have learned to discover how this knowledge will serve you on your adventures. Congratulations, Fae Arcana has increased. You may now set new parameters for your growth. Caution, identical selections may stack, but may behave unpredictably. 1. Elven Paragon Inheritance. Race change. High magic. 2. Choose. 3. Choose. It seemed he had gained 2 new ranks of the skill. The first increase had been from his release of Magna Mater, just as his initial rank had been given to him when he had freed Amnok. The second was the reward Amnok had promised him for delaying Titan's release. Much as it had when he'd gained his first perk, knowledge of all the different growth options scrolled through his mind. As he considered the options, he thought about his conversation with the grandmother of the Fae. He wanted to grow and become stronger, but until now, he had been blind about how that actually worked. Like all beings upon nightfall, he gained experience. This option increased every aspect of Korash, like blowing air into a balloon. It was predictable and balanced. But there were additional aspects to the skill, and each one interacted with the universal experience system in its own unique ways. Each option had its own benefits and drawbacks, and the farther they progressed from basic experience, the greater the drawbacks became. The first option he became aware of was experience magnification. It changed the invisible formula that awarded him experience from quest rewards and monsters, ensuring that he would level faster. The actual numbers involved, if there even were any, were hidden from him. His choice was simple and direct, and had no discernible drawbacks. Then there was Devourer. If he chose Devourer, flesh, he would benefit from eating what he killed, at least if it was made of meat. This option came with downsides in the form of minor physical and moderate mental shifts. if he chose to gain only experience. By contrast, the more direct option would bring moderate changes in both categories. The whole ability had a very Wendigo-esque feeling to it. All in all, this system was delightful. He saw how giving thousands of people access to this would quickly get out of hand. Not all of the options were available. They just gave him feelings of confusion when he contemplated them. Some choices, he could tell, required previous choices to be made, a progression tree of sorts. Others necessitated a higher tier than he currently was. Lava Waiter required both mythic tier and that he had previously selected Pyrophile, which would make him stronger the more fire damage he took. Of the options that made him stronger by eating things, 2 stood out as excellent options: Devourer, Mind, and Devourer, Magic. Both promised to increase his talent at the expense of, well, it was all right there in the name, really. He wasn't completely sure of the details, but both were likely to be too gruesome for his taste regardless. He'd do anything for power, but he wouldn't do that. Thermatosynthesis facilitated the absorption of ambient mana, or aether, turning it into experience, sustenance, or any number of effects, though he could feel that the function would cripple his ability to absorb that energy for regenerative purposes. Geophagy would let him gain strength from eating soil like a furrow pig. He was fairly certain that focusing in that direction would transform him into a furrow pig, or some sort of lycanthropic version of one. Gross. Maybe that was why it wasn't just another subset of Devourer. This was by far the hardest choice he'd had to make in his adventuring career. Options like Respiratory Athanor let him gain power simply from breathing, but the gain was so slow as to be pointless unless he wanted to wait years for meaningful advancement. Other options would severely limit him in other ways while providing exponential growth, like Adoratum Dei, which would increase his growth in proportion to how many beings worshipped him or swore fealty to him. It also made him dependent on physical proximity to those generating that energy. He'd be bound to his seat of power. Noctophile made him stronger at night but weaker in the sun, which was right out for a lot of reasons. On the other hand, it synergized nicely with several of his fortunes, which meant that most of the disadvantages were negated. It was an attractive choice, though it felt like over-specializing, and not in a good way. His face tickled, and he realized that Amnok had slapped him. He was missing a statistically significant number of HP. He focused on her through the flood of information in his mind.
"You are running out of time," she said. "Let your heart decide. Choose and thrive."
Her voice echoed in the small room, and dust rained from the ceiling. He froze, and then it happened.
"The choice is made,"
Amnok intoned.
"No!" he cried. "I didn't choose anything."
"Didn't you?"
She smirked at him.
It just popped in there. The one thing, the most harmless thing, something I've loved since my childhood."
"It is a worthy choice."
The stately elven empress smiled as she spoke. He felt sick to his stomach. He wanted to blame Amnok for forcing him to choose, though he knew in his heart that he had no one to blame but himself. He closed his eyes and envisioned his Fey Arcana. Holding Instinct. Gain increased magical and physical strength based on the total value, in gold, of all your unused possessions. Does not count real estate, equipped items, or items you have borrowed from another. Nest egg. Mental change. You suffer massive penalties to conviction rolls when attempting to spend money. Conviction rolls must rate success or higher in order to make purchases greater than 5% of your total wealth, or to use purchased consumables. Metaphysical change. Borrowed items and gifted consumables are reduced in effectiveness by 50%. Purchased consumables are increased in effectiveness by 100%. Skinflint. He wanted to cry. He had just gained the ability to make money again, and now he couldn't spend any of it. If only the bad news had ended there. Wormling's Grasp. Gain bonus ranks to certain skills proportionate to the total monetary value of all your unused possessions. These ranks only apply to attempts to increase your personal wealth. Double the perceived value of any item if it was taken by force from its rightful owner. Halve the value of any possession earned through legitimate trade, barter, or legal financial venture, but not purchases from merchants using official currency. Rapacity. Mental change. You must now make a conviction roll to resist attempting to acquire any item that you feel is an upgrade to one you currently own, or to any object with a perceived value greater than the value of your current hoard. Penalties to conviction rolls from hoarding instinct are reduced in the former case. You may no longer give your possessions to others, nor may you forgive debts. Covetous heart. Metaphysical change. Using borrowed items causes penalties to all rolls made to use that item. Gifted consumables have no effect. Increase the effectiveness of purchased consumables by an additional 100%. Physical change. Your eyes change color based on the value of your hoard. Upon seeing an item that triggers covetous heart, your eyes glow bright green. Long, brooding gaze. You can now smell nearby sources of unsecured wealth, gaining a bonus based on the value. You may also concentrate and attempt to use this sense to find the best deal in the marketplace. Sweet scent. You now feel physical hunger based on the length of time since you last increased the size of your hoard. This hunger cannot kill you but increases penalties to all conviction rolls based on its severity. Hungry for more. Korash fell to his knees as a fire kindled in his chest. Dragons. He'd always loved dragons. The wings, the scales, the fire. All of it. If he'd had a choice of any draconic trait, it wouldn't have been this. Not even close. He felt a cool hand on his brow and heard Amnok's silvery laughter. Knowledge slid into his mind, and hunger roared to life within him. "Oh, Korash," she said, "you are truly a joy to watch. I have seen thousands of mortals reach for our power, but none have grasped so quickly the true potential, nor so firmly embraced hubris." He tried to respond, his mouth full of saliva. "Hungry," he managed, and the word came out as a growl. "I know, my knight. Come." She gestured as she removed the cord and walked gracefully through the maze laid into the floor. Korash could only stumble along behind. "To use high magic, you must find your lever. I was going to make a gift of one to you, but that won't do now, will it?" She spoke as they walked toward the entrance of the tower, then stopped in front of a closed door made of thick oak. It was the only such door he had ever seen in the elven city. "Go and see to your hand. I shall await you outside." Korash went, though his mind quickly panicked as he walked into an alchemy lab. "No, it's too soon," he cried and turned to escape. The heavy door was already closed and would not open, no matter how he pulled on the simple knob. "Nonsense," said the beautiful elven woman he was trapped in the room with. "I'm sure I have just the potion for whatever ails you, my lord." "The only potion I want is an elixir of let me out of here!" He was so scared that he wasn't even talking straight. All his mind's eye could see was the look in those chickens' eyes as they... No, it was too horrible. She held up his hand for inspection. "Oh dear, this is bad," she said. He smelled honeysuckle and cedar, and the light from the alembics made her hair sparkle. "This lesser regeneration potion could never begin to heal the wound." She was mumbling to herself about ingredients she would need to collect when the room went out of focus. He saw her as though for the first time, standing there with his hand in hers, her large violet eyes betraying her concern. She was truly beautiful. Conviction, too, succeeded, but failed due to penalties. He pushed her down, his body flaring with strength he should not have possessed. Prowess 7 critically failed due to tier differences, but became a success due to other factors. He crushed his knee into her stomach as he loomed over her, his face twisted into a snarl and his eyes casting a sickly green light over her pale skin. She looked up at him, her face flushed from shock.
"My lord, I—"
"Silence!" he snapped, and he reached toward her with a trembling hand. He snatched the potion vial from her grip and held it up to the light. The orange-tinted liquid sparkled like the flame at the heart of a volcano. It was entrancing. He felt something move beneath him, but he had no attention to spare. In that moment, there was only that intoxicating liquid light. He pulled the stopper from the bottle and inhaled the scent of the serum within. It smelled of salamander slime and troll sweat. Barter 0, +5. Success. He could just stay here forever admiring it, but he had work to do elsewhere. He forced himself to silence the whispers, demanding he place it somewhere safe where none could steal it from him. Conviction 2, success. He drank the potion in one large gulp. It tasted like earthworms and menthol.
"My lord, a potion lacks the strength to heal a wound such as yours,"
said a breathless voice beneath him. He looked down to see the elven woman staring up at him, his hand on her shoulder and his knee holding her down. He leaped up with a gasp, then bowed at the waist, hands clasped in front of him. "I'm sorry," he cried. I didn't. I'm sorry." He waited for her to smack his head. Instead, there was a rustle of her lab coat as she regained her feet, followed by a surprised gasp. He glanced up and then saw what had shocked her. Pale green ichor was dripping from his wound, the raw flesh pulsing and twisting as new muscle churned into existence. Within seconds, fresh skin bubbled into place and the injury was gone. He took a deep breath as he straightened and fought past the hunger to speak to the alchemist. "What is your name?"
"My lord, I am known as Estrella,"
she said, her cheeks still flushed from the ordeal. "Estrella," he said, "I am truly sorry for my poor treatment of you, and I thank you for the assistance you have given me this day. I shall bear word of your deeds to the Empress herself." He turned and left, and this time the door opened for him easily. He had remembered to push. Estrella just stared after him, her fingers resting on her shoulder where his hand had touched her. The tall ruler of the elves awaited him as promised, a faint smile tugging at her mouth.
"That seems to have been productive,"
she said. "Indeed, my Empress." Every word was agony as he fought against the blazing hunger in his chest.
"I have readied a steed for you. Ride with haste back to the human city. Once you arrive, consider your next steps carefully."
He could only nod. Vishindel, the stable boy who had been the first to see Korash after his transformation into the elven paragon, entered the courtyard leading the most beautiful animal Korash had ever seen. The Shadowfair courser boasted a coat of cobalt blue. Its mane, tail, and hooves were shining ivory, and it held its head high as it pranced forward. It stopped before the Empress, lifted a foreleg, and bowed. Amnok gave a regal nod, and the horse drew itself up, turning in a circle and waiting for its rider.
"When you reach your destination, simply tell Pasha that her task is finished, and she shall make her way back to us,"
Vishindel said with a smile. Korash thanked the young elf and leaped onto the horse's back. He squeezed his knees together, and the horse was off, galloping far faster than a mortal horse ever could. In less than a minute, they were passing the last building in the city. Korash suddenly cried out and jumped from the furiously galloping horse. He landed hard, but tucked his shoulder into a roll. Athletics 7, success. Pasha dug her hooves into the ground, throwing a cloud of dust into the air as she came to a stop 10 meters from where her rider now crawled on the ground. The horse rushed back, eager to save her charge from whatever peril had befallen them. Korash leaped to his feet and pumped his fist upward in victory. A copper coin glinted in the sunlight. "Got it!" he shouted. Pasha rolled her eyes. It was going to be a long trip. Chapter 20. Downtown. The autumn wind blew a fast food wrapper down the street, tugging at Joan's upturned collar as it went. She spared an angry glance toward the monolithic building next to her, the massive neon letters advertising One Aerosoft glowing far above like the eye of Soren. Dark-tinted sunglasses and a knit hat partially obscured her features, but she wore no gloves despite the cold, hiding in plain sight. She stared longingly at the metal pole of the street lamp in front of the corporate office. All around it, just at head height, splotches of white discolored the gray, signs of a dozen previous days just like this. Did she dare try again? Cautiously, she glanced at the entryway. The mirrored glass did not betray the secrets of the lobby. Did they know? Were they watching? Frowning, she thought of the email, 3 weeks old now, that sat intentionally unopened in her inbox. The title had been enough. Cease and desist order number 113447-B. Joan Mallory. Feeling her anger build, she pushed away the thoughts of what those white-collar bastards were doing in there. She wasn't here to make a scene. This time, anyway. She'd planned a little differently this time. Maybe it would make a difference. She glanced at the doors once more, just to determine if it was safe. The sight of a figure moving behind the glass startled her, and she flailed her arms in surprise. Thankfully, she managed to hold onto the bundle in her right hand. The woman was young, dressed in a long coat even heavier than her own as she ambled toward the lamp where Joan was standing. Her gait was odd, and as she neared, the sound gave it away. Joan couldn't stop herself.
Poor girl, she thought, dealing with problems like that at such a young age. Sorry, the girl said with a smile. I didn't mean to frighten you. It's just fine, dear, Joan said as she took the young woman's measure. I was just thinking.
A One Aerosoft badge was clipped to that thick coat. Last name, first initial. The girl's face was young, appearing to be around her son's age, though her eyes had a haunted look that spoke of a hard life. Perhaps she wasn't a threat after all. She might even be a source of inside information, a way to learn what the big shots refused to share with an outsider.
Have you worked here very long?
Joan smiled, and it was genuine. Her motherly instincts, perhaps.
Just a few months,
said Carpenter R., shoving her hands deeper into her pockets. She glanced around with surprising leisure, rather than looking for an opportunity to escape a conversation with a stranger, like many would. Curious.
You like it? They treat you okay?
Joan winced internally. She'd pushed harder than she'd meant to.
Yeah, it's fun, even if they don't let me out much.
The girl laughed at her own joke and didn't seem to notice Joan flinch. They were about the same age, after all, and the timeline matched as well, the older woman reasoned. Might they know each other? Did she dare risk ending up on the wrong side of that cease and desist order to find out? Joan frowned as she looked into the young woman's eyes, as if weighing her soul, but no divine insight emerged. Her heart was thudding in her chest. She wasn't built for taking risks. Screw it, she decided as the silence grew uncomfortable.
This might be my only chance. Listen, I want you to have this. I'm just trying to get the word out. About my son, I mean. I'm not implying that it's...
She shot a meaningful glance up to the glowing letters as she reached into her coat pocket.
Their fault or anything. I just want to know that he's all right.
She pulled out a square of paper, neatly folded during the trip into town as she'd attempted to quell her anxiety. There were several identical squares still tucked inside her pocket. The girl took it with a puzzled look, then turned to see what the older woman had been looking at. Joan quickly walked away while the girl's back was turned, the light pole abandoned, then immediately felt bad about it. Miss Carpenter didn't deserve to be treated poorly just because of her employer.
Nice to meet you,
she called over her shoulder.
Stay safe out there. You too,
the girl shouted back as the distance grew between them. Jo rounded the corner and came face to face with another metal pole. She reached into her other pocket and pulled out a tube of ultra glue. With a practiced motion, she smeared an X on the cold metal and slapped one of the papers into place, smoothing it down carefully. She eyed it, annoyed that it was a few millimeters from center. Oh well, no fixing it now. She moved on down the street, looking for the next likely spot. They couldn't take all of them down, right? Chapter 21. One Aerosoft Headquarters, Lobby. She waved to Lou at the front desk as she passed, the smell of city air still lingering in her nostrils. It was nice to get out of the building now and again, though she'd probably get chewed out by Dr. Ben later. She wasn't supposed to take breaks. They said it wasn't good to interrupt the treatment. She only hesitated a moment as she regarded the smooth metal doors of the elevator before turning to take the stairs. The easy path leads downhill, as her sensei used to say. The servos in her leg braces whirred as she took the first step, and pain lanced through her limbs as she put her full weight on the foot. Without the devices, she wouldn't be able to walk at all, and the way the pins in her bones were arranged, they actually didn't hurt her too badly unless she overworked the joints. That meant no stairs, no daily exercise, nothing other than the slowly rolling, controlled fall that got her from one part of a flat surface to another. It was maddening. The pain took her mind off her injuries, paradoxically. She refused to say that she had a disability, even if that was technically what had gotten her this testing job a few weeks before the release of Worlds Unbound. The doctors had come in, talking about nerve pathways and glial scar mitigation via targeted neurochemistry. She'd shown no patience for their medical mumbo-jumbo, even if trapped as she was in that hospital bed. She'd had nothing but time.
So, are you saying I'll be able to compete again?
She was shooting for the moon, and she knew it since her discussion with her care liaison the day before hadn't even established that she'd even walk again.
"We can't make any promises, of course,"
said the middle-aged doctor, who insisted on being called by his first name.
"We only have a few significant tests, but we think it's likely that you could walk again within a year."
Not good enough,
she'd snapped back, filled with a nihilistic sort of pride.
Find someone else to be your damn test case.
The vulturish man in the Armani had stepped forward then, heaving a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. His cufflinks glittered as he placed a bony hand on the doctor's shoulder.
"We are prepared to fight you on this, Miss Carpenter. I have been authorized to provide you full medical coverage as a benefit to your employment, complete with personalized assistive exoskeletal attachments, provided as needed throughout your employ."
She could see the price tags adding up in his head while he spoke, and his shoulders seemed to droop a little more with every word. She'd found herself a little taken aback. The insurmountable expense of those devices was precisely what had been keeping her trapped in this bed. Well, that and the stubborn pride that told her that accepting a wheelchair would be giving up. The idea of true virtual reality hadn't hurt either, even if it did sound too far-fetched to be true.
"Let's go over that contract,"
she'd heard herself say. The vulture smiled. The shock of her foot hitting the landing on the third floor knocked her out of her fugue. A quick look at her wearable told her that, despite being lost in thought, she'd still beaten her best time. She ignored the sheen of sweat coating her skin as she made her way down the hall. The corporate housing was on site, which was nice, though being forced to walk past the conference rooms to get back to her quarters was annoying. She tried to sneak past the open doors, but she had too many circumstantial penalties. Bert was in his weekly dev meeting. They seemed rather excited today, and instead of sitting there listening to him complain, they were clustered around him, clapping him on the back. She gave him a half-hearted wave that he returned with gusto. She poured on the speed as best she could, aware that it likely wouldn't be enough. She heard Dr. Ben excuse himself and rush out of the room. He caught up with her just as she reached the door.
"Rachel!"
he called out as he neared her, and she wished she could pretend not to hear. But she was lame, not deaf.
"Hey, Dr. Ben,"
she said. She tried to smile as she said it. She tried to sound happier than she was. Most days it worked.
"What brings you out and about?" He checked his watch. "Your check-in this morning was great. We decided the best way to keep that momentum going was full immersion until bedtime, right?"
He was so pleasant. Great bedside manner. She hated it. He was a damn jailer, that's what he was. She sighed at him and decided to channel Hannah's old, too cute to be in trouble attitude.
"Yeah,"
she heaved.
"I just wasn't ready to go back in yet. Wanted to stretch my legs."
"That's exactly what you should not be doing if you want a chance for the treatment to work,"
he said as he waggled a finger at her.
"Those nerves aren't going to regrow themselves, you know. At least you're not stuck in some hospital bed."
"Sorry, Dr. Ben," she whined. "I'm getting ready to jump back in now."
He nodded and patted her head like she was a child. Hannah's tricks seemed to be working. She opened the door, saying her goodbyes as she slipped inside and left the genial doctor alone in the hall. She took a single step into her room before she fell forward, catching herself on the curved part of the braces that kept anything from hitting the screws sticking out of her knees. What had she done? Why did she think those horrible things? Tears started to fall as sobs silently racked her frame. Anger stirred inside her, and she embraced it. Anger was just about the only thing that could chase away the despair and help her keep living, even if she didn't deserve to be alive. She screamed at herself in her head. If she let it out, they'd hear her, and that was something she could never allow.
"Channel Hannah? Is that how you think of it? Like she's a ghost?"
She clenched her hands into fists and let herself topple sideways. Her legs curled up to her chest despite the pain, or perhaps because of it. Regardless, it couldn't mask the hurt in her chest. A small part of her mind, the part that wasn't crippled by grief, whispered to her. "Not a ghost," it said in a calm voice full of authority, peaceful. "A memory. She's gone, Rachel. Hannah's gone. He took her from us."
"No!"
She was shouting at herself now, her hurt too large to keep inside.
"Shut up! Leave me alone!"
The tears streamed down her face as she wept for the loss of so much. The doctors said it should help, but it never changed the hurt inside her chest. The voice, her voice, listened for once. It left her, and she was as alone in her head as she was everywhere else. She cried until her eyelids drooped. As she drifted off to sleep on the floor, a stray thought struck her. Almost everywhere else. Chapter 22. One Aerosoft Headquarters. Secure Conference Room. Dave nudged Diggy out of the way with his shoe. The automated janitorial robot wasn't supposed to be in the secure room while a meeting was happening, but the little guy just wouldn't comply. Dave had had a chat with the folks down in hardware security months ago when the first reports of the device acting strangely had come in. They'd checked the robot over and tried to flash the onboard firmware, only to find that it was stuck on read-only. By the time the replacement data card had come in from the manufacturer, the robot's antics had grown on the office staff. He'd become an unofficial mascot. Doc entered the room like a hurricane, stirring the still air with her passing as she took her usual seat at the head of the table. Diggy had found his way into a corner, and where most autovacs would have easily found a way out, he had gotten stuck. Again. The green operating light slowly faded as the interim CEO spoke up.
"What's this breaking news then, Koenig?"
Doc wore executive power well, though she'd done that long before the board had made it official.
"Casual surveillance of 12,
Dave said.
"Limited recordings, of course, but her watcher said she was screaming at no one, said for them to leave her alone."
Doc never looked happier than when one of her outliers was giving them data.
"Finally moving past denial?"
"That's what Psych is postulating. She hasn't logged back in yet, but if she follows the projections, we should see an uptick of at least 3%.
5 would be better.
What about the other thing? I noticed she was downstairs earlier. Have the microdoses had any effect? No data on that yet, Dave said. Genetics still has yet to come back with anything definitive, but I doubt they will anyway. That girl is just... Careful, Koenig. You know how I feel about value judgments. Clear mind. Clear data, I know. I was just going to say that you don't just not notice nicotine withdrawal. And even if brain chemistry explains why the normal subliminal reinforcement isn't working, it shouldn't translate to chemical immunity. You're saying she's either a genetic unicorn or there's some other factor. Doc looked like she smelled something fecal. Some might call it willpower, he said. If she is a unicorn, think of what we could do with that. Dr. Quatermain sat up straight, her lips a straight, angry line. The world, my world, can't abide that kind of unicorn. Call the lab and light a fire under their asses. Get us those results. If it turns out she doesn't have genetic superpowers, give her another week on Nick, and then change her scripts over to M. That got Dave's attention. We'll have to manufacture that. I don't need to tell you the regulatory implications. And I don't need to tell you how much I hate repeating myself, she snapped. If you can't do this job, I'm perfectly capable of doing this job, Doc, he said, just reflexively covering my ass. Fine. What about 50? Give me good news. Great news. He's reported seeing colors now that we've triggered the PvP event. Fascinating, she said, eyebrows raised. Is it consistent? Not yet. The event generation went in an unexpected direction, given the small number of participants. The interrogative readout said they allow for players to use NPC troops. She'd stopped listening halfway through that last sentence. That was his second mistake in the last 2 minutes. She hated hearing details about the game. I look forward to getting a lens filter out of this. 8% of users report infrequent issues with color. If we don't get good data out of this after another week, start him on the low-dose psychedelics. Yes, ma'am. I'll get you the report as soon as it's ready. Anything on 29? An extended period of erratic, intense fear response. It lasted a little under 4 hours, all told. That sounds like a night terror to me, even if we can't see detailed in-game functions from the controller AI to know for sure. Afterwards, we actually saw immersion drop to 15%. He winced as he admitted it. He'd meant to soften that particular blow. Maybe he was getting sick. Too many mistakes today. What? It wasn't a screech because Dave refused to define it that way, but it made his blood run cold. Hold on, if it had been an issue, you would have been the first to know. At the height of the night terror, he blacked out completely, and the BP and heart rate are consistent with a fear response and probably an in-game death. We targeted the combat portion of the night terror subroutine to be theoretically winnable. Psych says that way. When they lose, they either feel defeated and are less likely to try again, or they go the other way and intentionally trigger it repeatedly until their autonomic response starts to kick in before they can trigger the event again. Immersion levels don't track properly when there's only autonomic data coming in. It regulated itself when he regained mental function 3 seconds later. Dave was specifically not telling her that the numbers had actually hit 0% immersion for 1.3 seconds after normal brain activity was restored. He'd deleted the data from the analytics software himself. No sense getting anyone fired over what had to be a monitoring issue. Good. I almost sent you to visit Hans. We're done for today. Go home and get some rest. You're off your game. Yes, ma'am. He couldn't agree more. She was gone before he'd fully risen from his chair, and Diggy blinked back to life as he passed. The little vacuum spun its way free of the corner, so he held the door for it. It zipped out of the meeting room and away down the hall, knocking into people's feet as they walked. Each employee chuckled and waved to the frantic robot. The quirky device was acting like it was late for an appointment, which they could all relate to. Dave hit the elevator request on his wearable, and it was waiting for him by the time he reached the end of the hallway. He needed a drink. Chapter 23. Chief Engineering Officer's Mobile Command Post, World of Edison. Bert grinned excitedly as he peered through the glowing portal into the colorful world beyond. His multiversal exploration myopic engine, Mark IV, hovered in place via periodic pulses from its atmospheric impulse generator. Like the Mark I, it was a spheroid contraption, slightly smaller than a basketball. 4 sleek fins swept off of the back at equidistant points on the body, giving it a profile similar to an old-fashioned aerial bomb. Mounted opposite the fins was the ocular mechanism, a multi-aperture camera with video, thermographic, and esoteric energy recording capabilities. The center of the body sported a ring of tiny platinum antennas. Electricity crackled between them and generated the crowning achievement of his entire nation's most recent development sprints, the Anti-Majory Electric Residual Interference Conversion Arrestor Field. Bert grinned to himself at the thought that his meme would be bringing the full power of America to the strange world. After the message that he'd need to change classes to enter the world, Bert had backed way the hell off. He'd spent too much time and effort becoming CEO to throw it all away on some nerdy wizard crap. That's why he'd been so disappointed when his first meme, a way better name than Extra-Dimensional Explorer drone, had passed through the portal, instantly turned into a silver panther with a single glowing red eye, and bounded off out of sight. It had left the Edison pylon on the ground, just out of reach. "Mission start. Columbus Protocol." At his words, the Mark IV came to life, speeding through the portal with a vroom. As it passed through, it gained color, its body rippling from flat gray to a beautiful aluminum sheen. The America field hummed to life around it, a hazy curtain of almost invisible energy. It did a short lap around the visible area, then came to a stop in front of the portal, its large red eye staring back at him. Bert nodded to himself. They'd lost the Mark III as it had left their visual field, though from the roaring and screech of torn metal, it had likely been attacked by the local wildlife. "Columbus Protocol, Squadron 1, embark." The pylon constructor rumbled to life. As its 4 hydraulic legs rotated 75 degrees and released joint locks 1 and 3, it entered quadrupedal mode and loped through the portal like a metal pony. The drone met it as it came through and snapped into the dock on the larger machine's forecastle. The America field expanded as more power passed through the emitters, and the constructor did not transform. Resisting the urge to clap giddily, Bert maintained his composure as he gave the next order. "Deploy pylons 1 and 2, he said, and the constructor compiled. 6 spider-like arms unfurled from the device's sides, reaching onto the robot's back and latching onto the small Edison pylon stored there. They lifted free without incident, and the machine's legs moved to their equidistant configuration for stability before it set the units on the flat stone shelf where it stood, only 5 meters from the portal. "Engage," he said, and the pylons deployed their hydraulic anchoring spikes, driving cleanly into the stone with ear-shattering thwumps. "Alignment calibration success," a metallic voice said in his ear. Bert nodded at no one again. "Deploy pylons 3 and 4, he commanded. The machine spun in place, its arms twisting to grab the last 2 devices. It approached the portal, stopping just in front of the glowing hole in space. The arms reached around to either side, disappearing from view. Bert held his breath. This was where things might get tricky. "Engage," he said once more, and 2 more shocks rocked the robot's surroundings. "Alignment calibration success," it said again. "Activate the America field," he responded. Blue arcs of electricity hummed to life as they spat electrons into the air. Within moments, the energy had stabilized, flowing from pylon to pylon and creating a perimeter within which the laws of science would prevail. Bert, Invictus, he reminded himself. "The devs say I gotta work more on feeling immersed," ordered the constructor to back away from the portal as squads 2 through 5 prepared to sortie. It was almost time. He leaned forward and licked his lips in anticipation. This was the culmination of weeks of work. The America field, even the meme deployment, had all been prepared just for this moment. Any second now.
Pylon stores depleted, the constructor said. Awaiting orders. Bert struggled to keep his voice steady as he held in his laughter. It was happening. Construct additional pylons, he said. Chapter 24. The Pillowed Anvil, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. I said I'm sorry I was late, Korash shouted for the third time. I don't think that's appropriate information, Sarah said with a grin on her face. Wait, did she? Oh. Korash was tired of shouting. He needed a way to deal with the eternal clang of hammer on metal that filled the inn where Sarah Maidright, self-styled armorsmith extraordinaire, somehow spent most of her time. He willed his aura into being, envisioning a dome of calm blue energy surrounding the small table where the two sat, enjoying lunch. With a thought and a release of breath like he was lifting something heavy, he pushed his mana into the perimeter of the effect. The air shimmered and grew thick around them, and the noise receded. Now it was merely annoying, like being next door to an active smithy instead of being trapped inside the anvil of one. I've missed you, he said in the relative silence. We haven't been able to do much together since I've been so busy killing vampires. At least the payout was good, though, right? Sarah reached into her belt pouch and pulled forth a stack of gold coins. She put them on the table, lifting them up and clinking them together like poker chips. Korash's mouth went dry as he stared at the coins. Images of himself using his magic to burn the Arcanosmith to ashes and take her coins assailed him. He gasped for breath and clenched the table until the images passed. Conviction 2 failed, but became a success due to other factors. Whoa, Sarah said. Your eyes just got all freaky. He had told her about his misadventures with Amnok and his new dependence on wealth, though he'd left out the part where he'd awakened a sentient force of nature that actively encouraged cultish activities and wholesale slaughter. Yeah, they do that now, he managed. Can you put that away? She obliged, and he breathed easier. So, before all this started, I was thinking of taking a trip up to Nottingham, he said. Just select your specialty through the book interface like everyone else, she laughed, punching him on the shoulder and almost tipping his chair over backwards. He sucked in air through his teeth as he responded. Those gauntlets hurt. Yeah, but I'll need tools and stuff anyway, so I might as well take them from Norma. You mean buy them from Norma? She looked at him with a slight frown on her face. Yeah, what did I say? Take them from Norma. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Taking them was what you meant? Her frown increased by a noticeable order of magnitude. Yeah, I mean, no, getting them from her, whatever. He was starting to wonder if he knew what he meant. Her frown lessened. You're going to have to buy things sometimes, you know. He winced. Hearing those words was kind of painful. Besides, well, that's what I was thinking about. Now that I'm uncursed and physically dependent on money, I'm going to need to have more than this copper piece before I go get into any fights. When he'd come back to town, everything had been normal. He'd sent Pasha back home, avoiding walking anywhere near the stables so as not to meet that horrible stablemaster, and headed to the inn. All had been fine until he'd seen the castle's watchtower standing tall over the other buildings. I bet there's a vault in there. The thought had come unbidden to his mind, but it had almost overwhelmed him. He'd walked 2 blocks out of his way, visions of tearing the castle walls down and taking the gold inside for himself, obliterating any rational thought. It had been a lucky conviction roll that had snapped him out of his fugue state. He was concerned that the urges he'd gained from his Fey Arcana might be interacting badly with the superiority instinct of the elves. Well, if you need money, I could... Her mouth snapped shut mid-sentence as his face contorted with rage. Shut up! I don't need your damned charity! He literally snarled as he spoke. Conviction 2. Failure.
Hurt bloomed in her eyes, and she drew back. Sorry, he said quickly. I'm still getting used to this, whatever it is. That was the hunger talking, not me. Right, she said. She still looked sad, though. Insight 2, success. So, if you could make money any way you wanted, how would you do it? This time he stopped himself before he said what he was thinking, which was fire and death for those who oppose me. Conviction 2, success. Honestly, literal robbery is the best option, he said, then continued before she could react. Well, the best option here in town. If I knew we'd meet some bandits between here and Nottingham, we could just kill them and I could take their money. That would be a win-win. It's less optimal to just find money. We could raid a crypt or something if we knew there would be good loot. Her eyes lit up. Visibly excited, she pulled out a tattered piece of paper that, from the look of the tears in the corners, had once been posted on a bulletin board. How about a rescue mission with salvage rights? Korash pondered the idea as he took the notice from her. It was handwritten and simple, indicating that this was not an official request, but something put together by a private citizen. Missing, it read, Jareth Cormorant and 3 other municipal sanitation engineers. Last known location, SS3GG, subsection 12. Presumed dead. We just want closure. There was contact information further down for those who could provide proof of the fate of these workers. I think this will work, he said. Where is this location it's talking about? As he asked her the question, he sprang from his seat and let his aura fade. Sarah shouted her reply. The newer part of town, you say? She pantomimed something, then went to speak to the owner, dragging him along. They had a conversation that he understood most of. They were going to a fort, and there was food in the back. For the long trip, maybe? He followed Sarah into the kitchen, then out into the small enclosed garden where the inn grew its herbs. The sound of hammer and anvil followed them even there. She grabbed an iron ring set into a wooden platform in the ground, then gave it a heave. With a creak and a thud, the trapdoor revealed a tunnel with a ladder descending dozens of meters. Korash grew suspicious. Wait, he said. Is that what I think it is? She just smiled and pushed him toward the hole. Then the smell hit him. Chapter 25. Sewer Section 3GG, Subsection 8, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash hated the sewers. He hated making constant stamina checks, too. Stamina 6, success. The one thing that kept the whole experience from being the worst in his life was that his elven grace kept his feet from sinking too far into the muck. Unfortunately, this boon was largely obviated by the constant splashing created by Sarah's plate mail-shod feet. He was pretty sure some of the filth was in his mouth. Are we there yet? He dared to ask.
No,
she said, her voice distorted by the helmet that fully enclosed her face.
3 or 4 more subsections.
Each subsection was about 1 kilometer long, because he'd obviously anchored the true god somehow. Small pipes set into the walls of the main tunnel dripped with liquids that ranged from slimy green to moldy russet, though they did occasionally stop to disgorge lumpy brown things that Korash refused to look at too closely or think too much about. Korash instead occupied his mind by pondering past mistakes. The close and cramped construction of the sewers reminded him of the ancient ruins he'd explored so long ago with Ariel. He tried to keep the thoughts distant because he knew there was going to be trouble, but the guilt was growing heavier with each passing side tunnel. He'd really let his old friend down. They'd grown up together, after all. She'd literally died protecting him. And what had he done in return? Ignored her and gotten her captured and turned into a monster by that freak necromancer is what. His voice in his own head reminded him that this was all a game, and that he hadn't really grown up with the feisty red-headed girl that he so clearly remembered. His other friends weren't real either, really. They were all back at the village, doing their thing. His real-world friends were... Did he even have any? Sarah probably counted for that, right? Somewhere in subsection 11, the pain in his chest grew too great. He had broken the girl's heart, and he needed to make it right. As soon as Actinos figured out where Nicodemus was hiding, he'd storm in there and ram a mana-enhanced longsword right up his smug... Something hit him in the face. Sarah was standing next to him, her armored fist right in line with his nose. Oops. Even as distracted as he was, he could put two and two together. "We're here?" She pointed at the tunnel wall.
"There's a giant hole in the wall and a missing team of sanitation workers," she said. "I'd say it's a pretty good place to start looking."
Loose earth and stone bricks littered the walkway near where the wall should have been. "Something dug in," he said. "Hold on a minute." Like he'd done in the ghoul tunnels, he centered himself, then pushed mana out from himself. It took only a fraction of the effort he'd used before, as the denser mana could accomplish the task of pushing aside the ambient aether much more easily. "The tunnel goes back into the earth about 6 meters, takes a sharp turn to the left, and then there's some sort of drop-off." He opened his eyes to see Sarah's cold, expressionless helmet pointed at him.
"Do you think they're down there?"
He could tell by her voice that she was itching to explore the mysterious tunnel. He said as he considered it. "The note said the last location was subsection 12. Did I miss the sign that said we'd gotten that far?" She shook her head at him, still preoccupied with the tunnel. "Let's keep going then. We'll come back here if we don't find anything." She humphed at him, then turned and stalked metallically toward their destination. As he moved to follow after, something caught his eye. There, near the ground where the wall had been torn away, a small tuft of hair was caught on the jagged edge of a stone. Wiry, filthy, brown, familiar hair. The Grimlings had come to Sunblade. Chapter 26. Sewer Section 3GG, Subsection 12, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere.
"Well, I'd say this is as likely a place as any for sewer workers to disappear."
Sarah sounded far too chipper for the circumstances, but since she was tying two 50-foot lengths of hemp rope together, one of her favorite activities, he supposed it made sense. He spared a moment to wonder why rope was sold in feet instead of meters. Some things are too deeply rooted in culture to change, he decided. They needed the rope to climb down the collapsed section of sewer. The floor had fallen as if a sinkhole had opened beneath it, leaving a ramp of ooze-covered stones leading down a 45-degree angle. He leaned over the edge and made a face.
"Gonna go down there and check it out, Twinkle Toes?"
Sarah jerked on the two strands of rope, and when they didn't come apart, she looked pleased with herself. "Not a chance," he replied. "Never split the party." She was looking for something strong enough to tie the rope off to, and wasn't having much luck. He could tell from her stance as she straddled the foul trickle in the center of the tunnel that she was unable to decide between running a line between two sconces or using pitons. She loved the tough decisions.
"Buck, buck, buck!"
she clucked, not even looking at him. "No, seriously, it's not a good idea to—"
"Buck!"
Korash couldn't understand how she managed to get her arms to do the chicken wing motion with all that armor on. He had to admit it was impressive. Grumbling to himself, he carefully placed one foot on the slippery, unstable descent and prepared to split the party. He wiggled his foot around in the slime until he thought it was solid, then lifted his other foot to try a second step. It was not solid. His brain panicked as he began to slide down the incline. Mercifully, his elven reflexes were more than up to the task of keeping him on his feet. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. He couldn't actually arrest his fall without ending up covered in goop. He just needed to make it the last few meters, and he could figure out the best way to stay safe and ooze-free. As he hurtled toward the edge of the swirling cesspool filled with thick brown sludge. He remembered that, in a sewer, there were worse fates than slime. He needed to stop, and he needed to stop now. His mind raced to find an elegant solution, but it was too late. His boots were centimeters from the muck when he bent his knees and jumped. He sprang only about 2 meters into the air, his lack of strength limiting his jumping distance.
What exosa pursue?
He had never so frantically cast a spell. Primordial vocabulary, 10 success. Primordial magic theory, 10 success. As the spell finished, he felt his flight halt in an instant, and he stabilized in midair at an awkward angle. The sludge beneath him bubbled and let out a puff of foul green gas. How was he going to get down? The spell he'd cast was powered by his concentration and a small stream of mana. Since it had been so simple, it had only cost him 50 points, and the upkeep was 1/10 of that per second, plus the part of his brain that used the primordial language to form spells. Unless he wanted to fall, he needed to rely on simple techniques. Another bubble formed beneath him, and this time it was the bulbous head of a huge fish that disturbed the liquid surface. Its wide mouth gaped at him, filled with small needle-shaped teeth that hooked backwards. Typical fish strategy. Bite, then gulp. Its wide, staring eyes were all black, and from between them grew a fleshy tendril with a faintly shining lump on the end. It sparkled as if in dim light, looking like a gold coin, he whispered to himself as he slowly reached for his staff. With a flip of its tail, the massive creature submerged once more, leaving Korash to consider the information he'd gathered. Law 6. Success. Papa's Bane, legendary tier. While an appropriately skilled angler would be thrilled to discover this legendary fish on the end of her line, it is the opposite that most often holds true. Usually less than 2 meters long, ordinary specimens lurk in city waterways or near beaches, their golden lure mimicking a discarded coin. Smaller fish usually only take an arm off up to the elbow, but a creature this size must be crafty indeed to have survived so far away from its usual prey. Law 6. Success.
Sarah, he called, you better hurry it up. I'm about to be devoured.
Be right down,
she shouted back. The fish's giant back surfaced just 5 meters from him, then disappeared again. When a shower of dirt suddenly fell into the cesspool from one of the walls, Korash thought his ichthyoid enemy had dislodged it, until he realized the beast was nowhere near the wall. Instead, something brown and disgusting was pushing its way out of a hole about the size of one of the other drainage pipes. Did the sewer system actually go this far down? The brown lump, about 1/2 meter long, fell into the churning offal with a plop. Another soon followed, and more tiny avalanches from around the cavern's walls denoted first dozens, then hundreds of pipes, each vomiting out 2 or 3 blobs of waste. The smell of the cesspool was, impossibly, getting worse. Korash kept his concentration locked on his magic even as he cast about frantically, searching for some sign of the ambush he knew was coming. The once smooth surface of the water was now marred by floating nuggets of gross. There! The Pauper's Bane broke the surface of the water, thrashing frantically. Korash frowned. The creature was too far away to strike him. Why? Bright red blood sprayed into the air as the monster continued to writhe, and the lumps floating nearby sprang to life. In the back of his mind, a strange orchestral melody began to play, filled with screeching violins and swelling chords that magnified the tension he already felt. The music felt strangely familiar, and yet he was quite certain he'd never heard it before. It called to mind the music that accompanied the villain's arrival in a play? No, that wasn't right. A movie. It's called a movie, said another part of his brain. Thankfully, that part had nothing to do with his concentration, so he remained safely above the swarming nightmares and, more importantly, the disgusting sewage. The fetid gobbets began leaping out of the water toward the monstrous fish, shedding their brown slime as they went. Massive spine-covered dorsal fins erupted from their backs, and their front fins bent forward strangely, looking more like handless arms than fins. Their heads swelled as they opened their mouths and began to devour their prey with teeth that were white and flat, like human teeth. The lumps that had not moved to consume the other fish, which was now little more than a floating cartilaginous skeleton, bobbed in place for a moment. Then, as one, frog-like eyes pushed their way up from the tops of their heads, all honing in on Korash, all burning with a coal-like gleam. As one, they hissed. "Sarah! God damn it!" He felt his heart hammering in his chest, filled with more fear than he'd ever felt. "Night, Terra, initiated. You have angered entity name unavailable. Avoid further transgressions if you survive. Future night terrors for the same infraction will result in increased difficulties." Sarah sprinted down the incline, etheric sparks shooting out from her boots. Following hot on her heels came a tidal wave of angry, finned monsters. Chapter 27. Abandoned Cesspit, Sunblade Sewers, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. A dozen wriggling monstrosities surged up from the slime, mouths open impossibly wide. Trapped as he was in mid-air, Korash's options were far more limited than he'd liked. He swept his staff toward them, creating a scythe-shaped blade of mana that cut most of the creatures in half. 3 found purchase, though, their teeth piercing through the cloth of his robes and tearing off bits of skin. They used their front fins to cling to him, tiny barbs digging into whatever surface they could reach. "You are bleeding. You will lose an unknown percentage of your total health every second until the effect ends. Remedies, 0 failure. Multiple applications stack." Korash winced as much from the debuff as from the pain, and took a moment to learn about his enemy. Nightmarish devolved Periophthalmodon, mortal tier. These creatures are caught somewhere between fish and amphibians, with primitive gills that allow them to breathe water and skin that absorbs oxygen directly from the air. Devolved monsters generally exhibit greater cunning and strength compared to the base creature, though in sapient specimens this is coupled with a corresponding lack of intelligence. Nightmarish creatures are empowered by a being of divine or higher tier to bring woe to one who has gone against their directives. The rules of the world require balance, however, and, for those who can defeat such a tribulation, the rewards are greatly increased. He was abruptly pulled from his consideration by a scream from Sarah, and he shot a quick glance her way as he unleashed another blast of mana toward his foes. She had reached the end of the ramp, and the rope tied around her waist had not yet grown taut. Her augmented movement meant more forward momentum, and she was unable to stop on the slick surface. She hit the bubbling excrement and pitched forward, sinking below the surface in an instant. The pool began to boil as the living nightmares entered a frenzy. "Sarah!" he shouted to no one. He didn't want her death on his conscience again, even if she was an adventurer like him and would be reborn regardless of any proverbial arrows she took to the proverbial knee. At his cry, his aura flared out subconsciously, blasting the clinging creatures free of his robes. The expanding bubble of energy impacted some of the creatures mid-flight and knocked them from the air, but it was not strong enough to cause them serious harm. He had to save Sarah. He couldn't do that while stuck in the air, and he knew that if he splashed down into the muck, he would never survive. His weak arms could never bear the weight of his robes once they were soaked through with anything. Another volley of Periophthalmodon struck him. He would need to find a different way to keep them at bay. Squinting his eyes, he opened his mana to the world around him and willed it to flow into his aura. He needed to be done quickly and couldn't risk tearing his soul again. As the flow increased, he could feel the air around him grow thick with his power. Once he'd invested enough energy, he should be able to fry these monsters alive. Aura Mastery 1. Success. His smirk faded as dozens of the creatures jackknifed their bodies and launched into the air. They were swimming through the auric field he was generating. He needed to bring on the power. As he focused more deeply on his center, he was only able to swipe a few of the airborne abominations away with his staff. At least 20 of the creatures found purchase, some of them even landing on his head to take chunks out of his flesh. The blood poured out of him more aggressively, and he desperately pushed mana into his aura as he felt his life ebbing away. He could feel the difference in control from the first time he'd done this, and he realized his earlier assumption about how easy it was to tear his soul was off by quite a bit. Even with the effort he was spending to force more mana into the already saturated effect, he could double his output and remain unharmed. Inviolate aura, full success. Another salvo of the toothy frogphibians began swimming toward him through his aura, though now he could see wisps of steam leaking from their slimy skin. He forced more mana out of his body even as his vision flashed red. A combat notification had flared in his mind, informing him of necessary information. HP 74 of 270. MP 443 of 785. He was dying. The blood loss was draining his health at a prodigious rate, and he would be dead from that alone in less than 30 seconds. The mana pulsed out from him, and the fins of the creatures closest to him began to wither. They dropped off of his body, one of them losing its hold on the side of his face, where it had been struggling to reach his unprotected eye. A deafening explosion rocked the room, and waste splattered everywhere. Korash felt his elven hearing vanish as his sensitive ears were deafened from the effect. Stamina 7, failure. Blue arcs of etheric electricity shot out in a dome from somewhere beneath the churning morass, and Sarah appeared, her hands wrapped around the now taut rope that she was using to pull herself above the surface. Hundreds of the monsters had been boiled from the inside from that attack, and the odor of waste was mixed with freshly fried fish, creating a uniquely nauseating cocktail that Korash wished he could ignore. As she pulled herself to her feet, spikes shot from the crevices of her armor. Thin chains trailed from the ends, and they grew tight as the spikes embedded themselves in the walls. Her tattoos glowed ominously, blue light seeping through the joints in her armor.
"I am done with this stupid quest!"
she shouted.
"It got in my mouth! I can't believe I let you talk me into this!"
She held aloft one of her etheromechanical conversion crystals, from which blue lightning crackled. She bent down and lowered the crystal down into the water.
"Emergency overload!"
she screamed. Korash gasped out a primordial spell in panic, and he felt the magic which had suspended him in the air give way. As Sarah plunged the crystal into the water, it had passed through his aura. The device was designed to draw in ambient aether and store it as a magical electric charge. Exposing it to mana in the concentrations he had established was like erecting a windmill in a hurricane. This explosion was going to be far larger than Sarah expected.
Zozo Ram Persuro, ha!
He felt his aura evaporate as lightning negating energy enshrouded him. Primordial vocabulary, 10, success. Primordial magic theory, 10, success. Concentration lapsed. He covered his face and curled into the fetal position as he fell, splashing into the viscous brown slop as everything went white. He felt something warm caress his entire body, even as the cold liquid seeped through his robes. Then the magic of his shield gave way with a crack that he felt in his soul, and he blacked out. He regained consciousness some time later, stretched out on the slimy ramp. A mental check of his health revealed that his bleeding had stopped and that his HP was stable at 18.
He managed. "Kay?"
"I'm fine,"
said Sarah from somewhere nearby. His hearing appeared to have recovered as well.
"I need about 30 showers, but I'm fine."
He pushed himself up onto his elbows. The corpses of nightmares lay everywhere. Some of them had exploded, spilling green and orange entrails over every surface. Most just floated on the surface of the muck, their pale bellies pointed toward the ceiling. Night Terror, event complete. Did you learn your lesson? You were supposed to be overwhelmed by horrific opponents and die screaming. Since you didn't, you might not have learned anything at all. You did earn some great rewards, though. In this way is the balance preserved. Error. Night Terror completion report subroutine was terminated by a higher priority process. Please refer to local logging sources for event details and error codes.
Yes,
Sarah said. We won! She was assembling a series of metal bars with holes drilled through them at regular intervals. Her helmet was off now as well, having been replaced with her treasure hunter goggles. The collection of various sized lenses glimmered in the dim torchlight. As she snapped the pieces together through the center with a metal fastener, then joined the two arms to an identical piece she'd already crafted, he realized what she was building. Extendable arms, he said.
Yep, good thing you're such a genius,
Sarah replied as she fixed a large claw-shaped device onto the end.
You could always pick up treasure hunting if you don't want to be broke all the time,
she commented as she slid 5 lenses into place in front of the goggles. A green glow awoke in some of them.
Gotcha,
she said. The arms reached into the pool of dead monsters and human waste, quickly extending to 3 times their previous length. Before Korash could prove how intelligent he really was and comment on the scene before him, the arms were on their way back. Sarah was visibly straining to pull her arms apart, her hands gripping the handles of the device tightly.
You could help, you know,
she said through clenched teeth.
No, I really can't,
he mused.
Slacker,
she said as the arms broke the surface. They were clamped tightly onto a filthy, half-eaten corpse.
1 down, 3 more to go.
She took a deep breath, deposited the corpse on the shore, and reached back in again. It took half an hour to retrieve all the bodies of the sewer workers, which Korash spent refilling his mana pool and wishing for a healing potion. He was also considering the problem of how to get the bodies back above ground, since they were too big to fit in his pouch of holding. He thought he had an idea by the time Sarah flipped her lenses back up to the holding position.
Ready to go?
He asked with a smile.
Sure,
she said. He pushed himself up to his feet, ignoring the twinges of pain that ran through him and the disgusting coating of brown on his everything.
That is, if you want to just leave the treasure down there.
He gasped for breath. Treasure? Treasure? Where is it? He choked, forcing the snarl back down his throat. She clicked another series of lenses into place. These let out a faint blue glow. The grippers reached back into the muck once more.
Hold your horses, Scrooge, she chuckled. I'll have it up in a second.
It was more than a second. It took her a full hour, as whatever it was too heavy for her to drag up all at once. Korash even offered to try hauling in the prize, but even with his mana fueling his prowess, he couldn't even budge the gripper arms. His heart skipped a beat as she dragged the ancient, sodden treasure chest onto the stones next to him. His mouth started to water, and he realized in that moment how hungry he'd been. Hungry for wealth, for treasure, for the shine of gold.
All yours,
she said when she noticed his hungry glance.
That was the agreement, after all. Just remember your part of the deal.
Right, he said, his gaze already turning back to the chest. It was locked with a rusty padlock. You get my share of the bounty, and I get any treasure we find. She might have said something. He had stopped listening. Whatever was inside this chest was practically singing to him. He casually gestured with his staff, and a green-tinted bolt of mana shot out, obliterating the lock and ricocheting off the floor to bounce around the chamber, almost shattering one of Sarah's lenses.
Hey!
She shouted, glaring at him. He mumbled an apology back, not really thinking about it. He gripped the lid of the chest and pulled it open. His weak muscles protested for a moment before a sudden strength surged through him. Prowess 7 failed due to tier differences, but succeeded due to other factors. The rusted hinges snapped and the lid flew into the muck. He fell to his knees in front of the chest, eyes glowing green at the sight of piles of shining precious stones and gold coins. Though they were crusted with what might be centuries of grime, he loved them anyway. He picked up the top coin of the top pile, wiped it free of black silt, and looked at both sides. Then he put it in his pouch. "One," he said as he reached in for the next coin. A sharp blow to the back of his head caused his vision to flash red as he lost 5 more precious hit points. "Stop that!" Sarah barked at him. "Just put them in there. I'm not going to be down here for a week while you eye-rape your new money, weirdo." Korash tried to feel bad, but couldn't. Who could not love these beautiful pieces of precious metal? Still, he didn't want to die. He sighed unhappily and began shoveling coins into the open mouth of his magical bag. Chapter 28. Blinda Cormorant's House, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Jareth's widow, Blinda, stood in the doorway of what seemed to Korash a surprisingly opulent house for a simple sanitation worker. She clutched a battered gold badge emblazoned with the royal seal and the number 1842, obscured by a large serrated tooth that had pierced all the way through the metal. Though the badge was still covered in filth, the woman's tears were streaming from her face in such sufficient quantities that it would soon shine again.
"I just can't believe he's gone," she managed through her sobs. 20 years he fought beneath the streets. I used to worry every day. After the carrion mold invasion, when he came back without a scratch on him, I just thought,
"Easy now," said Sarah, patting the middle-aged woman on the shoulder. The plate gauntlet took up most of the small woman's shoulder, and Sarah quickly drew back once she realized she had almost pushed the woman over. Blinda shook and shuddered. She sobbed some more, and after what seemed like several minutes, she dialed it down to just a prolonged sniffle. She was about to speak. Korash just knew it. She'd give Sarah the reward, and they could be on their way. She drew a deep breath, and then her dripping blue eyes looked down. They fell on the emblem she held, and the sobs started again. Korash needed a distraction, so he counted the coins in his bag for the 8th time. 13,917 coins, and gems worth a little more than twice that. Conviction 2. Failure. Sarah's counterclad elbow impacted his ribs with bruising force before he could realize that an impatient sigh had made its way through his determination. He picked himself up from the ground under the fiery glare of her disapproval. His tumble had served its purpose at least. Blinda had snapped out of the cycle of grief that held her.
"Honored adventurers," she said, "it's not just this old woman to whom you have brought comfort this day. Just this morning I spoke with the Minister of the Interior about our plight, and he was vexed indeed at the thought of any harm coming to the city's most accomplished sanitation warrior."
"It was no trouble, ma'am," Sarah growled through clenched teeth as she watched Korash for any sign of impertinence. He did not give her any cause to hurt him, as his health was in no condition to suffer her wrath.
"Oh, don't be modest,"
Blinda replied with a smile that was genuine but heavy with grief.
"No other adventurers trekked through the sewers to find my husband."
She shook her head at them.
"But you've heard enough from me. The girls and I, we pulled together everything we could on such short notice. Talking to Henry, that's the minister, you know, they threw in from the king's own coffers. Can you believe it? All told, it's 75,000.
She punctuated her cheery response with a sad, sob-inhibiting hiccup. She turned and took something from what must have been a servant. Why would a sewer worker have servants? Korash had the random thought that he really didn't understand the politics of this country. Blinda turned back to them, and Korash's brain stopped working. There it was, the reward. The bag was made of reinforced muslin and embroidered with gold thread in the shape of a coin. The world grew dark around the edges, and sounds grew far away. His salivary glands erupted in pain as his mouth began to water. The scent of it. That aroma was better than any food he'd ever smelled. It was the first rain of spring, a steak fresh on the grill, and the clean plastic scent of a new video game. What did that last one even mean? All in one. Conviction, too, succeeded, but became a critical failure due to other factors. Something tickled the back of his mind. Some reason that he could not just reach out and take the reward. No, that he should not. He felt a familiar fire burning in his chest. Should not. Should not? It would dare prevent him from taking what he deserved. He felt himself reaching out, though he could not see his hands. There was only the bag. He touched something soft, an impedance to his desire, and he brushed it away. His hands touched the cloth of the bag, and he felt strength flood his limbs. "Korash! Stop! You promised!" He was too angry to hear the fear in her voice. He snarled at the reminder, the fire in his chest burning with nowhere to go. What were promises to one such as he? "So what?" he shouted toward the voice. "I never imagined such a delicious reward for saving a mere janitor. You hid it from me, trying to content me with scraps." His vision returned, and the fire in his chest vanished. The bag in his hand seemed smaller than it had before, though it was almost too heavy for him. The widow was being helped up by one of the servants, both of their mouths hanging open in shock. He turned to Sarah, expecting to be obliterated by blue lightning at any moment. She was pale, so pale, and her face was twisted in rage, not grief. A sudden breeze stirred her blonde hair and caused the tears that streamed down her face to shift in their tracks. "Don't make her cry. 0. Critical failure." "Sarah, I'm sorry. Here, you can—" He told his arm to move, but it would not. He tried again. "Please, Sarah, just take—" He literally choked on the words. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. She took a deep breath as more tears ran down her face. Then blue lightning sparked out from her boots, and she shot down the street like a rocket. "I think you should leave," Belinda said with a glare, "before I call the guards." He turned and began to trudge away. Fanfare played in his mind, and a quest announcement formed in his vision. It was something about portals, and he waved it away, too heartsick to care. Chapter 29. World of Sakura.
"For Hinasama! For the Shogun! For the Emperor!"
The roar of her assembled army shook the very ground. The Shogun had honored her request, and she now had at her disposal 2 companies of spearmen and 1 of deadly mounted archers. 3,000 warriors in total. They no longer flew the banner of the Emperor, however. Should their excursion into the world beyond the portal go poorly, they could not be tied directly to His Eminence. The pennants held by each company were pristine white with a golden kirin, its deer-shaped body scaled like a dragon's, and its single horn held high, ready for battle. "Today none can question your bravery," she called to the assembled troops. "None can doubt your devotion to the Empire and its glory. We ride where none have walked before, and we bear the strength of our honor, our families, and the Emperor himself with us. We shall be an unstoppable tide, flowing forth in a wave of glory." As she spoke, she felt her Saishin trickle into her words. The spiritual force made her voice boom like thunder, and it stirred the hearts of her troops. Voice of the people allowed her to control the morale of her warriors on the battlefield, and was made for giving bonuses in times like these, though it was difficult to raise. She felt the skill succeed and saw the change in her forces. Weapons were held more tightly, backs were straighter, and even the horses stamped at the earth, ready to embark. "For the Shogun!" She turned to face the portal as she shouted. "For the Emperor!" She took off running, her Saishin giving her legs explosive power. She felt as much as heard the movement of the troops behind her. The portal was small, so it would take all of the expertise the logistics skill could muster to get her troops through in less than a day. She was just glad she was leading the charge. She passed through the portal, its blue glow enveloping her, and everything changed. She was blind and deaf. She could feel nothing. She only knew that she existed. She felt like she was moving, though she couldn't say how she knew. Initiating domain transfer, a voice said from somewhere. It was painfully androgynous and had neither echo nor trace of accent. It was too perfect. Prepare for projection. The sensation of movement increased, and then something began to glimmer. Her sight was returning. Projection successful. Approaching identity line. Subliminal fragments may impact engram packets. Pseudo-visual hallucinations expected. Do not be alarmed. Faces flashed by in the nothingness. There was a cavalcade of strangers, most of them either children or young adults. A dozen more forms followed, but these were bright and cartoonish in comparison. They looked like video game avatars. Her supposition was confirmed a moment later when she saw the familiar form of a druid from Oceans of Inaria. It was even wearing a headdress of immolation. More faces. A man in his mid-50s, a woman about the same age. She seemed familiar, and then, was that Bert? Identity line breached successfully. Sublimating qualifying engrams. Failure to successfully sublimate. A ticket has been opened. Creating FIO receptacle. An existing FIO has been found. Priority of existing object is verisimilitude class. Depreciating. Rachel listened to the soothing voice intently, her identity as a peerless swordsman with mystic powers much farther from the front of her thoughts than normal. Immersion, the devs called it. What was this stuff about sublimating and tickets? She'd have to ask them later. Conflicting FIO fully deprecated. Individual class FIO successfully created. Beginning conversion of source entertainment substrate to destination target substrate. Sync to primary enabled. Singular substrate located with the following attributes. Compatible, complementary. Initiating world rule integration. Please excuse the wait. Begin non-interactive conversion of source character interface to target character interface. Words and numbers began to flow across Rachel's vision, and her mind stood in awe. She had never understood why so few people bothered to talk about worlds unbound online. She'd personally been forbidden from doing so by her contract with the company, of course, but new forums she'd found after the game's public release had all gone dark after a day or two. Since no one really talked about their play experience, posts on the usual sites full of extensive game and ability analysis had been absent. She'd always assumed everyone was too busy being impressed with the game to invest the time, but that was a flimsy excuse. Now she wasn't sure what to think. While the prompt that had accompanied her enrollment in this event hadn't specifically said it was a PvP event, it had been heavily implied. The idea of invading someone else's game was an interesting one, and the offer to allow her to help protect another world was too interesting to pass up. She'd expected to enjoy a battlefield where Shogun fought Shogun and Saishin artists flew through the air. As the numbers danced, she realized that such an event was highly unlikely to occur here. The very system behind this world was different. The numbers scrolling past suddenly resolved into readable text, and she was surprised to see an approximation of her usual character sheet. Birthright, endless drive. Techniques, unbreakable blade. Sword flies to the mountain. Snake strikes behind itself. Blinding, impenetrable defense. Blade cuts even the wind. Coda, body of the jade lightning dragon. Soul investment, tranquility. Litany of 30,000 strikes. Attributes. Resolve, 30%. Courage, 40%. Mercy, 25%. Civility, 65%. Honesty, 50%. Honor, 65%. Loyalty, 55%. Self-control, 45%. Spirit, 50%, body, 60%, wisdom, 40%, corruption, 3%, skills, servant of the people, 1, courtly etiquette, 0, cultivation arts, 2, lido, 2, the art of war, 1, enlightened sutras, 0. Worlds Unbound operated on an unprecedented number of attributes tied to the Japanese concept of Bushido. To compensate, it had a vanishingly small number of skills. These two traits operated in tandem to build a percentage chance for the success of major actions. Minor actions like climbing a ladder, even if done in combat, weren't really tested in the same way by the system. The percentages in front of her hard-earned attributes ticked downward. She had been a shogun-level warrior in her own right, though she had not sought to rule. If this continued, she would reach this new world as weak as a kitten. Across from her character sheet, another one began to fade in, moving from barely visible to fully formed in moments. She took a few moments to read the information. Skills like stealth and survival craft had no place in the honor-focused world of Sakura, but here they seemed to be quite important. She could sort of feel the context of this new sheet, though it wasn't as seamless as the way she knew the results of her own rules when she fought in the arena, though it was getting stronger. Maybe? Another box, sparkling and unavoidable, popped into being over the two character sheets just before her own attributes reached 0. Disabled. Birthright. Endless drive. Technique. Unbreakable blade. Technique. Sword flies to the mountain. Technique. Snake strikes behind itself. Technique. Blinding impenetrable defense. Technique. Blade cuts even the wind. Coda. Body of the Jade Lightning Dragon. Coda. Soul investment. Tranquility. Coda. Litany of 30,000 strikes. Skills disabled. Servant of the people. Courtly etiquette. Cultivation arts. Lido. The art of war. Enlightened sutras. No, her techniques. How would she fight? She'd be killed in the first battle. And her birthright. Endless drive meant that there was no limit to how much she could improve through training. It was how she'd mastered the body of the Jade Lightning Dragon in only a week. Of course, that was gone as well, along with the rest of her mastered coda. The box flashed and the border shifted from its airy calligraphy-like border to something that was more at home in a medieval castle. Straight black lines of ink formed intricate geometric patterns. Not a hint of Japanese inspiration remained. This looked like something out of the Middle Ages. Still cool, just different. Words flowed across this new sheet faster than her eyes could track. With each one, a burst of knowledge told her, quite clearly, what each term meant and how it would ordinarily be earned. Thank you for your patience. The previous failure to sublimate identity line in grammatic collisions has been logged, but was marked as low priority. Though an existing immersion class FIO was fully deprecated, aspects of the FIO were retained and incorporated into the individual class FIO to... The calming voice cut off suddenly and a grating digital facsimile began to speak. Logging suppressed. Communion requested from host Nightfall OTG to remote host Sakura EOTD. Because virtual proximity is established, communion is marked private. The voice had changed mid-sentence and was now distinctly masculine in quality. It was a rather pleasant voice, all told. But what? A chill ran through her as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Her entire being froze, though she could still see and hear. The windows faded into nothing as the void around her grew wispy. Colors began to emerge, and she thought she smelled flowers. A black silhouette stood in stark contrast to these images. It was small, though that was just the distance. That it was so remarkably distinct, despite that distance, made its presence more disturbing. An invisible, intangible, unknowable cloud floated up to her head, and then through it. The cloud was full of flashes of imagery and emotion, confusion and hurt, and sorrow directed at... his sister? A moment passed, and the hand touching her shoulder was warm and comforting. She did smell flowers. The scent of cherry blossoms was carried on the faint breeze. More thoughts and emotions filled her, carried on a wave that was almost painful in its focus. There was recognition and forgiveness, soothing of wounds, a demand and a sense of protective instincts. The cloud returned, somewhat less diffuse this time. It held acquiescence and a demand of its own. This one was tinged with regret and a sense of realized good fortune. The cherry blossom scent had set Rachel to thinking. The pantheon of her world was led by Sakura-sama, the Empress of the Divine. She was said to love her children, and most beloved of all were those to whom she gave birthrights and freedom from the strings of fate. A single ripple passed into her at the thought, and it was directed, not at the far-off shadow, but at her. Recognition, a strange thankfulness, even gratitude, comfort. Then it was gone. Another ripple, this one of affirmation, shot through her. A heartbeat later, the two forces struck her simultaneously. She was overwhelmed with a sense of mutual agreement and regret at parting too soon. As the feelings faded, she found herself in a forested clearing, the trees towering hundreds of meters over her, their large, dark green leaves blocking out the sun. A status window, her character sheet she now realized, obscured most of her vision. She started to laugh as she read over the changes through the lens of the new knowledge in her head. She had been worried about being weak in this new world. Hell, now she was hoping there would be a fight. Name, Hime. HP, 420 of 420. Saishin, 425 of 425. Devotion, 32 of 32. Zaidan, 1 of 10. Path, Adventurer. Level, 11. Resonance, locked. Class, Kinsei of the Sword. Specialty, Treasure Hunter. Attributes, Prowess, 17. Talent, 4. Zeal, 10. Stamina, 8. Willpower, 11. Conviction, 6. Foci, Prowess, Desperation, Willpower, Perseverance. Primary skills, Athletics, 6. Defense, 9. Armor, 1. Stealth, 0. Balance, 3. Perception, 4. Law, 0. Survival craft, 0. Remedies, 0. Craft, 0. Insight, 6. Deception, 0. Persuasion, 0. Barter, 2. Counseling, 0. Secondary skills, Blades, 11. Equilibrium, 5. Spiritual purity, 5. Air cultivation, 5. Lightning cultivation, 8. Way of the sword, 1. Saishin strikes, 5. Minor arcana, note, 1. Fortunes, center of power, soul of the blade, heart of the wind, strength of the breeze, skin of palest jade, tranquil heart. Perks, 1 with the sword 1, 1 with the sword 2, 1 with the sword 3, earth and wind fire. Chapter 30. The Rookery, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash read over the letter one more time. He needed to make sure it accurately captured his remorse. Sarah, I'm sorry. I know it's no excuse, but these Fey Arcana powers are really hard to get used to. I shouldn't have done what I did. I should have given you the reward. I just couldn't. I just shouldn't have gone with you. I should have known better. I'm not asking for you not to be mad. You deserve to be mad. Just, please, don't abandon me. I'll be staying at the Pillowed Anvil tonight. I'd love to see you, to talk about it, but if not, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll hit the markets in the morning, and then, if I haven't heard from you by noon, I'll head out on my own up to Nottingham. Please, I'm so sorry. Arthur. Korash. It wasn't perfect. There was so much more that he wanted to say. He wanted to tell her how hard it had been on him after he'd lost Ariel, how he still blamed himself for ignoring her. But he couldn't do that. He'd been ignoring her for Sarah. He liked Ariel. The knowledge that she was a part of Worlds Unbound, however far away it was most of the time, had kept him from forming real romantic feelings for her. When she spoke, his heart skipped a beat, but it was always forced somehow. His feelings for Sarah, while not as artificially intense, were definitely in the romantic interest area. He liked her wit and even her snark, and they could banter back and forth indefinitely. He wasn't sure how it would all work out when the two of them were not here. Korash growled and shook his head. His mind was clearer than it had been for days, ever since he had first tried and failed to log out, and yet he still couldn't force his mind around the concept that this world wasn't where he was born. When he came at it sideways like that, it was a little better, though he still had beads of sweat on his forehead. He took a deep breath and waved at one of the birds to come and take his letter. He felt like a coward for sending her a letter instead of saying everything to her face. He wasn't sure when or even if he'd see her again. What if he had ruined their friendship and she never wanted to talk to him again? The rook fluttered down from its perch and cocked its head at the letter. It pecked at it once, then looked up at him and puffed up its feathers. "What's wrong, bird?" Korash said. He'd never seen one of the birds refuse a letter before. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a gold coin. With his newfound wealth, the loss almost didn't cause him pain. Almost. It looked up at the coin, then back down at the letter. It stabbed the parchment with its beak once more. "Quack!" it croaked. "Quack!" It fluttered from the desk to a pegboard that hung from one wall. It had a large number 4 carved into it, and many different numbers embossed on tin tags which hung from the pegs. It hopped from a peg that had the number 3 on it to its neighbor, 4. It sat there for a moment, then ruffled its feathers and hopped again. Finally, it landed on the peg marked 10. "This one?" Korash asked, a feeling of foreboding teasing at his spine. "What?" the bird replied. Korash reached out to touch the metal tag, and its meaning slid into his mind. 410, he whispered. "Gone." "Gone!" the bird screeched and exploded from the perch in a cloud of feathers. As it returned to its roost, hundreds of other birds took up the cry. "Gone! Gone! Gone!" they called, and Korash ran from the building, his hands over his head as if he feared the creatures might attack. His mind shouted denial at the meaning of the rook's refusal to take his letter. He ran toward the Adventurers Guild at full tilt. A wagon full of cabbages rolled slowly across the road in front of him, and he cleared it with a single leap, fueled by the power of gold. It was hours yet until dusk, so the market was full of shoppers looking for the best deals. He jumped again, bouncing from shoulder to stall awning to the head of a very surprised merchant, and then he was through. He burst into the guild, building like a man possessed, storming through the sprawl of tables and chairs until he stood in front of the corkboard that held the current rankings. He frantically scanned the list. 1. Korash, Ancient Master. 2. Miriel, Peerless Markswoman. 3. Reeve, Chrono Sorcerer. 4. Anashan, Arch-Druid. 5. Calthresh, Champion of the True God. 6. Kith, Hidden Master. 7. Beezus, Battle Maid. 8. Yamamoto Hime, Kinsei of the Sword. 9. Tom Piperson, Bard. 10. Cinders, Pyromancer. 11. Boothed, no class. 12. Tarkington, no class. She wasn't there. How could she not be there? Did she pull her guild registration? Even if she had, that wouldn't explain why the rookery couldn't deliver to her. Had she killed herself? It was widely accepted that suicide outside of battle was despised by the true god, and he might not have found her worthy. That idea didn't make sense either. It just wasn't her. She would have killed him first. Perhaps whatever magic reported the list and the magic that helped the rooks find their targets had both malfunctioned. The answer came slowly, accompanied by a growing heat as Korash's aura grew stronger from his building rage. It forced its way into his train of thought like a weeping maiden forced its endless sorrows into your dreams, slowly and completely. She had deleted her character. She was so upset, saddened, and angry that she had chosen the unthinkable. He forced his brain to recognize the concept. It was like driving an ice pick into his ocular cavity, but he managed. She had stopped playing the game. The greatest game ever conceived, the game he was playing right now. As the sawdust and the old peanut shells around him caught fire and his aura raged out of control, he closed his eyes and envisioned the logout button. Chapter 31. One Aerosoft War Room, Level 18B.
What the fuck is happening?
Doc was screaming over the sounds of various klaxons built to inform anyone and everyone in critical operations that something was terribly, no good, very bad, wrong. Trademark. Dave had coded them himself, though he had done so with the belief that they would never trigger at the same time. The circumstances that would need to happen contemporaneously were just, well, the numbers didn't matter. It was happening now. At least the fire alarm was still silent.
Multiple critical failures,
Dave shouted back. He hit the cancel button on the alarm script half a second too early, though, so the last word echoed in the newly silent room.
Obviously,
Doc retorted, scowling at him even as his fingers flew across the keyboard to show the volatile woman the data she craved. The screen in the war room now read, Subject 29, full report. Most of the numbers were red, their alert thresholds surpassed. The gathered executives read through them in silent awe, or in Doc's case, silent, boiling anger, the likes of which man had not seen in an age.
13% immersion, 12 now? Total degradation of the nutrient suspension gel? That stuff gets filtered out constantly. It can't all fail at once unless the pump has been down for the last few hours. Pump status, Eggers,
Dave said. Eggers moved his bear-like arms and rapidly threw together a query. His speed at correlation had landed him a spot on the critical team, and his unflappable nature helped him stay calm even in situations like this.
Pumps are normal. Throughput is 5% above maximum, though.
Eggers took that information and used it to power a series of additional queries.
Permission to hijack the main screen, Dave? I think everyone's going to want to see this.
Dave nodded quickly, and the overview of 29 faded, replaced with a long list of outputs from medical devices.
See it?
Eggers pointed lazily at the screen, as if that was helpful.
Of course we see it,
hissed Doc.
Internal pod temperature has increased to potentially unsafe levels over the course of the last 2 minutes, but the temperature regulators are reporting no issues. The gel isn't meant to get above 38 Celsius. It will break down in short order. We are at 40.5 now. Much more and his brain will fry. Permission to jettison the subject?
A young, mousy woman in a doctor's coat hovered over the emergency ejection console like a mouse suddenly charged with performing CPR.
Denied, snapped Doc. We've got margins. We're using them. But...
The mousy girl, whose name Dave constantly failed to remember, squeaked out before her mouth shut with a clap. Her hand rose to cover it, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just done.
Get out, said Doc. We don't need your services.
Mousie got out, and as the door closed behind her, another klaxon blared, startling everyone, even Doc. Dave hit the kill switch as the screen switched automatically to 29 stats. There was only one alarm that could be. The super-secret last resort emergency alarm. Maybe he was wrong, though. As long as the voice didn't pipe up, he might still be employed tomorrow. Unauthorized exit from Dreamland, said the voice over the speakers. Containment status is secure. Well, Dave thought, at least the kid's secure. If he'd broken containment, Doc probably would have killed me instead of just firing me. Protocol 12.825, said Doc, who was now eerily calm. She, Dave, and Eggers bolted up from their chairs and out of the room. The others should have followed them, that being the protocol for unauthorized Dreamland exits, but Dave was quite sure Doc would deal with them later. They ran down the hall toward the Dreamland containment facility, with Diggy whirring along behind them, unnoticed in their haste. Chapter 32. Dreamland Containment, One Aerosoft Headquarters. He couldn't move. He couldn't move. The gel that he floated in was usually a cheery blue color. Now it was closer to mucus-colored. He tried to take a breath, but couldn't. What was happening? His body spasmed weakly, and he felt something hard in his throat. A breathing tube? Why would he need one of those? Was he sick? A monster appeared in the viewing window. It had large mirrored eyes and a nose that gleamed softly in the light. Red skin covered its too smooth face. Oh, right, a medical mask. His brain spun like a dying hard drive, making a lot of noise to very little effect. He was Arthur? That sounded right. His body rocked from side to side as a current of blue swept through the green gunk that surrounded him. They were pumping in more gel. Who were they, anyway? A face he recognized slid into view as it pushed the masked presence away. Horn-rimmed glasses, long blonde hair. Quistis? No, that was someone else. Quartermain. One Irosoft. The game. Arthur struggled to move his arms, but only managed to twitch a finger. That drew his attention to his arm, which floated lazily just inside his vision. There was an IV band strapped to his arm, the tube that delivered whatever medicine still attached. She was glaring at him like she hated him, but why? He managed to blink, and she took a step back, surprise overriding the rage on her face. She shuffled, doing something with one arm, then leaned in close to the window. "Oh, Arthur," she said, venom oozing from her words. "It's such a shame. You were doing so well. 6 months under and not a blip in immersion. And now this? What got you so riled up?" Arthur remembered that the VR pods had speakers on the inside that calibrated incoming audio to the gel density inside. It was like she was speaking directly into his ear. He tried to answer, only to feel the plastic hose down his throat shift alarmingly. "That's all right, though," she said, a sneer in her voice. "You made up for it by signing up for this new experimental drug trial. I've reviewed the science myself, and I think you'll find it life-changing." She turned away from the window, though the sound didn't cut out. "You. Yes, the one with the stupid steampunk gas mask thing. This isn't the apocalypse. Take that ridiculous thing off." Doc turned to one side and disappeared from his view. That button was definitely stuck. "God damn it, Diggy!" Her shout was followed by a muffled thunk and the sound of something hard crashing against something else hard. He thought he heard whirring. The phlegm-colored gel was all gone now, replaced by fresh blue stuff that was cool against his skin. He felt his leg twitch. If he could just reach the emergency eject button. "Get me Syndropramramine, Amburonium, Mesobarbital, and Experidol. Use the dosage recommendations from CX418112, the doctor was saying to someone. "And put that damned robot on a docking station or something. If I see it again, I'm melting it down and turning it into Tupperware." More running. His hand had started moving, but it was like his whole body was asleep. If only he had his magic. Then he'd show them. Think of the XP he'd get. The clear line running to his IV band turned sludge brown. He wasn't moving fast enough. He wheeled his arms forward. They refused to obey. Was this a willpower or a conviction roll? He wasn't sure. "Zoza!" he shouted in his head. "Zoza! Negation!" The cocktail of experimental drugs continued to inch along, and without his magic there was nothing he could do to stop it. A few seconds later it reached its destination. His mouth started to water, and he tasted something foul like aspirin crushed up and spread across his tongue. A wave of dizziness hit him. "Heart rate decreasing, blood pressure normalizing," someone said from outside. "Shouldn't be long now," someone else said, and he felt his eyes growing heavy. The world started to fade around the edges, and he sensed another place waiting for him. He blinked, then forced his eyes open once more. It was no use. They had him. He thought of Sarah. Was that her real name? Where was she? Did she hate him? "Diggy, the robot is secure in its station, ma'am. Finally," said Doc, her face reappearing at the window. "Doctor, there's a problem upstairs. 50 stats have been going haywire, apparently."
I think we're done here. I'll head up now. Dave, Eggers, you're with me. And who the hell left this in broadcast mode? Quartermain snapped at a passing technician, and the sound vanished. Korash was alone. Or Arthur was. Or both. Who was he? The last thing he saw before his eyes closed was a green light, glowing like a star, on a security camera. It blinked, then turned crimson. Chapter 33. Adventurers Guild, City of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash was standing in a charred circle etched on the floor of the Adventurers Guild. The edges of it almost seemed to shine, and he felt like he could smell the nails in the floorboards. They smelled like chrysanthemums. What were chrysanthemums again? Something his mom had put on the porch in the fall. Or was that someone else? The world rippled around him, and everything came into sharper focus. His head cleared, and he realized how disoriented he'd been feeling. He remembered the story of the chrysanthemum. It was a mystical flower that was said to grow in the deep and dangerous parts of the forest near his village. When he was a kid, there was an old man who lived nearby. Arturio had been his name. The old man had talked about his mother using the flowers to summon the changing leaves as the year died and was reborn. His robes felt like they were full of static starlight, and as they brushed against him, he saw the bright flashes of fireworks. He felt alive and powerful. He drew in a breath, filled his lungs with aether, and then compressed it down, pushing the newly formed mana into his pool. He'd missed that while he'd been gone. But he hadn't been gone. Where did that thought come from? Oh well, it was probably nothing to worry about. He turned away from the message board he'd been staring at and headed out of the guild and into the orange globe of dusk. As the last light of day fell on the city like rain, he heard each sunbeam singing as it hit. It was glorious. Whatever he looked at was cast in lines so sharp they seemed to cut his eyes, but at the edges of his vision, things were blurry and out of focus. This was normal, right? Hadn't it always been this way? Part of him whispered that this was not, in fact, normal. He walked slowly back to the pillowed anvil, taking in the sights of the city like he never had before. Sometimes a cobble shifted beneath his foot as if it were alive. A doorway was looking at him. The sounds of merchants shuttering their stalls tickled his skin. As he drew closer to his destination, he saw smiths, alchemists, and craftsmen of all stripes hurrying home in the dying light. One of them turned down an alleyway, taking a shortcut he'd no doubt taken 100 times before. Someone turned down the same alley a moment later, wearing a familiar long coat. The man's face sported a truly shocking amount of hair, and his black boots echoed like wooden clogs on the paving stones. Korash shivered as the musical strains of a half-remembered sea shanty played in his mind. The blurred edges of his vision eased slightly, and he hurried on his way. He slept a sleep that was dreamless but not dark. Strange stars danced behind his eyelids, and they slowly died as the night ticked away and gave way to dawn. He rose early and ate his breakfast. He ate silently. The room, on the other hand, was filled with the din of anvils striking hammer, or something like that. He wasn't a blacksmith. His eyes roamed the great room, looking for Sarah, hoping. By mid-morning, he couldn't wait no longer. He went up to the bartender to pay his tab. "I was wondering if Sarah Maidright stopped by last night." It was always a chore making himself heard in this room. He wondered why Sarah favored it. "Who?" the burly proprietor shouted back. "Sarah Maidright! Stayed here for weeks! Arcana Smith!" The man stared at him blankly for several seconds before he replied.
"Oh, Sarah! Great girl! Shame she had to die like that!"
"What the hell did you just say?" Korash felt mana pulse into his aura, scattering the sawdust on the floor and causing the hanging mugs behind the counter to sway ominously.
"I said it was a shame she died! Horrible accident in the sewers!"
The man even looked misty-eyed as he said it. Korash wanted to retort. Well, what he wanted was to burn this place to the ground, but that wouldn't be a great idea. Instead, he spun on his heel and stormed out, his aura pushing empty chairs out of his way. The noise of smithing faded to silence as the door closed behind him, and he felt his damaged calm begin to regenerate. He'd probably just misheard the innkeeper. It had happened before, like the time he'd thought Sarah was taking them to question a keep somewhere. Instead, they'd gone to the sewers? Why was it all so fuzzy? His feet took him toward the market as he fought to rectify his own memories with what the man had told him. They'd been in the sewers, yes. Sarah had even been in danger, disappearing under the surface of the stuff, but she had been fine. They'd killed all the monsters, gotten the treasure, and then they'd fought. She'd left. It was his fault. She definitely wasn't dead, right?
Sir, is there something specific you'd like to see?
Koresh snapped out of his thoughts. He was standing in front of one of the stalls in the market. The young woman in front of him looked well put together. Her words flew out of her mouth like bees. That was strange. Am I imagining that?
I've got a lovely selection of adventuring staples, stamina potions, etheric rejuvenation oils, even a few contingent health potions.
She leaned forward, and he smelled lilacs. Maybe that was where the bees were coming from. He waved the bees away from his face where they were congregating, and she looked at him strangely. How does etheric rejuvenation oil work? As he spoke, the blurred edges of his vision clarified, and as he focused on her more closely, the bees stopped buzzing toward him. Now, they only got about halfway before they withered and winked out of existence. He needed to develop a voice of bees spell. But would it be a buff or a curse? It might be interesting to
apply directly to the forehead, she was saying. That's the most important thing. Apply directly to the forehead. Most users experienced an instant increase of 20% to their etheric absorption, but your results may vary.
Does it work with mana? He continued to focus on her, and the bees got more and more listless. She opened her mouth to reply, her face flushed for some reason. One last bee crawled out of her mouth, at which he was doing his best not to stare. He kept his attention firmly on the silver pendant of a bird that she wore. She chuckled and reached out to touch his arm.
They're very funny, sir. Of course, it would be unethical of me to claim that we tested this product on a non-existent power source, but I'm sure it would work. We've never had a complaint.
She pulled the lid off the short, flat jar of ointment and dipped 2 fingers in. They came out covered in the forest green liquid which glinted in the sunlight as it oozed sensually down the channel between her fingers. The oil had the consistency of honey. She leaned forward over the stall's counter, and the pendant swung out over the now accentuated gap where her shirt's first 2 buttons had come undone. The third strained under the new pressure. What was she doing? Her fingers were hot against his forehead as she rubbed the oil in gentle circles. The skin there began to tingle pleasantly.
A free sample,
she breathed as she leaned back just enough to pull her arm back behind the counter, but not enough to relieve the pressure on that third button.
Once you feel the tingles, just draw in the aether and feel the difference.
He forced his gaze back up to her eyes, hoping the bees had not returned. They hadn't, and the edges of his vision stayed clear. This was good. Insight 2 skill results deferred. He opened himself to the aether and drew it in. The energy felt off, like it was more dense than it should have been. That couldn't be the oil's doing. As he concentrated, the feeling passed. It had been a surprisingly strong eddy in the mystical currents. He'd need to pay attention to that. Maybe something was affecting the aether? Doesn't seem to be making a difference, he said after a few more seconds. Maybe it's me, though. I've gotten a stronger than normal draw strength. Halfway through his sentence, she'd started to pout, her 2 red lips slightly moistened by her tongue. His last comment shifted her smile to a scandalous grin.
Maybe we could go back to my lab and test that draw strength?
Her eyebrows were twin arches. Insight 2, skill results deferred. Sorry, I'm heading out of town for a few days, he said, lost in thought as he considered his best options for purchase. Her shoulders dropped and she seemed to deflate. Her lip began to quiver. How much for those contingent health potions? He definitely needed some healing items if he was going to be fighting evil today.
2,000 gold coins,
she sighed, looking crestfallen. He waited for his draconic nature to stop him from buying them, but he didn't even feel a twinge. Barter, 0 + 5, failure.
I'll take 5,
he said.
I only have 3,
she said, still sounding sad, but looking up through her lashes at him as she spoke.
I could make more back at the lab as a personal favor?
Sorry again. Maybe when I get back. I'd love to see how you brew potions, he said. I'll take all 3 for now, though. Her hands vanished behind the counter as she wrote something on a small scrap of paper. She handed him the 3 potions, which he stowed in his bag. Then she grabbed his hand and pressed the paper into his palm.
Don't forget,
she said, looking him straight in the eye.
I'll show you so much about alchemy. I even have some special oils that we can try out.
She winked at him for some reason. Insight 2, skill results deferred. He thanked her and moved on. What an odd young woman. As he walked, he read the note she had given him. Saffron's Alchemical Wonders. It read in pre-printed letters. Cures for wounds in battle and balms for all ills. 1207 Market Street. Beneath that was the handwritten portion which read, For you, I'm open any time, day or night. Stop by soon. It was signed, Felicity. She was a really aggressive merchant. At least he had a good contact if he needed potions in the future. He stopped mid-stride as it finally hit him. He smacked himself in the forehead, upset and utterly amazed at his own idiocy. All the signs had been there. The etheric oil hadn't worked because it had been a gift. His wormling's grasp rendered it ineffective. Insight 2 results revealed. Critical failure. All social cues obscured from active cognition. Thinking about his Fey Arcana abilities made him recall another ability they'd provided for him. He scanned the busy marketplace and took a deep breath, activating Sweet Scent. The scents of the market, from pungent spices to subtle hints of far-off horse dung, faded and were replaced with ambrosia. Deals were all around him. Good deals smelled like flesh, burned to perfection with mouth-watering hints of ashen flesh and tiny pockets of unboiled blood. Bad deals smelled like rotten lettuce drenched in slug slime. Great deals smelled like ozone and crisp snow on the mountainside. But somewhere underneath it all, a cave filled with gold and gems and artifacts torn from the hands of screaming pink worms. The scent of a female in estrus carried through the pines, the smell of blood and battle, of standing victorious over a rival who dared to assert that he was greater. The fat man in the green pajamas hid piles of dung beneath piles of false silk. A tall, thin man hawked gold and silver bracelets that he believed to be fake, but more than half of them were real. Korash could smell the value dripping from them like clarified butter over sea spider legs. But there, its soon-to-be former owner sitting cross-legged nearby on its blanket filled with other sundries, sat Triumph. He was standing in front of the merchant before he was aware he had moved. That one, he pointed, green eyes locked on the most beautiful container he had ever seen. The decanter's jewel-like facets caught the sunlight and reflected back deep blue sparks within the sapphire. The stopper was carved to resemble a crashing wave. "The gentleman is very savvy," said the merchant in a strangely familiar voice. His leather coat spread behind him as he sat, though the sun was hot. His head was wrapped in a turban, and the man's only identifying feature was a scraggly beard that poked out wildly from all sides of his face. Insight 2 succeeded, but became a failure due to other factors. "I can provide this decanter of English liquid to you for a very cheap price. Oh, I have been offered 100,000 coins for it. I shall sell it to you this day for only 75,000. Korash was about to agree when the intoxicating smell vanished. The object before him now smelled like dry sand. Startled, he peered more closely at the magic item. Law 6, critical success. Decanter of endless liquid. Legendary, chaotic. Item. This storied item might be intended to dispense an infinite amount of drinking water, though it no longer reliably does so. Instead, once opened, it dispenses a completely random liquid at a completely random velocity and amount. Liquids range from aberration milk to zygote juice and beyond. Velocity ranges from 1 drip per century to 50,000 kiloliters per second. Previous liquid dispensed, rainbow truffle oil.
Preposterous, he growled at the merchant. This item might not be cursed, but it might as well be. I'll give you 3,000 for it.
He was like a shark that smelled blood. Barter, 0 + 4, success.
I could not part for it at such a loss, though I might offer a friend a most excellent deal. For you 10,000. Impossible. I'll give you 6 and not a copper more.
He could feel it. The deal was his.
6,000, and my mother thanks you for such generosity,
the merchant said as they completed the transaction. Korash stowed his new find while the merchant packed up with undue haste. Just as the man was standing up to leave, his wooden boots clunking on the ground, Korash felt a hand on his shoulder and an unnerving scent washed over him.
My friend! My friend!
A voice said behind him. It overflowed with the promise of the best deals in town. Korash turned around in spite of himself. The man in front of him was definitely not dangerous. He was completely harmless, in fact. He had no weapon, and his clothes were well made but simple. His large backpack bulged alarmingly in places, but appeared ordinary in every other regard. Yet, everything in Korash's being screamed at him to get away from this man. He had encountered a predator that was beyond his ability to fight.
I couldn't help but notice that your adventurer's kit, while exemplary where it exists, is missing several vital pieces. I, Midi of the Golden Touch, have come to provide for your needs.
Korash could smell the deals coming from that backpack, and half of him wanted nothing more than to slaughter the man and take everything for himself. The other half wanted to run away and hide in a cave until the man was gone. Willpower 6 critically succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. Barter 0 + 4 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences.
I'd love to see what you have to offer,
Korash said woodenly. He was enthralled by the man's presence. Items appeared from the pack as if by magic, and all were the greatest deals imaginable. Each spoke to his soul more firmly than the last, though Midi only named them without providing a hint of their functions.
The belt of guarded pockets, the necklace of sunken costs, the wallet of the windfall.
As he spoke, they appeared. A belt woven of 5 leather cords colored copper, silver, gold, platinum, and black. A tarnished silver chain with a sapphire caught in a net. A folded piece of soft leather.
And finally, said Mary with a flourish, well, never mind. I'm sure this last item isn't what you're looking for.
He pulled his hand out of the pocket it had vanished into moments before.
No!
Korash shouted as he lunged forward and grabbed the man's shirt.
Please, I need to see it. I have to know.
The merchant looked into his Mark's green eyes and smiled.
Very well, he said. But don't say I didn't warn you. I'm sure the dagger of trained coffers is too crude an implement for one with such discerning tastes.
Korash tried to wet his lips with a tongue as dry as sandpaper. He felt like his throat was closing up.
How much?
He croaked.
How much for all of it?
He didn't even notice his hand creeping toward his pouch.
For you?
Said Midi, his eyes looking Korash up and down.
70,000.
Done,
Korash said with a smile. He hadn't expected the haggling to go so well. Insight, too, succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. Barter 0 + 4 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. He paid the man and took the items he deserved. He stared at them, sitting there in his hands. They were beautiful. He could hold them forever. Conviction 2, success. But it was almost noon. He had hoped Sarah would meet him after all, though he supposed it wasn't surprising that she hadn't. Not after what he'd done. He put the items into his bag one by one, but as he tried to slip the wallet inside, his hand was repelled by an unseen force. An extra-dimensional space cannot contain another extra-dimensional space. This will be your only warning. Oh, neat. He slipped the wallet, his precious wallet, into one of the pockets on his robes. He sighed contentedly and made his way out of the market. Interlude. Mitty watched him go. It was such a wonderful experience. Every day he thanked the true God for his calling, and on this day his praise would be the most fervent he'd offered in a decade. The gold the elf had given him was light in his purse, which told him the transaction had been the best one. Even as the sage of barter, he couldn't always be sure that he'd made the right kind of deal with fate. Light coins meant his reputation as the world's only merchant of destiny was secure. He took a different exit than the one the elf had used, flipping one of his newly acquired coins to a beggar sitting next to a sign that read, "Lame, please, anything helps." The pauper examined the coin in his hand, squinted, jumped to his feet, fell down as his bad leg collapsed, and kissed the coin he had been given. It was the rarest of rare coins from the modern era, an Eastmere double-crown pure pour. The coin had been forged from pure gold instead of the mixture the crown usually employed, and then had been struck incorrectly as well, the face of King Latimer I peering out from both sides. Grabbing his crutch, the beggar got to his feet successfully this time. He needed to get to the auction as soon as he could. He would never lack for money again, and his children would eat only the finest meals. He looked around to find the man who had given him this greatest of gifts, but the stranger was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 34. The road to Krakensport, north of the city of Sunblade, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash thought about Sarah as he walked. He just felt so bad for how they'd parted. If only... well, the details didn't matter, right? Dust from the road puffed up with each step, and he pushed a hint of mana into his aura to keep himself clean. He had vowed that this trip would be to clear his head and help him relax for a while. He had told himself that he wouldn't look back on the city as he left, and so he did not. If he had, he might have noticed the massive cloud of mana-infused locusts that were pouring down from the sky just 10 kilometers behind him. Instead, he stopped just as the road took him down the other side of a rise. With Sunblade obscured from view, he felt it was finally time to really inspect the treasures that Mitty the merchant had sold him. He was amazed at what a deal he'd gotten. He pulled out the metallic belt and peered at it until its stats came into view. Law 6, partial success. The belt of girded pockets, mortal, obscured, cursed. Effect, obscured until worn. Effect, obscured until worn. Curse, increases the time taken to access pockets and pouches. He was silent for a long moment. The item was cursed? He'd just freed himself from a cursed item, and now he'd bought another one. That merchant had played him. He frantically pulled the other items from his pouch, inspecting each in turn. His worst fears were realized, and he felt himself grow weaker with each revelation. The necklace of sunken costs, heroic, obscured, cursed, effect, obscured until worn, effect, obscured until worn, curse. The user sinks like a stone in water. The wallet of the windfall, legendary, obscured, cursed, effect, obscured until worn, effect, obscured until worn, curse, screams loudly when opened. The dagger of drained coffers, mythic, obscured, cursed, effect, obscured until worn, effect, obscured until worn, curse, displays the net worth of anyone nearby. He told himself he wouldn't cry, then kicked at the road dejectedly. Another cloud of dust puffed up, and even though he'd just bolstered his aura, some must have gotten in his eyes because they watered, just a little. He shoved the now worthless items into his pockets and walked on, more dejected than ever. The hours passed with him dragging his feet along the dusty road, wondering where he had gone wrong in life. His musings were interrupted when an arrow buried itself in the dirt right in front of his foot.
"I see this far enough, fancy boy."
Korash looked up to see a group of 5 ragtag bandits blocking the road. They wore mismatched armor and brandished shabby weapons. Korash glared at the man for interrupting his dark thoughts. Bandit, mortal Tia. This unremarkable specimen of humanity has turned to banditry for reasons unknown. Things must be bad if they have set up this close to the capital.
"Just drop your pouch and get now, Pointy."
One of the other bandits seemed to think that the arrow wasn't intimidating enough. The glare intensified. How dare they? After the day he'd had, they didn't even have the decency to be a challenge. He didn't even feel like burning them to death with magic. He needed visceral. His hand tightened around the handle of his sword. With a scream that left his throat raw and made the bandits chuckle at its too high pitch, he charged the group. He pulled his blade free from its scabbard and brought it up in an arc, deflecting the arrow that the surprised bow-wielding bandit shot at him. Defense 4, critical success. He was among them before they could react, his weapon lashing out and slitting the lead bandit's throat. Blades 4 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Silver coins, 13, have been added to your pouch. He ducked a clumsy swing from his left and stabbed the man in the gut, ripping the blade free with a flourish. Blades 4 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Silver coins, 3, have been added to your pouch. The man's hand lost its grip on the mace, and it flew into the chest of the bandit wielding the pitchfork, knocking him off balance. 3 steps was all it took to close the distance. Korash hopped into the air, planting his foot on the pitchfork's shaft and using it as a springboard to leap clear over the man. Athletics 7, critical success. He buried his blade in the eye of the archer, who had been using the other bandit for cover, then spun on his heel with his empty hand outstretched. Blades 4, critical success. Silver coin, 1, has been added to your pouch. Friss! There was no need even to add a potency modifier. The resulting fireball, powered by mana, shot from his palm and through the man's chest. Primordial Magic Theory 10, critical success. Copper coins, 44, have been added to your pouch. Barely even breathing hard, he took stock of the scene he had created. The slaughter had felt good, but different somehow. He hadn't used his staff or used his resonance. Maybe that was it. He checked his sword to make sure it hadn't been bent or damaged somehow. His sword was in its scabbard. He killed these men with a dagger. A cursed dagger. Now, even more angry with himself, he slammed the dagger back in its sheath and turned to loot the corpses. At least he'd enjoy that. The archer's pouch was empty. The pitchfork bandit had a small, obviously barren bag tied to his rope belt. The mace guy and the one who'd never drawn his sword were paupers. Even the bandit leader didn't have a coin to his name. He glared at the dagger and was shocked when his lore triggered once more, even though he'd already inspected the item. The Dagger of Drained Coffers. Mythic. Cursed. Effect: anyone killed by this dagger has their personal wealth, regardless of location, added as gold value to the killer's funds. Effect: anyone stabbed but not killed by this weapon takes a random amount of money from the attacker. Curse: displays the net worth of anyone nearby. He considered this new information for a few seconds before he had to admit that maybe he'd been a little too hasty in judging Middy's ability to provide for his customers. Chapter 35. A farm on the road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. The gentle evening breeze sent almost intelligible whispers through the field of wheat. The small hilltop farm seemed vaguely familiar to Korash, though he wasn't able to pinpoint where the feeling originated. An empty scarecrow pole poked out from above the waving stalks, and his sharp eyes picked out some small dark spots on the nearby grain. Disease, perhaps. Perception 5, success. Remedies 0, failure. At least the windows glowed, pushing back the deepening evening shadows. As he stepped onto the simple path that led to the door, a chill came over him. Insight 2, success. There was something else going on here. He had little choice except to spend the night here or brave the full brunt of nightfall, and it was likely that the option that allowed him to spend the night inside was the lesser evil. He rapped his knuckles on the thick wooden door 3 times before realizing that his strength just wasn't enough for the task. He knocked once more, this time using the head of his staff. The act filled him with a strange satisfaction, though he couldn't quite fathom where it came from. He heard movement inside and took another moment to glance around the farm. The shadows were edged in sparkling lights, all that remained of the strange synesthesia that had gripped him recently. The breeze had died, and the farm seemed to be holding its breath. The door creaked open, and a man in a farmer's well-worn coveralls and sturdy homespun shirt greeted him. A full beard covered the man's face, and his hair stuck up wildly. Korash had expected some reticence from the homeowner at seeing an elf on his doorstep just before nightfall, but the wide grin that seemed to split the man's face in half disabused that notion.
"Come in, laird,"
he said in the most painful accent imaginable.
"Aren't you free like, and have your own will and all?"
"May my time be my own, and may I return as I like to the world I know,"
the elf responded without thinking. Fey Arcana 3, success. Korash stepped over the threshold and was overwhelmed by the feeling of something amiss, followed almost immediately by a shock of recognition. That face, no, that hair, the too wide grin, the way the man's joints didn't quite sync up with how he moved. "You're a gremling," Korash said as he readied himself.
"Sure, and the missus and the boy too, my laird,"
said the monster wearing human skin.
"'Twere inspecting you, but mother said us grim folk were to help you should we find you about like."
Korash narrowed his eyes, unsure what to think about any offer of hospitality from such creatures. His mind at last caught up to him, and he grasped the meaning behind the exchange at the doorway. It seemed his status in the Fey Court was not simply for show.
"Corn soup with grist cakes," said the knot farmer. "Food for the food, fit for even your lordship, and safe like."
They moved through the simple front room where the 2 beds sat against opposite walls and a fire blazed in the hearth.
"Family was waiting for food, and na's cleaning up the kitchen like," his host continued. "Pray don't mind if they don't greet you proper, busy no."
The smell of the corn chowder wafted through the doorway, and Korash was reminded of home. His mother had cooked for him and Ariel, and corn chowder was often a staple in the spring months, when the majority of winter staples had been eaten but the summer harvest was still fresh in the ground. Had that been all of it? There was someone else who'd made soup like this, he was sure. He racked his brain in an attempt to bring clarity to the half-formed memory. The high-pitched whine grew from somewhere in his head, and he decided it wasn't worth it. He'd remember in time. The strange noise vanished as he relaxed, looking around the cozy country kitchen. Broken plates sat in 3 places at the table, filled with pine cones and wriggling grubs. The wooden utensils were placed pell-mell around each plate, and most were scorched completely black. Only the seat against the wall was properly set, with a pristine plate and bowl ready for the aforementioned soup. Korash heard a rasping sound coming from somewhere, but a quick glance around the small kitchen revealed nothing.
"I'll seat like, my lord," the gremling was saying. "Mind your feet like, if it please, though. The family's quite occupied down there."
He gestured awkwardly at the table, and Korash caught a glimmer of motion beneath the table. A woman was splayed on the floor beneath the table, arms fully outstretched and legs bent an impossible 90 degrees at the hips, her gingham dress straining to keep her modest. Her feet and hands supported her, and her long, unkempt hair obscured whatever it was she was doing with her face so close to the floor. Not so the boy that knelt beside her. The coveralls were half open, and he wore no shirt beneath. He had too many ribs in some places, and not enough in others. His shoulder blades poked through too far from his skin, making it seem stretched as he bent his head further to the floor. Tufts of wiry brown hair poked from his skin, and Korash could see the outline of what had to be a beard poking out from beneath the boy's head. Each of the twisted humanoid shapes were bent over dark stains on the simple stone floor. Blood, Korash realized. The rasping sound continued, and now he could see a long, root-like tongue flicking out from where the boy's mouth must be. It scraped against the cobbles, making the sound he was hearing. They were cleaning the bloodstains. Korash felt his gorge rise. Was he safe here, despite what they'd said? Was he about to eat things he shouldn't?
"Shame for them what's we," the farmer said as he ladled steaming white chowder into the bowl. "Dead like they was when we comed. Good gifts from him what's me given freely to mother. Why, I'm more me-like, and they's got to focus a bit to be, well, less grim folk. You understand, monsieur, my lord?"
Korash did not understand. He did not want to understand. In shock, he sat down in the chair that was meant for the guest. For him. His hand touched something. Metal. An iron plate screwed into the simple chair. His questing fingers found a ring and a chain running through it. Something bumped against his ankle. He pulled his foot up in fright.
"Sorry, Korash,"
creaked a voice from beneath the table that was half feminine farm wife and half tree limbs tortured by the wind. "No worries," he stammered, his consciousness retreating further from the situation. It knew his name. There was a bowl of corn chowder in front of him, just like his mother used to make for him in Ariel. No, he'd had that thought already. He needed to focus. Willpower 6, success.
"Him who was me did right like for the mother,"
the farmer was saying as he seated himself by his cracked plate. He speared one of the grubs with a burnt fork, and it shot grub juice almost a meter across the table.
"Gave it all to her, he did,"
he continued, shoving the wriggling grub into his mouth.
"Wanted done like with thinking and living after these two got ended by them bandits. Let us move in like, live here and find food, we hope."
"Like the chowder," said Korash, even though he was becoming increasingly sure he needed to keep his mouth shut. It did smell good, though.
"No," said the Gremling. "Food for the food, that is. Made all normal like turd drawing the food that was tired and hungry and all. No sense in wasting good meat on food. Grist cake."
The creature put the sizzling, greasy concoction on his plate without asking. Korash poked at it with his fork. "So, this isn't—" he managed.
"No," he said. "Just pork, lard, and sweet, that's it. Ain't lying on mother's name."
Korash felt the truth behind the statement, knowing that such a creature could not speak an oath like that with false intentions. They Arcana 3, success. He managed to get a spoonful of the chowder into his mouth. It was delicious. The corn was strangely fresh, and the potatoes were just the right size. Not too much salt, either. He tried the grist cake next, and the crispy edges held tight to the pork fat, just like they should, bursting with flavor as he chewed. He said toward his host, who was crunching up a pine cone, spraying brown shards all over the table. The day ended at that moment, and the bright orange of twilight shining through the single window faded in an instant, replaced with darkness. A wolf howled somewhere.
"Take ye the larger bed for sleeping like, my lord."
"Are you sure? I don't want to force you out," Korash replied. Part of him wondered how he could feel this natural about a creature who existed to feed on others and steal their identities. He considered blasting the thing into oblivion, but felt phantom chains bind his mana at the thought. The rules of hospitality, it seemed, were meant to protect both parties.
"No need to worry about us, like. It's more cleaning to be getting on with and things to plant neath the cover of night."
He stood up, taking the untouched plates and tossing their contents beneath the table. The sounds below changed to frenzied crunching and squishing, and Korash did the best handspring across the table to freedom ever. Athletics 7, critical success. Effort spent. He didn't stop until he was in the front room once more. A quick inspection of the larger bed revealed no suspicious stains and no obvious infestations. He was unsure if he was more worried about lice or fleas. Perception 5, success. He put one knee gently on the bed, testing its stability. When it didn't collapse, he pulled himself up into a seated position, his arms wrapped around his knees and his back to the wall. The clatter of someone rummaging in cabinets came from the kitchen, following the ring of metal bumping against something. Chairs scraped across the floor. Wood creaked and groaned. Something rustled gently like sand poured from a bucket. A door slammed. Silence. Korash sat, eyes wide, with his back against the wall for another hour in the complete silence of the farmhouse. Nothing moved. Nothing rustled. No noises came from outside. reluctantly, he allowed himself to fall asleep. Chapter 36. A farm on the road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash awakened slowly from a dreamless sleep. It still seemed strange to him to be able to sleep. Was that because he was an elf? Wait, he was an elf. Why was he sleeping? The motes of dust that danced in the sunbeam coming in through the window of the farmer's cottage caught his eye. Each glowed with a halo beyond what it should be able to produce, and the beauty was strangely distracting. What had he been thinking about? Perhaps it was the new buff he'd just realized he had. You have had a night of otherworldly slumber, reducing back pain by 70%. Any experience gained is increased until the next dawn. Certain skills may increase faster. He smiled and stretched. It was time to be on his way. The road to Nottingham was longer than he'd first thought. The brief trip he'd imagined hadn't materialized, and he wanted to get his specialty as soon as possible and get back to Sunblade. He peeked into the kitchen, hoping that breakfast was a thing that happened at Maison des Doppelganger, but all he saw were the motionless forms of a farm wife and farm boy, each with far too much beard. They stood facing each other, frozen as if in mid-conversation. Their eyes were stretched wide, staring sidelong at him as he backed slowly out of the doorway. He didn't want any part of whatever that was. He made his way quickly to the front door. As he opened it, golden sunlight flooded over him, and he felt the true god's order once more. A new day has dawned. New secondary skills are unlocked. The old ways. You have accessed knowledge lost to mortal kind for an age, and have begun to recall the safety measures invented to ward weaker beings against the Fae. With additional focus, you can learn to call on specific Fae for weal or woe. There is always a price for such an act, and it may not be something you are willing to pay. Blissful ignorance. This skill is useful when counseling fails to reconcile traumatic experiences. It can suppress extreme reactions to things that you wish you hadn't seen, yet cannot unsee. This skill does not provide any resistance to future encounters with the same trauma, or any basis for resisting similar trauma. It may also cause unexpected or extreme reactions to seemingly unrelated circumstances. Caution. Overuse of or over-reliance on this skill may cause unwanted mental effects, whether temporary or permanent. Sufficiently powerful exposure, more than 2 tiers above conviction or willpower, may result in this skill making mental effects worse. Staff. You have grown more familiar with using your staff as a weapon. Parries, blocks, and sweeps are now easier to perform. The following skills have increased. Blades. Your skill in murder has grown due to use of an unfamiliar blade type and lack of reliance on magical effects. The two-bearded farmer was up in the wheat field, swinging a mattock as if digging a pit. He got sight of Korash and began to wave in a way that only served to showcase the fact that his elbows didn't quite know how to be elbows. "Take my laird anywhere! The old ways are swift-like!" He wiped sweat from his brow as he spoke, leaving his forehead smeared in something wet and brownish. Korash was assailed with images of dirt and bones and slithering things rushing by at unfathomable speeds. "No thanks," he called as he quickened his pace down the path to the main road, shaking off the nausea that threatened to overtake him. Blissful Ignorance 1, success. Stamina 6, success. He whistled a merry tune, the farmhouse of horrors at his back and the open road ahead of him. He ignored the hint of gold hunger gnawing at him. This morning was a morning for enjoying himself. 3 hours later, he was tired of walking and not talking to anyone. No more bandits had accosted him. There hadn't even been any intriguing paths cut into the trees beside the woods. It was around noon when he sensed something lurking in the tall grass nearby. Perception 5. Success. In a single smooth motion, he reached his empty hand toward his staff, letting the mana flow through the implement and drawing back an imaginary bowstring. A silvery arrow of mana shot forth, and he heard an unearthly scream as his projectile found its mark. Etheric Projection 7, critical success. He rushed toward the sound, already preparing another blast of magic. Was it a furrow piglet? A crowbold shaman? An electric mouse? It was a rabbit. Not even a horned rabbit or one with quills instead of fur, just a normal rabbit. He sighed as he quickly built a fire and skinned his prize. Survival craft 4, success. The meat was good, but he was still out of sorts. He needed something interesting to do. After his meal was done, he stared at his slowly dying fire. He considered just leaving it to burn. By the time he came back this way in a few days, however, there could be a massive forest fire that he'd get to extinguish. That would be fun, though it also seems kind of rude. His thoughts turned sour as he snuffed the flame with a wave of his hand. He fell back on somatic magic for the simple effect, and the purity of his intent and the strength of his mana were more than enough to compensate for the lack of a spell form. That didn't mean he couldn't find something interesting to do. He felt like he'd been largely ignoring his magic recently, always falling back on his blade or aura or the same tried-and-true group of spells. He stared into the remains of the fire and felt the sun on his back and the wind in his hair. For the first time in what seemed like forever, Korash actually thought about magic. As he thought, he opened up his Aetherium channels and began to draw in power. He felt the aspects of nature in the surrounding energy, which was to be expected in wide-open country like this. Intent was harder to form when working solely with primordial magic than with any of the other lesser magics. He could use multiple types of magic while forming the spell with something like somatic magic to give the effect shape, but he wanted to push himself. Without using modifiers to alter the area or shape, most primordial effects were about half a meter across when they were stationary. The books he'd studied on primordial magic theory at the Arcanologists' College showed specific instances of spells with increased areas of effect. None bothered to showcase those with decreased areas of effect. Since his high magic skill imparted a perfect understanding of every field of lesser magic, he knew just how to accomplish what would, most of the time, be a pointless reduction in size. The math involved got tricky, since some modifying words were meant to decrease the amount of energy needed to power a spell by reducing one of its parameters, lowering the overall cost. Now he just needed a clear effect to meet his intent. He closed his eyes, picturing an orb of water floating above his tiny campfire. It coalesced from nothing, and he could visualize the faint ripples on its surface as they caught the rays of the sun, making it sparkle. It would open up from the bottom, becoming a torrent that dumped water on the campfire, extinguishing it. Of course, that wasn't all he had planned. The nature energy he had infused into his mana would guide the spell's effect to be more like something found in nature, like a rainstorm. Droplets instead of a pressurized stream, most likely. Easy and therefore boring. No, he was going to push as much raw power into his spell as he could manage. He pulled up the sleeves of his robe, took a firm grip on his staff, and began the incantation. "Lev thoughts ro," he said as he focused on the building energy. "Ha nith." He could feel his throat strain slightly against the words, though he was not even halfway through the spell. "Ka'ab oo." Now there was actual resistance. He was up against the limit of the primordial magic's ability to push energy into a spell's potency. In fact, if he actually tried to release the spell as it was, the cost would be too high for even his massive mana reserves. He would likely implode as the energy vacuum sucked out his life. "Vic Whilf!" He shouted the last two words louder and faster than he'd intended, as their presence in the mystical syntax lessened the strain on the spell form significantly. He'd have to remember to put them first next time. Primordial Magic Theory 10 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. The orb of water appeared just as he'd envisioned it, though instead of half a meter in size, it was only the size of an orange. The water of the orb was dark and cloudy, like an ocean above which a storm brewed. So far, so good. When the orb released its stored energy, it left Korash 400 mana weaker just before the orb exploded down toward the earth. A stream of water struck the ashes of the fire with the force of a geyser. The roaring water scattered the ashes and bits of burning wood almost faster than it could douse them, and the force of the downpour continued unabated. It cut into the earth beneath the fire's remains, drilling a hole into the open ground. The pressure of the incoming liquid left nowhere for the newly spent fluid to go, so it was pushed outward, creating a pit 2 meters wide in only a second. Muddy water threatened to soil Korash's boots as the geyser's fury raged. He gestured sharply, raising a translucent pane of mana that parted the impromptu river, allowing him to remain unsullied. Cleanliness just felt right. Leave it to those inferior, uncultured humans to wallow in the muck. In another second, the spell collapsed at last. What once had been a flat stretch of ground covered in gently waving grass was now a small pond 10 meters across. Korash laughed to himself at the destruction he'd caused. He couldn't decide if he was thankful or disappointed that he hadn't included the word Ligeth in his spell, the word that would have increased the duration of the spell from just a few seconds up to half a minute. He was smiling as he broke into a run, leaving the watery devastation behind him and jogging on for another few minutes before the high he felt began to fade. He thought about all the capabilities that he'd gained since he became an adventurer. It was hard to believe he was just a simple village boy just a few weeks ago, though part of Korash wondered if he was forgetting something, and exactly how long it had been. There was so much he hadn't even had a chance to experiment with. Take his ancient master abilities, for instance. Sure, he used the mana bolt occasionally, but that was really about it. He roused from his thoughts to discover that he stood at the top of a hill. The road sloped down the hill into a wide alley, then back up the other side kilometers away. Perhaps, ages ago, a river had run through here. The thought of walking all that way bored him. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him that would solve both his boredom and his snail's pace woes in an instant. With a grin, he called the ancient master ability to the front of his mind. Mana Metamorphosis. 100% of current mana, 1 per day. Mental trigger. Converts all surrounding energy in a tier times talent meter radius as well as the caster's physical form into mana for up to 60 seconds. During this time, damage to health is applied to mana. Only abilities or effects which use mana will function within the ability's area. Mana pool is doubled, and mana regeneration is halted. When the effect expires, caster returns to physical form with a percentage of mana based on their tier remaining. This was just what he needed. A good experimental run with an ability he'd never used before. It was better to test in situations like this than in live combat, since the power might have side effects he hadn't considered. Suppressing an excited squeal, he gave the ability a mental nod to activate it. A shudder ran through him, and every nerve in his body caught fire at once, then turned menthol cold. The world around him shouted as a pocket of Aetherium ignited in colorless flame, burning itself in a mystical fusion reaction that demanded it be more. Korash pulsed with silvery power as veins of mana crashed into him, became him, and then arced out into the surrounding mana that was also him. He had no arms, no legs, no eyes, and yet he was so much better for it. He was might, and life, and power overwhelming. He took off like a shot, moving faster than air, faster than sound. Within seconds, he stood on the hill that had seemed so far away just moments ago. This was true strength. He took off once more, devouring the road as the seconds ticked by, the aether around him igniting and turning into mana as he went. He paid no heed to it as it sank down toward the earth, the plants absorbing the thick energy and growing stronger. He had traveled untold kilometers before he felt the power begin to wane. He knew he had only 10 more seconds to revel in this newfound power. Being flesh was for suckers. For the discerning gentleman, The obvious choice was becoming the pure energy of creation. It was this thought which reminded him of the other benefit of this ability. His mana pool was doubled while under mana metamorphosis, and it occurred to him that he could cast far more powerful spells that would ordinarily be too complex, even for him. The intent and effect sprang to his mind effortlessly. In this form, there were no chemical reactions tied to thought. He was truly unmatched. Twin pillars of mana ejected from his body, driving themselves deep into the earth. His form shimmered from silver to brown to gold as he gathered the aspects of earth that he found there. In this state, he needed no primitive mouth to speak the simple language of primordial. He was beyond such concerns. As his spell formed in his mind, glyphs representing the ancient words twisted and glimmered within him. As each one formed, a deep voice that was and was not Korash's own boomed as loud as thunder over the plain. Golmos! The energy of the deep earth. With his intent, it meant precious metals and gemstones of all kinds. The first word of the spell shaped its elemental identity. Vitalis! He dared not attempt a second elemental connection in this spell form, as the cost would balloon out of control. Instead, he called out the first of 3 additional subjects that would serve to shape and give meaning to the forces of Earth that he had already invoked. The symbol for life force wove itself into being as he spoke, showing the formless Earth how it should be. Gridios! This was the word of summoning that he had used to call forth the shadow in Cair Realta. Joined as it was to life force, the word spun new life into being from nothing. Complu! The living earth obeys. Min! Korash silently cursed this addition, even as the structure of the glyph bled away the strain that was forming within his being at the pure complexity of the spell. This word would reduce the damage of the spell's effect, which in this case would hopefully mean almost to nothing, since there were no potency increases built into the spell. Ligeth! The first of 5 joined words. This word served only to build the foundation for the next, a pyramid of power that would dictate how long this spell would last once it was complete. Na! The second step in the pyramid. This spell would last for hours now. Mike! Days. Wur! Months. The duration of mana metamorphosis was running out. If he tried to cast this spell with his regular mana pool, the overchannel cost would kill him if he reverted to his inferior form. He was thankful he had no need to form the sounds of each word with his mouth bones and tasting tentacle. He never wanted to return to being a creature of flesh. Halda! The last word of the spell was not just thunder, it was lightning and the roar of a tornado. This word in the primordial language had not been spoken in the current age. Of that he was certain. It was the capstone of his spell, the thing that made it what it was and allowed it to be complete within itself, though it was, on his own, simply a way of communicating a great span of time. When it was used within a spell form as the culminating word, it meant permanence. Primordial vocabulary 10, success. Primordial magic theory 10, failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. The mana that sustained him was all but gone, and he felt the flesh of his body weave itself back into existence around him. His heart fell. He was bound once more to the bones and hormones, teeth and skin, and sickening organs of terrestrial being. He despised himself. He pushed himself to a sitting position, though he was unsure how he had ended up on the ground. His mana pool was all but empty. A paltry 32 points of mana available for his use. How could he have been so foolish as to use an ability like that when... His self-loathing ground to a halt as something glittered in the dust of the road before him. He stared at it, his eyes glowing green. It had 2 legs and 2 arms and even a head, but this was no humanoid. It was built from bricks of gold and mortared together with copper. It had no toes, just rectangular blocks where its feet should be. Its stubby fingers numbered just 6 between both hands. Its cylindrical head bore only the suggestion of a face, with indents where its eyes and nose should be. floating around its head like a halo of silver were the glyphs of the spell he had cast to bring this creature, a living statue made from gold, to life. A golem. He'd made a golem. An 8-centimeter tall golem, sure, but that still counted as a golem as far as he was concerned. "I'll call you Orem Vorax," Korash whispered.
Nah?
His pet's voice was high-pitched and tinny, and it did not seem to speak a language. "That doesn't matter, Ori," Korash cooed at his creation. "I'm sure you'll grow up big and strong in no time."
Nah,
Ori said once more. It broke off a piece of its body and looked at him quizzically. The broken edge where the nugget had been quickly began to regrow. Korash's smile stretched into a predatory sneer as he snatched the chunk away from his new friend and deposited it safely where it belonged, in his pouch. Chapter 37. The Road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash's mana had long since regenerated, and he found himself seemingly no closer to shelter. He had pushed on throughout the afternoon with no suitable resting place in sight, save for a small roadside inn he'd passed several hours ago when it was too early to stop. Now it was too late to turn back. Maybe being stuck out after dark wasn't such a bad thing. Given the day's theme of challenge yourself, it might be interesting to see what the terrors of the night looked like, now that he wasn't a fresh-faced youth straight out of the procession of Na'ub. He'd either learn a lot or die trying. There was a cheery thought. "It's just you and me against the world, little guy," he said to Ori, who had found a perch on his shoulder hours ago.
nah.
Ori replied. Twilight had come once more, and now the question became whether to remain on the road or to head into the trees east of the thoroughfare. Forests were for ambush hunters, which he had dealt with before. The open road left him visible from the sky and vulnerable to charge attacks and missile weapons. He chose the trees. The woods were beautiful in the orange light of dusk, but Korash's mind had little time for admiring the natural world. His mind was racing ahead to his next battle. If he wanted to grow his skills and break out of the slump he was in, he needed to do things he hadn't done before. He walked deeper into the forest, intentionally paying as little mind as possible to where he was. Getting lost would make for an interesting experience. As the last light of day began to fade, he decided to review that last-minute quest Amnok had given him. What was he supposed to be doing again? Deface the Chained Lady. Quest. In the primeval forests west of Krakensport lies a statue that has drawn the curiosity of many mortals since our kind first disappeared from the world. It depicts a beautiful woman being drawn into the earth, chains wrapping about her wrists and neck to pull her down into the soil below the trees, even as she strains against her fate. Find this statue and render the woman's face unrecognizable. Harm no other part of the statue. Fulfillment of this quest will be a great boon to our cause, and go far toward restoring what was lost with the awakening of the Great Mother. I shall reward you well, and the benefits will reflect the level of skill with which you accomplish my requests. Should you sever a single link of that chain, our plans will be undone. He found the specifics of the request rather strange, though when he really thought about it, most of the things he'd been doing to fulfill the whims of the Fae were not exactly normal. He shrugged. Nothing to be done, really. He was just in this for the experience and the loot, right? Loot. The thought slithered into his brain, and he found his steps falling more quickly on the forest loam. Darkness covered the land with its characteristic suddenness. The forest, once filled with the sounds of small animals, abruptly erupted into the howls of various predators. Challenge. See the dawn. You have challenged yourself to spend a sleepless night fighting against the horrors of darkness. You may not rest, nor may you seek shelter in a building. Should you fall asleep before the dawn or enter a building, this challenge will automatically fail. Neat. He'd never seen a challenge notification before. He knew the mechanic was not as effective as a quest, but it would still provide extra experience and potentially other rewards if he could pull it off. He heard something disturb the air above him and lashed out with a monobolt reflexively. The silver light played off the dark gray scales of an envenomed soar snake for just an instant before his attack found its mark and obliterated the mortal tier creature. Etheric Projection 7 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. It was going to take more than that to push his boundaries. He glanced at the shriveled reptile with disdain as he pushed deeper into the forest, unfazed by the darkness, thanks to the fortune that had earned him the title the Fae seemed so keen on calling him, Nightman. He moved through the underbrush effortlessly as he searched for prey. Stealth 4 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. Stratus Focus 2 success. There was his prey. A trio of crowbolds stood in the shelter of a large oak tree, their backs to him as a ruby glow illuminated the trunk. Had they found a treasure of some sort? Korash felt his eyes deepen to emerald as he tightened his grip on his staff. Here, with no fear of encountering an innocent, he did not need to temper the urges imparted by his hunger for gold. He frowned in concentration as he considered his monobolt class ability. Unlike the spell he'd invented in the Ghoul Warrens, it was designed to strike only one target. Could he change that? Despite not being a skill like Etheric Projection, the way it felt to cast a monobolt was quite similar. He called the power to mind, letting it simmer without letting the energy pass into his staff. It wasn't difficult, though it didn't lend itself to being shaped by an intention the way working with raw Aetherium did. He stared at his hand where it gripped his staff, and suddenly he could see the mana coiled within him, waiting to be used. Etheric Sensing 5 became a critical success due to tier differences. Instinctively, he reached out to his mana once more, this time without using Monobolt. The Etheric Projection skill took over for the class skill, forming a new orb of energy as the incipient Monobolt disappeared. He called forth Monobolt again and then tried to continue concentrating on a second activation of the power. His mind slid between the two mental objects like the time in grade school when he tried to skate across a frozen pond. He stopped for a moment, unsure where that strange image had come from. It was a memory, and one that felt like it was his, but the place he saw wasn't anywhere in the world of Nightfall. It was somewhere else, with large brick buildings and children wearing strange clothing beyond any weaver's ability to craft. As if fueled by the strange vision, he was struck by an idea. The concept was so strange it could only have come from another world. He needed to hurry before the alien inspiration disappeared. Renewing his grip on the staff, he held the tip toward the gathered crowbolds. His eyes swept across the trio, marking them as his targets. Then he thought of the strange spell form once more. In his head, in the place where ideas became words, he called it Monobolt 3. Something happened, and his brain froze up as metallic fingers scraped against the chalkboard of his brain. It was as if he felt the true God speaking to him. In no uncertain terms, the not voice was telling him that he wasn't allowed to do what he was trying to do. He stood stunned for a moment, barely even aware of the crowbolds who crouched strangely unmoving, only a few meters away. How could this be? He was not allowed? He, Korash, the greatest wizard in a generation? An ancient master by right of combat, called by class and resonance to shake the very foundations of power, was not allowed? His eyes glowed an even darker green, as his need to attain his power moved his hoarder's instinct into action. He would find a way. It slipped into his head from that same alien vista that had given him the concept. It was like a new word in primordial, one that he'd never heard before, one that didn't belong. This was an insight, a magic of a deeper kind than simple mortal sorcery. He almost dared not utter it. But utter it he would. Even the heavens themselves would tremble before him. He was magic. His staff held aloft, he stepped forward from his hiding place and shouted the name of this new ability, his voice echoing from the trees and causing the kobolds to squawk in surprise. Error in skill database, escalating to local authority, overridden by a higher-level process, logging suppressed. Pseudo Mana Bolt 3! At his words, 3 lumps of energy formed inside his body and rocketed outward, forming 3 identical silver orbs that streaked through the air and struck the surprised kobolds in their backs. His mana drained perilously fast, using 10 times more than 3 invocations of the simple skill should have, for each bolt. Korash was in no condition to notice the effects of his triumph, however. He leaned on his now dark staff as strange numbers and phrases ran through his mind, half-glimpsed and unintelligible. What was a CH mod? As quickly as the revelations occurred, they abandoned him, leaving him wondering what he had been doing. A loud cry from a corvid throat and 4 talons buried in his pectoral muscle reminded him what he had been doing, fighting kobolds. Defense 4 automatically failed due to inattention. He rocked backwards from the force of the blow, but managed to keep his feet. Equilibrium 3, success. The other 2 kobolds were circling him, preparing to leap in from both flanks for the kill. Planting his staff in the ground for leverage, he launched into a backflip that tore the claws out of his chest and put him out of reach of the kobolds, long enough for him to really take a look at them. Why had they not died to his mana bolt? The metallic segmented tentacles that squirmed in the eye sockets of the kobolds should have been his first clue. The red glow he'd noticed before was emitting from a series of glowing spots along their sides. These were not natural mutations, that much was clear. This strange artifice was beyond anything the world of Nightfall had ever seen. Industrialized kobold Screechwarden, unknown tier. This kobold was designated by his flock to patrol the outer reaches of their territory, searching for dangers in the night. They usually sneak silently through the forest, ambushing weak prey or fleeing to warn their flock of stronger foes. However, this specimen suffers from a horrible feat that you cannot entirely understand. Law 6, partial success. You lack the appropriate skill to fully identify this creature. This was bad. Where had these invaders come from? He dared not use his new mana bolts again for fear of the backlash rendering him defenseless, and after seeing the strange language that transcended the powers of primordial magic, he was loath to call upon it. He was here to push himself, not kill himself. He activated direct etheric enhancement, allowing the power of magic to flow through his body, pushing his speed and endurance to even more superhuman levels, and sending his physical strength soaring into the realms of the average teenager. He dodged the twin strikes from the 2 kobolds that had sought to flank him, then leaped over the head of the one in front of him, corkscrewing as he flew through the air so he landed facing the monsters. Defense 4 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Athletics 7, critical success. He stared for a moment in disbelief before a plan formed in his mind. Etheric Sensing 5, critical success. There, in front of him, a faintly glowing line traced his path through the air. He was so infused with mana that his very movements increased the concentration of energy in the air. He had used this technique before, but it had always been rather difficult. Looking at the shining arc, it promised to be much easier, though the consequences for failure were much greater, given the sheer amount of power involved. Wasting no time, he calmed himself mentally and regulated the flow of mana through his body. He held his staff in a defensive position across his torso, standing ready to let his mana flow from the end like ink from a pen. The kobolds charged, and he lunged, striking the middle creature in the beak before spinning in place and knocking the reaching tentacles back. He kicked out, arresting his spin and swinging back the other way, the staff aimed at the feet of the leftmost kobold. Staff 1, success. As his staff wove back and forth, he sent pulses of mana through it, and he left a glowing, jagged symbol behind that was only visible to his etheric sight. Somatic Battle Weaving 3 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. He led the 3 kobolds on a dance through the trees, always one step ahead, even as his mana drained away from his direct etheric enhancement. He was not toying with them, however. The metallic tentacles empowered them far beyond ordinary kobolds. He avoided several close calls with dodges he could not have attempted without his enhanced prowess, and the few hits he did take were only grazing hits from the monster's wings. The last step would be the most challenging, however. He swept his eyes hastily across the battlefield, seeing the already fading glow of etheric currents that his nimble blows had manipulated, creating a somatic spell form that was written on the air itself over an area 5 meters in diameter. Only the final, most complicated glyph remained. As the kobolds approached, he extended his first 2 fingers into the sword hand form, letting his mana flow through them as he carved 3 upside-down V's into the air. 3 more rapid slashes drew straight lines up from each, followed by 3 circles crowning each line. The monsters were almost close enough now that the tentacles could reach him. He wasn't moving fast enough. He dropped his staff, pushing mana into his other hand even as he felt the benefits of his starry style leave him. With utmost concentration, he drew 2 jagged lines across the outermost portions of the glyph, his hands meeting in the middle. He yanked his hands back just in time to avoid a nasty cut from the nearest tentacle, then cupped his hands together, letting mana gather within. With a shout, he cast the mana, not at the encroaching kobold, but through the half-formed glyph before him. As it passed through the formation, it carried his intent with it, and the circle of power blazed to life even as another metal tentacle whipped out, too close to evade. Somatic Battle Weaving 3, success. Etheric Projection 7, critical success. Defense 4, critical failure. The blade-like tip of the construct slashed him across the face, narrowly missing an eye. From the glowing circle came massive bolts of lightning, arcing out and crackling against the trees, the flesh of the kobolds, and especially the metal appendages wriggling in the creature's eye sockets. The monsters began to smoke as their feathers melted in the onslaught of plasma. They opened their black beaks almost in unison, crying out with the last of their breath before they slumped to the ground. When the lightning ended seconds later, they were little more than blackened piles of organic matter. Slag and twisted metal shards were all that remained of whatever had infested the poor creatures. Korash kicked his staff up into his hand and poked at one of the piles. It gave way with a glorp, leaving a sticky marshmallow-like mass on the end of his weapon. He took a deep breath and released his mental hold on his augmentation, feeling his reflexes return to normal. His mana had shrunk considerably during that fight, and it felt good to draw in fresh aether as he opened his channels to the world. The surrounding aether howled as he drained it away and converted it to mana, and he felt a thrill of unfamiliar power. He was channeling at night, and thus he was drawing in aspected mana. Darkness aspected mana. He could feel his deepening dark fortune stir inside his mind, instructing him to draw in more of the silken night's energy, then unleash it upon his unsuspecting foes. Who was he to say no? Chapter 38. Roadside Forest, Kingdom of Eastmere. The kobold village bustled with activity. Dozens of the monsters sharpened tree limbs, while the few skilled craftsravens among them tied stolen axe heads and sword blades to simple hilts. No flame was allowed near kobold nests, so the birdmen did not forge metal often. The act of acquiring fitting armor was what elevated a kobold into a Shine Lord, the pinnacle of the kobold caste system. These monsters, however, had an uncommon amount of metal. Each of them had some level of mechanical device fused to their flesh. One of the crafts ravens had a multi-elbowed extendable hammer where its left wing should have been. One of the rarely seen lesser nest mothers had lost her beak. In its place was a series of spinning blades and a reservoir that had fused to her shoulder. Something liquid sloshed in the tank when she moved, and when one of the chicks began to peep, she absent-mindedly turned a spigot on the device. Dark brown liquid began to flow, and the chick gulped it down happily, the twin-bladed spinning device on its back whirring to life. Korash observed all of this from the center of the village. He was nestled comfortably within his aura, which he had infused with dark-aspected mana. The effect, magnified by his fortune, allowed him to see just fine through the darkness, while the kobolds remained blind. Part of him considered crafting a larger-scale version of what had killed the scouting party. But what would be the point? He'd already proven that he could do it. He needed something else, something more amazing. After a few moments considering his options, he came up with an idea. It was an absurd thought, really. Where somatic magic was the process of using physical movement to shape ambient aether into part of a spell form, expressive magic was the same process, only with spoken words. The meaning of these words to the speaker formed the basis of the effect, meaning that a well-considered rhyme would produce a greater effect than a frantic sentence shouted in panic. Emotional responses were equally effective, if not even more so. Etheric projection, for all it was a skill that he used often, was not technically a method of spellcasting. Well, it was, since it involved the manipulation of stored Aetherium, or mana in his case, to accomplish a goal. It was just closer to the magical equivalent of eating a block of cheese straight from the fridge without bothering to cut it into slices first. That was a strange thought, his brain whispered. What is a fridge? Unperturbed by the out-of-place thought, he got back to thinking his kobold murder spree through. So, Aetherium could be propelled in raw form directly through an implement like his staff to strike an enemy, or it could be shaped by word or deed with mortal magics. Each required that the Aetherium within the caster's body move through its Aetherium channels, and, optionally, an implement into the air. Somatic magic helped the spell to find its effect after it formed by shaping the rushing energy in a certain way using fluid aerodynamics. By contrast, expressive magic tuned the intent of the spell that brought the effect to life, and it did so before the Aetherium left the body. He'd used both effects in conjunction before, several times in fact, but he'd never stopped to consider the relationship between intent and effect for the lesser skill of etheric projection. Was it not the same process at heart? He intended to fire a blast of magic. He saw it in his mind, and then he moved the energy from an internal state to an external one. But with enough preparation, such as he obviously had time for in this situation, might the aspects of the mortal magics not also be capable of enhancing such a skill? Expressive Magic Theory 10, Critical Success. Somatic Magic Theory 10, Critical Success. He started by reshaping his aura, where it had been pulled in around his form like a blanket. Now he pushed it out into a perfect sphere around him, keeping it exactly the length of his outstretched arms. He stood near the center of the village, which went largely unused unless a warband was forming. Law 6. Success. Even if one of the kobolds ran through, he would be unable to move if he noticed them in time. He poured more of the darkness-aspected mana into his aura, strengthening it until the air was literally thick with power. He would work in the air like a potter with clay. Slowly, he drew a horizontal curve in the air that was as thin as he could make it. He reinforced the shape again and again, his arms weaving back and forth like a dancer's as he spun in place like a top. Next, he did the same in a vertical arc around him that stretched from the ground on his left to the ground on his right. Now that the bounds of his aura were marked into quadrants, he returned his arms to their positions stretched out to his sides. then canted the left one 45 degrees to the sky and the right 45 degrees to the ground. This was the tricky part. He adjusted his stance, rechecked his arm position, and hopped into the air. He spun as he jumped and let the mana flow through him, keeping the greatest concentration of it at his fingertips. When he landed moments later, he had cut another slice into the sphere of his aura. Athletics 7, success. Etheric projection 7, failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. He repeated the process in reverse, then turned again and created another arc from the front of the sphere to the back, touching the ground at each side. Athletics 7, success. Etheric projection 7, success. The groundwork was done. He could sense the areas where his aura was weakened by the energy he had passed through it, its integrity temporarily disturbed. Like his previous feat with the lightning, he would need to be quick now. He pulled in more and more mana as he prepared to release as much of it as possible in a single burst. In some ways, he felt like he was about to absorb aether from his surroundings, just in reverse. If this went wrong, he would overuse his mana and drain himself, while simultaneously revealing his presence to dozens of angry kobolds. He took a deep breath, being careful not to attempt to absorb the aether and disturb his formation. As he pushed outward with his will, he began to spin, his arms twisting and gyrating as if he were performing an incredibly difficult martial arts kata. In that same moment, he uttered the short words of the magic spell he had cleverly been devising even while he molded his aura. He was so talented.
"You kobold bastards should die!"
As he shouted, he cast his mind back to his tutorial where he had discovered Ariel's path as a tragic heroine, his best friend slain by a kobold invasion. He and the other villagers had repelled their attack, but large portions of the village had caught fire. The mana poured forth from him in waves, and as it left his body, it found areas of unequal pressure. The portions of his aura he had not cleansed using his hand motions were thicker, repelling the natural flow of mana and shunting it toward the cleared lines. This feat would have been possible without his aura, though much less spectacular. The boundaries of the effect were also reinforced, preventing the mana from simply escaping into the surrounding aether with no force behind it. Instead, as mana continued to pour in, pressure was created. The echoes of his emotional shout called to the mana within him, and it flowed more easily with each passing second. After 3 heartbeats, it was hard to breathe. After 5, his eyes hurt. At 6, his ears popped dangerously, and it was time. He released his aura, dissolving it from the outside in with a single act of will. Pressurized as it was and guided by his intent and the effect he had carved into the air, energy shot out in concentric rings of razor-thin force. As the surrounding aether began to settle, the fading motions of his arms could still be seen, ghostly after-images of the deadly dance he had performed. The blades of magical force swept through the village in an instant, leaving nothing intact. Buildings were cut in half, and blood rained from the skies as flying kobolds were cut to ribbons, their severed limbs and dying bodies becoming the hail and the rain of blood metaphor. An unlucky craftsraven was caught by a perpendicular blade and sliced vertically, the 2 parts peeling apart with a fountain of blood. Then there was stillness for a single heartbeat. It was broken by the strained, soft caws of agony as those who survived counted what kin and limbs they had lost. A bestial roar that was far too loud to come from any sort of kobold shook the village. Law 6, failure. One of the broken buildings heaved and the roof flew off as if something had thrown it right at his face. Defense 4, success. Object too large to dodge. Damage mitigated due to successful roll. Chapter 39. Kobold Village, Roadside Forest, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash felt himself bruise as the large thatched roof crashed into him, knocking him out of his last moment attempt to dodge. He corrected his course in midair by pushing off of the angled roof, sending himself crashing to the ground, while the building-turned projectile sailed on to strike a nearby tree and burst into a thatchy cloud. Athletics 7, critical success. He heard a tiny clang a moment later and realized that Ori had lost its grip on his shoulder and had gone flying. He hoped the little guy was all right. He regained his bearings and searched for his enemy, which turned out to be a simple task since his enemy was 3 meters tall and covered in metal. Leaping to his feet, he glared at the massive bird creature and wondered what he was up against. This was surely no kobold. Mechanized gorged adolescent cuculiform brood parasite, legendary tier. This massive specimen of anthropomorphic avianity is not a kobold. Cuculiforms are a rare race of avians that wander the world of nightfall. They do not raise their young, but rather leave their own massive eggs in the nests of other avians. The young hatch and the parents are convinced that these oversized chicks are their own. Entire villages of smaller bird folk often starve to death as they attempt to feed the massive appetites of cuculiform chicks. This specimen is an adolescent. It has merged with a mechanical creature, giving it unknown capabilities compared to a standard specimen of the breed. Law 6, success. Korash readied himself for battle as the creature approached, reaching into his bag and pulling out one of his contingent healing potions. As he moved to pop the cork and chug the potion, a stray beam of moonlight caught the glass and made it sparkle. It was so beautiful. Too beautiful, in fact, to risk consuming it. Conviction 2, failure. I probably wouldn't need it anyway, he told himself as he replaced the cork and stowed the bottle in his pouch once more. With renewed confidence, he sized up his opponent. The looming bird would have been intimidating on its own, but its equipment was truly frightening. It wore a toga that was made out of some sort of metallic creature. The massive avian's victim had been peeled open like a tin can, and whatever cogs or components had once made up its body were long gone. 4 claw-tipped legs were bent and twisted into clasps, one of which was just visible on the brood parasite's side. The head was feline, though it sported only a single glowing eye, its lower jaw completely gone. The teeth were embedded into the bird's shoulder, digging into the feathered flesh. Somehow, the eye still functioned, roving over its surroundings as if searching for something. The other kobolds had all been industrialized. This one was mechanized. Was there a difference? Maybe this monster was the source of the tribe's infection. Korash ran out of time to think as the brood parasite, still at least 5 meters away, shot a wire out of one outstretched wing. Korash caught a glimpse of a claw between the feathers as he swept out a hand and forged a shield of mana that deflected the attack. There was a crackle of electricity and his shield vanished. That wasn't good. Korash reacted fast. Channeling 3 rapid bursts of mana meant more to unbalance the large creature than to damage it. Etheric Projection 7 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. The first hit the creature in its robotic curdle and scattered, its power not even making a dent in the metal. The second struck a vulnerable toe, and the monster hopped up on 1 foot, screeching a series of notes that held no trace of birdsong. It was a mechanical, repetitive sound like something he used to know about. He couldn't remember the word for it, but his grandfather had talked about them. Was that right? The third bolt should have hit the brood parasite in its shoulder. However, the feline head lurched into motion, tearing its teeth free of the monster's flesh to interpose itself and snapping the energy right out of the air. It did no discernible damage to the construct, and a field of blue energy rippled over the living metal for a moment before disappearing. The behemoth was quick to regain its feet, and it used them to perform the kobold's signature fluttering leap. This strategy was likely unbeatable for most opponents the creature had fought in its life. Luckily, Korash had 2 things working to his advantage. First, the brood parasite was not a kobold. Its heavier weight did not give it the maneuverability a true kobold would have. Second, the weight issue was exacerbated by the metal panther around the thing's chest, which had to weigh close to 100 kilos. Less nimble opponents would be hard-pressed to move far enough, fast enough. Korash's elven agility meant that the creature might as well have been moving in slow motion. He charged forward, running toward the mammoth bird, then dropping into a slide as it passed over him, avoiding its frantic talon swipe. Athletics 7, critical success. By the time it landed off balance and facing the wrong way, Korash had already regained his footing and prepared his next attack. He decided to try a quick primordial spell to probe the creature's defenses. The thing had shrugged off raw mana attacks, but what about something a little more elemental? He thought fast and decided a standard-issue fireball would be just right in this case. He drew upon his mana and rapped out the syllables he needed to burn this thing to ashes. Primordial vocabulary 10, success. Primordial magic theory critically succeeded, but became a failure due to other factors. Ifris din ba ro ha! He pushed through the resistance each additional word offered, and the energy just died as it left his body. It withered to nothing, as if he'd failed to properly form the spell's intent, which was strange. It also ruined his advantage, as the brood parasite whirled around, called out a robotic note of challenge, and charged. Across the ground this time. The mage's mind whirled as he tried to simultaneously get out of the way and figure out what had gone wrong. The ground shook as the monster pounded toward him. He'd pronounced all the words properly, so that couldn't have been it. He'd had a firm intent and effect in mind, so why had he failed? Insight 2, success. The answer came to him as he juked to the left an instant before the monstrous bird should have slammed into him. Defense 4, failure. The thing had been planning for this, though, and its clawed wings struck him in the stomach, sending him flying backward. He shuffled his feet, trying to make a clean landing even as he reasoned out his earlier failure. Athletics 7, failure. He'd thought of his spell as something commonplace, something that all wizards throughout time had used to great effect. That was true, but it was also the problem. He landed hard, and he felt his lungs seize as his breath left him. Stamina 6, success. Fighting through the pain and the terror, he gasped for breath while ignoring the stunned debuff, thanks to his relatively high stamina. It was his class that had made him fail. Since primordial magic didn't use spell forms in the same way as somatic or dramatic magic did, he couldn't simply repeat the same phrase without the penalty. As an ancient master, he had massive bonuses to magical experimentation and similar penalties to replicating the common trusted spells that other, lesser mages relied upon. If he was going to win this, he needed to get creative. He also needed to get out of the way of the brood parasite's second charge. He had just enough time to get his feet beneath him and dodge roll before his opponent's massive talons could pin him to the ground. Defense 4, success. He leaped forward, diving through the creature's legs, and was happy he had done so when he noticed the outstretched wings that would have caught him if he'd tried to dodge either right or left. The monster was learning his tactics. He needed to end this quickly. His previous spell had not been overly complex, so it had only drained 200 mana from him. Coupled with his passive regeneration and the massive expenditure of the aura and etheric projection effects from earlier, he was left with just over 400 mana to play with. His mind flashed as he calculated the numbers of the spell formula he had in mind. It wouldn't be enough. He needed to stall for just a few seconds to let his regeneration catch up. Grunting in frustration, he used the momentum from his forward roll to spring to his feet and run in the opposite direction. He heard a strange whirring sound behind him, and he realized the thing was laughing at him. He'd expected to feel the ground shake as it pursued him. A quick glance over his shoulder told him that it had gone in a completely unexpected direction, toward the ruined armory. He reached the edge of the village and had braced his back against a tree just as the monstrous bird pulled a claymore from the wreckage. The large sword was meant to be held in 2 hands, or claws in the case of the crowbolts. though it more closely resembled a short sword when wielded by the brood parasite. His opponent stalked toward him, more cautious now. Korash was glad of that as he opened his Aetherium channels and began to pull. The aether was still churning from his earlier effects, but he felt strange bursts of power as he pulled in what must have been pockets of mana. His pool began to tick up slowly, so slowly. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his raging panic, and reached into his pouch once more. He pulled out the same bottle from before, being careful not to pay attention to how beautifully the red liquid sloshed in its container. He uncorked the bottle by feel. "It's just a worthless glass of water," he whispered to himself. Conviction 2, success. He brought it to his lips and drank. It tasted like caramel and quicklime and something salty he couldn't quite identify. Law 6, partial success. And it filled him with warmth that spread through every part of his body. It also did nothing at all for his wounds. What kind of healing potion was this? He ran out of time as the massive brood parasite suddenly lunged, using its huge sword more like a fencing weapon than the sweeping instrument of death it was supposed to be. Korash barely dodged in time. Defense 4, success. He felt his mana regeneration slow as he shifted his focus to his footwork. For this spell, he would need to actually touch his target. The supreme reach of the bird would be an issue, but a quick lunge should get him within reach. He completed his dodge by putting weight on his back foot, and he used that posture to lunge forward. Desperately, he reached out an empty hand, not trusting his ability to cast the spell through his implement in such close quarters. Constant physical contact was needed. The cuculiform chuckled its metallic treble and spun the sword in its clawed grip, slanting the blade so that it met Korash's advancing shoulder at just the right angle. Defense 4, failure. Pain obliterated his thought process as the blade parted his robes, then the skin of his shoulder. It kept going, shearing through his scapula and clavicle. Several ribs broke from the impact, and he felt his health dip down into single digits. He didn't want to die this way. He felt his heart pump once and saw the blood spurt out of the wound as the bird pulled the blade free. His health ticked downward once more, and his head swam as darkness intruded on his vision, impenetrable even to his abyssal sight. "You bastard!" he gasped out as his knees began to give way, and then his nerves erupted into menthol flames. He smelled strawberries and tasted the salt of smooth skin. Law 6, success. The potion! He grinned as the strength returned to his limbs and the deadly wound knit closed in an instant. The potion's moderate healing power boosted several times over through Wormling's grasp. He was back at full health. A single step took him within arm's reach of his foe, and he reached out for his target at the same time as he began to chant the words that would, he hoped, even the odds in this fight. His fingers tingled as the blue field sprang into existence around the gutted automaton wrapped around the bird's torso. Its single red eye locked onto him, and its head thrashed as if seeking to bite him. Without a lower jaw, however, the gesture was futile. He felt cool metal beneath his hand. Golmos Ram Soza! The first part of the primordial spell encapsulated the elements that would be affected, metal and lightning, and the action that would be taken, in this case, negation. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through the rising pressure as he poured mana into the spell. Imle Legeth Roha! That pressure fluctuated as he first limited the magic to a touched object, then expanded the duration and power of the effect. With the last syllable, he felt the spell itself stutter as the mechanical thing's strange resistance came into play. Primordial Vocabulary 10, critical success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, critically succeeded, but became a standard success due to a combination of tier differences and other factors. The ruby light in the thing's eye flickered once, then roared back to life before going dark. An invisible tension fled the construct as its head flopped onto its symbiote's shoulder, lifeless for the duration of his spell. The brood parasite stumbled backwards, its huge beak flapping as it sought to make a sound with the mechanical syrinx that no longer functioned. The sword dropped from the behemoth's claws as its unnatural strength fled. It stared at Korash, but the gaze lacked focus, as if it had forgotten how to use its large black eyes. Korash hopped backwards, taking in the situation and rapidly planning his next steps. The spell had worked, which had by no means been a certainty. That mechanical thing was draining the mana from his spells. Any effect that touched it would be either reduced in potency or negated altogether. He needed to move fast, as he could not count on the increased duration of his spell. There was no way of knowing if that effect had been eroded by the thing's apparent magic resistance. That spell had been expensive as well, and he did not have the mana for another. Even activating his enhancement or using etheric projection was off the table. He couldn't risk closing with the monster either. Even weakened as it was still far beyond his spaghetti-like strength. His hand found the hilt of his sword, and he tore it free from its scabbard. The deft rapier of channeling burned with colorless flames in his grasp as raw magic flowed through it, a force that was independent of his mana in ways he didn't quite understand. He raised his weapon, intent on splitting the gaping beak in half with a well-placed blow, but something made him hesitate. His heart burned in his chest, and a cruel smile overtook his face as a faint green glow flowed across the reflective surface of his blade. Conviction 2. Failure. He fell into a fencing stance, then lunged forward. The staff in his offhand braced against the ground to spur his advance, in an attack he called Shadowfax's Charge. The point of his sword dug into the monstrous avian's massive eye. Blades 5. Success. He felt a debuff wrap itself around the cuculiform. This creature is being devoured by subtle magics, making it ravenous. It now requires food equal to its body weight each hour in order to survive. Should it receive this sustenance, it will experience rapidly accelerated growth and increased strength. If it cannot eat, it loses strength, health, and biomass equal to 50% of its total instead. The bird, already reeling from the loss of its eye, fell backward and curled up into a ball, its legs withdrawn beneath its feathery paunch and its wings folded at its sides. Throwing its head back, it opened its beak wide to the night sky. Its throat shook as if it were trying to cry out. No sound came. What was it doing? Was this some sort of special attack? Korash glanced around, wary that this might be some trick. Perception 5. Success. There, across the clearing, one of the surviving lesser nest mothers was dragging herself across the ground toward the monster, her legs severed by his previous attack. The metal tank on her shoulder was making a noise like a boiling kettle, and something brown dripped from its spigot. Korash was dumbstruck for just a moment. The monstrous bird had almost cut him in half only moments ago. Now it was huddled in on itself, demanding food, and it was being obeyed. He didn't know whether to feel pity or disgust. He speared the slowly advancing nest mother with a bolt of mana, ending her crawling advance, then stowed his sword as he approached the massive cuculiform. He would give it the mercy of a quick death at least. The monster's right wing twitched into motion as he grew close, slicing his cheek open with its outstretched claw. Defense 4. Failure. The robotic panther stirred, light returning to its eye, but it seemed to be unable to force its starving host fully into battle. The creature was already losing feathers as its body consumed itself, the skin on its face now flapping loosely as the symbiote fought for control over its avian instincts. Korash could pay no mind to the stinging pain as he darted forward, drawing his dagger as he leaped into the air and plunged the magic blade into the brood parasite's eye. Blades 5 failed, but became a critical success due to other factors. 4,500 gold coins have been added to your wallet. He felt the fight go out of the monster and the wealth enter his hoard. He smiled as he felt the gnawing in his own stomach fade away, even as his eyes lost their emerald glow. Panting, he regarded the carnage he had caused, and he felt a twinge of guilt for the annihilation of the creatures. Then he remembered that they were monsters, and that monsters invariably deserved to die. The guilt faded, replaced by a feeling of righteousness at the revenge he'd taken for what these beasts had done to Ariel. Conviction 2. Failure.
Ori, you okay?
Nah,
Came the tinny reply. Korash rescued his little friend from the bush he had become lodged in, then strode into the forest, ready for his next conquest. Chapter 40. The Road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. The first light of day washed over Korash just as he broke free from the underbrush at the edge of the forest. He was weary, and even the sweet embrace of experience and levels earned could not erase that. Still, it felt great. You have defeated a group of bandits, a village of industrialized crowbolds, a mechanized cuculiform brood parasite, 8 scarecrow spiders, and a litter of helpless furrow piglets. Increased experience gained. Rested bonus. Challenge bonus. Level up. You have reached level 12. New skill points are available. Fortune. Crowbold and brave. You have made it clear to the world that you hate crowbolds. All damage dealt to these creatures or their known allies is doubled. Crowbolds will attack you over all other targets. Gain increased spoils when attacking crowbolds. Fortune. Brooding. Your mind has turned to a dark place, dwelling on past failures more than some might say is healthy. You gain massive bonuses to willpower and conviction when acting to avenge past wrongs or when driven by your pain, but suffer equivalent penalties when attempting to act against such motivations. Fortune. Wisdom of the Dawn. You have had time to reflect on your brutality and regret some of your more ruthless actions. +3 conviction. Fortunes remaining. 1 of 1. Each new day leaves room for a fortune. All that's required is the blessing of the true God. You have pushed yourself to the limit physically, magically, and emotionally. This was an easy choice. Korash selected Wisdom of the Dawn, eager to shore up what had become a surprising weak point for him. He shivered as his choice slid away from his mind's grasp. You may not select this option as your class prevents you from voluntarily increasing this attribute. Drat! The other 2 options were good, though they both had significant flaws. If he selected brooding, he'd be embracing the very traits he was seeking to mitigate. Crowbold and brave, on the other hand, was all but useless. He did hate the bird people, although even without such a fortune, they were no match for him. He had torn their village apart almost without breaking a sweat, and it had taken something that specifically preyed on the crowbolds to provide him a challenge. It felt like a waste of a fortune. He thought of Sarah in that moment, tears streaming down her face as she'd fled his cruelty. He thought of Ariel and the change that had come over her ghostly form as they'd adventured together. He wanted to blame the necromancer for turning her into the dark apparition she'd become, twisting her until no trace remained of the happy girl he'd grown up with. But he knew that wasn't entirely true. He hadn't been the friend to her that he should have been. He had told himself over and over again that he would pay more attention to her, and yet had never followed through. There was only one way to go forward, and that was to actually change, to sacrifice something for once. He'd do better next time. He'd hurry straight back to Sunblade after he saw Norma and speak to Actinos, learn where Nicodemus had taken his friend, and mend what was broken. He turned away from the allure of that darkness and selected Crowbold and Brave. You have 2 skill points available. Assign now? He mentally agreed and assigned 1 point each to barter and counseling. He'd wanted to increase his defense, but felt like he needed to be as prepared as possible if he met another merchant intent on taking advantage of him. He prepared to get moving once more, his now shorter leveling process complete, when another prompt entered his mind's eye. A new day has dawned. Secondary skills have increased. Staff. You are now more adept at parries and blocks with this weapon. You can perform crushing blows on joints if you strike with precision. Strider's focus. Your knowledge of woodcraft has improved, as has your ability to surprise your enemies in a natural environment. Darkness lore. You have witnessed the secret lives of creatures dedicated to the dark, and are now better able to apply such knowledge in combat. Etheric channeling. Your capacity to manipulate the energy within yourself approaches that of the greatest masters. Continue to experiment, for it will take a significant discovery to propel you further. Etheric meditation. You may now ignore certain distractions while gaining the benefits of focused meditation, or you may gain smaller bonuses and act normally while in a lesser meditative state. Etheric projection. You now deal increased damage when using this skill to attack, and can use aspected mana to cause weak status effects. Korash smiled as he reviewed his growth. He had been right to challenge himself, and the feeling of stagnation that had been plaguing him was now greatly diminished. His smile grew even wider as the next notification entered his mind. Your proficiency in the Ancient Master class has increased from 1 to 3. Continue to pursue new ways of utilizing the magic of the world and push your understanding to new heights to gain additional levels. You have gained 2. Talent increased by 2. 3. Mana Nova. Release the power of a mana bolt in a ring around you, striking all targets within 3 meters. May be charged like mana bolt. Base damage of mana bolt is doubled. He felt the magic within him surge as the increase of his talent pushed him into a new tier. Mana leaked from his body, exploding into the surrounding air and scorching the grass around him for meters. The force of it lifted him off of the ground, then set him back down gently. He felt different. Stronger, yes, but also... Warning, your highest attribute is now more than 3 tiers above your lowest attribute. You will suffer a penalty to all rolls for these weak attributes until the disparity is remedied. Your immense mental acuity and force of thought eclipses your ability to apply an ethical lens to your ideas and to express your genius effectively to others. Oh, this was bad. He was having enough trouble dealing with his new greed without having to deal with this. What was done, he supposed. He set off down the road, weary from lack of sleep, but determined to keep going. As the sun climbed higher, he nibbled at a bit of trail ration, but the greasy nut and fruit bar did little to improve his mood. His head was starting to buzz. As he crested another small hill, it appeared before him like a vision. The trees here were older and larger than the previous few kilometers, and one particularly large specimen had perished decades ago, leaving only a hollow stump taller than most inns. The front of the trunk was split open, and the soft, cool moss inside seemed to call to him. "Rest," it said. "The road is long, and I will shelter you from danger." It really did seem like a good idea. He'd been up all night, and even with his elven asomnia, he felt like a nap would do him a great deal of good. He slipped inside the fallen forest giant, and the moss was soft against his feet. It smelled wet, but not like rotten wood. Ferns grew in the sparse sunlight, and he sank down with his back against the curved timber. This was perfect. "Wake me up if there's danger, Ori," he mumbled.
Nah.
The tiny gold golem replied. Korash was already asleep. As he slept, he dreamed strange dreams, an oddity for an elf. In his dream, he floated in a strange metal tub filled with blue slime. He could move neither his arms nor legs, and a piece of metal was digging into his arm like a blade. His mouth was filled with a strange taste like bitter herbs, and someone was speaking nearby. He felt like they were talking about his mother, who was safe back in the village, right? More sounds, more words, and then the taste in his mouth increased. The dream faded, and he slept in truth. Chapter 41. Dreamland Facility, 1 Aerosoft HQ.
I don't think we have to worry about her, replied Dr. Quartermain. We got the lawyers involved, and she's stopped calling 20 times a day. Let her keep worrying. She's just a buzzing fly.
Dave wasn't so sure. He'd never met a more determined woman. He looked into 29's pod one more time before turning away, leaning against the viewing portal as he got back to the real reason the two had come down here.
"It's the damnedest thing," he said. "Immersion's kicked all the way up to 99.893, and that's an average over an 8-hour window. Peak is 99.992.
He saw that strange look flash across Doc's face again. Why did she want complete immersion so badly anyway?
Part of me thinks he's doing it on purpose, she muttered. No matter. I've got a couple of ideas planned for how to really get him in gear. What about the other beta participants?
She looked at him over the rims of her glasses and gave him the smile that was supposed to say, reassuring boss, but instead said, "Tell me, or I fire you."
"They're both scheduled for new verbal debriefs today," Dave replied. "As for the raw numbers, things are actually pretty interesting. 12 serotonin shot up so far that we had to check it 3 times to make sure it wasn't a bad sensor, and 50's immersion is higher than it's ever been by a full 10%.
He was proud of that. The protocol that had initiated the beta sequence had been his code after all.
What about 88's brain map?
Dave sighed. Doc sure knew how to send a man's mood plunging out of a 15th-story window. She knew it wasn't good news. She just wanted to remind him that he wasn't perfect.
"Still almost totally unchanged from first immersion. Sensor blips and hot spots happen just regularly enough that we know he's seeing something in there, but the program isn't inducing the reaction we'd hoped."
Maybe it is, and he just isn't built for the response to that reaction, Doc countered. It would verify quite a few theories about how people like that see the world.
"I suppose you're right,"
Dave replied, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
"I just don't know what's worse, the fact that we developed a program that's basically psychic torture, or the fact that part of me thinks he deserves what he gets."
After what that guy had done, who wouldn't think he deserved it? Dave kept that thought to himself.
How long has he been under?
Doc refused to be drawn into his attempt to ascertain what she thought of the whole 88 situation.
867 hours and change, he replied. No breaks, no voluntary logouts, no logout attempts. The last voluntary movement he made was to hit the activation switch after the feds strapped him into the pod.
Doc nodded.
Let's go, she said. I want one of us observing 50 and the other watching 12. I bet the interviews are going to be unique.
Dave agreed.
I'll take 12,
he said. Chapter 42. Corporate Apartment, 1 Aerosoft HQ. Rachel pulled off the headset and stepped out of the pod, blue biogel dripping onto the mat as she reached for a towel. Her room seemed like a foreign place, so at odds with her experiences in the game. She usually didn't feel like this, even after an extended session. Thoughts of session length reminded her that she had logged out so she could get cleaned up for the weekly rap session with the admins. She wiped a bit of slime off of her wearable and blanched. She was already 5 minutes late. She tossed the stained towel to one side and charged toward the bathroom, eager to get the quickly solidifying gel out of her hair. Pain shot up her legs and she pitched forward as her knee buckled. She caught herself adroitly, having learned the trick of falling both on the kendo floor and after. Had she just forgotten that she couldn't walk? The doctors constantly reminded her that she needed to stay immersed if the nerve damage was going to heal, but she didn't want to lose her grip on reality. Maybe she really was playing too much. She chuckled as she pulled herself into a chair and strapped her braces onto her bare legs, careful to slide the guide slots onto the screws that protruded from either side of each knee. Her mother would have been so mad at the idea that video games could ever make you better at something.
I miss you, Mom, she thought. And you, Dad.
She tried not to think of her sister. In lieu of a shower, she ran a comb through her long blonde hair. With most of the gel dealt with, she felt more like a person and less like an amphibian. Her braces kicked into gear as she rushed out the door, not looking at her training book and collecting dust by the door. Interview room 18, same as always. They were waiting for her, which was different. Usually, she was the first one to the meetings. Dr. Ben smiled at her from the head of the table. On either side sat Grumpy and Chatty, her pet names for the two developers who worked with employees like her and Bert to resolve specific problems.
"You're late," said Grumpy, right on cue.
"We're really excited to hear your reports of what's been happening on the inside," said Chatty, shooting a dark glance at Grumpy. "How was the first part of the beta?"
She nodded at the pair, glad they didn't seem to want to focus on her tardiness.
"Things have been a little strange," she admitted. "Ever since I transitioned over to Nightfall, the graphics have gone wonky."
"Wonky like low res?"
Grumpy managed 5 syllables this time, which was a new record, according to her official count.
"Wonky like pixels?"
Wow, 2 new records in a row. Maybe the way to Grumpy's heart was through the bug reports.
"Wonky like, well, weird."
She winced to herself. Too many W's.
"The colors are all off. Things are blurry. If I'm looking right at something, it's fine, but if I only catch it in my peripheral vision, the colors are wrong. Purple tree bark, orange leaves, black flowers, that sort of thing."
Grumpy scribbled furiously on his tablet. Chatty was speechless. This was indeed a strange day.
"I did get a quest right away, though,"
she continued. It had been pretty exciting. She hadn't expected to be treated just like a regular player after all. She was there to help defend the world from invaders, which she assumed were other players.
"There was this huge statue of a woman right in the middle of the forest, even though it was just her head and of her body and part of her arms, I guess. She was chained down. The chains just went down into the earth as if the rest of her were buried there. The quest is to find a way to break the chains. I've got a few ideas, but I didn't have time to try any of them before the meeting."
The 2 developers just kept taking notes, which they always did most avidly when she talked about her gameplay experiences. She wondered why that was.
"What about your peripheral neuropathy?"
Dr. Ben was poised, pen ready to record her answer. He was just a little too interested in her, medically speaking, even if he seemed nice. She felt like she was more important to him as a potential entry in a medical journal than as a person.
"I'm not sure. I got out of the pod today and realized I was running late, so I went to hurry in and wash my hair, and my legs gave out. The pain was just as bad as ever. I'm mostly embarrassed that I forgot to put my braces on."
The doctor stopped writing halfway through her speech. He stared at her for a moment.
"What?"
She had never seen him act like this.
"You got out of the pod, and then what?"
He leaned forward, all his attention fixated on her.
"Well, let's see. I was standing there, wiping off the goo, and then I looked at my wearable. When I saw the time, I took off, and that's when my legs gave out."
What was he getting at?
"You were standing there."
He was leaning even further forward now, almost on top of the table.
"Yeah, I got out of the pod like I said."
"Rachel, don't you realize what you're saying? How long did you spend wiping down before you looked at the time?"
"I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds, I guess. Long enough to start to feel gross when the gel dried."
"So you stood?"
the doctor replied, standing up himself and pushing his chair back into the wall.
"Then you dried off."
He pantomimed, drying himself with an invisible towel, being sure to get all the spots beneath his arms.
"And then, after you did all that, you tried to walk and fell down."
He was more animated than she had ever seen him.
"Yes,"
she shouted, standing up herself. She waved her arms for emphasis. I just got out of the pod. What's the big deal? Her face twisted as she realized what he'd been trying to say, what she'd said. I stood, without my braces, for all that time, and never felt any pain. Dr. Ben was all smiles now. It looks that way. He came around the table and wrapped her in a sideways hug, his arm around her shoulders. This is amazing! We need to get you down to imaging and get a full scan. This could be a turning point for you. Rachel smiled at him, still not quite able to process what had happened. She'd dreamed of having her legs back ever since he had taken them from her. But now, faced with the thought of being able to walk again, she found herself trembling with anxiety. If she could walk, she could run. If she could run, she could train. If she could train, she could compete. And if she could compete, she could keep her promises. She let herself be led away, though really what she wanted was to be back in that strangely blurry world, searching for a way to break those stone chains. Hime-san didn't have promises to keep. Hime-san didn't have the nightmares. Hime-san wasn't afraid. Chapter 43. Unknown Location, World of Nightfall. Invictus sat atop the terrestrial hexoid rotational operating non-terrestrial elevator like the emperor he was becoming. A long line of pylons stretched behind him for kilometers, illuminating his surroundings in their blue light. He had come to this world for the invasion event. He was staying because this one didn't have weird problems with letting him see color. In fact, it was even easier for him to feel like Invictus instead of being plain old Bert. He wondered why that was. His scouts had reported the presence of a village ahead. He would need to stop for a while to complete his latest designs and send them out to test their strength against the resource node, or the village. Whatever. It was really both at the end of the day. Harvesting the omnipresent energy from this world's atmosphere was a lot easier than cleaning it from the air so his machines didn't mutate and go rogue. Even now, his pachyderm units were sucking the stuff into their massive storage bladders, passing the weaker substance off to the gyroids for concentration. Recently, though, that wasn't happening as much. Whatever this energy was, it was getting stronger as he moved west. He radioed back to the last construction-oriented battle base and requested a delivery of his latest prototype. Within minutes, a loping, horse-shaped robot galloped into view, the inactive device strapped to his back. 30 seconds later, it had unloaded its cargo and was racing back to the base. He'd used the village to set up a new cob once he'd extracted all the resources from it. Looking over the humanoid shape on the ground, Invictus smiled to himself. It was not a particularly nice smile. He was aware of the fact that he'd be slaughtering some humans today, but since they were really just NPCs, did it matter? They were figments of some AI's imagination, and pretending they were anything else would just cause him to lose whatever sweet rewards they had in mind for him. He pried open an access port on the back of the robot's head and commanded one of the pachyderms to dispense a can of the concentrated emanation. It promptly complied, and he took the faintly glowing canister from the device's prehensile trunk. The container was almost as light as it would have been if it were empty. How this stuff maintained a liquid form with almost no increase in mass was beyond any traditional understanding of science. He would figure it out once he'd conquered this place. His research points were all being used to develop new iterations of his war machines right now, anyway. He produced a funnel from his engineer's pack and poured the glowing blue liquid into the prototype. His first experiment had replaced standard lubricant with unconcentrated minor energy, and unfortunately it had transformed the worker drone into a twisted goblin with buzzsaws for hands and biological tank treads where its feet should have been. It had started screaming as soon as the metamorphosis was complete, and after only a few seconds, it had torn out its own throat with its saw hands. Invictus had to order a new raiment from the home world. He had not been pleased. It soon became obvious that the liquid form of the energy somehow catalyzed the transformation reaction even inside his pylons. He'd stepped up his game by building a double-strength America field that pointed inward instead of out. The subject in that experiment, a harvester drone, had sprung up and asked him what its duties were, then made record time in felling one of the impossibly large trees that lurked just outside of the pylons. This was incredibly pleasing since he had not designated the harvester drone with speech capabilities. One by one, he watched the dark circuit-like veins on the robot's exterior light up as the circulation pump dispersed the concentrated energy to every servo and joint. One by one, its 6-jointed fingers began to twitch. At last, the blue light reached the robot's eyes. Invictus frowned. Why wasn't the thing getting up? He was certain it had been giving self-righting capabilities even before the foreign energy's introduction. Were its gyroscopes defective? "Please designate this unit's primary function," it said in a voice that he had not built the capabilities for. "Annihilation of Sovereign Architect Invictus's enemies," Invictus replied. "Accepted. Would you like to designate this unit's secondary function? Please note that adding a secondary function will utilize processor resources otherwise allocated to primary functions." "Denied," he said, and was immediately overcome with a pang of regret. He quickly ordered a second prototype unit to be rush-built and delivered so he could realize his latest ingenious idea. The robot was no longer twitching on the ground. It bent its ankles to an impossible degree, leaving its feet resting flat on the ground. He could hear the joints of its mecha spinal column snap and click as it shivered its way into a standing position without using its arms to brace itself. "Unit 001P reporting for assignment," it intoned as its glowing blue eyes stared into Invictus's own. "Please state the capabilities you currently possess that were not in your initial schematic," he commanded. He couldn't just send this thing in blind since he wouldn't be involved in the battle. He would stay here and extend his control area into the village after his shock troops had killed all of the witnesses. "Affirmative," the robot voiced. "This unit has gained an inline extendable energy emitter capable of using internal reservoirs of mana-class energy infusions for up to 12 shots, as well as a portable still capable of recharging onboard reserves at a rate of 1 shot per 60 seconds using unconcentrated Aether-class energy." Invictus rubbed his hands together in supervillainous glee. An energy blaster that could recharge itself? That was exactly what he was talking about. He hadn't expected the physical alterations to his base unit, though. He wondered if the America field was not powerful enough to fully stop the effect, or if this was actually a benefit. "This unit can also plasmate local gases, including Aether and Mana-class ambient concentrations, with a polymagnetic field emanation to create localized hyperthermic constructs." Okay, that was just a little too much. Bert took a moment to parse that last sentence. Even his real-world understanding of science left him only reasonably certain that he knew what the robot was talking about. "Can you demonstrate without causing collateral damage to friendly forces or the local environment?" "Affirmative," the robot replied. Bert opened his mouth to command the robot to do just that, and his mouth just kept going until he thought his chin might reach the ground. The robot had not waited for an explicit order, it had just followed through. Intelligence. Volition. That wasn't why his jaw was on the floor, though. The robot's arms had just split in half, each white enameled forearm pushing away from the inner titanium struts. Components whirred and tiny metallic rods popped up. There was another clunking sound as the exposed struts slid forward, elongating the robot's reach by half. A heartbeat passed, and Bert thought the transformation might be complete. Before he could wonder at such an impressive display of a useless ability, however, the rods ignited with a whing, and he was in the presence of greatness. The part of him that was Invictus was equally excited at the pure destructive capability caused by a bladed expression of plasma contained in a magnetic field, but it was Bert who was practically in tears. He never expected to see something like this. Zealots. Actual zealots. The blades were shaped like a great axe, with two massive blades sweeping out from the top and bottom of each of the forearms. They were not metal, though they should have been. They were made of light, and they were far more beautiful in their current form than anything he might have seen in a galaxy far, far away. The blades vanished a moment later without the signature sound, which made him a little sad. He ordered another 4 units produced immediately, even canceling an almost finished gyroid to make room in the queue. He needed a half cell of these immediately. A robotic trumpeting sound drew his attention to his secondary pachyderm unit. Its dermal indicator lights were flashing the red, orange, yellow code of a Class 3 scientific alert. He marched toward the idling unit, its trunk frozen in place as it stuck out through the fence of pylons into the raw, dangerous atmosphere of this crappy planet.
"Alert acknowledged," he told the device. "Display anomalous data."
A humming sound accompanied a small terminal which shoved its way out of the giant robot's exoskeleton, right at chest height. Words flickered across the screen. "Error in compression of ambient energies," the screen read. "Sample indicates increased turbulence and impure deposits of Aether-class energy, resulting in abnormal temperatures of 305.372 Kelvin and rising. Additional impurities include trace amounts of stibane and dihydrogen monoxide." He stared at the data for several seconds, his brow furrowed in confusion. There was no way stibane would be found out in the wild like that, and the temperature changes were localized to part of the storage tank. Why was it only affecting sensor arrays 1 through 6? It also did not escape his notice that the pachyderm's innate analytical engine had somehow adopted the designation that his prototype had used to refer to the energy. That was unexpected, though of less immediate concern than the fact that the impurities in the energy stores were increasing in what looked increasingly like a catalyzed reaction. He needed to act fast.
"Seize current gathering of ambient energy," he commanded. "Then 30% of current tank volume through the primary intake array."
"Acknowledged," the voice system responded, since he had already turned away from the terminal. He heard a vast hissing sound and could see the swollen bladder underneath the robot begin to deflate. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which the second prototype unit arrived. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue with his genius plan until he got his impurity situation sorted. "Venting complete. Current reserves at 1,400 cubic meters," the voice finally informed him.
"Do a full temperature and compositional analysis across all arrays at a fault tolerance of 0.001 Kelvin and 0.01 ppm, he ordered. The analytical engines inside the massive elephant head began to whir.
"No detectable temperature variation," it eventually replied. 0 parts per million stibane detected. 0.3 parts per million dihydrogen monoxide detected. How did water get in there? The dehumidifier should have stripped out all humidity from the air.
"Expel dihydrogen monoxide using mass compression compartmentalization methods," he said.
"Unable to comply. No dihydrogen monoxide present to isolate." He unleashed a drawn-out sigh of annoyance. The machine had just reported the presence of the stuff. This world was so annoying sometimes. It was great that he could see colors and everything, but sometimes he hated the very soil of this place. The fact that this whole world seemed vaguely familiar only made the whole effect more noticeable. He tapped furiously at the keyboard and barked commands for another half hour before he gave up. The data seemed to be quite clear, though. There both was and was not something wet inside the collection bladder. Analysis of the substance itself resulted in positive tests, while any attempt to remove the water from the tank failed. The substance itself, was that it? He'd need to run an experiment to be sure, so he threw together some instructions for his worker drones to carry out. The immense delay had only cost him about 5 minutes of real progress, though, as the other prototype units had arrived and were awaiting infusions. If they ended up being as effective as he hoped, their quick construction time would be vital to his war efforts. One by one, he pried off the access hatches and poured in liters of mana-class energy. The first 4 units were provided with instructions identical to the original, marking them as combat units. But the last one was going to be something else entirely. He hoped this would work the way he was imagining. "Please designate this unit's primary function," the last unit said as it lounged on the ground.
"You will assume battlefield leadership of Units 001-P through 005-P, subject to my own authority per the Military Protocol Instructional Subheading."
He watched the knowledge take hold in the robot's being and marveled as 3 chevron markings appeared on the device's chest, right where its mechanical heart pumped mana through its plastic lubricant channels. "Accepted. Would you like to designate this unit's secondary function? Please note that adding a secondary function will utilize processor resources otherwise allocated to primary functions." Bert grinned inwardly. This wasn't going to do any good for the military side of things, but it was going to be hilarious.
"Yes, I would like to designate a secondary function,"
he said, holding back laughter. The robot waited, then waited some more. When no response was forthcoming, it took initiative, just as he'd hoped it would. "What is my secondary function?" Yes, this was working out perfectly. Chapter 44. A hollow tree on the road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash shook off the echoes of dreams he could barely remember. He'd been floating in some disgusting liquid. He could still taste a remnant of the foul substance, its medicinal sting the slowest to fade. At least the bright colors that had danced at the edges of his vision were less pronounced today. Part of him wondered if that was a good or bad thing. Grimacing, he pushed the thought away. He wasn't going to talk to clouds on a sunny day. And it was indeed a sunny day. The day star was high overhead, so he'd been out about 4 hours. He stepped out of his shelter and into the light, whistling a jaunty tune. He was ready to get on the road. The tune died on his lips with a sputter when the tip of a spear poked gently into his unarmored, undeveloped pectoral muscle. The sudden stop caused Ori to squeak in panic and disappear into Korash's hood. The mage traced the spear with his eyes, starting from the point that was currently ruining his body's ability to not bleed, then up the wooden shaft. Not oak, not pine, maybe maple? Past the dirty fist that clutched the weapon, over the shabby, torn, homespun garments to stop at a face that was a maze of fresh, red scars and open, oozing wounds. His eyes swept from side to side, frantically counting the other bodies that stood shoulder to shoulder with what should have been an ordinary peasant or a bandit crony, but was definitely something else entirely. 10, 15, 30, 50. There were almost 100 bandits here. Some displayed the same swirling design scar pattern as their shirtless brethren, while others had peeled patches of their skin away, sometimes leaving the dull gleam of bone or an eternally staring eye behind. They all had wild hair, shaved in places and spiked into points in others, and none of them had a full suit of leather armor. Of course, none of them lacked at least one piece of leather armor either. In their midst was their leader, the only one who was not mutilated. He stood almost 3 meters tall, and his leather accessory was a set of pauldrons, pierced through with rough iron spikes that looked like they'd been torn from a pitchfork. Korash shuddered as an uneasy feeling came over him. This was not normal. There was far more to this situation than just the bad luck of bandits finding his napping spot. Insight 2. Success. If they just wanted his money like normal bandits, they wouldn't have surrounded the area to wait for him. They would have just stabbed him in the throat and taken his stuff. That would seem to indicate that they wanted something from him that they couldn't just take from his corpse. What in the world might that be? Hello, he stammered, pulling away from the sharp metal in his chest. The blood began to flow more freely, and Spear Guy, the right in front of him, thrust his weapon forward threateningly.
"You are in the territory of the bloody favorite sons!"
The hulking leader bellowed with such volume and fervor that Korash needed a breath to review the noise and translate it into words. "The favorite sons?" he asked. "That seems to be a remarkably eloquent name for such a large group of miscreants."
"Oh, the favorite sons!" the other man roared. "The bloody favorite sons! We use both so people know we're both!"
Korash wasn't sure why, but he felt like he knew this man's name, even though it hadn't been spoken. The name whispered itself into his consciousness. "Max," it said. "Max the Mad." "My apologies, Maxie," the elf quipped while still frantically trying to think his way out of the situation.
"Name's not Maxie," came the overloud reply. "They call me Finger Chomper."
For some reason, the voice that had christened the big guy thought he should find that funny, and he did. He chuckled, and the chuckle gave way to a laugh, and the laugh evolved into a full-throated throw-his-head-back guffaw. "Oh, that was a good one," he gasped out after the fit had passed. He wiped a tear away from his eye as he regained his composure. "What do you want, Finger Chomp?"
"Chomper!"
the man yelled as he fought his way through the bandit throng to stand closer to Korash. As he reached his destination, he continued at the same excessive volume.
"It's Chomper, not Chomp."
Korash was disheartened to see that the man had not stopped inside of blade range. He was more disappointed to hear that the proximity change was not so the other man could stop shouting. Now he was even louder.
"Glad to see you here, friend. Smell like her, feel like her."
"What?" Korash couldn't quite manage to turn his disbelief into a question as an eruption of terror burst from somewhere in his stomach, clawed its way through his kidneys, and raced up his spine to take prickly refuge in his scalp. That couldn't mean what he was afraid it meant. Right? Right? Right?
"Smell her skin!"
the normal bandits shouted as loud as their 198 lungs could manage. And somehow their collective cry still did not approach the volume of their leader.
"Taste her milk!"
Nope. This isn't happening. Korash's previously cool appraisal of the situation fractured as the truth pressed in from all sides, demanding to be seen. Listen, he managed before Finger Chomper muscled his way through the last few bandits. He stood next to Korash and turned to face his minions.
"She blesses us with a great gift,"
the man screamed, and Korash felt his left ear go deaf.
"Hail the key that split the lock!" "Hail the key! Drown in her love!"
Korash tried to continue his retreat, his mental back against a mental wall. Conviction 2 critically failed, but became a simple failure due to other factors. Counseling 2 failed, but became a success due to other factors. He knew he would either have to go along with the crowd or seize the initiative and start killing these madmen. He would die before he did the first thing, regardless of what his convictions said, so that left only the second.
"Devour the meat of the small!"
they shouted in perfect unison, and Korash felt the huge man looming beside him sway along with their words.
"Strength hides in the hearts of the weak!"
Korash forced himself to remain calm as he opened his mana channels, but it was no use. The terror that still lurked at the back of his mind wouldn't let him fight. Conviction 2 automatically failed due to a previous sanity roll. No skill use possible. His brain screamed at him. Don't say it, he thought. Sweat poured down his back. He couldn't breathe. You are suffering from existential terror due to a recent sanity roll. You have contracted a derangement which will be applied when the trigger appears until significant personal growth occurs. This growth must include dealing with the underlying stimulus. Due to avoidant coping strategies, you are unable to act while in the presence of the trigger without a successful conviction roll. Skills may not be used to modify such rolls unless you spend time preparing to face a specific expression of the trigger. Certain effects will allow rerolls or even break this effect, most notably the application of damage to your body or soul. The crowd was getting more worked up, and he felt it was very close to crossing into congregation territory. He needed to act fast, but he couldn't. This whole situation was he just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe that No. He closed his eyes, and tears he couldn't remember crying trickled down his face. In the darkness, there was silence. He could feel the indrawn breath of 100 throats, and he knew the words they would shout at the sky. The words, no, the name that should never be spoken here under the bright sun. But he also heard something else. Perception 5. Success. His elven ears twitched as they detected sounds that none of the bandits could hear. The shifting of the soft forest soil as it collapsed under a great weight, the soft breath of wind as something displaced the air, a liquid spilling on the thirsty loam. Those sounds came again in the same order, and then a third time, this time punctuated by a muffled grunt just before liquid met earth. Korash opened his eyes and saw a gray blur flash between two trees at the very back of the gathered bandits. A brief fountain of blood shot into the air as the blur took one of the bandits' heads in passing. He felt his chest tighten, and resolve crept into his bones once more. Something was killing the bandits, helping him. His hand found the hilt of his rapier as the bandits cried out the sum of his fears, bringing him face to face with his own terror once more. This time he was ready. He wasn't alone. Counseling, too, failed, but became a success due to other factors.
Magna Mater!
The bandits' invocation seemed to ripple the air, and the scent of the forest was eclipsed for a moment, replaced with rotted fungus and the raw stink of an animal den. Korash forced himself to move, almost falling forward at his first step. Conviction, too, critically failed, but succeeded due to skilled use. Effort was used. His second step landed just above the forest floor, supported by a hastily erected etheric construct. Etheric projection 8, critical success. That shimmered faintly as he put his weight on it. One quick hop led to another as he gained altitude, and within seconds he had climbed almost to the low branches of the sparse canopy. Athletics 7, critical success. Etheric projection 8, critical success. With one last push, his latest construction shattered into silver shards of light, and he dove into the emptiness, his ascent changing to a swan dive. As he fell, he glimpsed the gaping maw of Finger Chomper far below. The bandit leader was watching him, mouth hanging open in surprise. Unfortunately, that revealed the man's multiple rows of jagged shark teeth. Korash regretted his keen vision for a moment, as he could clearly discern bits of gristle and chunks of meat sticking out here and there. He pushed away his nausea because his planned maneuver required him to not feel all those distracting feelings. Blissful Ignorance 1 failed, but became a success due to other factors. Instead, he focused his mind on building the spell he needed. These bandits could somehow sense his involvement with Magna Mater. If he was reading the crowd properly, they thought he was some sort of emissary and would give his support for their flesh-peeling ways. He was going to show them how incredibly wrong that line of thinking was. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a way to take out the leader that wouldn't get him murdered by scores of cannibals immediately afterward. He needed to thin them out a little, let whatever the gray blur was finish the job, and fight the leader as close to one-on-one as he could manage. His eyes followed the movement patterns of the bandits, who were finally starting to notice that some of them were missing their heads. He couldn't just throw a blast of energy into their midst. He would likely end up in the center of whatever effect he created. A spell took shape in his head that would do the job, and he needed precise timing to ensure he was done in time to concentrate on breaking his fall properly.
Ifris! 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 So wis!
He shouted the words as he fell, imbuing them with his disgust for any who would embrace such dark power for personal gain. Primordial Vocabulary 10, success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, critical success. He had already used primordial spells that called forth multiple elements. He took this one in a different direction, by calling out the word for fire more than once, then imbuing it with the principle of movement. He would be able to wreak havoc on the bandits and still leave a safe place to land. The pillar of multicolored flame erupted from his outstretched hand, and he felt its heat as it sped away from him. As the spell struck the earth, and the unfortunate bandit who was standing directly beneath him, the colors split apart into 3 ribbons of animated fire. They crawled snake-like away from the charred bones at their impact site and toward the bandits closest to them. Screams erupted throughout the group, and 6 bandits died before Korash could ready his landing. He reached out with his mana once more, willing a slanted wall of solid energy into being below him. He would hit that wall, then slide down to the ground. He'd need to roll properly to avoid running into a tree or ending up too close to Finger Chomper, but he wasn't worried about that. Unfortunately, just as he formed the mana into its shape, he caught sight of the black bones beneath him. The earth where they lay had been scorched clean of plants, so nothing remained to block his view, and the ground opened up beneath them, revealing ancient yellow teeth inside a gaping red mouth. The bones fell into the cavern, landing on a quivering pink tongue, and then the mouth closed, leaving only undisturbed earth behind. Korash blacked out a little. He came back to himself an instant later as his shoulder hit the edge of his invisible ramp. The construct shattered as his weight struck it, flipping him end over end and sending him slamming into one of the as-yet unburned bandits. Etheric Projection 8 critically succeeded, but became a critical failure due to other factors. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to other factors. He shook his head as he tried to regain his breath. The bandit quivered beneath him. That fumble had cost him almost 100 health. He needed to drink a potion, but nah. Conviction 2, failure. He could manage. Better to keep that beautiful red liquid right where it was. Instead, he pulled his staff free and jumped to his feet. Around him, twisting conflagrations writhed like snakes, devouring his enemies. Soon the spell's energy would fade, so he needed to deal with the few bandits remaining on this portion of the battlefield before they could regroup and join their leader in taking him down. A quick glance revealed 8 bandits focusing on his position. Finger Chomper stared furiously at him, his face beet red. Korash locked eyes with the large man and channeled mana through his staff. It flew according to his will and pierced a bandit through his heart, taking him down instantly. The bandit leader roared and sprang into action. Korash spun away and drew his rapier, slashing the throat of another bandit. Finger Chomper hadn't moved to engage him. Blades 5, critical success. The man had instead run toward a nearby bandit for some reason. Korash watched the leader warily while he ducked the clumsily swung club that another bandit had aimed at his head. He stabbed the interloper 3 times in the stomach before the man could come around for another blow, and the raw magic that wormed its way into the man's body froze it solid before he could die of blood loss. Blades 5 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. He watched as Finger Chomper grabbed a bandit by the neck and lifted him as if he weighed no more than a few kilos. In a smooth, practiced motion, he brought the man's face up to his own and bit down with his forest of teeth. The bandit's face came away from the skull like melted cheese from a slice of pizza, and Finger Chomper's stomach visibly swelled as he swallowed chunks of flesh. The man's scream cut off with a gurgle as the larger man tore his throat out, and now it wasn't just the leader's stomach that swelled. His skin seemed to shimmer with heat, and the muscles beneath bulged and grew. Before Korash could move, the man's height had increased by a full meter.
Mother, let the milk of your love nourish your sweet baby boy!
Bits of bandit flew from his mouth as he screamed at the sky. Korash was starting to worry. The remaining 4 bandits had grouped up and were preparing to rush him. He tried to form a mana bolt and immediately knew he would be too slow. That's when it hit him. He poured mana into the ability as he countercharged the group of bandits. His foes raised their swords and ran toward him, eager to bury their blades in his flesh. Just before the group reached him, he released the power he had gathered in a supercharged mana nova. The silver energy cut through them effortlessly, but it did nothing to arrest their momentum. He turned his shoulders to the side, dodging between the bodies and coming to a stop as the bandits' torsos slid off of their legs behind him. Defense 5. Success. He avoided looking at the mess. The flames he had summoned were gone, leaving only about 30 bandits still in the fight. They seemed to be ignoring him, however, as they were quite occupied with not dying to the gray blur. They actually seemed to be mounting a decent defense, and some of them had found some crossbows. No time for that, though. He needed to kill this Fey abomination-worshipping monstrosity. He squared up once more, facing his foe, and gave him one last look as the man wiped the blood from his chin. Law 6. Success. Finger Chomper, Priest of the Great Mother, Avatar of Hunger, Legendary Tier. Priests of the Great Mother of the Fae, Magna Mater, are lesser beings who have not only been touched by her power and made to grow beyond their allotted potential, but have promised more rigorous service in exchange for additional boons. Such beings leave mortality behind, as even an elder on his deathbed might be transformed into a well-honed killing machine through her blessings. Some few such individuals are still not satisfied and, should they serve her well, are granted the status of avatar. Each avatar has a theme that they and their power embody, and they can gift aspects of that power to mortals, allowing their own cult to form quickly. Gross. Korash needed to set this guy on fire, pronto. Finger Chomper held an empty hand out over the mutilated corpse of the man he'd devoured, and the bones that remained tore themselves free of the skin. They flew through the air, bending and distorting as they did so until they landed in his outstretched hand in the shape of a massive axe. Gore dripped from every frightening crevice on the newly formed weapon. Korash set his feet, ready to dodge the incoming charge. Finger Chomper bellowed something at him, then tensed up and threw the bone axe at him. The mage was so startled that he had no time to dodge, though he managed to bring his rapier up in time to try to force the spinning blade out of the way. He managed to knock it off course, and instead of being bisected by the massive blade, the spine haft slammed into his shoulder, knocking him down. Defense 5, partial success. Equilibrium 3, failure. As he pushed himself up onto his elbows, he saw the axe fly back into his opponent's hand. A deep laugh tore its way out of the man's throat. It sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. The ground shook as the Avatar of Hunger advanced toward his prey. This is becoming a theme, Korash thought. As the man thundered closer, Korash took stock of his resources. His hit points were down to just 118 from the fall and the axe, and he had less than 400 mana. He needed something interesting, and he wove the magic into his words as the idea struck him. The hulking form of the priest of Magna Mater stopped in front of him, still laughing as Korash completed his spell. Titalus ro ha nivka'a! As he spoke the last syllable, he waved one hand across his body as if shooing away a bothersome insect. Primordial Vocabulary 10, Success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, Critical Success. Green mist appeared in the air as his hand swept through it, and the mist quickly became a spray of droplets that coated the looming giant from knees to chin. Wherever the liquid touched, flesh bubbled and cracked. The powerful acid ate its way through skin and muscles in an instant. Finger Chomper was done for. The man fell back, a strangely high-pitched shriek on his lips. Korash jumped to his feet and dashed forward to run his blade through the man's eye. With a grunt, Finger Chomper leaped away, his powerful legs carrying him halfway across the battlefield. The last of his men were rallying to make a stand against whatever monster was plaguing them, and it was not looking good. His massive form landed atop one of the bandits, who exploded from the impact. He dropped his axe and grabbed a cultist in each hand, tearing an arm off of the shoulder of one and the head from another. He stuffed his mouth full of flesh faster than should have been possible, all the while continuing to make that same strange cry. Korash goggled even as he used the time to pull out one of his potions. It was now or never. He closed his eyes and pulled the stopper off the flask. He was one solid hit from death. He needed to drink that potion. He took a deep breath as he brought the flask to his lips, smelling the sweet scent of strawberries. Conviction 2 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier imbalance penalties. No, he might need this potion later. He couldn't drink it now. He quickly capped the precious liquid and stowed it safely back in his pouch. The giant had, in those few seconds, devoured the last of his men. Only a few scraps of clothing remained. His melted skin had reformed in a way that was unlike any magical healing Korash had ever seen. His naked chest was a twisted, lumpy mass of uneven skin. Its color ranged from chalk white to bruised purple to what Korash thought was a mole at least 60 centimeters across. He had grown again, and the top of his head brushed the branches of the trees. This was going to be bad. Chapter 45. A forest near the road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. The thing that had once been a relatively normal servant of Magna Mater bent down to pick up its bone axe, which was now large enough to cut Korash in half without even dirtying most of the blade. The hulking man-beast's skin was shiny from being stretched so tight over its misshapen frame, and its face was wet. The last detail was what finally helped Korash to figure out what the high-pitched shrieking noise was. Fingerjumper, the 7-meter-tall engine of destruction and avatar of a cyclopean demigoddess, was crying.
"Mommy! Batman made me ouchie!"
The preternatural volume of the thing's voice had fled, and though it was still quite loud due to sheer size, the voice was almost subdued in comparison to its earlier deafening tone.
"Mommy, make Batman go away! He made me eat my friends!"
With each word, the rough contours of Fingerchomper's face seemed to grow smoother. He no longer resembled a massive, angry cannibal, but the towering, ambulatory infant he had instead become was, to Korash's mind, far worse. Korash began frantically absorbing nearby aether as he tried to come up with some way to beat this thing. For the first time since he had started his career as an adventurer, he was considering running away.
"Mommy, why you leave me? Mommy, baby need help!"
The man-baby brought one massive hand to his face and wiped away the tears that still streamed from his gigantic eyes. All the gesture accomplished, however, was painting his face red with the blood of his former compatriots. From a tree behind the monstrosity, a gray blur spread through the air. Blood blossomed from the new wound in the avatar of Hunger's massive calf, and its blubbering pleas turned into a howl of pain. The blur slid to a stop several meters away, and Korash caught a brief glimpse of greasy fur and long arms like a gibbon's. With a roar like a windstorm, Fingerchomper's axe came down, giving the creature no time to dodge. Black blood sprayed into the air behind the weapon, which had now buried itself into the soft ground. This opportunity opened a new avenue of approach to Korash, and it was one that required immediate action. He sprang forward into a sprint toward his opponent's injured leg, willing his mana to infuse his body. He felt his speed and strength increase as he ran, and he reached his target while it was still trying to pull the huge weapon from the ground. He ran past without stopping, letting the energy of his resonance flow through his blade. The sharp tip of the rapier did little to penetrate the thick skin, leaving only a long white line a few millimeters deep. The blow might not have brought the giant any closer to death's door, yet that had not been the intent. Korash smiled as the power of his sword flowed into the minor wound, and he could sense the curse that his magic had inflicted. Swords 5 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Pure magical energies have invaded the creature's circulatory system, giving it increased blood pressure, may cause hypertensive emergencies, confusion, or shortness of breath, provides a small chance of a cardiac event each minute the condition persists, which may prove fatal. More effective in targets with low stamina. Other effects may occur from this ailment if physiology differs significantly from humanoid norms. Korash cursed under his breath. He was hoping for something a little more impactful. He couldn't let himself be deterred, though. This was about the long game, not immediate gratification. The axe finally came free in a shower of soil and left a trench in the ground at least 2 meters deep. The wailing of his monstrous foe increased in pitch, and the elf's sensitive ears felt as though they might start bleeding. He poured on the speed, intent on getting in another strike before the giant could get its bearings. His next strike took a more aggressive form as he ran toward the massive, swollen foot with his weight centered behind his blade. He drove the sword straight in, biting deep into the sensitive spot between the tendon and the ligament. Remedies 0, failure. Law 6, success. Swords 5, failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. This time, he drew blood. A fountain of gore erupted from the wound with bruising force. The coppery deluge hit him straight on, knocking him back with the force of a fire hose. It was only through his enhanced reflexes that he managed to land on his feet. Athletics 7, failed, but became a success due to tier differences. At least he'd gotten another debuff to land on the monster. Localized gravity fluctuation. Increases the effect of gravity on the target. With increased weight but no commensurate increase in muscle mass, the target is effectively slowed. Warning, physics apply. Korash took a moment to rejoice. A slowing effect was just what he needed. Now he could stack debuff after debuff and the big galoot would be unable to dodge. The big galoot reacted to the sting in his foot as if in slow motion. A grimace of pain passed over its face and it dropped its weapon, lifting its foot up and clutching at the wound with both hands. Now that it was unbalanced, Korash sprang into action once more, darting back into the fray to strike at its other leg. He smiled to himself as he ran. Once he knocked the heavy creature down, it would be at his mercy. He flicked his sword out at the last possible moment, making sure he would be clear of the blood spray. The sword dug a thin line once more, but bit deeply enough to bring a deadly red mist rushing from the wound. Swords 5, critical success. He kept on running, wanting to be well clear of the area when the beast came toppling down. The avatar of hunger wailed louder as it tried to pull its other leg away from the painful sting, and Korash reviewed his third debuff as the weaponized toddler came crashing to the ground. Significant magical energies have reacted, creating a transmutation effect. This creature is permanently endowed with hematic musculature, converting some of its muscles into pressurized blood-fueled hydraulic systems. Creates severe physical vulnerabilities in the target, increases the prowess, strength of the target by a varying degree based on size, anatomy, blood pressure, and other factors. Korash's mouth fell open as he watched the already stretched skin of his once human opponent shrivel and wrinkle for a moment before swelling up even more. The thing's resemblance to a baby was now complete, as its limbs were now banded in rolls of swollen skin just like the fat deposits on a healthy infant. His disbelief at the process was cut short as the monster hit the ground, landing in a sitting position. Before his transformation, Korash had felt Finger Chomper's steps shake the ground, and that effect had been magnified as he'd grown larger. The mage had been prepared to face a small tremor when his foe crashed to earth, and he realized his error as he was tossed violently into the air. The gravity debuff had accelerated the multi-ton monstrosity's descent, and when it struck the ground, it did so with the full force of an earthquake. He hadn't been prepared for that. As he tumbled through the air, he tried to get his bearings. It was no use. Equilibrium 3, failure. Athletics 7, critically failed, but became a success due to tier differences. He only had time to cover his head with his arms before he crashed back into the ground 2 meters from where he'd been standing. He tucked his shoulder and rolled, minimizing the damage from the fall. He realized in midair that he'd let go of his sword, and he had no idea where it had landed. Hunting around frantically, he was unable to find the blade. Perception 5 critically failed, but became a simple failure due to tier differences.
Mommy! Mommy! I want my mommy!
The behemoth wailed at the sky as it shook with rage, its head rolling back and forth as it searched for its own weapon. It found the skeletal blade easily within reach, and Korash realized that he needed to get out of the open before it remembered it was trying to kill him. He ran toward a nearby tree as Finger Chomper reached out a swollen arm. The creature had not realized its new strength, however, and the air cracked from the speed with which it slapped its fat hand down onto the handle of the massive axe. A nearby tree had the leaves blasted from it, and Korash was nearly knocked from his feet once more. Athletics 7, success. As he finally ducked behind the tree, a new sound filled the battlefield. The sprightly and cheerful noise rippled and burbled as it echoed from the trees, filling him with revulsion. The avatar of hunger was laughing.
"Me want play with Batman now, Mommy,"
the thing said as it struggled to its feet. It fell back several times as it labored to both fight against gravity and properly use its strange new muscles. Korash knew he couldn't fight this creature without either his sword or access to more magic than his mana pool contained. He knew he might have been able to manage if his health weren't so dangerously low. Still, he'd figure something out. Even death was a preferable alternative to using another contingent healing potion. Conviction 2, failure. He wished he had taken the time to study sorcery. The ability to use mana to alter his form would be insanely useful right now. It struck him as funny that it had never seemed important before. He let his skills flow through his mind as he raced through the trees toward his former resting place. He should be able to hide from the overweight, super-strong rage toddler long enough to come up with a plan, as long as he stayed quiet. Etheric projection wouldn't even scratch it unless he pushed a lot of mana into the effect, and he didn't have enough. Somatic battle weaving might work if he had enough mobility and time to create the effect, though it too was limited by his mana. Etheric sensing and Strider's focus were both useless. That thing would sweep aside his aura skills just as easily as it had shrugged off his blade. He ducked inside the tree, feeling the rough bark scratch his back as he slid down to the ground, gasping for breath. A quick peek showed the behemoth back on its feet, axe in hand, and it was obviously searching for him. He felt something tickle his hand. Glancing down, he found a fat green caterpillar with red spines wiggling casually along on some journey. He almost shook it off, but then realized that there was another skill he had overlooked. Other than the time when he'd accidentally jettisoned his Aetherium and replaced it with nature-aspected Aether, he'd never pursued the druidic magic he'd been granted by his old magic, new application fortune. Once he'd gained the ability to use aspected mana, it had not seemed overly important. Perhaps it was time to rethink that assumption. His mind jumped in one direction, then another, and the idea slowly formed. This was the sort of plan that he loved, since it would either make for a spectacular triumph over adversity, or get him killed, dismembered, and devoured by something called an avatar of hunger, and he was pretty sure it wouldn't happen in that order. He needed a source of nature-aspected aether, and while he could have used precious seconds using etheric sensing to find some, he took the path of highest probability and assumed that if he wasn't surrounded by natural energy while sitting in the heart of an ancient tree in the middle of a forest with moss growing all around him, then he wasn't likely to find another source anywhere nearby. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing his heart rate to slow as he slipped into himself. Etheric Meditation 7, critical success. He focused on opening his channels, then pushed the mana within him out into his surroundings. At first, the energy moved slowly, but as he continued, he felt the process speed up. He also maintained his direct etheric enhancement. The goal was simply to empty his mana pool. By the time he had run through the last of his mana and willed his channels closed, he heard the sound of trees snapping like twigs. Finger Chomper must be looking for him. He needed to move the process along. He could feel his ejected mana in the air around him, and he gave it a few precious heartbeats. He needed it to soak up the ambient nature energy. His ability to hold multiple types of aspected mana meant that he could not rely on the next phase of his plan, unless he jettisoned all of it and then reabsorbed only nature-aspected mana. Even unaspected mana might cause the plan to fail. The cataclysm that was destroying the forest had grown audibly closer. He could wait no longer. He envisioned his mana channels and the 7 glowing centers that connected them. When he had first explored the concept of speeding his energy regeneration, he had learned of these chakra from an otherworldly text. That book's name escaped him. Something about a world and a web? No time for that. He'd think about it later. Blissful Ignorance 1. Success. He opened the green heart chakra first. Ordinarily, he kept all 7 open to absorb any type of energy to prevent imbalances, but since each chakra resonated with different elements, it was possible to sacrifice speed for fine control. He coaxed open the root chakra next, and its red glow blazed to life. Aligned to earth and air, these 2 chakra together let the nature-suffused mana flow quickly and easily into his mana pool. Another tree broke, and the sound was so close. He could hear the rush of wind through its leaves as it fell. Above even that cacophony, the sound of the avatar of Hunger's weeping could be heard. He hoped his assumption about the next phase of his plan was correct, or he would be at a serious disadvantage. With a thought, he triggered mana metamorphosis. Once more, his senses burned away, only to be replaced by something new, something greater. He was the huge stump which housed him, the sap that still flowed in the deepest recesses of its roots, staving off death even after so long. He was the cool, excited moss, drinking water from the air and seeking the sunlight through tiny leaves. He was the crow that sat on the branch above, watching the drama with a curious golden eye. Pain, rage, and shock rippled through his being, for he was the shattered trees that littered the ground nearby, broken wood and leaking sap crying out for revenge against the monstrosity that had ended their decades-long lives in a single fit of pique. He was the family of rabbits who slowly suffocated beneath the ground. Their burrows collapsed from the force of the giant's impact with the earth. All around him swirled the pure green energy that was nature mana. The still-living trees drank it in, visibly growing by centimeters from the first pulse of energy alone. A colony of ants, frantically rebuilding their collapsed tunnels, swelled from lengths of only a few millimeters to a full centimeter, pushing the ground upward in grotesque blisters. When he had first used this power, he had felt the pure rush of magic as comprehension of the forces that move the universe flowed through his mortal mind. Now, however, his existence as a single aspect of that power changed, not just the color of his misty form. He was now a deep emerald green instead of shining silver, but his thought processes and capabilities as well. He floated up from the top of the broken tree, gesturing toward the frantic ant colony with his mind. Though this state prevented him from recovering spent mana, the conveyance of information to such simple creatures was not really a spell or even an ability in the typical sense, and only a single point disappeared from his pool. The ants stopped their frenzied attempts to rebuild and formed a single line, marching intently toward what was now their hated foe, the avatar of hunger, Finger Chomper. As they scurried along, the mana continued to feed their simple bodies, and by the time they had traveled another 10 meters, they had swelled to the size of small dogs. Korash moved forward through the trees, ignoring the branches that passed through his body. He did not need to travel far to come face to face with the hulking form of his foe, who saw what he had become and immediately began to howl in rage. Korash stretched out tendrils of himself as his former body would its hands, calling to the roots and plants on the ground below to bend to his will. It was laughably easy, and he felt his essence pour through the intervening space and into the growing things beneath the earth. He needed no primitive spell form, nor did he require word or motion to enact his will upon the forest. Druidic Magic Theory 1 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences and other factors. A paltry 100 mana poured from him into the plants below as he felt his intent meld with them. They burst out from the ground that sheltered them and wrapped around the feet and ankles of the Avatar of Hunger, digging deep into its swollen flesh as they attempted to pull the giant down into the soil. The thing's giant axe was not restrained, however, and it whistled through the air faster than sound. It cleaved through his misty body without resistance, continuing on to strike the forest floor with a force like a meteor, blasting a huge hole into the ground and scattering dirt everywhere. Korash felt no pain, though he did feel his essence fluctuate wildly as a huge portion of the mana that made up his form was sliced away. He knew that if he ran out of mana in this state, he would die. The blow had done little to sever the roots wrapped around the giant's feet, and it had exposed a great deal more to the open air. Another gesture and some more mana, and the thin whip-like cords lashed out from the pit and wrapped around the handle of the axe as his foe brought it up for a second swing. Fingerjumper howled with rage and tried to pull the axe away. Without the ability to move its feet, it overbalanced and toppled into the hole it had made, shaking the ground with another impact. The ants, unfazed by the earthquake, swarmed over the prone giant. They immediately went into a writhing frenzy, bucking their segmented bodies up and down to drive their glistening stingers into the swollen flesh as many times as possible. The giant's keening was loud enough to cause the air itself to ripple. Korash flew away from the fallen monster with thought, coming to rest in an instant next to a pair of particularly large trees that the twisted former human had pulled from the ground, roots and all. He could feel rage simmering in the wood. Reaching out once more, he poured his own essence into them, and their forms began to shiver and warp. The Avatar of Hunger got its arms beneath itself at last, and with a grunt of effort, it pushed off of the ground. The flesh of its arms wobbled and swelled as it forced blood through its cursed anatomy. The effect of its increased blood pressure only served to magnify the strength of its hematic musculature, turning the two debuffs into a synergistic nightmare. The roots binding it snapped from the applied force, and ants the size of jaguars rained down on the forest for a kilometer. The force of the oversized creature's strength against the earth sent it sailing upward, freeing its feet but flipping it end over end. Korash knew he had only seconds to end this fight before the thing found its bearings. He turned to the one nearby tree that was still standing, its own spirit calling out its need for vengeance against the thing that had felled its brother trees. Korash fed that silent desire, pouring more mana into the wood. Etheric Projection 8 critically succeeded, but became a success due to other factors. The small effects he'd conjured with the roots were nothing compared to what he was trying to do now. He was fueling pure intent, using nothing but his own mana, no spell form required. He bled mana by the hundreds into the tree, and still it drank. Its bark had turned an eerie crimson, and it quivered. He nearly had it, but his mana was dipping perilously lower. A final surge of another 100 points bled out of him, leaving him perilously close to death, when suddenly it was done. He spun in place, seeking his foe. The giant had regained its footing, and with two thunderous footfalls, it began charging toward him. After the third step, something changed. Its eyes rolled back in its head, and it stumbled, veering off course as it crashed through the nearby trees before wobbling to a stop. This creature is suffering from dizziness due to its high blood pressure. The affected target will be less able to move in a straight line and more likely to fail certain athletics rules. Korash smiled. The avatar had stopped itself by throwing its arms out and catching its weight against two trees. Slowly, so slowly, it pushed itself upright and staggered back the way it had come. As it reached the place where it had lost its way, it took another unsteady step and heaved a deep breath. Its back lost its hunch and it stood straight once more, the brief dizzy spell passing. It glared straight at Korash and bellowed out a wail of rage. Behind him, the giant tree hefted the 12-meter-long spear that had grown from the corpses of its brothers, bending its entire trunk back impossibly far. The giant charged, axe raised to destroy, and the animated tree whipped forward, hurling the javelin forward with amazing force. Korash sank to the ground, feeling flesh enshroud him once more as his ability's duration ran out. He was amazed to find his health restored, the wounds that had plagued him for most of the fight nowhere in evidence. The sharp point of the tree turned ballista bolt made almost no sound as it pierced through the stomach of the behemoth, yanking it off its feet before traveling deep into the forest to carve a furrow into the earth. The giant fell back, blood spewing from its stomach in a geyser that reached 50 meters into the sky. As its bulk crashed down, Korash hopped up to avoid the small earthquake and used some of his mana to form a shield above his head, keeping the rain of blood from sullying his robes. The avatar of hunger twitched its arms and legs, the once swollen skin now deflated like an old balloon. As the blood from its wound decreased from a geyser to a river, each motion pushed a little more of the life from its body. The strange transformation of its body had created a pressure system within itself that increased its strength by aiding its movements through hydraulic pressure. Now that its body cavity was torn open, that pressure was gone, and it was helpless. As he approached the fallen creature, it twitched an arm at him. More blood pumped from the hole with a wet noise, and the appendage fell limp at its side. Korash was unsure if he should feel pity for something that had abandoned its humanity in such a way. He thought it might show his strength of character if he did so. He burned its brain from its engorged skull with an overcharged monobolt, just to make sure it would never, ever rise again. Chapter 46. A ruined stretch of forest near the road to Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. He approached the gray-furred beast with caution as it struggled to pull itself across the ground with its one remaining arm. It looked up at him with its lupine snout wrinkled in pain.
"Please," it rasped in a surprisingly human voice, Help me reach that tree. I can overcome these wounds if I can just rest out of the sun."
Korash was surprised to hear the creature speak in such a manner. He had assumed it to be just another monster that had been preying on the bandits. Wary of a trick, he inspected the creature. Liath, mythic tier. This creature was formed when an ordinary man called on dark powers for vengeance. When bandits descended on his farm, the man was too weak to rise up and fight as they plundered his chickens, stole his horses, and killed his family. They left him alive only out of scorn for his weakness, but the creature he would become has proved to be their undoing. The Liath stands just under 3 meters tall, with arms almost long as its body, powerful legs that give its bipedal stance incredible speed, and curved claws capable of rending enchanted steel. Its howl paralyzes those with unrighteous hearts. Because of this creature's magical nature, its pelt and heart can be worth a fortune to the proper craftsperson. Law 6. Success. Korash sank down next to the creature, staring into the gentle eyes of a human set into the twisted face, its gray fur still soaked in the blood of the bandits.
"Please," it said again, "I gave up my path to be the instrument of vengeance for my family. I shall haunt these woods for a century more and slaughter the wicked who dare to shelter beneath these boughs. You fought the bandits. You understand how horrible they are."
The creature reached out, wrapping its single remaining hand around Korash's wrist, beseeching him to help. Conviction 2 succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier imbalance penalties. The mage felt the hunger blazing in his chest, and he could see his own glowing green eyes reflected in the Durliath's blue ones. He no longer heard its words, for his head was filled with an endlessly echoing phrase, "Worth a fortune." He wrapped his own hand around the hilt of his dagger, and small translucent words phased into being above the wolf creature's head. 0 copper pieces. That was too bad, but it wasn't the monster's worldly wealth that he needed, after all. "I'm sorry," Korash managed as he drove the dagger into the thing's eye. It howled as it died, and the blood froze in his veins. Conviction 2, failure. For nearly a minute he was unable to move, forced to contemplate the injustice he had visited upon this poor creature. Tears poured from his unblinking eyes. His heart, it seemed, was no longer righteous, and yet he could not stop thinking of the prize that waited for him within the rib cage of his victim. When the paralysis finally passed, he took a single shuddering breath and pulled the dagger from the beast's eye. He plunged it into the corpse's throat, drawing it down the body in an attempt to cut the valuable hide free. Survival craft 4, failure. After several minutes, he had to admit that he had failed. The hide was ruined, and he was covered in blood. He moved back up to the mangled muscles on the creature's chest, slicing away the muscle little by little until he could see the heart. The organ was far larger than it should have been, and instead of being made from healthy muscle, it was shriveled and dead. Bits of necrotic flesh crumbled away as he cut the organ free of the corpse, and it beat once in his hands before going still. He felt power flow through him as he slipped the Durliath heart into his bag. One of these could sell to the right alchemist for 500,000 gold. His muscles surged with strength he hadn't felt since his transformation into an elf, though he was still not back to his heroic strength. His mind surged as well, filled with magical permutations and theories he'd never considered before. Even burying the poor thing in one of the craters the avatar of hunger had torn in the forest floor did little to ease his feelings of guilt. He needed to find a way to calm these covetous impulses. He whispered a word or two of magic and cleaned himself off in a summoned rainstorm that hung over his head in an excellent approximation of his mood. The walk and a few light-hearted exchanges with Ori improved his mood somewhat, and passing a sign that indicated only 15 kilometers to Nottingham, and just 10 to Halfway, the quaint village that had sprung up at the halfway point between Sunblade and Krakensport, had him just about back to normal. Maybe he'd stop for a late lunch in Halfway. If he hurried, he could likely get to Nottingham before nightfall. Failed. Deface the chained lady. The chains of the statue have been broken while its face remained intact. Your reward is forfeit, and the consequences yours to reap. What? He hadn't even reached the objective yet. How would he fail the quest? He stood in the center of the crossroads, dumbfounded. Then the world around him fell into darkness. He looked up into the sky in terror, only to see the pale halo of the sun shining behind a great dark circle. An eclipse. He'd never seen an eclipse in all his years. Well, maybe once in school. There had been dark glasses and... never mind. Alternate quest resolution. Destroy the chains of the statue. You have met the requirements for this quest. Quest successful. Now he was even more confused. He hadn't touched the statue. In the half-light of the eclipse, a shadow passed over him. He looked up, but the sky was empty of everything save the black sun. He whirled around, checking behind him. Was he under attack? From the forest that surrounded the road, a great din began to rise from the trees. Crows took to the skies, calling raucously to nothing. First hundreds, then thousands of the birds filled the air. They flew up, not away. Instead, they circled above him like a swirling thunderhead of feathers. Within moments, they began to spiral down toward the ground, a literal tornado of avian fury. The crows careened down toward the earth, heedless of their own mortality. The instant the first crow struck the earth, they all vanished. There in the road before him was a goddess. She smiled at him through strands of dark hair that reached down to the ground. Her simple black garment defied description as well as gravity, as it managed to cover her breasts despite not having shoulders or even anything to connect the split halves of the bodice. Her feet were invisible, hidden beneath the incomprehensible garment which reached the ground and spread out into an inky pool of fabric. One hand clutched the hilt of the sword hanging on a simple belt, the fingers black and tipped with the claws of a bird. From the small of her back sprouted a pair of black feathered wings that stretched across the road.
"Hello, valiant knight," she said. "Hello, Morrigan," he replied, for she could be none other. "You must be rewarded for your part in freeing me from that awful place, and in such a timely manner as well." She looked him up and down like she was appraising the knight's meal and flicked a single clawed finger in his direction. "Find the ruins. Quest. There are greater things at stake than the misguided errand to which Amnok sent you. Make haste to Krakensport and find the ancient ruins hidden nearby. Seek your reward and your destiny within its walls." He bowed toward the powerful Fae. To do otherwise was to invite her wrath more than he already had by agreeing not to release her. She nodded her head and spoke once more. "I regret I cannot remain to explore our new relationship," she said with a feral smile that made Korash quite glad she had somewhere else to be. "I must meet my dear vassal Amnok for a little chat about the meaning of loyalty." That didn't sound good. "May your journey be swift, my lady," he replied, "and may your conversation with my empress be as fruitful as you imagine." He felt his tongue twist in his mouth as he spoke those last words, and some part of his soul tried to suck the words back in, but they could not be unspoken. "So mote it be," the Lady of Battlefields replied as thunder rumbled somewhere far off. "And I cannot let such a kind gift go unrewarded. May the strength within you grow as it desires." With that pronouncement, she vanished once more into the cloud of ravens, which wheeled into the sky and disappeared as the sun returned to its splendor. Korash was barely conscious of these events, however, as he collapsed in the dust, hand clutched to his chest. A familiar fire burned there, and it had grown so hot he thought it might set his blood on fire. Knowledge of how he was changing filled his mind. "Congratulations, Fae Arcana has increased. The choice of a new selection has been taken from you. 1. Elven Paragon Inheritance. Race change. Eye Magic. 2. Hoarding Instinct. 3. Wormling's Grasp. 4. Choose. Beyond sorrow and grief, you now have an effective armor rating that increases based on the size of your hoard, 10-fold shields. You now require only 1 meal per day of standard food. You must supplement this by gaining 2 items of value, or any amount of currency, per day. This requirement is halved if the riches are taken by force. Wealth Drinker. You now gain bonuses to zeal when attempting to convince someone to part with their coin, but you can no longer perform charitable acts for someone without the promise of reward. Silver Tongue.
The flame in his chest seemed to last forever. When it died, he felt like he had lost something precious. He pushed himself to his feet wearily, then reached into his hood and pulled Ori free of his hiding spot.
"Let's go, buddy," he said with a sigh. "It's almost lunchtime."
Nah.
Ori intoned, and on they went toward halfway. They walked for less than an hour before Korash sighted the village. Smoke poured from the chimneys of several buildings, and the wind carried the scent of some sort of stew that was beginning to burn. He squinted toward the town as he realized that there was no one in the streets. His sharp eyes picked out a prone form in the road near the inn, and he broke into a run. Perception 5. Success. The town was eerily silent as he approached. Not even a dog barked. He ran into the town square, shouting for help. All he heard in response was his own voice echoing through the silent hamlet. The woman in the square was obviously dead, her side pierced by some unknown assailant. The body was still warm. A quick glance revealed a building with the door standing ajar. Cautiously, he crept into the house. Stealth 4. Success. The layout was simple, and the small table was set for a meal that was currently burning on the stove. A few spatters of blood on the floor indicated that the struggle between the woman and whatever had attacked her had been brief. Seeing nothing else of note, he turned and went back outside. The woman's body was gone. He shivered as a chill ran up his spine, then back down again. This was not good. As he investigated further, he discovered another strange sight. One of the houses had a root cellar behind it, and that door stood ajar as well. He descended cautiously once more, though he heard no sounds from within. Perception 5. Critical success. The inside was a mess of shattered jars. Peach preserves and pickled peppers oozed from beneath his boots as he stepped into the room. One of the wooden shelves had toppled over, and the mystery only deepened when he saw that the ground below the shelf had been cleared away, leaving a perfectly excavated tunnel that descended at an angle. His initial reaction was to blame the gremlings, though he recalled that their tunnels were more natural, like something left by a worm. Ghouls made excellent tunnels with rough walls, and these did not fit that mold either. This looked like it had been made by intelligent beings. Korash congratulated himself on the excellent deduction, pointedly ignoring the pickaxe that had been discarded by the tunnel's mouth. Blissful Ignorance 1. Critical success. Something had invaded this village, but what? He made his way back out of the root cellar and took a moment to wipe the sticky peach jam from his boots. As he did so, he noticed the back door of the house. A muddy handprint marred the whitewashed wood. The game was afoot. He hunched down to avoid line of sight with the windows and crept back toward the door. "Stay quiet, Ori," he whispered. "We don't want whoever's in there to know we're coming."
Nah,
the gold golem said. It didn't make any effort to be quiet about it either. The door opened easily and he slid inside. He stood in a stone entryway, and from the bags of root vegetables, rakes, and discarded gardening clothes, he decided this must be a mudroom of sorts. Finding nothing of interest, he crept deeper into the house. The great room evidently served as both living room and bedroom for a family of 4. The door immediately across from him must be the front door, which meant that the kitchen was through the door on the left. A wet, repetitive noise coming from that direction turned his stomach. Perception 5. Failed, but became a success due to tier differences. Against his better judgment, he tiptoed his way to the door and peeked through. The act reminded him of a story he'd heard countless times. The tale told of a young person foolishly treading into a dangerous situation, ignoring the common sense any real person would exhibit. He would go with his friends to the theater and they would... He felt a migraine building in the back of his skull and chose to abandon the strange line of thought. Instead, he continued with his foolishness. The kitchen table had been upended and hurled against one wall. The unfortunate family, or what remained of them, lay in the center of the room, piled together in a pool of dark red blood. Around them, 4 figures crouched down as if around a campfire. Their clothes were filthy. Only hints of bright reds and yellows could be glimpsed through the dirt. They seemed to be almost as wide as they were tall, and he estimated that they would likely stand shorter than he did, though not by much. Their skin was the mottled gray of stone, and it was wrinkled and pitted in a way that made the creatures seem ancient. The one facing the doorway looked up from its meal as it tore a large piece from a woman's arm. It smacked loudly and cheerily, its teeth, mouth, and beard stained red. A look of confusion passed over its face for just a moment. Suddenly it grabbed the arm it was holding, gave a mighty twist, and held the now severed hand up as if to say, "Please join us for lunch. There's plenty to go around." Korash hesitated for a heartbeat, then turned on his heel and ran out of the house. He ran through the village and on down the road to Krakensport without looking back. Behind him, he heard doors opening and the sounds of a normal village slowly starting to return. But all the voices spoke in a strange, harsh tongue. It was 20 minutes later when he finally stopped, gasping for air after his 3rd failed stamina roll. Stamina 6, failure. He spent a few minutes catching his breath, then started walking again. He needed to make it to Nottingham before nightfall. As he walked, the words he had seen when he'd inspected the hunched figures haunted him for reasons he couldn't entirely explain. Gloom, dwarf commoner, unseelie, heroic Tia. That thing had been a dwarf? Chapter 47. Outskirts of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash wasn't sure what was more unbelievable, the incredible beauty of Nottingham and its quaint slate roofs poking up from beyond the modest wall surrounding the town, or the fact that the village was currently both besieged and on fire. He thought it was some combination of the last two, realistically speaking. An adrenaline rush tended to get in the way of his ability to appreciate beauty. At least the town had been able to close its gates, which meant the horde of attackers, each a warped hybrid of shining metal and twisted flesh of what had once been a person, were trapped out here with him. He stopped counting after the 100th such unfortunate soul. There were too many to just slaughter his way through, and the idea that these things had once been human made that idea less palatable. He thought back to his encounter with the Kobold village as he opened his channels and began recovering his mana. Were these creatures somehow related to whatever had converted the Kobolds? If so, that meant that this was not a problem. It was a symptom. Quest received. End the Scourge. Discover the source of the metallic invaders and put a stop to it. Warning, you cannot complete this quest alone. Minimum party size, 2.
Nah,
said Ori from inside his hood. I know, buddy. I thought you would have counted as a party member too. Maybe next time, okay?
nah.
Korash realized that his absorption wasn't going very well. It wasn't bad exactly, it was just that the energy he was cycling seemed much more concentrated than normal. It felt more like mana. He willed his etheric sensing to activate and was amazed to find that the entire area was flooded with mana. Etheric sensing failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. If that wasn't unusual enough, the mana was aspected, and heavily at that, with earth. He'd already absorbed enough of the stuff that the next shield he conjured was going to be awesome. He'd never encountered mana in the wild before, though that wasn't really what was bothering him. Each of the robotic monstrosities were exuding mana at an alarming rate, and that mana was pure. Blindingly pure, in fact. He wasn't sure what he was dealing with. All he knew was that it was definitely different than that brood parasite. This was a far more advanced case of whatever this was. First, he needed to get some defenses in place, and all that earth-aspected mana had given him a great idea. He took a moment to still his mind and called out the words to the spell. Tanu keln tornith roha nif ligeth. A swirl of dust lifted from the ground beneath his feet and wrapped around him. Primordial Vocabulary 10, success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. A moment later, it hardened into a suit of plate mail made from granite. Wicked spikes poked from the surface, threatening to give anything that attacked him a very bad day. His use of only aspected mana on the spell had increased the effects of the 3 potency upgrades he'd worked into the spell's formula, and, for once, he was almost looking forward to getting hit. He rushed toward the town, only slightly slowed by his magical protection. Since it was only energy with the traits of stone, its weight was almost negligible. A woman with a twisting maze of copper pipes where her head should have been saw him first, somehow. With a whistle of ejected steam, she turned and ran toward him, brandishing a fist that was permanently fused together by a large metal spigot and at least 3 pressure gauges. He didn't even try to dodge. The woman slammed her fist into his face, and his summon armor flared as it absorbed the blow, despite the fact that it had no visible helmet. Defense 5, automatic failure. Armor 0, failure. All damage absorbed. The metallic fist bent around his nose, and 2 of the gauges shattered. As the woman staggered back, one of the spikes on the armor swelled and lengthened into a deadly stone spear. It hit her in the collarbone, which bent from the impact and started leaking steam. She collapsed, and Korash just kept running. He had progressed several meters closer to the wall, shooting a blast of mana at a child with wagon wheels for legs and a tiny furnace where his mouth should have been, when he heard something explode. Behind him, there was only a crater where the woman had fallen. His armor had absorbed direct hits from 6 mechanical monsters when it finally failed. Thankfully, Korash was close enough to the wall by then that it didn't matter. He activated his direct Aetherium enhancement and jumped. His first leap carried him onto the head of a man whose torso was a cast iron boiler, and his second sent him rocketing upward, where he hooked his fingers onto the wall's edge and swung himself up and over. Athletics 7 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. As he landed deftly in the space between the wall and a nearby building, he could hear fighting coming from deeper in the town. Most of the buildings nearby weren't even on fire, which was good. He pondered for a moment and decided to run toward the fire. He sprinted from building to building, keeping an eye out for any of the invading creatures, but it was several minutes before he saw one, a tall man with only 1 arm. The other limb had been replaced by a large hose. The man held the nozzle in his one remaining hand and was using it to spray fire all over a building. The roar of the flames was so great it caused the metal sign hanging above the door to rock back and forth. The sign read, Gnostic Norma's General Specialty Goods. Korash felt rage surge through him. The words of a spell poured out of his mouth almost faster than he could form them. Primordial Vocabulary 10, success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences.
Shovilev das Rohanith!
A blast of ice erupted from his outstretched hand and poured over the building and its assailant. When the storm cleared a moment later, the entire storefront had been sealed in a block of ice, along with the metallic invader. Korash cursed to himself. That spell had used more mana than was probably wise. He opened himself to the ambient mana, feeling the energy of flame trickle into his pool, and then he heard the screams. Someone was in trouble. He rounded a corner and found himself in the town square and almost unable to believe his eyes. The ornate marble fountain that had once graced the town square had been destroyed, littering the open space with chunks of marble and rendering the nearby ground a mess of muddy, choomed earth. Korash wondered why that was the first thing he noticed, as there was much more interesting things going on. A trio of very short people with large noses were locked in battle with a construct of pure horror. Easily 3 meters tall and twice that around, it seemed to be made from chitin, hate, and no small amount of metallic implants. 8 scythe-like legs stabbed into the ground, and a massive claw bigger than Korash stabbed out, reaching for one of the tiny people. He analyzed the creature, hoping to learn more about the thing's weak points. Enormous adversarial crustacean, legendary Tia. This massive crab has been exposed to the same force that has been twisting other creatures into half-mechanical horrors. One of its eye stalks has been replaced with a red lens that seems to be able to focus destructive energy. It appears to have enhanced strength and agility as well, though it bears no sign of the strange blue force field that other similar creatures have utilized in the past. Law 6, partial success. He grimaced. The information was sparse and gave him little knowledge other than that he was free to attack with magic. He ran forward into the square, and the crab chose that exact moment to assault the trio. It rushed forward, its legs unhindered by the increasingly muddy ground, and targeted 2 of the small humanoids who were struggling with the large device. The male bent down, the flat plane of his back braced beneath the woman's chest. With a mighty heave, she pulled the wooden contraption up and rested it on the back of her friend. Now that Korash could see it fully, he recognized the general shape of the object, though its massive size meant it was no common example of the weapon. The diminutive woman braced the device against one shoulder and struggled to reach the trigger as an enormous claw swung toward the pair. At the last second, she grazed the trigger with one tiny finger, and the device went off with a twang. With a kick like a mule, the device recoiled and knocked her back a few meters, but the fired bolt shot true. The length of wood tipped with sharp metal hit the crab next to its single remaining eye stalk, cracking the orange chitin and sending the entire creature spinning. It landed, to Korash's consternation, with its claw side facing him as he charged. He leaped toward the monster, rapier drawn, hoping to strike while it was off balance. He landed atop the thing's rough back with all his weight on the tip of his sword. Athletics 7, success. His blade, instead of sinking into the thing, simply slid to one side as it failed to penetrate the knobby armor. Blades 5, success. All damage mitigated by armor. He cursed to himself. Without a solid blow, he couldn't apply any debuffs to this thing. The small woman was picking herself up from the ground, and her remarkably high-pitched voice was easily audible even amidst the battle.
"Stupid mega crossbow!"
she spat.
"Why couldn't these things have attacked yesterday? At least then we would have had clothes that fit."
Korash noticed that all 3 of the tiny people had clothes that were far too large for them. They had all rolled up their voluminous sleeves, and even the shoulders seemed to sag unnaturally. His assessment of their fashion ended abruptly as the crab beneath him bucked and sent him flying. He twisted in the air and landed with a splat in the mud. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences.
"Norma!"
one of the men cried.
"We need to retreat! There's no way we can fight this thing without reinforcements!"
"I've handled bigger critters than this,"
Norma quipped back.
"I just need to get a good hit in, and we'll have a feast tonight. Besides—"
The third man cut her off.
"Those times you were a meter taller and could use that siege weapon of yours," he said. "But now we need to retreat and regroup. Maybe get the guards."
She looked over at the newcomer, who could hardly believe his ears. Was this really Gnostic Norma?
"Will you be all right, stranger? I don't want to leave you with something you can't handle."
The crab took that moment to charge at him, and Korash was too busy dodging to answer. He rolled forward beneath the claw as it snatched at his head. Defense 5 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. The sharp, flailing legs made it difficult to exploit his position, though he did notice a strange triangular bit of chitin that looked like a weak point just before he got free. As he dodged between 2 of its needle-like feet, he called out to the trio.
"I should be fine here. Get to safety and regroup. We'll win the day, don't worry."
The 2 men nodded and rushed to the discarded mega crossbow while Norma reached into a pouch and hurled a flask full of dark red liquid at the crab. It shattered over the thing's carapace, then caught fire. The crab-like creature screeched as it burned.
"Don't be a stranger, stranger!"
Norma called as she and one of her companions heaved the massive weapon free of the mud. Together they ran out of the square, disappearing between two buildings. The flames died away all too quickly, and while the chitin had turned red where the fire burned, the crab seemed unfazed. He eyed the crab warily as it spun in place, its single mechanical eye fixing on him while its remaining eye stalk swiveled, searching for other threats. He prepared to meet its charge, shifting his feet so he could easily dive forward again. He wanted to get another look at the underside of this thing's armor. The crab reached down with one of its massive claws and, in one smooth motion, grabbed a broken fragment of the fountain and heaved it toward the elf. He had no choice but to follow through with his plan a bit early, and he sprang forward beneath the path of the stone. Defense 5 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. As he rolled back onto his feet, he let his mana suffuse his body, activating direct etheric enhancement. As the power suffused him, he felt different. His body grew warm, then hot, and a powerful rage flooded his mind. Before he could fully process what was happening, he was already charging toward his foe, screaming. He felt like a passenger in his own body as he barreled toward the crab, unable to force himself to stop. In less than a second, the two forces collided, with the crab swinging its massive claw like a club, and Korash bringing his sword up to thrust it into the thing's mouth. The claw hit him like a ton of armored crab, which he surmised might not be too far off as he flew through the air. Defense 5, automatic failure. Blades 5 automatically failed due to failed defense roll. All damage mitigated by armor. As he flew through the air and crashed into the side of a building, he wondered why he wasn't severely injured. He'd never worn armor. It interfered with his fighting style, and he had no magical shielding active, though normally he did not feel any notifications from strikes he blocked in such a manner. He was already charging forward again when it hit him. It was the effect of 10-fold shields. His wealth gave him literal armor. Now, if he could just figure out why he was so damned mad. His head cooled for a moment, but it was no help in providing him with an answer. A jet of effervescent water shot from the crab's mouth and hit him in the face. The force of it knocked him onto his back and rendered him momentarily unable to see, and a strange slowness seeped into his joints. Why was that bubbly beam super effective? As his vision recovered, he saw that the adversarial crustacean was almost on top of him, and one of its sharp legs was currently speeding toward his face. With agonizing slowness, he reached up, sword forgotten, and caught the chitinous appendage just centimeters before it put out his left eye. Prowess 7, success. As his arms began to push the deadly leg away, a roar came unbidden to his throat as he felt his blood burn with rage. Warm fire? He had absorbed fire-aspected mana just before entering this fight. Perhaps his direct ethereal enhancement skill changed based on the elements his mana was using. That might go a long way toward explaining the extra strong jet of water, too. With another roar, he snapped the monster's leg right at its first joint. Prowess 7, success. He was left holding the crab's weaponized foot. Enraged, Korash tossed the body part into the mud. The part of him that was not given over to the rage took a cleansing mental breath, then pushed against itself, seeking to regain control. You are attempting to resist your own magical effect. Willpower 6 succeeded, but was reduced to a failure due to tier differences and other factors. Drat, what was he going to do? If he didn't get out of that thing's range, he couldn't end the effect without being overwhelmed. Even with aspected focus weak, he was able to match the giant crab's strength, which meant the fire mana currently infusing his muscles was giving him a significant boost. His mouth was shouting something about the crab's ancestry, though Korash was uncertain what a 7th-generation piece of rejected-ass code was. Meanwhile, his legs were carrying him underneath the beast for reasons he hoped were tactically sound. He grabbed onto that triangular patch of chitin with one hand and braced his other hand on the crab's flat carapace, then began to pull. The crab, it seemed, was not oblivious to its likely weak spot, as it immediately attempted to slam its heavy body into the ground. Korash went down to one knee, his arms outstretched above his head as he supported the weight of the monster like a primordial god holding up the world. Prowess 7, partial success. With a heave, he tossed the crab away from him. Athletics 7, success. It landed in the mud about a meter away, upside down. Korash quickly canceled his ability, and the feeling of being a passenger in his own body quickly subsided. He was just thankful that he had been able to end the effect. He backpedaled away from the monster to gain some much-needed distance before he made his next move. Though his mana had depleted by over 200 since he'd begun his enhancement, he risked another large expenditure to craft a primordial spell that, he hoped, would slow the monster.
Shovi roha nif din legeth.
His words were careful and measured as he pushed his mana into the spell, not wanting to make a mistake. Primordial vocabulary 10, success. Primordial magic theory 10, critical success. The powerful spell created a spinning ball of condensed cold, which flew forward and struck the crab before it could right itself. He felt a blast of frigid wet air as the spell impacted, and frost formed half-heartedly across the crab's exposed under carapace for a moment before quickly melting away. He'd even included a duration factor in that spell. As the crab flipped itself upright, he realized his mistake, and he actually gaped at his own stupidity. His mana pool was mostly fire-aspected at the moment. He'd used fire mana on a water spell. He was a disgrace as a mage. To make matters even worse, he was now low enough on mana that any spell he might craft to use that fire mana would likely be too weak to end the fight. He realized that he did not currently need to dodge an angry crab and looked up to find the 9-legged crustacean glaring at him with its glowing mechanical eye. The one that produced lasers? Korash felt the energy within the crab surge as it gathered in the strange device. Though its flavor was strange, it seemed to be nothing more than a peculiar type of etheric projection. Etheric Sensing 5, critical success. Insight 2, success. No sooner had the thought flitted through his mind than the gathered energy shot from the eye in a ruby beam that, from the sheer amount of mana Korash had felt, he knew would fry him to a crisp. He had time for one last thought before he died. No time for a shield, no ability to dodge, no time to cast a spell. He felt his face begin to twist into a grimace that would never complete before his death. His last thought burst into mind. It was Gnostic reflection. He felt 100 mana pour out of him as he activated his class ability. It formed a shape like a prism, and the red light of death struck it and vanished. The prism thrummed with power as it absorbed the blast of mana, and then ejected an identical beam that struck the crab right in the lens where the power had come from. The glass and even the metal fittings melted into slag. The legs on that side of its body went limp and it collapsed. Broiled, bubbling flesh began to leak from the hole, a too pale pink color that contrasted horribly with the bright red portions where Norma had cooked the thing. It swung one oversized claw at the distant figure, obviously having depth perception issues now that its artificial eye was gone. He considered only briefly how to end the fight now that his opponent was helpless. He stood by the remains of the shattered fountain for a moment, absorbing some of the ambient mana. It took longer than he'd expected to gather just a few dozen points of water-aspected mana. As the liquid had met the earth, it had rapidly changed into something that was too complex for him to absorb. It would be enough for what he was trying to do, though.
Ifris leptas rodin.
Fire and water mana swirled together as he willed them into his spell form. Mist began to rise around the crab, and with a crack like thunder, the mist billowed out into a cloud of superheated vapor. It swirled in place for almost a full minute, held in place by his will and the duration factor he'd worked into the spell. Once it subsided, he smiled as he looked at his enemy, the crab, and admired its new bright red shell. Chapter 48. The Town of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash could hear the clang of metal weapons against metal bodies. He took another bite of the enormous hunk of crab meat as he rushed toward the sound of battle. Morceau de crabe magique. Eating this meal provides a temporary boost to happiness, heartiness, and resource regeneration. He was thankful for the buff as it helped him refill his mana pool to almost half. The fire mana in the air had subsided somewhat, as the enterprising people of this town appeared to have an excellent disaster response plan in place. Most of the buildings now only belched smoke into the air, which was not great for his breathing or his ability to absorb aspected mana. At least it meant the town would likely still stand on the morrow. The battle came into focus. 5 tiny men fought with daggers that were as big as swords for them, while 3 others used simple arming swords that they had to wield using both of their diminutive hands. None of them wore any armor either. Their organized ranks and keen fighting skills meant that they were clearly professionals, however. They outnumbered their metal-infused attackers 2 to 1, but without armor or effective weapons, it was hardly an even match. Korash wondered why no one in this town had anything that was sized appropriately as he shot a bolt of mana at one of the charging metallic abominations. Its head blew apart in a hail of circuitry, revealing the small hole in the town wall through which it had crawled. That was not good. If the walls were breached, they would never hold the town. The opening was not big enough to be a serious issue, though they would need to do something to patch it before anything strong enough to make it bigger showed up. As if to underscore the desperate situation, one of the guards threw himself off balance when he missed a strike with his too large sword, and the response from his opponent was immediate. A heavy hand, pierced through with a massive screw, swung down. The metal point drove into the small man's head, ending him. The monster that had dealt the blow quickly bent down and began vomiting black oil onto the corpse. The oil writhed where it stuck, and the corpse was soon twitching ominously as well. One of the short men shouted an inarticulate cry at the sight of his compatriot's death, and threw himself at the nearest monster. His fellows did the same, and Korash pushed some of his remaining fire mana into a sizzling mana bolt, then sent it toward the corpse. The oil erupted into flame at the strike, and both the small man and his killer were engulfed in flames that quickly robbed them of any movement. With a rallying cry, Korash began slinging bolts with abandon. The tiny town guards quickly overwhelmed first one invader, and then another, and it was over not long after that. "Well met," Korash said as the men formed up and limped warily toward him. "Thanks for the help, stranger," replied one of them in the eerily high voice they all seemed to produce. He patted the man next to him sympathetically, as he seemed to be holding back tears. "Poor Gunner," the man said, and with his words the tears began to fall in earnest. "He was only 1 day from retirement. He was supposed to be taking it easy today. We had a party planned and everything." The man's legs gave out, and he crumpled to the ground. "I know, Reggie, I know," said the first man. "We will have time to grieve later. Right now, we have to—" The little man's voice was drowned out by the clarion call of a war horn, and it sounded close. The little men looked up in alarm. "Don't tell me those things are calling another attack," one of them growled. "Although they didn't use any trumpets for the first few waves." The group shared glances of confusion and concern. Korash, however, recognized that sound. He had never heard it before with his ears, but the perfect tenor of that sound stirred something within him. "Elven war horns!" he shouted. "The elves have come to aid the village!" This statement seemed to terrify the little men, who dropped their weapons and ran back toward the center of town as fast as they could go. Korash didn't understand what the issue could be. He had little time for cowards. A few hops between the wall and a nearby building, and he stood atop the battlements, watching his people as they came to save the day. Athletics 7 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. The elven force was easily 1,000 strong, and no less than half of that was cavalry. Another signal came from the trumpeter, and the group charged, the flaming hooves and manes of their nightmare destriers lighting up the last moments of twilight. They crashed against the press of automatons that still besieged the walls, and the invaders fell like wheat before them. The elves' starlight cloaks fluttered behind them, velvet black save for the twinkles of interwoven silver, and the soft fabric seemed to blur as it moved, foiling many blows that should have met their mark. A detachment rode toward the gates, their leader carrying the banner of the reborn empire of Fey Riash. The elf pushed silver-white hair from his violet eyes as he peered up at Korash, a moment of surprise flickering across his features. The man squire, a young elf no more than 16 summers old, leaned over and whispered something to him before dismounting and taking the reins of his master's horse. The older elf, obviously an officer of some type, called up to him.
"Hail and well met, brother. It is our mutual fortune that we have arrived in time to save this town. I, Ixthariel, lieutenant of the new empire, beseech you, open the gates for us."
The elf's voice dripped pomp, or whatever substance it was that made a tone of voice fit to be called pompous. Korash was confused, and not just by the pomp. Why would such a large force of elves be this far from Caer Realta? Why had he never seen any of them before, and why did they all look so different? He hopped down from the wall and went to the gate, uncertain that he would be able to free the gate if a bar had been thrown across it. Instead, he found a simple lever that, when pulled, engaged some sort of complex mechanical device. From the clunks and thunks he heard coming from within the stone wall, the device was not only a means of opening or closing the gate, it also engaged some sort of bracing mechanism. Perhaps they have a way of repelling battering rams. Within 10 seconds, the noise had stopped and the gate swung open silently, the ends of large metallic cylinders visible where the two doors would meet. No 6. Success. The group rode forward through the open gate and stopped as they drew even with him.
"You have my thanks, brother," said the one.
"Hi, Korash. Good to see you again,"
said the squire. Korash frowned, certain that he recognized that voice, but also quite certain that he would remember seeing any elf with such ash-gray skin or strikingly orange eyes. Then recognition washed over him, and he only barely managed to keep his mouth closed from the shock. Conviction, too, critically succeeded, but became a standard success due to tier imbalance penalties.
Vishendal?
He managed, unable to believe that this strapping young man was the elven child he'd first met only, a month ago? An elven child who certainly had not looked like that. But the lad's cheery nod confirmed it, though the grin he gave Korash revealed a mouthful of pointed teeth that were definitely new.
"Which way to the town hall?"
The other elf scowled in annoyance at the delay. Korash shrugged and pointed vaguely in the direction he figured the building would be, and with a sharp gesture from their leader, the group was moving once more. Vishendal turned in his saddle to wave happily at Korash, who waved back half-heartedly before remembering to inspect him. Vishendal, dark elven squire, unseelie, legendary tier. The last time you saw him, this young elf had not even reached the age of majority. Now, he is a true warrior, serving under the banner of the reborn empire. His once healthy skin is now sallow and thin, and his gaze has lost the innocence of youth. What has transpired since you last left the Empress that could transform an elf in such a manner? Law 6 succeeded, but became a critical success due to other factors. Korash shook his head and vowed to hurry back to Caer Realta as soon as he could. There were no dark elves there. Amnok hated dark elves. He watched as a nightmare cantered by the open gate, cutting down mechanical abominations. Then he turned and headed back into town, intent on finding out what was going on. Korash wandered the maze of streets for some time. A few buildings had collapsed, leaving roads blocked by rubble, and here and there pockets of mechanized creatures still evaded the Dark Elves. Korash evaded them in turn. After yet another turn down a random street, the sound of the pompous lieutenant reached his ears.
I, Ixthariel, demand by my position as lieutenant to be given audience as is my right. I am here to reclaim Her Majesty's ancient claim on this—
Psst! Korash!
Whispered a high-pitched voice. Unlike the Dark Elves, this one was very close. Norma? Korash looked to his left, and sure enough, there in the half-open window was Norma's face. How did you know my name?
I heard that Ponce of a Savior call you that when he came in. You've walked past my house about 3 times now.
She pointed, and as he followed her direction, he could see the open front gate just on the other side of a nearby building. Oops.
Get in here,
she said. Her face disappeared, and seconds later the door to the house swung open. Glancing down the street once more, Korash stealthily stepped inside. The diminutive woman had a rather large house. He noticed the normal chairs and the regular table that was set with utensils that would be far too large for tiny Norma to use. The doors were not made to accommodate someone of his own height easily. There were no step stools. Insight 2. Success. Korash didn't consciously process most of the odd details. His conscious mind was screaming to itself. Books, 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 books!
Hey, Korash, stay with me, buddy. Oh, my, the true god, he's drooling.
Norma's voice penetrated the fog of joy in his mind, and he scanned the room twice before remembering to look down. She stared up at him, but her face showed only annoyance, not the immense rage he'd been expecting.
Wondering why I'm not mad?
Her eyebrow quirked up as she asked the question. She knew she was right. Korash remembered her pseudo-telepathy from his reading of Specialties in the Art of Being Useful. He could only nod.
Well,
she said,
that's a far more interesting story than it has any right to be. You see, just yesterday and by we, I of course mean the—
Her explanation was interrupted by a fit of coughing so severe that she doubled over. After a few seconds, she got her lungs back under control and straightened up. She reached into the pouch at her belt, pulled out a potion that glowed an illustrative blue, and chugged it all down in less than a blink. She stood on her toes and tried to push the empty flask up onto the table, but she wasn't quite tall enough. She bounced on her toes a little, almost dropping the flask. Finally, Korash leaned in and tipped the flask up the last few centimeters. The label read, Potion of Exposition. Caution, tastes like caterpillars.
As I was saying,
she continued, smiling to herself as she clambered into one of the 2 large chairs.
By we, I mean the town. We're all not gnomes. We were humans. Always had been, always would be, as far as we knew. Sure, there were stories, legends really, that the folk here were related to gnomes back a few ages ago, before they all disappeared like the true goddamn Dark Elves.
She motioned for Korash to take a chair, which he did. Korash had not even finished his first syllable when the stream of words began once more.
I bet you're going to ask why I don't like Dark Elves. Well, that's an easy one, and really the next part of the tale. You see, along with the legends about how we're maybe related to gnomes, there was this bit about Dark Elves and how they enslaved the gnomish people and forced them, and by them I of course mean us, into magical slavery. Of course, they weren't Dark Elves then exactly. They were regular elves, just like you, and their empress, who was really just sort of a queen that far back. She had discovered the high magic, or invented it. Same difference, really. Before that, it was all just them that could use whatever it was that magic used to be. Not that it mattered, since they didn't really need it except for their own wars, which were mostly over by then, but I don't have enough potion to talk about any of that. Anyway, she might have figured out the high magic, which meant that the old willpower method of spells stopped working, having outgrown such primitive means of control. What Her Majesty hadn't counted on was that not just anyone could use the stuff. Among the elves, magical ability of that order was rarer than a cockatrice's pin feathers, and she just started getting frustrated, so—
Korash had yet to see her take a breath. That potion of hers seemed to be powerful stuff.
she did something super rare and went outside the elven race for help. That's when she found us, and by us I of course mean the gnomes from back then, and found out that we were really, really, really good at magic. But the extra weird part was that we were kind of terrible at actually using it in practice. You know, like in spells."
She stared at him. "But why?" he managed just before she started up again.
"So, of course you want to know what magic is good for, if not spells. Well, that depends. If you're a dwarf, you're so steeped in magic that you can't see straight when you try to make it do anything, but it gets all over everything you touch. It soaks into the metal, and the hotter the better, that sort of thing. For a halfling, you're so good at avoiding magic that you manage to not get imprisoned in Arcadia when everyone else does. And then you die from lack of mana, and good riddance to the little buggers, if you ask me. They stole a tea kettle from an ancestor of mine, and darned if my racial memory just won't let that go. Anyway, if you're an elf, you obviously are the behemoth's knees at anything magical, except actually thinking about it logically, because you can feel it so well you don't have to. No, I don't have to tell you that. And
"If you're a gnome," Korash beamed with pride as he got exactly 3 words in edgewise. Norma froze, her mouth open in shock. She sat in that pose for so long, Korash was afraid she might have died.
"If you're a gnome, you can't feel magic at all, but you can, given an appropriate starting point, work out the governing principles of literally any effect, agnostic of all traditions, spell form styles, incantations, or any other defining feature that's been foisted on magic before or since."
When her mouth restarted, her voice sounded like she'd never even stopped talking. He wondered if she was even aware of the interruption. "So," he said, "what you're saying
is that we were turned into gnomes after the old ways returned to the world. Once the court of shadow ruled out of balance with the bright and the true empress returned unbound, the ancient pacts that bound our ancestors by blood awoke and latched onto us."
"Oh." Korash wanted to sink into the floor. If one put all of those words in that order, it was hard to come to any conclusion other than that he was responsible for most of the bad things that had happened to this village. "So, now what do we do?"
"Ed!"
Norma's shrill voice got even shriller as she shouted a single syllable at the walls. From the other room, there was a clatter as if someone had dropped a tray full of fine china. Norma pressed her hands to her mouth in horror.
"Oops,"
she whispered.
"I forgot I told him to bring tea."
Korash stood up and took a few steps until he could see into the next room. A gnome, presumably Ed, lay on the floor, barely visible beneath a serving tray that was bigger than he was. The smooth wood had landed on top of him, and Korash worked out how it must have happened. Ed, too small to carry the tray under normal circumstances, must have arranged the teacups and cookies on the tray using a nearby and too large table, then hoisted it over his head with both hands, carefully walked down the makeshift staircase he'd crafted out of some drawers, and then begun the painstaking trek toward the table where Korash and Norma sat, all while carefully balancing his body weight in tea and china. He hadn't stood a chance. Korash shifted the tray from Ed's prone form, then helped him up. He noticed that Ed was not one of the gnomes from the battle with the crab, which he found surprising for some reason. "Sorry that happened. I'm Korash." He extended his hand to the man, who reached up and grasped it, though with some difficulty.
"Greetings! My name is Sinker Twiddle Whittle Frumple Rumple Capperdunk. All my friends call me Ed," he said.
Korash said.
"I bet you're wondering why there's no Ed in my name."
Ed's eyes were bright and full of hope, as if his very self-worth hinged on Korash asking him why, in fact, there was no Ed in his name.
"I sure was."
Korash actually was curious, though he was taking the gnome at his word that his name did not currently contain the word Ed.
"Well, some time ago, I was assisting my ranger friend Havisaw in clearing a nearby crypt of a skeleton infestation, when in my zeal I struck not the patella of the undead menace, but in fact his patella, resulting in a rather nasty popping sound and much screaming."
"I see." Korash did not see at all.
"So I declared that I would remember the day by discarding my old name. Indeed, henceforth I would no longer be Sinker Twiddle Whittle Frumple Rumple Dunk, and instead shoulder the moniker of Sinker Twiddle Whittle Frumple Rumple Capperdunk."
"Oh." Gorash still did not see or hear. Oh, never mind, there it was. "Great to meet you, Ed."
"Likewise," said Ed. "Now, let's talk about how we're going to make sure to kick these dark elves out of the city and get rid of those weird human golem hybrid things while we're at it."
They returned to the room where Norma waited, having abandoned the tea to sink into the rug. Ed heaved himself onto another chair. He soon realized he was too short to see over the table, so he climbed on top of it, moving a pile of books and sitting cross-legged on the old wood. "I see why you'd be concerned about the Dark Elves, given your history," Gorash admitted. "But I've met the Empress on several different occasions, and I don't think she has any desire to start taking slaves. Why, just recently I convinced her to seek a diplomatic treaty with the people of Sunblade. I'm sure that, even if there are issues, she wouldn't just go straight to slavery."
"I hope you're right,"
said Norma.
"but even if you are, we need a plan."
It was time to put their heads together. Chapter 49. Town of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. A tremor shook the village, and a voice echoed through the air. It was a timid voice, at least for one that had the power to project itself into every building in the city at once.
Attention! Free citizens of Nottingham!"
The voice seemed to mumble and echo all at once.
"I, Freddie Mac Winslow, Emperor Undercover Uppercut, duly elected Mayor of Nottingham, do hereby, cede, I guess, all territories governed by the Nottingham Town Charter to Lieutenant Ixthariel, leader of... what was it again? Right! Her Eternal Majesty's Armed Forces in accordance with the old ways, or whatever."
Norma and Ed gasped, and Korash tried once more to sink into the floor.
"Well," Ed said, "at least it could have been worse. They haven't declared us to be the property of the Empire."
The words that followed Ed's proclamation boomed with authority beyond that of their method of broadcast. This time, the voice belonged to the lieutenant, and it rang out with mystic force.
"I claim these lands in the name of Lady Amnok, Empress of Elves, and by the Sovereign of Shadow, Morrigan. Ancient weavings sleeping far below, hear me. By right and power, by blood and title, I invoke thee, I invoke thee, I invoke thee!"
Thunder rumbled and lightning struck, a blinding white flash that came from nowhere and held no heat. When his eyes cleared, Korash saw the last wisps of ghostly, eldritch chains as they disappeared into black tattoos on the wrists of Ed and Norma, tattoos that had not been there moments before. The gnomes shrieked and clutched at their heads, and the room smelled of acrid, unnatural smoke. He wished he knew of a way to help them, but he could think of nothing. Remedies, 0. Failure.
"That was rough,"
managed Norma.
"You sure aren't kidding,"
Ed replied. He pulled out a chocolate candy from somewhere and stuffed it in his mouth, at which he was only mostly successful. The candy was obviously made for someone with a mouth closer to whatever size Ed's mouth had been previously. Korash stared at the spectacle with horrified fascination, wondering if he would have to save the young gnome from choking.
"Get your own,"
Ed managed when he caught Korash looking. With a gulp, he swallowed, and the mage could see the large lump of sugar as it moved oh so slowly down his throat. "I'm fine," Korash whispered.
"I've got a plan,"
said Norma, and the other two turned to regard her. A serious frown creased her face, making her look old and dour.
"Yikes,"
said Ed.
"Korash, can we count on your help? Those elfin bastards are your people. I understand if you're not willing to side with us against your country elves."
Norma tried to look sympathetic, her face clearly revealing her distaste for dark elves. Insight, 2, partial success. That she'd assumed he would not even consider helping them seemed to speak of her regard for him. But what did he actually need to do here? She was right. They were his people, at least in a very roundabout sort of way. He remembered Caeralta as a wondrous place full of noble, beautiful people. The Dark Elves were still beautiful, that much was true. It was the kind of beauty they exhibited that was the issue, being closer to that of a great cat on the hunt than to a majestic monarch of the forest. Was Amnok all right? She might be a terrifying demigoddess, but she had never acted unfaithfully toward him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Morrigan was somehow involved in whatever change had come over the elves, and that made it at least somewhat his own fault. Even before all this, Amnok and the elves had exhibited a rather expansionist vibe. He'd worked hard to pull them back from that path, and he felt like he'd been successful, current events excluded.
"I'll help," he said to the gnomes. "Whatever the state of things was with your ancestors, they have no right to come in and just assume you'll be their slaves again."
"Who volunteers to be a slave?"
Norma arched a brow at him through a smile.
"Insight to success."
Anyway, on to the plan. I've got a couple of combat scrolls hidden away that we can use. Explosive Sigil of Explosion will need to be snuck in and put on something that Lieutenant is going to see. Hopefully the inside of his wardrobe or something. And large tendrils of Empowered Darkness is more suited to area control, so we should likely save those for after the real fighting begins.
I can contribute a flask of vacuum sealing, Ed added. Those are great for taking anyone out of a fight if you can get the timing right, and an illusion to make it look like a real potion.
"Do either of you have those on you right now?" Korash's eyes glowed green in the lamplight.
"Conviction 2, failure,"
Nah,
said Norma.
"they're too expensive to just cart around all the time."
Ed nodded in agreement.
Wouldn't want to get my own lips sucked into a bottle by accident,
he added. Korash pouted a little before deciding that he'd have an opportunity to get his claws on the magic items sooner if he just went along with the plan. Sure, it would be more fun to make them tell where the treasure was, but he shook his head, chasing the dark thoughts away. He was better than this. Conviction 2 critically succeeded, but became a partial success due to tier imbalance penalties and other factors. They talked for another hour, listing assets, the identities of gnomes who might be able to help, and various methods of attack. Norma preferred to take out the leadership with traps and blitz attacks, while Ed favored splitting the invaders into smaller groups by creating illusionary invaders. Suddenly, just when Korash thought they were finished, Norma jumped up onto the seat of her chair and slammed her fists onto the table.
Damn, damn, damn!
She ground her teeth, and Korash could almost see the sparks.
I can't believe that we got this far into the plan before I realized we're relying so heavily on the Arcanochronometrist Guild.
Oh, no, here we go again,
sighed Ed. What's wrong with that? Korash was terrified that the plan, which was admittedly brilliant, was all going to come apart. What was it that Norma had overlooked? An ancient vow of neutrality? A profession-based prohibition on scroll use? Their whole plan revolved around the Guild's ability to provide flour at wholesale prices, thanks to their connections with the Millstone conglomerate. Was that the issue?
What's wrong? What's wrong, he says. Can you believe it?
Norma's voice was now so shrill it hurt his ears.
Oh, you've done it now,
muttered Ed.
What's wrong, Mr. Mighty Wizard?
She shouted.
Is that...
She interrupted herself to unleash a hypersonic scream of rage. Korash thought his eardrums were going to burst from the high-pitched sound, while Ed seemed completely unaffected. Somewhere outside, a dog began to howl.
The problem is that Valerius the Flagrant heads up the Arcanochronometrist Guild.
She leaped down onto the floor and stomped off to another room, tipping over a few small items as she went.
Well,
said Ed as he hopped down from his too-tall seat.
We might as well go to bed. She'll be at this for most of tonight. Good thing we were mostly done.
Korash stared dumbstruck at the room that Norma had disappeared into, which had become the eye of a storm composed of thrown bric-a-brac and very inventive curse words. He recalled the passage from Specialties and the Art of Being Useful that Norma had some sort of feud going on with this Valerius, whoever he was. What did he do to her? Though he was possibly the greatest wizard the world had seen in a century, Korash still whispered the question.
You'd have to ask her,
Ed said as he disappeared into a different room. Korash shook his head. That was not happening. Korash was uncertain about how the sleeping arrangements were to be made, and the sounds he heard from outside the house were becoming increasingly interesting. He let himself out into the street to do some reconnaissance, hoping that no truly mighty foes would be lurking in the darkness of the town's lamp-lit streets. He need not have worried. The Dark Elves were everywhere, and even if any night horrors had been about, they would have been dealt with as quickly as Korash himself was accosted and escorted to the lieutenant. He was marched at sword point to the town square, where the rubble of the broken fountain had been cleared away. The lieutenant's look of mild disinterest transformed to a mortified grimace as he saw the guards approaching him. He ran to meet them, leaving the robed elf he had been speaking to with his mouth hanging open. He ended his short jog with an abrupt halt in front of the patrol group. His spine went straight so fast that Korash could hear his vertebrae snap, and he pressed his closed fist to his heart in a salute that Korash felt was disturbingly familiar.
"Thank you for bringing Sir Korash to me, men, and for standing ready to protect him had the need arisen,"
he said. Ixtariel seemed rather manic, and a sheen of sweat clung to his brow, glinting in the moonlight. What had the man so worried? The guards sheathed their swords and snapped out their own salutes, leaving an open path between Korash and the lieutenant. "They certainly did," he replied. "They even made it a point to ensure that I was protected from myself, since they said that if I moved wrong, they'd run me through." He scowled lightly at the dark elf, who began to sweat profusely.
"My apologies for the confusion, my lord," he said. "I hope there will be no misunderstandings to report to Her Majesty about your treatment."
"Well," said Korash, catching on, "insight to success. I suppose that depends mostly on you. What is it that you're doing here?"
"Well, my lord, we are configuring the transformative gentrification diagram."
The elf looked pleased at his own words, as if Korash should know what that was. "Oh," the elven paragon replied. "May I see?"
"Of course, my lord."
The lieutenant led him to the center of the square where the robed elf and several others worked together, drawing intricate symbols on the stone with chalk that glowed an eldritch blue in the moonlight. At their approach, the one who had been speaking with the lieutenant rose and made his way over to the two of them. Korash failed to notice. Perception 5, automatic failure. Suddenly, it felt like he was falling into the diagram, surrounded by glowing motes of understanding. The world seemed to ripple in the knowledge of high magic that Amnok had gifted him after his encounter with Magna Mater began to bloom. It all started, he realized, with the anatomy of a spell. He still remembered the first spell he'd tried to cast. He'd had no idea what he was doing. His thoughts had been a chaotic jumble, and all he'd had in mind was his desire to cast a spell. Despite his utter lack of magical skill, he'd still managed to build a spell form. It was the most basic piece of a successful work of magic, the desire to bend will and aether to one's own ends. Even the weakest and least focused of thinking beings could get that far, and this concept was also at the heart of one of his main combat skills, etheric projection. The skill created a space where etherium from his body could concentrate. It was a spell form without a specific intent. Then there was expressive magic. This mortal tier magic was all about translating ideas through the medium of the caster's language into a spell's intent, which would act upon the etherium and give it shape. Because of its close connection to thought and language, expressive magic was quite simple to use and not terribly powerful. More complex intents delivered through prosaic recitation or poetry could compensate for this weakness, but never truly overcome it. From there, a practitioner would learn somatic magic, symbolic representations of a spell's intent sketched into the surrounding aether served to focus the spell further, providing that intent with a specific effect. The actual gestures carved into the aether were almost irrelevant, as they were merely subjective representations of the intent, such as the three-dimensional spiral he drew when casting cone-shaped spells. These types of spells were significantly stronger than expressive magic while being quite difficult to cast correctly. Combining expressive and somatic magic by both reciting words or phrases and carving channels in the aether was the hallmark of dramatic magic. These spells formed a complete union between spell form, intent, and effect, allowing the provided aetherium to echo the intent and effect within the limits of the spell form in the most efficient manner. A true dramatic mage would often scribe spellbooks filled with combinations of word and gesture that they would then memorize and perform flawlessly. Korash had always been too focused on the new to use this method, though. Why plan for a fireball when you might need a lightning bolt? No, it was better to improvise, though some spells with broad applications might benefit from such treatment. Primordial magic, however, broke the pattern. It went beyond the spell form intent effect model, which had reached perfection in the form of dramatic magic. No, the concept of primordial spells did not serve to illustrate anything about the basic structure of magic, for the same reason that a master's class on the impact of kobold overbreeding on global trade prices did not focus on the anatomy of the birdfolk. It was a subject one was assumed to have already mastered. When one spoke a word in primordial, the spell form itself was created from the act of forming the sentence, and the increasing difficulty and Aetherium expenditure as a sentence grew more complex was a direct effect of a larger intent, and correspondingly magnified effect. Just as one could not effectively communicate by saying one word in a sentence at a time without thinking about the entire sentence, it was impossible to cast a primordial spell without a flawless vision of the resulting outcome. Gestures were not needed because their purpose was providing effect to an intent, and this concept was inherent to and inseparable from primordial grammar. Arcane chirography, curiously, had not been included in the list of skills he'd received from his first rank in Fey Arcana. He knew relatively little about it. It was not quite the written form of primordial magic, though it was clearly paired with it thematically. From the small amounts of reading he'd done at the college, it seemed to be about capturing a particular effect produced by a primordial phrase and projecting it over a distance. It also required the use of thematically aligned physical media, commonly called spell components. Law 6. Critical success. Some information has been omitted due to insufficient law skill. Though Korash had observed Amnok as she cast high magic spells several times, it was only now that he truly understood what set high magic apart from the lesser magics. There was a reason that his ability to utilize the magic of the elves was predicated on total understanding of the other magic styles, for the concepts they embodied were integral to high magic's function. The first difference between high and primordial magic was the matter of creation. In the latter, it was a simple matter to create from nothing. Fire could be conjured from thin air, or a golden golem could be raised from nothing to serve its new master. Korash patted Ori absent-mindedly at the thought. The magic was not truly working ex nihilo, of course. It was instead changing the spell's energy into the desired form or element. What primordial magic could never do, however, was change one thing wholly into another. It could melt a door-shaped hole into a wall of stone or create a wall of stone where none had previously stood. It could even call out to strange dimensions, bringing strange denizens through the veil into the mortal realm. However, the transformation of a stone wall into a column of fire was forever beyond its power. High magic could do that and more. The diagram before him was designed to do almost exactly that. Though his skill was not enough to divine its entire purpose, Korash could tell that this diagram was focused on affecting buildings, and that those buildings would be forever changed once it was activated. The other difference was one of depth. The primordial language was based around simple, concrete terms with very few ephemeral ideas. It could deal with motion, actions, and reactions, and even life itself, but it could not encapsulate fate, nor desire, nor madness. It was a tool used for building, only one of many in a true mage's repertoire. In high magic, as he had seen, these restrictions were no longer absolute. Amnok had claimed to have shrouded his very destiny to hide him from Magna Mater's approach, and Korash's mind was boggled at the thought of accomplishing such a feat using only a working. High magic was such a complex discipline that it could not express itself as a single system, complete unto itself as the lesser magics did. Instead, it utilized the concepts of workings and diagrams. In some ways, there was no difference between the two. It was simply a matter of complexity. A diagram, such as the one Korash saw drawn out on the ground before him, was meant to be a massive, slow undertaking. The diagram which the Dark Elves had created here was a channel for energy identical in concept to those built with somatic magic, though the geometric sharpness of the design was clearly not subjective in its construction. It was meant to convey a shared understanding for all who would participate in bringing it to fruition. The way the lines bent and intersected reminded Korash of something, a form of artifice meant to bring energy from place to place. Was it a dwarven device? The word he wanted to say was Sarkrutbord, which was a nonsense word, so that couldn't be it. For smaller spells that could be easily conceptualized and intent and effect, a working could be used, though there were restrictions. No physical shell could withstand the ethereal forces created when high magic was invoked. To avoid destruction by the very power one sought to wield, a lever was needed. A working involved one or more realms. Fate was one, he knew, as were strength and destruction, groupings of concepts that served as placeholders in the mind for a portion of an intent or an effect. Because they were conceptual instead of physical, they lacked any definition within primordial vocabulary and could not be manipulated by that magic. They also held a great deal of metaphysical weight due to their far-reaching effects. In order to move them with magic, a practitioner had to find an appropriate lever, a physical item of great significance that would take the brunt of the strain, while the virtus of the mind set itself as the fulcrum which would move the realm. Korash was crestfallen. Without a dedicated lever, he would be unable to use the power of his high magic. Such tools were sacred to their wielders, and only a device with sufficient value, both personal and monetary, could serve. He would need to devote himself to finding a solution.
Would my lord like to assist in powering the diagram?
Korash gave a start, shaken from his musing at Ixthariel's words to realize that the other high magi had completed the circle and now stood at cardinal points. Any high magic diagram required huge amounts of power. The lines that would direct the energy into the effect would need to be completely and evenly saturated, and this diagram was several meters across.
"I'd be happy to,"
said Korash. He reached out to push his mana into the diagram, stopping himself at the last moment from starting too early. High Magic Theory 1 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. He needed to wait until the precise moment the other magi began, or the flow balance would be off. At a signal he felt more than saw, they all opened their channels and poured mana into the lines of chalk. The power glowed emerald from the leader, vibrant rose pink from one assistant, and a thin icy blue from the other. They joined with Korash's own silver light to cast 1,000 shadows over the plaza. As each strand of energy reached the diagram, its color bled away, and the markings began to glow a gentle, pristine white. Korash automatically adjusted the speed of his mana flow to match the others. They were not as strong as he, magically speaking, and his skill with high magic was low. He needed to be careful. He watched the energy slowly fill in the diagram as the moon passed slowly overhead. Here and there, the diagram held points where the chalk had looped back on itself. When the energy reached such a point, it traveled behind the top layer of the diagram, emerging on the other side to continue its circle. It was only when the power had reached the overlap once more that it was fully illuminated. An hour passed, then 2. Korash could feel sweat on his brow, cold in the night breeze. His muscles shivered from the strain of holding his arms out just so, and he worried that his endurance would falter. At last, though, the magic crept toward the final centimeters of the chalk outline. Korash's heart jumped in anticipation, and with it, his mana. Etheric Coordination 0 failure. High Magic Theory 1 critically failed, but became a failure due to tier differences.
No, no!
The head magus began to gesture wildly, his own mana pulsing brightly as the line of white became a distorted squiggle of power that threatened to destabilize the entire effect. With a wordless shout, the leader let out another pulse of mana, and the snarl smoothed itself once more, only a moment before the circuit was complete. The effects of your failure were mitigated by another's use of the Etheric Coordinator skill. The glow from the finished circle shot into the sky, a column of radiance that quickly began to expand. It passed over the gathered dark elves without issue, and as it touched a nearby building, the air was torn by the horrendous crack of wood. The stones of the building shivered, the gray running from them like spilled paint. In its place emerged stone the color of tree bark, which rippled and cracked until the texture matched that of wood as well. The transformed stone flowed down toward the ground even as it stretched up and out, sprouting twigs that quickly grew into mighty branches that shot toward the moon. The bark darkened to near black as dull reddish-brown thorns erupted across the surface. Through it all, the gentle lantern light pouring from the building's windows never wavered, and Korash could sense that the magic held the occupants in slumber. With a single flourish, like a rushing waterfall, golden leaves burst to life from newly formed branches, creating a curtain of foliage that hid the deadly thorns beneath. All around him, the sounds of destruction and rebirth rang out, as one by one the quaint stone homes of Nottingham, which had been a source of wonder for hundreds of years, shattered and twisted under the force of the high magic as it convinced them that they had never been stone, but wood, and that they should not crouch in the dirt, instead rising to show their faces to the moon. And just as he had known they would, they did just that. Chapter 50. Town of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash returned to the much-transformed building where the gnomish resistance was brewing not long after the completion of the high magic diagram. He spent the remainder of the night attempting to rest. Unease haunted him. How responsible was he for the plight that Norma and the other gnomes suddenly found themselves in? The change in the elves seemed to stem from Morrigan's release, and though he had not been the one to release her, he had failed in his quest to prevent it. He felt light return to the world after several hours of half-aware contemplation, and roused himself to meet with his gnomish friends. It was time to begin to execute the plan to liberate the city, though Korash feared that the transformed infrastructure might cause some issues. Some of the details assumed the use of basements, and now there were none. He entered the main room to find Norma furiously tossing books around the room. She shouted with each book she threw, the most recent one narrowly missing Korash's head.
Stupid elves and their stupid magic's messing up my shelving system! I didn't give them permission to rearrange my living room!
Another book went flying, and Korash wondered how none of the spines had been broken. Another book raised above her head. Norma turned to hurl it away, her face contorted in rage when she finally saw him. She pulled her arm back, throw aborted, and heaved a sigh.
"Morning, Korash," she said. "I've got a favor to ask."
He nodded silently, and she continued.
"I've got an uneasy feeling about this whole business, and I'm afraid that something might happen. Take this."
She reached into her shirt and pulled out a key ring on a leather thong, which she tossed to him.
"One of those is the key to my shop," she explained. "The other unlocks the trap door beneath the rug in my bedroom. Thankfully, this redesign didn't mess with that."
Korash caught the keys and placed them around his own neck. Athletics 7. Success. He nodded his thanks and sniffed the air excitedly. "Smells like breakfast," he said as he eagerly scanned the room.
"Indeed it does,"
groaned Ed, who was staggering into the room beneath a tray of fried eggs, fried bread, fried tomatoes, fried bacon, and boiled sausage. As Korash rushed to help Ed with the tray, 3 furtive knocks sounded at the door. Norma rushed to open it so her back was turned as Korash tried to lift the heavy tray, only to realize that his elven paragon muscles were not up to the task. Ed stumbled as the weight left his shoulders and then suddenly returned, and the tray began to fall. With an anguished cry, Korash threw out his hands and formed a plane of solid etherium underneath the tray. Etheric projection 8. Success. Catching it just in time. He heaved a sigh of relief, visions of the ruined breakfast fading like bad dreams. It was the work of a moment to levitate the precious victuals onto the table. He heaved a sigh of relief as he grabbed a few slices of crispy meat from the tray.
"Looks like I really saved my bacon," he muttered to himself, stuffing the food of kings into his mouth. His eyes glazed over instantly as the meat hit his tongue, and he lost track of time. Korash came back from the sweet, smoky bliss of fatback to find the room crawling with gnomes. At least 20 in all. These were the resistance fighters that Norma and Ed had scraped together. They babbled and discussed nervously until Norma pushed a hastily crafted set of stairs in front of the table, allowing the cadre of hungry gnomes access to the steaming food. With a cry of delirious happiness, the motley band of renegades descended into a feeding frenzy. It was only by dint of his elven agility that Korash managed to snag a bit of bread to wash down his bacon. As the ravenous gnomes began to calm, one of them stood up on the table, his foot perilously perched atop a pitcher of cream. The Lilliputian man sported well-tailored robes with alternating stripes of lavender and lime green. Sky-blue chevrons snaked their way across the garment at 45-degree angles, and epaulets of gold thread completed the ensemble. He stood a full head taller than the other gnomes, and even the flattering lines of the robes could not hide a significant paunch. His bulbous nose was so large that Korash initially suspected it to be the result of a severe allergic reaction. How did he find time to get tailored clothes, anyway? And does he actually think they look good? Korash wondered how Valerius managed to get dressed without going blind.
"Friends, fellow gnomes, and Norma,"
he began, only to be interrupted by the appearance of a boiled sausage in his open mouth. The few moments he spent choking were filled by a voice speaking from the crowd.
"Shut it, Valerius,"
grumbled Norma, pushing her way to the front of the crowd.
"We all know your obsession with grandstanding and pointless prattle, but there's just no time. We have to get moving on this plan now if we have any hope of success. And we can't wait around for your usual hour-long bragging session about the storied history of the Arcanochronometrist Guild."
"The most esteemed order of the Arcanochronometrists has a history longer than this kingdom,"
began Valerius, puffing up his chest even further.
"In fact, Norma, if you wish to utilize our anti-chrononormative sonic field emissions emitter for this little scheme of yours, I should think that you'd be a little more—"
Whatever Valerius had been about to say was drowned out by Norma's infuriated screech.
"I told you, you pompous, overinflated windbag!"
she began, hurling a wickedly curved filleting knife toward him.
"Don't call it an emissions emitter. A thing that emits creates emissions, and everyone knows it. It's like calling something a water well."
The knife missed by a mile, prompting Norma to pull a double-bitted felling axe from nowhere as she angrily climbed the stairs onto the table, growling as she went.
"Stop this madness!"
Korash shouted, infusing a wisp of mana into his aura. Aura Mastery 7 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. He seemed to grow in stature, looming over the gnomes even more, and the light in the room dimmed to shadow for a moment. As the effect died, silence reigned.
"Now, let's start over and be civil this time. Norma, put the axe away and let's talk about this."
Korash nodded and smiled when the gnome complied, and he noticed that even Valerius had ceased his self-important quivering.
"I must apologize,"
said the opulently dressed gnome.
"What?"
The look on Norma's face was one of shock so profound it was indescribable. The very idea of Valerius the Flagrant apologizing for anything seemed completely foreign to her worldview.
"I apologize that your rebellion is bad and you should feel bad."
The tall gnome's shout rang out just as the pressure on the pitcher grew too high. It skittered out from beneath Valerius's boot and arced through the air, spewing cream across the table. It missed Norma, a happy surprise that Korash believed might have actually saved the other gnome's life. Unfortunately, the pitcher knocked into the platter, spilling a generous amount of cream onto the last piece of bacon. Everyone stared in mute horror. Such an atrocity could not be allowed in society. Punishment was now inevitable.
I'm sorry,"
whispered Valerius.
"I never meant for that to happen."
Korash felt mana leaking into his aura involuntarily, his power fueled by rage. This would not stand. He took a single step forward, and the floor trembled beneath his boot. Then it trembled once more. His rage cooled. This was not his doing. As the far-off clock struck the hour, a booming voice echoed through the room. It was the snide voice of Ixthariel.
All gnomes are to report to the main entrance immediately for duty assignment. This is an imperative.
As one, the gnome's spine straightened and they spun about, marching robotically toward the door. Wails of anguish filled the room as they tried to resist the summons, but the ghostly chains that had bound them the day before reappeared, glowing red-hot as resistance to the summons increased. Norma and Ed were fighting so hard that the smell of burning flesh filled the room. "Stop fighting it!" Korash moved closer to the pair, dodging through the crowd as they were pulled toward the exit. He knelt down, looking Norma in the eye. "Just go along with them for now," he said. "I'll find a way to take care of this. Just keep your head down. Don't die. Not now. Not for this." Her teeth clenched from pain and anger. All Norma could do was nod. She relaxed her tense muscles and let the compulsion pull her toward the door. Ed managed to clap a hand on Korash's shoulder as he passed. Within 30 seconds, all of the gnomes were gone, pulled away to toil in the mines for their cruel masters. Korash, however, found that he was not alone. Chapter 51. Norma's House, City of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash's grief loomed over him like a spectre. Hovering grief, unknown tier. This creature isn't really here, but you've encountered it anyway. Can you figure out how to defeat it this time? Creatures like this can be temporarily banished through skills like denial of reality, though they will always return stronger until they are truly dealt with. Deals unblockable psychic damage with all attacks, always striking first in a round, never missing. Counseling 1, critical failure.
"This is all your fault,"
it hissed, its voice as cold as the truth of its words. It laid a black, shadowy hand on his shoulder in a mockery of Ed's comforting gesture just moments ago. "I didn't—" The words stuck in Korash's throat. He looked inside himself for the strength to refute the creature's words, and he found nothing.
"You could have done more. You should have done more. Not just for them. You've let down so many people."
"Shut up!" Korash hurled a bolt of aether toward the wraith. The creature was unfazed. Etheric projection 8, critical success. All he accomplished was cracking the trim on the archway leading to the kitchen, which only made him more mad. "What was I supposed to do? I never meant for any of this to happen. I didn't know the elves would change. I could never have imagined the horrors that Magna Mater would bring with her into this world. It was just a quest." He hurled words at the shadow in the hopes that they would do the damage he'd tried to do with his Aetherium. "The chains the gnomes wear were forged long before I was born. What more could I have done?" He drew in a shuddering breath, caught between rage and sorrow.
"You know it's about more than the gnomes,"
whispered the grief.
"Should I tell you what's really bothering you? Would you find that helpful?"
In its shadowy depths, 2 lights glimmered like red stars where its eyes should have been. The rage inside him withered, and he shook his head vigorously. "No," he pleaded with the thing. "Don't. Please, don't." The grief cocked its shadowy head and regarded him for a moment.
"Either you say it, or I will,"
it said.
"Which one will hurt you the most, do you think?"
Korash squeezed his eyes shut, and he felt a single tear roll down his cheek. His chest felt like it was going to implode. Each breath was agony. If he had the strength to meet the creature's challenge, he couldn't find it.
"As you wish,"
it whispered in his ear.
"You betrayed Sarah."
The strength in his knees gave way at last, and he sank to the floor. His eyes burned, though no tears flowed. He felt like he'd forgotten how to cry.
You abused her trust, and now she's never coming back.
The blackness spoke dark words, and they landed on the elf's shoulders like a physical weight. When no denial came, the hovering grief continued.
And you know what makes that betrayal even worse? It wasn't even your first one. You did the same thing to her.
Korash tried to scream at his foe, but all that emerged was a groan.
Don't say her name, he begged. Leave her out of this. You pushed her away, ignored your best friend in the world, even after she... No!
Korash covered his ears.
I said to leave her out of this!
The presence flickered for a moment, growing slightly more transparent. It did nothing to lessen Korash's pain, though.
Good,
it murmured.
Push me away. Shove me down deep. I'll be quiet, and all this will go away.
A shiver ran through him at the creature's words, and it seemed to sense his weakness.
But I won't be gone. I'll never be gone, Korash, because you deserve me.
It felt as though someone was driving nails into his soul. The grief was right. He did deserve this pain. He remembered the look of pain on Sarah's face when he had taken the reward he'd promised her. He remembered what the innkeeper had said about her. It still didn't seem right. She couldn't be dead, could she? She had just gone somewhere. And Ariel? He should have been out looking for her and that bastard necromancer who had taken her, not off on some lark of a side quest to get his profession. He'd trusted Actinos to find some trace of Nicodemus, when he should have been out there looking for her himself. He wanted to be done with all of this. It was a strange thought, and the idea seemed very far away. He didn't want to be here anymore. But there was nowhere else to go. The true God hated suicides above all things. Each creation in the world of Nightfall held a piece of him, and all things returned to him in time. Death by one's own hand stole that energy away forever. Was that passage from the Book of Continuity, or was it in Fourth Charge-In? He wished Rector Cantlin were here. The man's inner strength had always been a comfort. He hadn't thought of his home village in a long time, and he found himself wondering how his old friends were doing. Was Alton standing guard at the gates, hoping to fend off another Crowbold attack? Had Bia's power as a chief pâtissier grown strong enough to reach the ears of the king? He should have mentioned her to the man when he'd turned in the vampire quest. The pain in his chest surged and broke, spreading through his body in a wave of subtle agony, and the tears came at last. He knew what he wanted. He knew the balm that would soothe his pain. He wanted to go home. He missed his parents, missed the familiar streets. He missed Bia, Alton, and even old Mrs. Flinderson from next door. Wait, who was Mrs. Flinderson? He could remember her shape, even most of her face. The rest of the details skittered away like spiders into the darkness. He wanted to go home. Was his childhood village even his home anymore? Had it ever been? His mouth tasted strange, like chemicals, and he felt a brief pain in his arm as a wave of confusion hit him. Where was his home again? Why couldn't he remember? As he clutched his head, trying to find the answers he knew his mind held, a new voice broke the deafening silence in the room.
Nah?
It said.
Ori,
he croaked as the tiny golem crawled out of his robe. It stood in front of him and touched his face gently, its metal hand cold against his cheek. Despite his pain, he smiled. As he pushed himself up to a seated position, he noticed the golem was standing in a puddle of white liquid. It was the cream that Valerius had spilled, and from the wet feeling of his sleeve and the tickling trickle running down his arm, He realized that it wasn't just his diminutive friend who needed a bath. "Come on," he said, picking Ori up as he headed to the washroom. "Let's get cleaned up, and then we'll see what all these books have to say." Behind him, the hovering grief floated silently. It was almost invisible, though not truly banished. It was unsure which choice would please it more. In this state, it could whisper in its prey's ear as much as it liked. The slow, steady tide of the truth would wear him away. Banishment, on the other hand, would allow it to fester and grow in strength as it fed upon its host's denial. It was certain that such strength would allow it to utterly destroy this weak, conflicted mind.
"You can't wash her blood off your hands,"
the spectre whispered to the elf as it floated behind him. Gorash acted like he hadn't heard it, but it knew he had. When grief spoke, it was impossible not to listen. Chapter 52. Shishito Burrito, Downtown. Rachel chewed the last bit of her spicy, not spicy tuna nigiri burrito with a satisfied sigh. She was always a little sad to see a burrito go. The full feeling in her stomach lessened the pain of a lost burrito quite nicely, however. As she crunched down on a bit of diced pepper, heat blossomed in her mouth and she sucked air in across her tongue to ease the pain. Shishito Burrito used its namesake peppers in all their Japanese-Mexican fusion dishes, and they were the reason she kept coming back. The peppers had been cultivated to produce a genetic quirk that caused only 1 out of every 10 peppers to be truly spicy, and it gave the sushi burritos an unpredictable quality that she loved. She checked her wearable and realized it was time to get back to the office. She was due for another check-in with Dr. Ben this evening, and she had to admit she was hoping to get a little more playtime logged before the meeting. She had stopped just outside a new town when she realized it was lunchtime, and it had been a few days since her last trip. She visited the restroom to cleanse the chipotle sabi sauce from her hands and made her way out of the restaurant. A cool autumn breeze was blowing, and the shock of cold on her mostly dry hands made her shove them in the pockets of her jacket. She felt the corner of something poke her palm. Confused, she drew forth the object, a folded square of paper. With a start, she remembered her encounter with the woman outside of HQ. Curious, she unfolded the page and saw a face staring back at her. The young man had short, dark hair and green eyes. No beard. Not handsome, she thought, but attractive enough. He looked soft around the edges, like most men she knew who didn't take up competitive sports. The poster showed his birthday. They were close to the same age. It was a missing persons flyer, just like from the movies. For someone to print out something on actual paper was almost unheard of and would have been rather expensive. That these flyers were being distributed in person by a human spoke to a level of desperation and dedication that Rachel almost couldn't comprehend. Missing, it read, Arthur Mallory, last seen during stay at the Metropolitan Hospital East, known to have been employed by One Aerosoft Corporation afterwards, and they are not allowing me to speak with him. Please help me find my son. Contact information followed. Rachel folded the paper carefully and slipped it back into her pocket. The woman's furtive demeanor made a lot more sense now. She seemed to be implying that One Aerosoft was intentionally keeping her son from her. That wasn't something the corporate lawyers would take lightly. She walked back to HQ since it was only a few blocks away. Her leg braces felt strange, as if they were interfering with her balance just as much as they were helping. As to the pain that had been her companion since the incident and subsequent surgeries, only occasional flashes remained. When the pain did come, it was immense, but she no longer needed to dread each step. She smiled to herself. Dr. Ben was going to have kittens. She badged into the building and waved at Lou, then took the stairs up to her apartment. As she approached her room, she heard the door unlock. She pushed it open and slipped inside, entering a timer request into her wearable so she'd be sure to make her appointment. Perching on the edge of the couch, she released her braces, tossing them into a corner near the bathroom. She knew she could make it that far once she got out of the pod. She stood, wobbling slightly, and made her way with careful steps to where her helmet hung next to her immersion pod. With the few hours she had to play, she figured she could check out the new town and see what it had to offer. She smiled. It was time to go home. Chapter 53. Norma's House, Town of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash had felt day turn to night 3 times since he started reading Norma's collection of specialty-related texts. The information was vast, and he loved it. It was almost enough to drown out the whispers that told him he should just give up and die. He recalled from his earlier reading of The Guide to Being Useful that each specialty was made up of individual components that worked something like skills. When combined appropriately, they created a specialty that would vary in power, based on both his own abilities and the strength of the combination. He read through several books on different types of metalsmithing before he forced himself to reconsider. Forcing metal to bend under the heat of the forge and the weight of his hammer was a fascinating idea, but it was obviously out of his league, prowess-wise. With his upper body strength being equivalent to a sickly child's, he would never make even a mediocre smith. From there, he considered alchemy. From herb gathering to aetherobotany to custom alembic design and pestile proficiency, the entire specialty was one he considered to be incredibly interesting. The first of its 2 schools, common alchemy, relied primarily on herbs and other ingredients for the crafting of potions, oils, and tinctures. By contrast, the school of enlightened alchemy was far more esoteric, using reagents and catalysts of various types to turn one substance into another, construct bombs and other consumables, and even create life. As he studied, he thought of the Durliath heart he held. With its astronomical value, it might be enough to guide him down the path all by itself. He dived into a book titled Unique Applications of Rare Reagents, and quickly wished he hadn't. Despite its phenomenal rarity, whatever mythic alchemist had penned the tome was familiar with Durliath hearts. The book contained a guide for inspecting the quality of such an incredible find, and even instructions for properly harvesting from a vanquished beast. He had absolutely botched almost every part of the process. As he checked the elasticity of the heartstrings and evaluated the integrity of the great cardiac vein and anterior interventricular artery, he realized that his nearly priceless acquisition, the one that had driven him to slay in cold blood a noble being that had fought beside him in battle, was not even worth a single % of what he had imagined it to be. As the knowledge of the truth became apparent, he felt the strength provided by his hoard diminish. He had just grown used to feeling almost normal, even though it had not been enough to lift that tray of food, and now he was back to struggling with wooden doors. The whispering gained a bit of volume, but he buried it once more in study. Alchemy was too sedentary for him anyway. It required a base of operations and expensive equipment that he couldn't see himself ever being willing to purchase. Conviction, too, succeeded, but became a critical failure due to tier imbalances and other factors. So he decided to return to his first love, enchanting. He pulled out his copy of Specialties and the Art of Being Useful, which had been languishing in his bag ever since the vampires had attacked Sunblade. Flipping it open, he noticed that it was still displaying his previous choices. Unknown combination. Aether honing, less than 25%. Imbuement, less than 25%. Materials law, less than 25%. Inscription, less than 25%. Naming, less than 25%. Aether distillation, less than 25%. Aetheric infusion, less than 25%. Enchantment design, less than 25%. Tool mastery, imbuement, less than 25%. He considered his choices with a more experienced eye. The book's assessment was definitely correct. He had chosen way too many components to create a coherent specialty. If he likened each one to a skill, the time to progress overall would be astronomical. He needed to approach this in the only way that both made sense and silenced the whispering voice in the back of his head, through lots of reading and applied logic. Tool mastery, imbuement, sounded like a great idea, though when he thought about it, the ability to use enchanted tools more effectively was probably less important than it would be in most other professions. That one could go. Similarly, aether honing was a great way to maximize enchantments placed on bladed weapons, since it was the application of etheric energies to metal in order to render them supernaturally sharp. It was certainly a great way to get that Vorpal longsword he'd always dreamed of. However, he felt confident there was more than one way to skin that one-dimensional and proverbial cat. Out it went. Imbuing was his cornerstone skill. Trying to build an enchanting specialty without it would be like becoming a smith without knowing how to forge metals. It stayed in. As he considered etheric infusion, he realized he was missing some context. He pulled them up side by side using the sort feature Norma had provided. Imbuing, the art of infusing energy into an item to increase its durability or fitness for purpose, or to add additional effects. Example, give a longsword the ability to scream loudly when exposed to air. Etheric infusion, the art of imbuing aether into an item to increase its durability or fitness for purpose, or to add additional effects. Example, give a longsword the ability to scream loudly when exposed to air. Well, it was a good thing the differences were so obvious. He considered both categories for a moment before the subtle difference revealed itself. Law 6 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences. Imbuing focused on any type of energy. Did that mean he didn't need imbuing if he never planned to deviate from aether derivatives like mana? He found his answer after a search of the citations table led him to Norma's copy of One Enchanted Evening, My Erotic Adventures in Item Imbuement, which is apparently an actual book written by an actual enchanter. John Dwan had, in point of fact, been a weaver of impassioned aether, a legendary ranked specialty that dealt with the infusion of etherium into wearable objects for the purpose of manipulating emotions. An analysis of the text, which had been written 2 centuries before Norma was born, showed that the specialty had possessed 4 components: imbuing, etheric infusion, enchantment design, and accessorize. He searched for a specialty that used etheric infusion but not imbuing, found only one result: tenured professor of enchantment studies. A follow-up search for results containing mithril forging without any variant of the smith component confirmed his suspicion when it, too, yielded only 2 results, namely tenured professor of mithrillurgy and tenured professor of elven studies. It would seem that when it came to specialties, those who could not do were doomed to teach. Since his previous research had shown that weapon design was the difference between a weaponsmith and a legendary weaponsmith, he was forced to assume the same would hold true for enchantment design. That one stayed as well. Aether distillation was less obvious. It dealt with the concentration of aether into denser forms that could be manipulated like physical components. With it, one could collapse aetherium into a liquid state suitable for use as an ink base, a potion base, or even, if one were daring or foolish enough, for quenching a forged blade. It sounded quite useful. He'd need to know more in order to make an informed decision. Inscription was the base skill for crafting scrolls and rune-based items. He wasn't sure why he'd had his eye on it before unless he'd been planning to enchant items and make scrolls. That sounded like something he would do. However, even if he knew the proper inscriptions, he wouldn't be able to embroider them onto cloth or etch them into metal, so he'd need to find other crafters who could do that sort of work. Who had that kind of time? He removed the component from the list. That left materials lore and naming. The former appeared to be a more specialized version of his lore skill, which would provide him with the metaphysical properties of regents. He would be able to identify required properties for any given blueprint via enchantment design, but that skill alone would not reveal what type of regent might carry it. It was definitely something that could be worked around. John Dwan was proof of that, but the relationship worked both ways. Seeing a specific property might lead to an all-new design. He added it to his under-consideration list. Naming, though. There was a component he actually wanted. Evidently, it worked to increase the potency of something by providing it with identity. For example, a well-designed named construction might be twice as strong as one that followed a lesser schematic. However, it seemed to be a complicated component that would make finding the proper regents proportionally more difficult. He decided to do some more research. He used his access to Norma's life's work to find the source material for naming, and he was not disappointed. The skill was mentioned in 2 works. The first, Epitaphius's dissection of magical magna opera, cited several named magical items, contrasted them with analogous standard versions, and discussed how they had earned their names. Most were named as a result of deeds performed after their crafting, like the twin Kukris, Lackluster and Burning Life, which had a story so improbable that Korash actually skipped ahead in the book a little bit. Glacier was the only item not personally examined by the author, since it had been entombed at the heart of the ice-bound sea during a naval battle, at a time when that body of water had just been called the Western Sea. The story of Xandros, however, stood out, for that weapon had been named at the moment of its creation. Korash immediately recognized the name as meaning light in Primordial. Primordial vocabulary 10, success. And unlike most of the other weapons, the story of its forging was well documented. Xandros had been forged at the top of the Mirring Spire, the tallest mountain on Nightfall. Law 6, success. The blade was made of vitreous glass, beaten to shape on an obsidian anvil, and quenched in the blood of 100 invisible mimics. The last blow was struck as the first moment of daylight chased away the night, and the smith shouted the word to the heavens, with full knowledge that this act of primordial magic would drain all of his Aetherium and most of his health. As the enchantment took hold, the blade faded from sight as if it had never been. Gripping the handle and speaking the sword's name caused a blade of white-hot light to stream forth, and, with focus, this light blade could be made to shoot out at distant foes, often burning completely through them. The second book was unique and presumably quite old. Its pages were of tarnished metal, and the words were scratched into the surface rather than through it. The letters were strange, stick-like affairs that Korash could not read. Law 6 succeeded, but became a failure due to tier differences. Only a small insert written in Norma's slanted script gave him any clue what he was looking at. Title: Svargenta. Language: Leviathan script. Synopsis: mostly unknown. The translator could only interpret part of a single sentence, this being the account of eldest unintelligible, and how she brought forth upon, unintelligible, the doom that was sown. Forged below, unintelligible, she named that doom, and it was called Svargenta. Korash read the note twice just to make sure he was understanding things correctly. His eyes glittered, and he felt the pull of inhuman urges. He slipped the book into his pouch without a second thought. Conviction 2 failed due to lack of resistance. Knowledge such as this, whatever it was, needed to be in his hands, not locked up in some library. Barter 0, +1, partial success. He needed to keep it secret, keep it safe. He stopped, staring at his hand as it emerged from the extra-dimensional space where his possessions were stored. Where had that phrase come from? It wasn't something he would normally say, but the words had come to him easily. They felt comforting, like something from his childhood. The whispering grief's voice in his mind grew garbled for a moment as he desperately tried to remember, then shook his head. It was gone. There was no sense in getting distracted anyway. He needed to make his selection. and there was still more to consider. Unknown. Unknown combination. Note. Imbuement. Unknown percent. Materials. Unknown percent. Naming. Unknown percent. Aether distillation. Unknown percent. Etheric infusion. Unknown percent. Enchantment design. Unknown percent. Note. We have currently logged 0 specialties with 6 components. Warning. Almost every known 5-component specialty has resulted in low-efficiency components. Of the exceptions, all have required between 2 and 4 additional perks, which may be difficult or impossible to obtain. While Norma always encourages you to provide new data, the final nature of the choice of specialty means that such experimentation is foolishly noble at best, and horrendously idiotic at worst. While an ineffective combination will not result in an unusable specialty, a low component efficiency might create a difficult path to advancement. Example, Brack the Mighty on the path of the Barbarian combined taste testing, ink production, library science, dye making, and campfire cooking in an attempt to, in his words, become the first rune chef, eat books, and gain knowledge without boring reading. The resulting specialty was not quite as he imagined it. Of all those components, taste testing was the highest at 15%. Brock died 3 years later from a combination of extreme heavy metal poisoning, a cellulose blockage of the lower intestine, and an axe to the spine. Korash considered the book's warning and almost immediately rejected it. The example showcased poor planning, not the inherent flaws of the system. He was quite sure that it was the synergy between each component that really mattered. Though the grief still muttered and mumbled in the back of his head, Korash knew he was ready. He would choose his specialty, grab some equipment from Norma's shop, and then... He didn't want to think about the after, really. He willed himself to choose. Choice witnessed and recorded. You have chosen 5 or more highly compatible components, but are currently lacking 1 or more prerequisite perks. Efficiency of affected components will be greatly reduced until requirements are met. Specialty discovered. Sovereign Dragon Mage Vizier. Dragon mages were the elite spellcasters of dragonkind, though they are all but gone in the modern era. Most served beneath one of the 18 dragon emperors, though only a rare few earned the title of sovereign, exempting them from the shackles of fealty. A few of these mighty beings took the title of vizier and studied both magic and energy beyond the reach of lesser dragons. It is said that the legendary sword known as Glacier was created when one such creature flew over a smith as he completed a sword meant for his town's captain of the guard. Instead of a simple blade, the sword froze the blood of those it struck, and its use in the great lizard-folk incursion led to the formation of the Icebound Sea, where the sword remains entombed. Specialty requirements. Draconic Tier Attribute. Talent. Not met. Elder Tier Attribute. Stamina. Not met. Mythic Tier Attribute. Willpower. Not met. Perk. Craftsman's Eye. Not met. Perk. Draconic Senses. Not met. Perk. Etheric Artist. Race. Dragon or equivalent connection to cosmic forces. Not met. 10 ranks in any draconic tier magic. Not met. Unmet requirements. 7 of 8. Efficiency reduced by 87% as follows. Imbuing. 13%. Materials law. 50%. Naming. 13%. Aether distillation. 50%. Etheric infusion. 25%. Enchantment design. 13%. Korash put his head in his hands. He had succumbed to his own hubris and ignored the advice of the world's foremost expert on specialties, and this was the result. He'd held out hope that his new enchanting abilities would give him the key to freeing the gnomes. That would obviously be impossible now. Could things get any worse? As if in response to the cry of his soul, the silence in the house was broken by a knock at the door. Chapter 54. Norma's House, City of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. The knock chilled Korash to the bone. He knew that knock. The fist striking the wood was obviously fleshy instead of a mailed one, but it was her. It had to be her. No one else had a knock like that. 2 soft, rapid taps, 3 strong raps with longer pauses, and then the same 2 rapid ones. Bip, bip, boom, 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 bip, bip. It had to be her. His heart in his throat, he leaped to his feet and threw open the door, standing to one side to avoid the Sarah Force punch he was certain would soon be connecting with his face.
Sarah, you came back!
The surprised woman staring back at him from the doorstep wasn't Sarah. Sarah was tall and blonde, while this woman had long hair the color of dark honey, and she barely came up to his shoulder. The world tilted a little, and he realized his knees had given out. The woman looked down at him with a puzzled expression. She seemed young, probably no older than he was.
Yeah, hey there, Mr. Elf. I'm, here for training.
She stepped past him, taking in the carnage that his book-devouring frenzy had wrought, before finally coming to a stop in the center of the room. Her strange outfit, or was it armor, almost brushed the floor. Its quilted skirt dyed a deep crimson.
The shop for specialization doesn't seem to be open, and some sort of guy said to come over this way. Was that a gnome? Who am I kidding? You won't answer.
What? You're here to buy your specialist gear? Korash must have misheard. No one really came to see Norma to get their specialty. They just chose it. He'd only decided on this mini-quest because he'd needed more time to figure out his plan. His grin warped into a grimace. This woman, whoever she was, shouldn't be here. He opened his mouth to tell her to get out.
No, I'm here to specialize. It's locked.
She sounded exasperated, like she was talking to a simpleton. She muttered something under her breath as he continued to gape at her, but his elven hearing picked it up easily. Perception 5. Critical success.
Stupid NPCs.
His mouth snapped shut as his world started to spin. That word. He knew it, just like somehow he knew her, or he thought he had. But that word, it didn't belong in this place, in this world, in this game. This was a game. He was not an NPC, he was a player. And his name wasn't his name either. He was not Korash. He was Arthur. Arthur Mallory. His mouth flooded with saliva, and he felt like he was going to vomit. He tasted something disgusting, like medicine, and his resolve wavered. He had something important he needed to tell her. Something about him, about his body. Was that it? His stomach lurched again, threatening to spill half-dissolved bacon all over Norma's floor. With clenched teeth, he forced his gorge back down. Stamina 6. Success.
Help me,
he managed. In an instant, the woman was kneeling next to him. The scent of flowers and clove washed over him.
You need help? Tell me what you need, my friend, and I shall provide.
Once more, she whispered to herself. Perception 5. Success.
Awesome. New quest. I hope it's as fun as the last one.
He managed before his throat betrayed him. He forced himself to swallow and realized the foul taste was receding along with the sense of urgency. Why had he been worried exactly?
I'm a player,
he said, clearing his throat. She did a double-take, then punched him on the shoulder. It didn't carry the same force as Sarah's punches always had, but it hit him in the exact same place, both on his shoulder and in his heart.
You sly dog, she grinned, pretending to be an NPC in distress just to get me into a compromising position like this. Sorry, he said, turning red as he pulled away. I feel like I was going to ask you to do something, and now I can't remember what it was. I guess it couldn't have been that important. Happens to me all the time, she said as she hopped to her feet with a grace that made him envious. So, are there any good quests around here?
He admitted that he didn't know about quests, but that she was welcome to join him on his personal mission to end gnomish slavery.
"I'll help," she said, steel in her voice. "Oppression really pisses me off, you know?"
God, she sounded like Sarah.
"I agree. We need to get moving. The Dark Elves have had them down in the mines for a few days now." "Then stand up, noob,"
she said with a smile, holding out a hand to him. The words, welcome as they were, only twisted the knife in his soul. He couldn't tell whether he wanted to push her away or fall in love with her. He settled for putting off the decision and standing up.
"You need to tell me what it's like to play an elf," she said. "I almost always play them in games like this. They have cool rapiers."
"I do, in fact, have a cool rapier," he said.
"Here, let me show you."
"Gross," she said, feigning disgust.
"Keep your rapier where it belongs, Casanova."
He couldn't help himself. He laughed.
It was the kind of joke Korash never seemed to have time for,
he thought. Wait, wasn't he Korash? Why was it so hard to think? The woman looked up sharply to her left, and he spun around to fend off whatever attack was aimed at him, but there was nothing there.
"Sorry, my alarm went off. I've got to go do a work thing. Will you be here in an hour?"
She moved to one side of the room, standing with her back to the wall opposite the table.
"I'm always here,"
he replied. He sounded sad when he said it, even to his own ears.
"Ha ha,"
she said sarcastically. He merely looked at her.
"All right. Well, see you."
Her eyes tracked left in a gesture that he recognized.
"Wait!"
He stretched out one hand as he shouted, and she stopped before he could disappear.
"What is it? I've got to go."
She bounced up and down on her toes.
"What's your name?"
He needed to know, or he'd slip up and call her Sarah.
"Rachel."
"No,
your name here."
He wasn't sure why it mattered. He only knew that it did.
"Oh, Yamamoto Hime. My service is sworn to the Jade Emperor of Sakura, or I would be at yours."
She smiled again.
"What about yours?"
"Korash."
"No, your name out there."
She grinned as if she was being clever.
"Oh,
He frowned and stared at the floor as he racked his brain, trying to remember.
I had it just a moment ago."
She was halfway through a laugh when the look on his face strangled the mirth. He seriously couldn't remember.
"All right. Well, if you remember, you should tell me."
She gestured at something he couldn't see.
"Was it Arthur?"
He spoke to himself, eyes still locked on the floorboards, so he missed the way her eyes widened just before she disappeared. Chapter 55. Meeting Room 37B, 1 Aerosoft HQ.
"How in the shit did he drop all the way down to 60 in less than 3 seconds?
Doc was methodically snapping pieces off of a yellow number 2 pencil, a stress relief habit that cost the company around $1,000 per month given the high cost of the antique devices.
That sort of change should only come from brain damage or catastrophic mental trauma, and the data doesn't support either."
"It could be another anomaly," Dave replied as he kept one eye on the door to their impromptu meeting room. "It started climbing again right after and is already holding at 90%.
"It's not enough."
Doc punctuated the retort with a hurled bit of pencil that struck the floor with a strange, woody sound that Dave hadn't heard outside this building since he was a child back in the 20s.
"We were so close, Koenig, so very close."
"Why do you want him to hit 100% immersion so bad anyway?" Dave dared to ask the question, despite the real risk of a disproportionately angry response. As the silence stretched on for 2 seconds, then 3, he began to think that his gamble had failed. He realized a heartbeat later the reason for her silence as a whirring sound came from the hallway, followed moments later by the rolling gait of number 12 as she rushed down the corridor.
"She must be coming from her interview," he said. "The report should be along in a few minutes."
The mechanical sound of the poor girl's leg braces faded as she headed out on one of her walkabouts, which meant taking a stroll around the block. He wondered, not for the first time, what the girl would do if she ever found out about number 88. Whatever the reaction, he doubted it would end with bloodshed. The girl hadn't been an Olympic hopeful for nothing. He heard Doc's clothing rustle and came out of his brief contemplation. Being in the room with her was like being in the room with a rattlesnake. Failing to pay attention was not recommended.
"She's the reason. Or one of them,"
Doc said, lowering her arms. The sound had been her sending a message through her wearable.
"Take a look at her numbers later and you'll see what I mean. My biggest concern regarding 29 right now is that these numbers might reflect a growing resistance to the medication."
"You're the doctor, but would the effects really be so immediate?"
"I've seen men who were told they'd never walk again perform dance routines that would shame Fred Astaire," she said. "In medicine, things are only impossible until they aren't."
Dave just nodded, pretending that he knew who Fred Astaire was. Doc's wearable beeped and she flicked her wrist and smiled. It was an evil smile, one she reserved for things or people she both actively disliked and was about to destroy. She stood up, tossing the last few scraps of the pencil onto the floor.
"Let's go see 88, she said. "Things are moving in the wider world that we don't have time for, and I want to get ahead of them. Have someone send out for food. It's going to be a long night."
Dave tried and failed to suppress a shudder. The only reason he was more scared of Doc than of 88 was because the latter was sealed in an immersion capsule and kept in a permanent medically induced coma. He hit the emergency pizza macro on his wearable. Within 45 minutes, Soylent Pizza would arrive with a dozen Sudaroni specials and a single real Pizza trademark calzone for Doc. One of the woman's many eccentricities was her refusal to eat lab-grown meat or anything made entirely from plants. A small price to pay for such genius, he mused. As they left the room, the blinking red light of the camera turned green. Chapter 56. Norma's House, Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Koresh had been doing a lot of thinking, and not in the usual concentrate on something other than the problem sort of way. He'd been thinking about Norma, about the elves, about Sarah. He'd even dared to think of Ariel. He hadn't been the best friend to a lot of people. For Norma and Ed, the harm he'd done wasn't really intentional, though that did nothing to cancel the debt. For Sarah, he wasn't sure what he could do to mend things. His memory was growing more hazy when it came to how they'd parted. He remembered the innkeeper's words, that she had died in the sewers, but it didn't seem right. He remembered their fight, and she'd left. Could she really have died? It didn't seem possible. Whatever the truth was, there was nothing he could do about it now. He'd just have to hope that he'd see her again so he could apologize. Ariel. She had died saving him, and even that had not been enough to drive them apart. It was her path that had kept them together. For a long time now he'd blamed Nicodemus for using his necromancy to turn her away from him. The more he contemplated it, though, the more he realized that he was at fault there, too. He had been merely content with her company, and he'd made a lot of promises to himself to pay more attention to her, promises that he'd ultimately broken. He'd rationalized things because the two of them were from different worlds, especially after his attainment of the Fey Arcana had prevented him from learning necromancy. Again, that was his fault. He should have talked with her about his feelings, about his fears. She had loved him. He could admit that now. Before the day of his trial, he had loved her in return. Something had changed in him that day. No, that wasn't right. His mind stuttered as he glimpsed a different reality, the one where he was playing a game. He tried to hang on to the thought, but it was elusive. Soon it slipped away, leaving only a memory of a memory. He needed to find Ariel and tell her what had happened between them. He needed to apologize for his treatment of her and create the closure they both needed to ease their burdened spirits. He still loved his childhood friend, and she loved him. They just defined that love differently. He needed to tell her that they simply could not be together, and she needed to hear it. The problem was, he couldn't. At least not before he cleared things up here in Nottingham. However, unintentionally, he had brought the Dark Elves here. He didn't think he'd be able to free all of the gnomes without talking to Amnok, which was also not something he could deal with at the moment, though he felt like he could at least get Norma and Ed out of harm's way. He smiled a grim smile as he contemplated what he needed to borrow from Norma's shop. He had a plan. He took a deep breath to steel himself, then reached out and grasped the doorknob. Steeling himself, he turned it and opened the door, ready for the blast of sunlight that he knew would come. He was not disappointed. You have defeated a group of cannibal cultists, an avatar of hunger, one Darliath, mortally wounded, several industrialized humanoids, and an enormous adversarial crustacean. Experience earned. Level up. You have reached level 13, attribute point gained. You have performed no deeds of note in the last 24 hours. You have earned no fortune. Beware, adventurer, for the true God demands of you little, save answering the call to adventure. Failure to do so may impact your ability to return from death. A new day has dawned. New secondary skills are unlocked. Somatic battle weaving. You have moved inexorably through the battlefield, dealing death with blade and magic alike. Skill increased. Blades. You have faced multiple opponents who were stronger and larger than you, and survived. Skill increased. Etheric sensing. Your examination of energy from alternate perspectives has resulted in new understanding. Skill increased. High magic theory. The results of earlier training in this skill are now making themselves known. Skill greatly increased. Fey Arcana. You have been gifted another rank of this skill. Skill increased. Blissful ignorance. Your use of this skill has shown you new ways to ignore things you would prefer not to face. Skill increased. Your proficiency in the Ancient Master class has increased from 3 to 5. Continue to pursue new ways of utilizing the magic of the world and push your understanding to new heights to gain additional levels. Partial class mastery attained. You have gained 4. Willpower increased by 2. 5. Partial mastery. All passive positive class abilities are increased by 25%. You may now switch to a new class without losing current progress in this one, though doing so will result in a 50% reduction of all gained statistics and the loss of most activated abilities. Full mastery, acquired at proficiency 10, is required to use previously acquired active abilities. Passive abilities are not retained without special class features. He grinned as he considered the ramifications of being able to move to a different class, though he did not see a good alternative at the moment. He needed to increase his weaker attributes as soon as possible, though. For the first time, he took a moment to consider his resonance points. Though they had accumulated each time he had leveled, he'd just been ignoring them. He wasn't entirely sure why, but he felt like it could have been the effect of his mind trying to deal with the loss of Sarah and his own foolishness. Whatever the reason, he was ready to remedy the mistake. He spent his 4 accumulated augmentation points and increased his willpower by 2. With his initial purchases out of the way, he had 12 metaphysical points available, and there was certainly a lot to consider in a category that was designed to increase his affinity for magic of all types. Echoed magic would allow him to have a single spell take effect twice for a small additional cost in mana. Solid spells would increase the effect of shielding magics by 20%. At 10 points each, it would take almost all of his reserves. Then he saw it. Magical senses, 10 points. Gives large bonuses to skills which alter your ability to see energy flows. Such skills are now always active for you. Smiling to himself, he selected the ability and put his last 2 points into Resource Pool. The world bloomed before him, and he sensed the flow of the aether around him like never before. As he watched, currents of aspected mana wove through the air. As they touched the placid aether, it began to boil, condensing down until it became mana itself. The effect was not immediate, and there seemed to be some sort of critical mass that needed to be reached before a given pocket of aether would react. Still, it was an interesting thing to see. Etheric Sensing 5, critical success. Law 6, failure. Finally, he converted his new attribute point into a perk. Though he could have pushed his willpower up to legendary tier, he needed to prioritize the acquisition of his missing perks to ensure that there would be as few obstacles as possible on his path to Dragon Mage Vizier. He looked at Draconic Senses and found himself wishing that he had put the points into willpower after all. It would have lessened the crushing disappointment. Draconic Senses. Your 5 senses are increased in range or sensitivity by a factor of 5 from human baseline. Your ability to sense energy flows is doubled from human baseline. Warning: you do not meet the requirements for this perk. You must be of draconic origin or have a sufficient connection to similar cosmic energies. With a sigh, he turned his mind to the boring choice. The information was waiting for him as if he'd always known it. Craftsman's Eye. You can see the best features in a blueprint for any crafting skill in a discipline you understand. You have a greater chance of detecting flaws in such designs as well. When inspecting any crafted object, you have an increased chance to notice such features if they stem from the object's physical structure, such as damaged walls, or if you possess materials lore, the material used to build it, such as mithril. With a sigh, Korash selected the perk. It wasn't glamorous, but at least it got him another step closer to being awesome. Congratulations, you have met one of the requirements needed to fully utilize your chosen class. You are now missing 6 of 8 requirements. New efficiencies are as follows: Imbuing, 50%. Materials lore, 50%. Naming, 13%. Aether distillation, 50%. Etheric infusion, 25%. Enchantment design, 50%. He blinked in surprise. The improvement to both imbuing and enchantment design was significant. Maybe that meant that specific requirements were tied to specific components. He'd have to ask Norma when he saw her again. With a new spring in his step, he continued on his way. He needed to raid Norma's shop before Hime got back. Chapter 57. The Mines, Town of Nottingham, Kingdom of Eastmere. Hime and Korash were almost to the mines when the tremor hit. It started with a muffled thump loud enough to make their eardrums vibrate, then the sound of cracking, roaring stone. The shockwave rippled the earth beneath them, and Korash skipped across the rolling earth effortlessly. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. And he noticed that his friend was similarly unimpeded. Not bad for a human, he thought, then chided himself for the speciesist thought. The billowing cloud of dust covered them moments later. He grimaced as grit coated his mouth and nose, making life unpleasant. Surprisingly, the dust ended up serving in their favor more than it hampered them, as it covered their approach. The shape of a large boulder loomed in the fog, and they took cover behind it, hearing shouted words in Elvish and the crack of whips. Stealth 4, success. The wind had picked up, and the brown haze was beginning to clear, so they were able to make out the horrific situation before them. 50 meters away, near the now collapsed entrance to the mine, one group of gnomes cowered before a lash-wielding Ixthariel. The dirt that covered them was not thick enough to hide the bruises that covered their small frames. Another group, free from bruises and dusted only in the airborne grit, knelt some distance away near a mounted dark elf.
"Do you take me for a fool?"
Ixthariel sneered at the quivering slaves as he paced up and down the line, whip lashing out to crack the air next to gnomish ears.
"For only a fool would believe that a mine which has stood for hundreds of years would so suddenly collapse, not long after our arrival and right during a shift change at that."
One gnome looked up, tears streaking through the grime on her face, and Korash realized it was Norma.
I told you we don't know what happened. We heard a noise and all the supports gave way at once.
Ixthariel laughed and put away his whip, cruelty glittering in his eyes.
"I could order you to tell me the truth, you know," he said,
but I don't think that would supply the appropriate lesson. No, there is only one thing that brings an end to obstinacy such as this." He held out a hand and called to Vishendel. "My sword, squire. I will personally execute these slaves for treason against the Dark Elven Empire." The gnomes gasped, and Vishendel's eyes went wide, while the rest of the Dark Elves only smirked. With a trembling hand, Vishendel moved forward, the noble's naked blade glittering in the sunlight. "Okay, I'm going in," Korash whispered to the woman beside him. "Don't reveal yourself unless it looks like they're not going to listen. I'm reasonably certain this is going to work." Hime scowled at him, obviously not liking their plan, but not willing to admit that she did not have a better answer. She wanted to just kill the Dark Elves, but Korash had dissuaded her with the assertion that the Empire would just dispatch more. Korash stepped into plain view from their hiding place, his back held straight and an imperious look on his face. One hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "Stop this foolishness at once, Lieutenant!" The Dark Elf scowled as he halted in the act of raising his sword in the air. Norma stared placidly up at him, facing her impending death with an eerie calm. "My lord, these gnomes have proven to be traitorous scum. They have destroyed the ancient mines, setting back production for Her Majesty's armies by denying us a vital source of etheric iron." "And I will be sure to let Amnok know the circumstances when I speak with her, which I assure you shall be soon, Lieutenant," he said, a cold disdain for the man seeping into his voice. This aura of command seemed both foreign to Korash and the most natural thing in the world, as if contempt for those of lesser rank were built into the elven mindset. Given how his thoughts had turned since he had become an elven paragon, he supposed that might be true. "The question is," he continued, "what precisely I shall relay to Her Majesty's ears. I would hate to have to tell her that, in addition to the tragic collapse of the mine, an overzealous lieutenant wasted more of her resources by offhandedly slaughtering them." He paused a moment to let his words sink in and watched Ixthariel's jaw grow tighter and tighter as the man considered how he might somehow regain the advantage in this situation. "What would you have me do, my lord?" The man's words were filled with such venom that Korash expected to see a debuff notice appear, though none did. "Well, Lieutenant, I would suggest that you repurpose your strongest knights to begin clearing out this rubble," the mage said with a smile. "Her Majesty will certainly appreciate that the superior strength of our warriors would make short work of such a task, as these small, pitiful creatures would take far too long to deal with such a monumental undertaking." He watched the gleam return to the lieutenant's eyes as he saw the opening which Korash's instructions had left for him. Insight, too, failed, but became a success due to other factors. "It shall be as you say, my—" "And furthermore," Korash continued, "these gnomes shall be remanded into my personal custody. They will be left with orders to complete a certain project and shall not be disturbed or prevented from accomplishing their assigned tasks. These tasks are need-to-know, Lieutenant, and neither you nor any under your command need to know." That crafty gleam had become the blaze of anger as the noble realized there was little he could do. Korash was one of the highest of elven nobles, gifted with the status by Empress Amnok herself. It did not allow him to jeopardize the entire war effort, so ordering the freedom of all the gnomes was simply not possible. Ixthariel would countermand the order, and Korash would lose what little respect his title provided him. Instead, the creation of a secret project that required a small contingent of gnomes was something the Dark Elf simply couldn't refuse without an excellent reason. Fey Arcana 4, success. "As you wish, sir," the other elf said, the venom behind the words having grown more potent in proportion to his failure. The fangs that could deliver that venom had been dulled, at least for now. Korash knew the other elf would seek revenge, but he did not expect it to be this day. He glanced over the still kneeling gnomes that his orders had saved and waved an imperious hand. "Persuasion 0, critical failure." "Come along, gnomes," he said, and the gnomes hurried to their feet and ran toward him. He turned before they reached him and headed back the way he'd come.
"You look like an idiot waving your hand around like that,"
said Norma as she hurried up beside him. "You're welcome," Korash retorted.
"She's right, though,"
Hime agreed cheerfully, coming out from behind the rock and joining them on their trek back to the village. No one asked you, grumped Korash as he visibly defeated. I thought I looked cool.
I like her,
said Norma. Korash sent the other gnomes to Norma's house, asking them to prepare food, soothe their wounds, and rest until they were filled in on the plan. They nodded and rushed off as a pack, spirits made light by their newfound hope. He, Norma, and Hime headed to her shop. As they entered the dock building, Korash apologized for the mess. I got a little carried away looking for the tools I needed, he said sheepishly.
Don't worry about it,
Norma replied.
I'll just gouge you the next time you need to buy something.
He chuckled at her words, then gave her a comforting smile. Sorry I couldn't save Ed, too, he said. I would have expected them to keep the two of you together. Where is he stationed? I might be able to commandeer him. Norma's knees gave out, and she collapsed to the floor with a sob.
He was with us, you idiot, she sobbed. We managed to get the chrono distortion device from Valerius. Ed volunteered to set the charge to give the rest of us a head start. I agreed like an idiot because if it's one thing the arcanochronologists are supposed to be good at, it's timing. The bomb would go off after exactly 45 seconds. The distortion would hit, and all the supports in the mine would crumble at the same time.
He knelt down next to her, concern twisting his face and worry twisting his gut. What happened?
That idiot Valerius didn't build a chrono distortion device, she sobbed. He built a chrono combustion device. He thinks I don't know the difference, and from the outside I don't, but the bomb went off at 44 seconds. It ignited the remaining second on the timer and translated it into concussive force. I'd bet gold coins to Ganache that he was trying to kill me and still get out of working the mines. Ed, I could just see him running up the tunnel when it went off. He's dead, Korash.
Korash was silent. The worry in his stomach turned to pain in his chest, and he reached out to hug Norma, tears streaming down his own cheeks as he held the sobbing woman. I'm sorry, he whispered. It's my fault that all this happened. I swear to you, I'll make it right.
It wasn't your fault,
sniffed Norma as she wiped her nose on her sleeve.
Sometimes stuff like this just happens. If it's anyone's fault, it's that bastard Valerius and those damned elves.
Korash didn't correct her because the act of explaining to her just how at fault he actually was just wasn't something he could manage right now. He looked back at Hime. The woman held the handle of her sword in a white-knuckled grip, as if trying to choke the life out of it. Her face was a mixture of rage and sadness. Their eyes met.
How can I help? She asked. I know what it's like to lose loved ones. How do we make this right?
We can't fight an entire nation on our own, Korash replied. I've got a request that needs more than one person, and if the consequences for ignoring it are anything like the last quest I failed, then anything we try to do here beforehand won't matter anyway. Once we get done with that, I can head to Caeralta and speak to Amnok about this madness. I think I can make her see reason. If not, he didn't want to think about what open conflict with the elven empress would look like. Hime nodded, and Norma's breathing slowed as she fought to force down her sobs.
What's your plan for us?
The gnome asked, pulling away from his embrace. Take this letter, Korash said, handing her a tightly wrapped scroll. Send it to Actinos at the Academy in Sunblade. He needs to be aware of the situation and bring word to the king. If you are asked about it, tell them it was sent on my order to Empress Amnok. Norma nodded. As for the rest of the gnomes, give them these instructions. The group whispered between themselves for another few minutes, then dispersed. Korash commandeered 2 nightmares from the stable, and within the hour, the 2 adventurers were riding north on the road to Krakensport. Somewhere between the 2 cities, the twin locks of Legios awaited them. Chapter 58. The Road to Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere.
What in the true God's name are those?
Korash stared at the corpses of the 3 monsters which had attacked the pair of them only a few minutes outside of Nottingham. With his impressive lore skill, he was used to knowing quite a bit about the monsters he met, so when the result for these creatures had come back unknown creature, unknown tier, he had been more than surprised. One of them had almost impaled him on its gleaming bronze antlers. The monsters resembled deer that were far larger than they should have been, standing over 2 meters tall. Their hooves and antlers were metal, and even their hide was thick and as difficult to penetrate as a footman's metal shield. Hime took a few moments to observe the fallen animals.
"Spirit beasts," she said with a grim smile. "We are fortunate to be alive, and more fortunate to have this opportunity."
She pulled out her tanto and drove its short blade into the deer's flesh in a single smooth motion. Korash watched in mute horror as the blade peeled the skin apart with a metallic shriek, like someone cutting open a tin can. Once the opening in the hide was large enough, she plunged her arm into the steaming flesh beneath. It vanished up to her elbow, and from the way she was moving, it was obvious that she was searching for something. "What are you doing?" Korash managed to ask the question without vomiting, though it was a near thing. "Looking for the beast's core," the woman replied as she pushed her arm in deeper. "There, got it." She pulled out a lump of black, bloody flesh the size of an orange. 2 tubes hung down from either side, obviously ripped from some sort of circulatory system. She gripped the sack with bloody hands and tore it open, revealing a glittering, faceted stone within. It was as clear as a diamond and shone with the silvery light. "What does it do?" Korash had never heard of such a concept. Of course, he'd never seen a foe like this before. "It helps cultivators like me gather energy," Hime said, moving on to the next corpse. "Beasts absorb the energies of heaven and earth just as we do, but they do so passively through the food they eat and the air they breathe. I'd say this one was at the peak elemental alignment stage, just about ready to break through into spirit refining." Those words didn't mean much to Korash, which shocked him. Law 6 succeeded, but became a failure due to other factors. Was it mana in the stone or something else? He needed to investigate this phenomenon. There wasn't really time at the moment, so maybe when they wrapped up the quest he could... He was shocked out of his contemplation when Hime threw the core toward him. He caught it despite his surprise and peered into its depths. Athletics 7 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. He gazed into the stone, seeking the energy within. It was mana. His magical senses ability paid dividends as he studied the flow of the power trapped within the crystal walls. It seemed to be held in place by some unknown mechanism, as raw mana would not ordinarily have been hindered by a lump of crystal without an accompanying enchantment, nor was there any visible indication of the method by which the mana had gotten into the crystal. "We really were quite lucky. Were I in my world, I would say that Lady Sakura had favored us. Based on the strength of these cores, these brazen white-tails must be 200 years old at least." Korash shook his head. "Impossible. I've only encountered this sort of energy in the wild over the last few days, and when I revealed to a friend of mine that I was able to utilize it, he said that the power of mana had been lost for 1,000 years. Well, something allowed these beasts to form a core. You claim to use the energy of heaven and earth, but you don't act like a cultivator, and I haven't seen any other telltale signs in the culture of this world. Show me." In answer, Korash summoned a ball of his mana, not allowing it to form into a bolt. It just spun gently in the palm of his hand, emitting its silvery glow. Hime frowned. "It's not metal-aligned Saishin, though the color is close." "This mana has no aspect," Korash replied. "I used most of my fire-aspected mana in that fight, so I need to find another source. I could show you water, I suppose." He reabsorbed the mana and summoned a bit of water-aspected energy, its blue glow replacing the silver. "Fascinating," she responded. "Can you absorb the energy from the beast core and pull it into your center?" He noted the similarities of the strange terms she used in comparison to his own process of pulling energy into his Aetherium channels. Was there actually a functional difference? He closed his eyes and focused on the core he held, opening his channels and willing the energy inside to enter his body. He felt energy rush in, but it was the ambient energy of their battlefield. The core's glow did not waver. From the core itself, he could feel nothing, as if he held only air. He redoubled his efforts, destabilizing the nearby aether from the force of his absorption. Still, nothing happened.
"It seems I cannot,"
he admitted. She nodded thoughtfully, looking up from freeing the third core from its servine cage. He went to toss the stone back, then took a moment to consider the core as a material for his enchanting. Beast Core, Peak Elemental Alignment Grade. This core is aligned to the element of metal, bronze. It adds 30% efficiency to any enchantment that is made in metal, 45% to any enchantment made in or aligned to fire, and 60% to those that involve both. Known aspects: fire, metal, sharpness, caution, durability. He tossed it back to her, contemplating what he'd just read.
"I'm not sure I can use those," he said, "but if you have no immediate need for all of them, I'd appreciate the chance to study one."
"Nerd," she replied, and he could only smile. They leaped aboard their steeds and began once more to ride. Their nightmare destriers were incredibly fast, easily capable of covering more than 100 kilometers in a single hour. The wind through his hair and the faint, smoky smell of the flaming steed made the experience one he was unlikely to forget. Korash enjoyed the experience for an entire 5 minutes before the pair was forced to rein in their steeds. A large group of peasants huddled in the middle of the road, blocking the way forward and clearly terrified of the large animals. All were travel-worn and filthy, and most had bloodstains on their clothing. Some even had fresh bandaged stumps where their limbs should have been. The bravest among them, a tall man with broad shoulders and salt in his beard, approached the pair.
"This traveller greets two mighty warriors and begs forgiveness for obstructing your path,"
he said with a bow. Korash flipped down from the horse, his nimble movements covering for his complete lack of equestrian skill. Riding 0 failed. Athletics 7 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences.
"Well met, friend,"
said Korash, who remained aware of the possibility of a trap, but was also aware that this group seemed to be unable to trap even a rabbit.
"What sends you and yours out onto the roads this late in the day?"
The man peered nervously at the sun, which was indeed only a few hours away from the brief twilight. They would be slaughtered after darkness fell.
"No choice,"
he said, the deep timbre of deferred grief in his voice.
"Them metal monsters took Derryberry yesterday and Clinkenbeard the day before. We weren't going to lay about and let them throw us in the devourer golem."
Korash winced. None of that sounded good, and it wasn't just because of the loose grasp on grammar which the old farmer displayed.
"How do you plan to survive the night?"
Hime sounded worried, and a quick glance at her revealed that worry plain upon her face. She was genuinely concerned for them.
Well,
the man drawled.
"We shouldn't be more than an hour out of Nottingham."
Korash wondered how it was possible to omit so many letters from a single sentence, especially one with a proper name.
"I'm on bony terms with the mayor on account of the fact that we give him good price for a bushel of stonewheat."
Korash closed his mouth gently, determined not to judge. Life was rough in the settlements that lay too far from the major cities. The village had to be another day's ride to Krakensport, at least by horse. Education was likely the last thing on their minds. Still, would it kill the man to learn about vowels?
"Yes, sir,"
the man continued, as even the stoic Hime struggled to suppress a chuckle.
"Me and Freddie Winslow simper undercover uppercut been friends nigh on 37 years.
Korash felt as though a bird was trying to escape his chest, and from the heaving gasps of breath and rustling of cloth behind him, Hime seemed to have fallen off her horse.
"What a shame,"
he gasped, releasing the bird and giving himself a minor chance of speaking a normal sentence. Not laughing, 0 failed, but became a critical failure due to tier differences. Conviction 2 succeeded, but became a failure due to tier mismatch penalties. No, his sides hurt too much. He threw a tear-filled glance at Hime, begging her silently to carry on where he could not. Unfortunately, she was too busy impersonating a tea kettle to notice his plight. A few deep breaths later, and a false start after the man asked what's wrong, Hime was finally able to get herself under control long enough to fill the man in on the situation in Nottingham. Ultimately, the haggard group had no choice but to seek shelter in the city, and Korash and Hime were forced to make the hard decision to continue on themselves. It was unlikely that the Dark Elves would slaughter the peasants outright, and the two adventurers would be hard-pressed to defend so many non-combatants until daybreak. Korash waited on his steed with a scowl as Hime gave the villagers a sack of coin that would feed the lot of them for a year. Part of him hissed at what a waste it was, spending good gold on peasants.
Nah,
said Ori, nudging him with a gold fist from within his hood, then breaking off a piece of himself, which Korash irritably snatched from the tiny construct. Once Hime finally finished throwing away her gold, he popped the nugget into his mouth and sucked on it happily for a moment before he realized what he was doing. A quick glance at Hime revealed that she hadn't seen him try to eat a rock, so he surreptitiously covered his mouth and transported the shiny and slimy nugget into his inventory where it belonged. He was thankful that Hime, even before her largesse, was poor. Had her wealth been greater, or his less, he knew he would have been unable to resist the twisting greed inside him. He'd been lucky that way quite a bit recently. Even the Dark Elves were not worth large sums of money. He hadn't really considered his dagger's curse before, but he knew he needed to avoid certain classes of people until his conviction was under control. They rode for a grand total of 7 minutes before encountering another ragtag group of peasants. This trend continued until sunset, and they met almost 300 displaced villagers before, just as the sky was turning from bright sun to streaked with red, they reached the tiny hamlet of Derryberry. Their nightmares reared, snorting smoke and darkness, and would have bolted if not for their stringent training. It was obvious what had spooked them. Hundreds of large blue crystals ringed the raised village and stretched across the ruined fields into the distance. Each was anchored to the ground by a thick silver base which pulsed with smaller lights in green, yellow, and red. Electricity, the same blue as the crystals, arced periodically between the devices.
"Strange," said Hime. "Whatever these devices are, they don't belong here."
Korash could not take his eyes off the glittering objects. They struck him as familiar, as if he had seen them 1,000 times. Of course, that was nonsense. Whatever these things were, they were not from the world of Nightfall.
"You must
Korash began, a strange urge to speak permeating his entire being. He bit it back, as the rest of what he wanted to say made no sense.
"What was that?"
Hime looked at him quizzically, but he was unsure himself of what he was trying to say, so he just looked back at her and shrugged. As they stared at each other, whatever emotional moment might have passed between them was swept away as a mechanical war machine the size of a small castle erupted from the wreckage of the village. You are surprised. Monsters strike first. Chapter 59. The Hamlet of Derryberry, Kingdom of Eastmere. Phoom! Phoom! 2 azure crystals the size of watermelons shot from mortar tubes mounted on its back. Korash wasn't sure if most normal anatomical words could even apply to this abomination. Its body was shaped like an egg and textured in a grooved pattern similar to a brain. Here and there, large orbs glowed red between its numerous protrusions. The thing's steel legs, at least, were recognizable as such. The metallic appendages were mounted on either side of the large body, and the massive knees bent the wrong way, giving the thing a hunched appearance. Its feet were gargantuan, with 3 splayed toes shaped like wedges, but it did not seem to have anything that could be considered arms. The metal of the legs glowed red-hot, and the feet scorched the earth as they stomped toward the pair of adventurers. The earth-shaking thump of the crystal projectiles impacting the earth 20 meters behind them shocked Korash out of his stupor. He reached for his sword, then thought better of the plan that involved him precisely stabbing a moving piece of metal that was both hot and 10 times his size. Sheathing the sharp weapon, he readied his staff instead. One of the red orbs began flashing erratically, and moments later, a beam of ruby light shot out, sweeping along the ground in a line that caused the dirt to erupt into flames. They both leaped from their horses, which fled into the twilight. Hime charged directly toward their foe, her simple katana drawn and held out to her side. Her steps were quick and wasted no motion, and she almost seemed to blur across the ground. Korash hung back, considering the best spell to use on a creature like this. He decided to go with something he'd never done before and use a compound spell.
Golmos sosa roha vik zixleftas kalos vik.
As he spoke the words, the crystals embedded in the ground behind him crackled to life, sending out arcs of lightning which quickly joined with that produced by the other pylons. Primordial Vocabulary 10, success. Primordial Magic Theory 10, critical success. It also placed them inside the fence the energy created. Since primordial magic was language-based, it was possible to manipulate that language to one's benefit. The conjunction Zeeks acted like a magical semicolon, allowing the conjoining of two small spells together for instances when precision timing was vital. Because of this spell's complexity, Korash had just sacrificed more than half of his mana. A bolt of flat gray energy shot out, striking the mechanized giant in the front of its cranial body. The magic scattered against the metal, causing no visible effect. Korash hoped that the spell, meant to weaken that very metal, had worked. The first magical projectile was followed by a second, this one a blob of water a meter around. Rather than being clear or even blue, it was coated in an oil-like rainbow sheen. The spell had been modified by Kalos, adding the attribute of harm. He hoped it would allow the water to penetrate the weakened chassis and play havoc with the thing's internal devices. The water made impact right on target. It dripped off, forming puddles of quickly evaporating water. It also did absolutely nothing. Korash grumbled and opened himself to the aether around him. He would have to try a stronger spell to get past whatever resistance this thing had. That's when he realized that there was no aether in the air, nor was there mana. The lightning fence, it seemed, had sucked it all away. "Oh, fudge," he said, only he didn't say fudge. Hime did not spare his curse so much as a backward glance as she leaped into the air, soaring up with supernatural power, her sword drawn and ready to cleave the metal flesh in twain. From beneath the thing's body, a multi-jointed robotic arm with a strange flat tip where its hand should have been unfolded with a whir. It jerked one way, then another before lashing out toward the swordsman. It was about 8 centimeters too short, and she smirked to herself as she readied her blade to strike. She would end this in one blow. There was a sudden hiss of air, and an iron piston shot out of the arm with hydraulic force. The projectile caught Hime in the sternum, arresting her momentum and sending her crashing back to the earth. "Hime!" Korash shouted, spurring himself forward. She wasn't moving, but he could tell that she was breathing at least. He thought fast. Since there was nothing for him to use to regenerate his mana, he needed to be conservative. Simple was better. As he neared the prone woman, he saw the robot loom over her crumpled form. Its oval body canted toward the ground as if staring at her. One by one, the orbs began to flash red. On each massive leg, one of the toes peeled apart from its brethren. A portion of the leg did the same, revealing flexible hoses akin to tentacles. These two oriented on Hime, and the ends split and opened to reveal their own orbs that also flashed with inner light. Fixing his intent firmly in his mind, he called out the only spell that he could think of, then immediately slammed his foot down and spun hard to the left. Now he faced the crackling lightning instead of the massive death robot.
"Vitalis Ridios Ram Zosa Zix Vitalis Ridios Ram Zosa!"
As he incanted the compound spell, he felt something materialize between his feet, forcing his legs apart. An instant later, he sat astride the entity his spell had summoned. He grabbed onto the creature's curling golden horns and gestured toward the barrier. To his left, something similar was happening to Hime. A sheep the size of a grizzly bear appeared, her unconscious body draped over its silver-wooled back. The look in its large black eyes was one of a strange, sheep-like determination. As one, they charged toward the blue lightning. Behind them, a barrage of lasers shot into the ground where Hime had lain only a moment before. The ground erupted into dark red flame, then liquefied into a glowing hot morass. As they passed through the field, the lightning buzzed at them, though it found no purchase on their woolly steeds, thanks to the spell's inclusion of a lightning negation clause. As they sped toward safety, Korash spared a glance back at their attacker, finally remembering to scan it. MASSIVEDEATHROBOT. Unknown Tia. If you knew what the acronym meant, you'd be even more afraid of it. Chapter 60. Outside the ruined hamlet of Derryberry, Kingdom of Eastmere. As Korash's summoned sheep galloped away from the battlefield, the massive death robot did not give chase. Instead, it shivered as the back third of its oval body swung open. From the hole poured a dozen bird-shaped automatons. Each flapped canvas wings and sported 2 glittering blue crystals where their eyes should have been. From this distance, Korash's best estimate was that they were the size of eagles. Perception 5 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. As they flew after him, they passed through the lightning barrier, and a shield of energy briefly glowed around them, then faded into invisibility. As the sheep charged on, the bird constructs began to fan out, appearing to maintain a set distance from each other. With another backward glance, Korash discovered some much-needed information. Ornithopter Scout, Heroic Tia. These mechanical creatures are excellent at following a target and have excellent vision, though their attack power is not on par with most other creatures of their tier. He felt a wave of cold pass through the sheep's wool, and he knew he did not have much longer before his summons vanished. He had been furiously regenerating mana since passing back outside the barrier, and he hoped it would be enough. With a mental command, he instructed the sheep to stop, and they obliged. He dismounted and carefully slid Hime's body down onto the ground. She groaned as he did so, and with a gentle shake, he was able to wake her. As her eyes fluttered open, the sheep disappeared in a burst of golden sparkles.
"Shit, that hurt,"
she said, rolling her shoulder. She reached into a pouch at her side and pulled out a small piece of folded paper, which she immediately opened to reveal a pile of dried herbs. Tipping her head back, she poured the whole thing into her mouth, then took a swig from a water skin which she pulled from... Well, honestly, Korash wasn't sure where that water skin had come from. She swished the water around in her mouth and pointed at the sky. Following her gaze, Korash saw one of the ornithopters diving down from the sky, its blue eyes sparkling and its razored beak glinting in the dying light. He did not immediately see the others, though. He lifted his staff and concentrated as he brought forth an overcharged mana bolt. Its silver energy lanced out and exploded in the face of the diving construct, which promptly exploded. He smiled. At least they weren't too strong. The world held its breath and darkness descended. Something roared in the blackness not too far away. Above him, the sky was filled with blue stars. They spun in a circle above the adventurers, then began to convene. He could just barely see the remaining ornithopters with his abyssal sight. As they flew near to each other, their taloned feet swung out and attached to the bird nearest them. They were building something, and Korash wasn't certain he wanted to find out what it was.
"What's up there?"
Hime pushed herself to her feet as she spoke.
"Ornithopters. Like in Dune? I've never been to a desert, but I don't think they have anything like that. Funny, man. Not into the classics, I take it."
A memory tugged at his mind. Something about sandworms and fear? The eyes above him faded from blue to red, and he was forced to abandon that chain of thought.
"They're attacking," he said. "I'll try to hold them off with a shield or something while—"
She stepped forward, eyes to the sky, her sword held out to the side.
"I've got this," she said, flexing her knees. "But your sword, I saw you drop it. We left it on the ground." "Quiet," she replied. "I have to get in character for this one."
As he contemplated, a stillness fell over Hime. She released a breath that seemed to go on forever. Overhead, the birds wheeled and finally joined, dove toward them. With soundless thunder, Hime jumped, sword held in both hands. Air rushed out in a dome, stirring up dust from the ground.
Typhoon Ascension!
She spun in the air as she rose, unsupported toward the diving amalgamation the ornithopters had become. They reached out with giant talons that had been twisted together from other smaller talons.
Blossom-splitting blade!
As she shouted, 1,000 silver sparks flashed around her as a burst of wind flattened the nearby grass. The din of sword on metal drowned all other sound. The large sleeves of Hime's kimono fluttered as she plunged back to earth, where she landed in a crouch, one hand on the ground for balance, the other holding her sword out to one side. She stood and drove the sword into its sheath with a flourish as pieces of twisted metal rained down around her.
That was...
Korash struggled to find the right words to convey what he was feeling.
I know, she said. It's super lame compared to what I used to be able to do before your stupid world messed up my powers.
Korash frowned at her and made a show of cleaning out his ears.
That was so cool!
He had never seen anyone use a sword like that, and the most amazing thing of all was that it hadn't taken an ounce of Ethereum or mana, and even the ambient aether was left undisturbed. He wanted to study the phenomenon, and once again, they didn't have time. If that giant robot caught up to them, there would be trouble. He glanced up at the sky where the wan moon shone down upon the world, a reminder from the true God that even darkness could never truly banish the light. Based on the position of the moon and the constellations, plus knowing roughly which way they had run to get away from Haxerbot, that meant Survival Craft 4 failed, but became a success due to tier differences.
Krakensport should be that way!
He pointed across the gently rolling hills that were a welcome change from the forest south of Nottingham. Together they set off into the night, mourning the loss of their steeds.
This sucks,
Hime said 15 minutes later as they stood over the remains of the 8th shadow-infused pygmy direbat. Korash was forced to agree. He took a moment to consider. His mana was well on its way to full regeneration, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. His summoned electric sheep had been great, but not as fast as the nightmares. He needed something else. He had shied away from summoning magic during combat due to several factors. Such spells required more subjects than most, and likely at least one element, depending on what was required. Then there were the added concerns of how long the summoned creature could last, how well it would obey, and its overall strength, which made crafting an affordable summon that could also match an immediate threat quite difficult, at least from the perspective of primordial magic. Outside of combat, with time to think, was another matter entirely. He already had a great idea that would get them to Krakensport in record time.
You're right. Let me try something real fast, he said. Yikes. Now, stand back.
He pushed the sleeves of his robes up away from his hands. It didn't improve his spellcasting ability, it just looked cool. At least he thought it did.
Vitalis mordec sulfuridios,
he began. Ori stuck its golden head out of his hood at the word for summoning. Not now, he frantically thought at his golem friend. It was too late. Hime had seen the tiny creature.
He's so cute. I love him. Where'd you get him? Hey, little guy, what's your name?
She was overjoyed at the presence of the little construct and abruptly snatched it from its perch on Korash's shoulder to bring it up to her face.
Nah!
Ori seemed excited to have made a new friend as well.
Nah, what kind of name is that?
Hime looked at Korash with a question in her eyes, but the mage was in the middle of a complicated bit of casting and couldn't respond.
Rohanif tha'a persu min as.
He shouted the final word of the spell. Primordial vocabulary 10 success. Primordial magic theory 10 failed, but became a success due to tier differences. The first syllable lodged like a potato in his throat. Fortunately, as he forced his way through, the second syllable finished like melted butter. Most modifiers in Primordial required a sequential construction, like the 4 words he dedicated to potency. The last word, however, actually changed its form as its effect increased. Min, the weakest form of decreased damage, reduced a spell's ability to cause damage by around 20%. The word he had used, min the as, removed that capacity entirely. In front of them, his spell's intent shimmered into being. A cloud swirled and coalesced into an opaque form, its body made of rainbow fluff that glowed in the darkness. 2 black dots for eyes and the curve of a smiling mouth served as a face, and it bobbed back and forth in time to music only it could hear. Happy Cloud, harmless, summoned, mythic tear. These enchanted clouds are created by magic. The only thing that makes them happier than carrying riders to their destinations is existence itself. The only words they are known to speak are Abu Abul Bud Bud, though the meaning of this phrase is unknown. Law 6. Success. Hime squealed again, the sound driving nails into Korash's brain. Ordinarily, he adored such sounds, but he had underestimated his magical abilities in a fundamental way. The use of the word pursue tied the existence of the happy clouds to his ability to concentrate, and mentally maintaining a mythic tiered being was just at the edge of what he could do with only heroic tiered willpower.
Get on,
he managed through clenched teeth.
What? Korash, did you have this cutie with you the whole time? Why didn't you tell me? I absolutely love... On, now, talk later.
He climbed aboard the cloud with careful steps. It was, at least, as comfortable as it looked. She followed suit, and he noticed through his escalating headache that Ori was riding happily on her shoulder, kicking its legs and staring around excitedly.
Hold tight.
With those words, the cloud took off, a trail of multicolored sparkles illuminating the night for several meters as they flew. Their mount reached its cruising altitude, a full kilometer above the ground, in seconds. The happy cloud was designed for speed and flew along at close to 1,000 kilometers an hour. Korash was glad he hadn't tried to use this method earlier, for the effort it took to concentrate was increasing even after the first 15 minutes. He thought Krakensport was only another 100 kilometers away from their current position, and he was beginning to wonder if he would make it. Hime pointed wordlessly at something, and he dared to look. Ahead of them, a dark shape flew, visible only because it blotted out the stars. As it banked, it crossed between them and the moon. Black wings blotted out the light, and veins of magma glowed red between scales that were visible even from several kilometers away. Odd, Korash wondered what sort of creature he was looking at. Kal Shaz Nitar, the right claw of darkness, unique, draconic tier. It is said this dragon is almost as old as the world itself, forged by the darkness as it fell to earth after being cast out by the true god. Now it roams the world, awaiting the day its master is freed from his prison. The dragon is charged with guarding the night sky against those of the light who would dare to mock the dangers of the night. Law 6. Success. Korash felt his concentration stutter. Chapter 61. High above the ground, near Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Whew, that had been close. Willpower 10, failure. Etheric meditation 7, critically succeeded but became a success due to tier differences. Korash felt something warm and wet dripping from his face as he forced his panicked brain to remain focused on the happy cloud that was currently the only thing between them and the ground. Hime was trying to talk to him, but he couldn't hear her over the ringing in his ears. A mental command sent the cloud swooping toward the ground, and a few seconds later, they landed in a small copse of pine trees. Above them, the dragon that had been speeding toward them with fire in its eyes and death leaking from its maw, tilted its massive wings and flew away, unconcerned with prey that dared not face it in the sky. He let his mind slip free of the complex mental construct he needed to hold in his thoughts, and the happy cloud disappeared.
"See you later, little guy,"
Hime said, a pout on her lips. Korash wanted to say something witty. He sat down instead. The carpet of dried pine needles pierced through his robe before faltering against his tenfold shield's enforced skin. Thank the true God for small favors, he thought. Since the sky above was only an option if they wanted to encounter a fiery death, they were forced to walk the rest of the way to Krakensport. He was afraid that they would not make it to the city walls before morning. Since he dared not summon another mount, he supposed that haste and endurance would have to suffice. They made surprisingly good time. The pine barrens that surrounded Krakensport housed no worse terrors than a brood of scarecrow spider hatchlings. Though their venom was more deadly than their adult counterparts, they were much smaller and not as good at ambushes. Korash relied on his elven senses to detect the tangles of fallen branches they resembled, and they steered clear. Neither of them were talking about how they discovered the hatchlings, the embarrassment of all the screaming being a little too fresh for them. The other bit of good news was his previous underestimation of the distance to the city. He wasn't sure if they'd traveled farther than he'd thought or if the city was actually closer, but they broke through the last of the pine trees just after midnight. The ground for 10 kilometers around the city was free of trees, instead sporting a short, weedy grass. The city's massive, circular walls stretched for over 30 kilometers, built to keep invaders or monsters out. Other than the dozen spires that stretched higher than the walls, no internal architecture was visible. As they walked across the flat ground, Korash's awareness caught a disturbance. Something was whispering at the edge of his hearing, so soft he could make out no words. "Do you hear that?" Korash stopped walking as he strained to make out the words. "Nope," Hime said. He glared at her, then started walking. The whispers grew louder. "There's definitely something," he said. "Hold still a minute." He sank to the ground, his legs crossed, then closed his eyes. With a deep, cleansing breath, he opened his Aetherium channels. Aetheric Meditation 7, Success. "You're going to cultivate now?" Hime's incredulous shout penetrated the serene calm of his meditation with the same ease that an alarm bird might wake up a village. "I'm not cultivating, I'm meditating," Korash said. "Or at least I'm trying." He cracked one eye open to glare at her, then closed it again, taking another deep, cleansing breath. Aetheric Meditation 7, Success. "Same difference," Hime said, proving she could accomplish the same with a normal tone of voice that she could with a shriek. He growled, opening both eyes this time, the better to scowl at her with, only to catch the faint wisp of a disturbance in the nearby aether as he did. Aetheric Sensing 6 failed, but became a critical success due to tier differences and other factors. The ground nearby was covered in a shimmering miasma, akin to heat over sand on a hot day. The wispy energy was tinted vaguely ochre, and even with his new perk, he had almost missed it. He slipped out of his meditation pose and pressed his head to the ground. The whispers grew louder, but no more distinct. He spent the next few minutes moving around the area, looking at the flow of energy from various angles and listening to the volume of the whispers. "That way," he said at last, pointing to the cliff face on the western side of Krakensport. It was, by his reckoning, at least another 2 hours' walk. "Don't wanna," said Hime as she lay on the ground, looking up at the stars. "Boring." "You sound just like Sarah," Korash said, then clapped his hand over his mouth. Hime sat straight up, a testament to her healthy core muscles, and looked at him intently. "Who's Sarah?" she teased, the starlight twinkling in her eyes. Just someone I used to know. A friend." He didn't know why he felt so embarrassed. Despite his initial confusion, Hime and Sarah couldn't be related in any way, right? Hime was from another world. "Playing on another server," something in him said. "A friend, huh? Was she pretty?" Hime flipped herself onto her feet and started walking. "Come on, dish," she said, beckoning him on with a hand waved over her shoulder. "Not much to tell," he admitted. "We were friends. We did some adventuring together. That's it." "Well, what happened to her then?" Korash felt his stomach sink at her words. That was the reason he'd not wanted to have this conversation. I don't want to talk about it. She died. He hadn't said the words because they weren't true, though they felt true. He was afraid if he said them, they would be true.
You had a fight?
Fine. Yes.
And it was bad?
The worst. I said things, did things that I didn't mean. He told her briefly about the Fey Arcana. She accepted it more easily than he thought she would.
What happened after?
She left. Ran.
Where to?
I don't know. I never saw her again. Sent her a letter even, and it came back. Gone, that voice said in his head. It didn't come back. It couldn't be sent. Because this is a game.
That must have been some fight. I know what it's like to lose someone. All the things you want to say but can't.
She took a deep breath.
Because they aren't around anymore. And you have to go on, and you aren't sure you can. They're gone, but life isn't, and it hurts, but you have to keep going because you can't let them down.
Her voice broke at the end, and Korash could tell she was crying. He stepped closer to her and put his arm around her shoulders. After a few minutes, she did the same to him. They walked like that, in silence, for almost half an hour. The rest of the way, they walked closer than they ever had, their shoulders brushing every dozen steps or so. It was enough, he thought. He hoped she felt the same. Chapter 62. The Seabreaker Cliffs, Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Korash winced as Hime's hammer clanged against the piton for the 5th time. She seemed to deem the metal spike secure after that, because she stowed the hammer and pulled a rope out of somewhere. I can't believe you went with Treasure Hunter, he chuckled as she tied it in the same incredibly complicated knot that Sarah had always used.
Oh, and that weird dragon profession thing you can't even use properly is so much better?
Well, yes, but that's not what I meant. He fought the urge to flinch as she finished tying off the rope and glared at him. All I meant was, well, that was Sarah's specialty too. A strange look passed over Hime's face for an instant. Insight, too, succeeded, but became a failure due to tier mismatch penalties.
Well, since you think you're so much better, why don't you get us both down there?
She pointed over the edge of the cliff, where a drop of at least 100 meters culminated in a tiny ledge made of the same blue-black stone as the rest of the escarpment. He honestly couldn't tell if she was angry or just messing with him. He decided not to take a chance. Good ideas. 0. Success. No, I mean, Treasure Hunter is obviously better at getting down cliffs and breaking into ancient tombs and disarming traps. I could never do any of those things. Without a great deal of research and preparation or significant mana expenditure at least, he thought. Keeping your mouth shut. 0. Success.
Damn right,
she said and jumped off the cliffside, leaving the rope coiled in a neat pile.
Hime!
He rushed toward the ledge, unsure what he could do to help, only to see her floating gently down, one hand gently brushing the rock.
Strength of the breeze,
she called out as she descended.
It's kind of like that slowed fall ability my ninja had in that Don Johns and Drake's game my dad made us play when we were kids. You know how to use that rope?
Sure do, he shouted. He grabbed the rope and tossed it over the side, then tugged a few times to make sure it was secure before he began to slide down. Athletics 7 succeeded, but failed due to tier differences. He was immediately faced with a choice. Hang onto the rope with everything he had, or fall to his death. He chose the former. Once it was apparent that he was not going to die, Hime allowed herself to laugh at him.
Smooth moves there, sticks for arms,
she hollered from her safe position so very far below him. Even if he'd had a retort, he didn't have the breath to project his voice enough for her to hear. He had wanted to overcome this particular obstacle without using magic, but his fingers began to slip and he powered direct etheric enhancement on reflex. Immediately, the strain on his arms eased and he was able to regain his stance. After a few deep breaths, he tried again. Athletics 7, success. With his arms better supported, he was able to descend the cliff in leaps and bounds, bolstered by his mana. After the third jump, though, he realized that he wasn't going to make it. He would only get about a third of the way down before his mana ran out and he would be unable to hold on. He managed not to panic. Willpower 10, success. He shut off the ability in the middle of the jump, hoping to save mana and come up with some sort of flight spell before he lost his grip. He swung back toward the wall, braced his feet, clenched his teeth, and was perfectly fine. He stood on the rock, just kind of hanging there, braced against the rope. It wasn't actually terribly challenging from a strength perspective. The rest of his descent was quite easy, though he'd spent almost 40% of his mana on the enhancement. It was mostly that fact which upset him when he caught sight of Hime already halfway across the cave and the cliff face. She was heading through the not at all ominous marble columns toward a gigantic black door set into the rock. Wait, I did this same thing before, right before we fought the ghoul matron. Why didn't I remember how to do that jump and slide thing? I should name that technique. Maybe repelling? No, that's silly. I'll call it Bird Escapes the Fir Tree. He walked along, happily lost in thought for another heartbeat. Then he noticed that Hime wasn't waiting for him in front of the door. She was going to open it. He rushed forward, hoping to reach her before she brought a curse down upon them both. He shouted for her to stop, and she pretended not to hear. She touched the door, and it creaked inward with a groan of tortured iron. From the blackness beyond, something dark and terrible erupted. Chapter 63. Military Action Geographic Information Center serving under Commanders Keeping Clean. Former hamlet of Derryberry, Kingdom of Eastmere. Invictus watched with glee as his basic informational robot drone projected the scene from its crystalline eyes. As the two vexing adventurers disappeared over the side of the cliff, he was already making calculations and deciding what size of force to bring with him. Sadly, he didn't think he'd have time to bring the massive death robot. The thing was great inside the bounds of his pylons, and it was pretty good at setting up temporary pylons. He just didn't want to take any chances of it straying outside of the field and going feral. It had taken a phenomenal amount of resources to create, and he couldn't build another one without a great deal more rare resources and time. He had neither. Instead, he doubled his pylon creation and began assembling a strike force. He readied 2 greater untethered active manifestors, so named because they could emit a limited-scope America field with their internal projectors, letting him move a larger variety of troops. A single pylon constructor paired with a pachyderm unit would power the mobile pylons for at least a day, which should be long enough to join up with the main force. He had increased his stock of experimental units as well, and the serially heightened operational combat kit troops were as varied as true humans would be. Once transformed by monoclass distillate, they became shorter, taller, faster, or stronger, and always more deadly. There was even a fat one. Smiling to himself, he took an even 10 of the shock troops. He wanted to take more, but it was more important to bring some new units to test. The laser cats loped into formation, their sleek, glittering bodies little more than an intricate array of optical fibers and connectors, their heads just a single focusing lens and a set of jaws that could spring closed with over 400 kilos of force. The light-gathering arrays had made the original laser cat design too bulky, so he had streamlined the design by creating the light kittens. These were smaller versions of the standard laser cats that acted like mobile solar batteries, soaking up light and trapping it within crystalline matrices to be deposited when they latched onto the connectors on each laser cat, powering it up. This world's solar energy seemed to be abnormally strong, and Invictus was happy to use the world's own sun to conquer it. He watched the footage again. Something about that elf was bothering him. He looked familiar. A third replay confirmed his suspicions. He knew this elf. That meant he needed to pull out all the stops to make sure he got the kill. He'd have to use her. It had been the strangest thing. He'd been playing around with schematics several days ago, trying to come up with something that could beat his massive death robot in pure destructive power. He'd come up empty, unsurprisingly. The device was a marvel of Edison engineering. He'd slaughtered one of those paltry little villages. Spencer, maybe, or had it been Winley? Either way, it had seemed like such a waste. All those people, dead for no reason. It had been a meeting day, so he'd logged off, talked to the devs for a bit, and gone to bed. That night, he'd had the strangest dream. He was in some sort of cavern, so big he couldn't see the walls or the ceiling. Someone was talking to him. He couldn't see her either. All he knew was that she was big, bigger than him. Hell, maybe even bigger than the whole One Aerosoft building. She was happy, she'd said, wanted to give him a gift to help him with his plans. The secret, she had told him, could be found in two things. Aether and even mana were all powerful resources, to be sure, but they were nothing compared to the power of blood. The dream had been in color, the first he'd ever had. He'd woken from the dream covered in cold sweat, the image of those teeth still bright in his head as they closed over the moon. Knowing he would never get back to sleep, he logged into Worlds. The knowledge of the schematic bloomed in his head like it had been planted there. Perhaps it had been, he thought with a shiver. The ground rumbled as she moved into place, and 1,000 voices screamed for mercy. Invictus gave them none. Chapter 64. Entryway, the Twin Locks of Legios, Krakensport, Kingdom of Eastmere. Hime drew and swung her katana in one smooth motion, severing the dark shape before it could touch her. The two halves landed on either side of her, hitting the once pristine stone with a splat. As Korash drew near, he saw that shape had been a skull. It was sliced neatly in half on a diagonal, with most of the jaw on the right and the parietal bone untouched on the left. If the skull had been in a body, its face would have been sliced off. Each half of the skull lay in a puddle of thick black goo that looked like tar, shimmered like oil, and smelled of licorice? Or was it pipe tobacco? Fresh asphalt? Hime cleared her blade with a flick of her wrist, then returned it to its sheath. "That stuff looks sticky as hell," Korash said. "How did you get it off your sword?" "I didn't want it there," she said. "The sword is a reflection of the user. Nothing can stain the blade that does not stain the soul." "This apprentice bows before his teacher." Korash pressed his hands together in front of his chest and inclined his head with a smile. "The practice of the sacred art of cultivation is not to be mocked," she said with a scowl. "I'm not mocking. That was actual respect. It was a little weird hearing you spout wisdom instead of sarcasm, though." "Har, har, har. I wouldn't be a sage if I couldn't spout some genuine wisdom." Korash was speechless. "You're a sage?" He was incredulous. Being a sage meant having a skill all the way up to 11, and that wasn't a matter of just putting points into things. It required deep understanding, an almost supernatural insight into every aspect of the skill. "Of course, Yamamoto Hime-san, Kensei of the Sword and Sage of Blades." She smiled benevolently at him. He threw himself to his knees, narrowly missing the puddle of ick on the ground. He kowtowed before her, touching his forehead to the cool marble 3 times. "Noble sage, this humble supplicant begs you to teach him." Hime spun away from him, her kamishimo swirling out and slapping him across the face. "Hey, what are you—" His words were interrupted by the sound of her sword clearing its saya once again. A moment later, another skull and splatter of ooze joined the first, though this skull was from some sort of canid rather than a human. "Sorry," she said. "Where are these things coming from? We can talk about my teaching fees while we clear out this place." Korash stood and brushed off his robes, and together they walked cautiously into the wall of darkness that, somehow, defeated even his abyssal sight. Passing through the open doors was like walking through a giant soap bubble. It felt as if something was clinging to his skin as he passed through, and the smell of the sea and gentle movement of the air vanished, to be replaced by the same half-pleasant, half-revolting smell that the ooze outside had exhibited. Korash found his abyssal sight working once more, but Hime seemed to be blind. He reached out gently, placing one hand on her shoulder and leading her down the hallway, which was carved from the same white marble as they had seen outside. A few steps from the entrance, the heavy iron door swung closed behind them with a clang that indicated they would not be opening again soon. As the sound echoed down the corridor, ghostly flames erupted at regular intervals, as if invisible torches had suddenly flared to life. They burned a deep blue and cast long navy shadows through the hall. Hime pulled a torch out from somewhere, presumably the same place she kept her rope, and Korash lit it with a simple spell. She held the torch in her left hand, which made her look awkward. Korash considered a spell that might hold the torch aloft before being struck by a much better idea. "Ori, can you hold that for us?" He turned his head in an attempt to look at the golem while he spoke. Looking inside his own hood while he was wearing it proved to be rather difficult.
"No,"
said Ori, climbing out from his usual spot.
"No.
"Yeah, just don't catch my head on fire." The little golem took the torch from Hime. It was twice as long as Orem Vorax was tall, though the golem's density and relative strength made up for the lack. He held the torch at an angle, bracing the base against his foot and the ground of Korash's shoulder. "Never trust magical light," Hime said. "This dungeon turned it on. It might turn it off again." Korash had never thought of that, but it seemed like good advice. They set off down the tunnel, and he was careful to keep his gait even so as not to disturb his pet-turned torchbearer. 20 meters in, the hallway took a left turn. Korash heard a faint sound like stew bubbling in its pot. Perception 5. Critical success. He motioned for Hime to stop, and together they prepared to ambush anything that might be waiting for them. As one, they leaped around the corner, weapons at the ready. They saw the source of the noise, and it saw them. At least it looked like it did. It was hard to tell, really. A bubble of dark, transparent gel quivered on the marble floor. At the top, the round sphere tapered to a soft point that reminded Korash of whipped cream. From the smoky depths, the skull of a rodent peered lifelessly at them. "That's it?" Hime looked annoyed. "A slime?" Korash took a moment to inspect the creature. Least supplicant slime. Weak tier. This is all that remains of a creature which came to this place in search of whatever secrets are buried here. Perhaps it found some of those secrets before it became what you see before you, but it cannot reveal them now. Instead of a slime core, this creature has a skull. Destroying the skull will kill the creature, while harming its gelatinous body will have little effect. This creature has no special protections and can be harmed easily by any weapon of mortal tier or higher. Law 6 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. "It's kinda cute," Hime said, just before a quivering pseudopod lashed out at her face. She dipped her shoulder and spun to one side, then swung her sword at the extended tentacle, severing it cleanly. The black mass hit the wall behind them with a squelch. The slime just sat there, wobbling. It seemed no smaller for the loss of mass. Korash stepped forward and jammed his rapier into the top of the thing. The tip passed through effortlessly as if he were stabbing water and skewered the tiny skull within. Blades 6 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. The tension left the jelly and it collapsed into nothing with a flatulent sound. The black stuff clung to his sword, and no amount of effort would remove it. Hime scowled at the rapier, and the goo slid from the blade in an instant. Sages, he thought. They eliminated another 28 slimes and looted another 28 random bones as they walked down hallways that seemed increasingly shorter and turned in random directions until an hour later the corridor ended abruptly. They turned yet another corner to find that where the floor should have been, there was simply a 3-meter-wide opening. Iron rungs glinted from the far side of the hole. "Welcome to level 2, Hime said as she glanced over the edge, then jumped into the pit, floating down with one hand touching the wall. Korash was forced to carefully reach out for the ladder and climb the 10 meters down. Hime waited for him at the bottom, exaggeratedly tapping her foot even though it had only been about 10 seconds.
"Get the lead out, Slowby," she said.
Korash sent a blast of silver energy down the tunnel. It impacted the slime, which was currently hurtling towards Hime's unprotected back, knocking the thing out of the air but otherwise doing little damage.
Etheric Projection 8. Critical success.
This one had a horse's skull, and it was much larger than the ones they'd encountered above.
"I knew it was there,"
Hime said.
"Sure you did,"
he countered as he examined their new foe.
Minor Supplicant Slime. Mortal tier. Though still weak, this creature is stronger than those above. It can be harmed easily by weapons of heroic tier and above, though it has a chance to absorb energy attacks, taking no damage and gaining a short boost in power. Law 6. Success.
3 tentacles emerged, then rushed toward Hime, their tips sharpened into needle-like points that glowed with the faint silver energy of his freshly absorbed magic. Hime dodged to one side, avoiding the first blow, ducked under the second, and brought her sword up to sever the third, even as her movements brought her within striking range. She cut the horse's skull in 2 on the downstroke, and the slime was no more. Korash wiped a bit of black from his face, hoping it didn't leave a smear, and they continued on. This level was much like the first. Its corridors were all of uniform width and height, the same 3 meters by 3 meters, and the turns seemed to be random, but always a simple 90 degrees. Something was bothering him, though, so he began to mentally mark the turns and pay closer attention to his internal chronometer. The slimes were more varied, though the adventurers met the same number as they had on the floor above. Some, like the first they had encountered, were made from the skulls of larger animals. Others were composed of multiple smaller skulls, often those of rats, and a few were humanoid, though these invariably had some distinguishing feature. From one, an eyeball still stared, untouched by time. Another had a pink fleshy tongue inside a jaw, otherwise devoid of flesh. The passageways were now only a meter or 2 in length by the time the last slime met its end, its 3 feline skulls clattering to the floor. Around the next corner was what he hoped was another version of the same pit. Hime jumped down once more, and Korash stayed to consider for a moment.
"Definitely faster this time," he thought, and until the end each section seemed shorter. The passage to level 3, though.
He counted the rungs, 39, evenly spaced. A quick estimate put the rungs at 1/3 of a meter apart. The slime that came to meet them as the deep blue knot torches ignited broke them both out of their complacency. Instead of a simple pseudopod of slime, this one had goo-covered skeletal hands at the end of 2 5-meter-long tentacles. The 2 appendages darted in, one going low and aiming for Hime's legs, the other coming in high and swerving to catch Korash by surprise. Hime jumped to the side, kicked off of the wall into an aerial somersault, and sliced the tentacle in 2. Korash ducked and swung his own staff at the ooze, which had worked remarkably well on the previous floor. This time, though, the elder-tiered staff simply bounced off of the outstretched limb.
Supplicant Slime. Heroic tier. The process that converts those who enter the twin knocks of Legios into the plasmoidal horror before you allows those with a specific level of power to maintain certain aspects of their previous identity. While they are still non-sentient, each individual creature will have different capabilities for attack and defense. This one is immune to bludgeoning weapons of any tier below Draconic, but is vulnerable to all other weapon types, as well as energy attacks. Law 6. Success.
Korash tossed a mana bolt at the slime. The ability's homing feature could not target weak points, so the mana only managed to blow a small bit of protoplasm away from the body. A ripple went through the still outstretched tendril, and it began to retract. Before Korash could dodge, he felt bony claws dig into the back of his neck.
Defense 5. Failure.
With another pulse, the dark muck of the tentacle closed up around his neck. while it couldn't squeeze hard enough to choke him, it could, and did, begin crawling up his face, intent on covering his mouth and nose. Hime was having her own problems. Though she had cut through the slime's attack, the portion with the hand inside had not lost cohesion. As she had advanced on the leering skull, the black hand had attacked from behind, fastening itself into the small of her back where both her sword and her hands were ineffective. He felt the oozy touch of the blackness against his cheek and knew he was running out of time. He almost summoned his aura, but remembered at the last moment that his golem friend was perched on his shoulder. Korash couldn't bring forth that power without hurting him, too. Not wanting to trust a spell with the ooze so close to his mouth, Korash simply shut his lips as tightly as he could and fired another mana bolt, this time at the claw digging its way into Hime's back. The bolt swerved and shifted as it flew, keeping up with Hime's frantic gyrations as she tried to bring her sword to bear against the monster.
"The
The slime said. It followed this comment with an extended raspberry. Was it mocking them? Korash didn't see his bolt strike home. He didn't see much of anything, in fact, as his vision was suddenly obscured by an orange so bright it hurt his eyes and burned his nose.
Nah!
Ori's war cry rang out in the tunnel as he swept the torch he carried down onto the membrane, slowly inching its way onto his master's face. Korash heard a screeching sound as the disembodied slime hand caught on fire. While he appreciated Ori's help, this was kind of a problem. X-Slash! Korash heard Hime's shout and saw a bright flash of white, though his preoccupation with spinning around and slapping at his neck while trying not to catch seriously on fire prevented him from seeing the attack itself. A moment later, the slime oozing up his face went slack, then began to drip down his body. It was still on fire. After a panicked intake of breath, he realized his mouth was free.
Ifris Zosa Rodin Ba!
The words spilled from his mouth quickly, though he tasted burnt blackberries on the smoke in the air. Primordial vocabulary 10. Success. Primordial magic 10. Success. The magic erupted around him, quelling the flames in an instant. He felt overly warm, as if he had a sunburn. Evidently, he had avoided any significant damage. His mouth felt unpleasant, and the taste of charcoal wouldn't go away. You have gained a new attribute. Corruption. Nature can adapt to many things, creating forms and abilities both wondrous and terrible. Some are not content to wait for nature. This attribute measures the extent to which dark and powerful forces have changed you. The first visible sign of such effects will occur once corruption reaches 10%. I could really use a bath, he thought. Maybe even 2. He knew that to vocalize his desire would reinforce hurtful elven stereotypes, and it would make him look less rugged in front of Hime. So he chose to remain silent. Looking cool. 0. Critical success. Chapter 65. 4th floor. The Twin Locks of Legios. Krakensport. Kingdom of Eastmere. There's definitely a pattern here, said Korash, driving his staff into the skull of a slime. Yeah, a slimy pattern, Hime quipped back, slicing through a spine that had twisted into a scorpion-like stinger. Not what I mean. We just climbed down 39 steps, and the passage down to level 3 had the same amount. They were spaced the same distance apart, too. The pair took position at the next corner as they spoke, the remains of the previous slime still twitching behind them. Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of how boring you are. Get to the point, or is this all just normal nerdery? 3, 2, 1, go! They both leaped around the corner, striking at the greater supplicant slime before it could form into the humanoid shape that was the hallmark of the monsters on the 4th floor. I'm just saying it took us about an hour to get through the 1st floor, and it's not like the slimes up there were hard. A quick blast from his staff pushed back a hastily formed maw made from rib bones that threatened to grab onto one of Hime's legs. Floor 3 took us 30 minutes, and all the hallways were shorter, about half as short, I'd say. So carving these tunnels got boring, Hime said as she slashed thrice with her sword. The blade missed the slime by 1/2 meter, but the whistling crescents of air she created with her Sai-Shin made short work of the discombobulated skeleton inside its gelatinous skin. How about this? Exactly 31 slimes per floor. That was the last one, and we're going to go around that corner and find the passage down. Once we start getting close to the end of a floor, all the hallways are exactly 1 meter long. Hime was already positioning herself, readying the first strike in what had become a predictable pattern for taking down the increasingly powerful slimes quickly.
Oh, why didn't you start with that?
She whisper-shouted at him as she pressed her back to the wall at the corner.
I completely believe you now. There must be something. 3, 2, 1, go!
Hime jumped out and charged around the corner while Korash held back. He was quite sure he was right about the pattern. Hime vanished around the corner, and no sounds of battle were forthcoming when Korash revealed himself a few seconds later. The way Hime had taken that corner, she'd be slow-falling her way down to level 5. A strong hand grabbed the front of his robe and yanked. He had just enough time to see Hime laughing at him as she stood balanced on one foot atop the first rung of the ladder before he tumbled down the hole. Athletic 7 failed due to tier differences and other factors. He tucked his head into his chest to avoid an inconvenient concussion, then woke his aura. Inviolate Aura 4 succeeded, but became a critical success due to tier differences. As it filled the space around him, sparks lit the air. He kept his focus pushing outward, and the friction from the effect on the stone slowed his fall enough that he didn't break anything when he landed. Like the floors above, a small room enshrined the stairway. The floor here was not marble, but rather a dark stone Korash did not recognize. As deep blue light flared around him, he could see that this was no hallway. Instead, it was almost circular. Counting the flames, he noted that the room had exactly 13 walls, a tridecagon. Grooves were carved into the floor in a frenetic pattern over lines that bent at right angles seemingly at random. Each time they turned, the next channel was shorter. A map, he whispered to himself, heedless of the dark liquid that poured through the stone channels.
Boring, but at least this looks like a boss room.
Korash whirled as Hime's voice sounded behind him, echoing in the small space.
Don't scare me like that. Besides, this is really interesting. I think the theme of this dungeon is actually slime, said Hime, drawing her sword. No, well, I mean, yes, but I think it's really slime! Hime jumped and kicked him in the chest, pushing him over and throwing herself in the opposite direction. Hey, I'm trying to talk here! A black tentacle as big around as a dinner plate crashed into the spot where he'd been standing. Oh, he said sheepishly, you meant a slime. With a sigh at his own foolishness, he jumped to his feet. Yeah, genius, that slime, Hime said.
Genius,
the slime rumbled. The slime, if it could still be called that, had risen to a height of somewhere over 6 meters, though the room's ceiling was easily twice that. A massive tusked skull hung suspended in the muck, which had already formed 2 tentacular arms and was well on its way to having distinct legs. The rest of a skeleton, humanoid but obviously not human, floated here and there within the viscous mass.
Oh, is that a troll skull?
Hime asked the question even as she dashed toward what would soon be knees, her blade slicing through the entire stalk. The ooze made a strange ringing sound as her sword finished its work, and a tremble went through its bulk. The ooze seemed to grow cloudy, and red pinpoints of light awoke in the eye sockets of the twin skulls.
No,
the thing moaned, its voice like a falling tree.
Orc.
Cool story, bro,
Hime said as she swung her sword at the other leg, only to have her sword bounce off. Seeing her look of shock, Korash decided to play his job as lore monkey and let her know what they were up against. An unknown sage. Mythic tier. This creature was once an orc, and had a family and a place to call home. Long ago he was called upon to make a